It all started with the severed hand of the demon appearing in front of us. People stood around, signs of a long-awaited victory sparkling in their eyes. They exclaimed that they had finally managed to inflict some damage on this creature. After taking damage, the demon finally retreated. His steps were imprinted on the ground like traces of fire. The warriors began to rejoice at this small victory. One of the warriors, Warrior Golan, was proud that they were able to seriously wound the demon. However, they could not completely end his existence in this world, because he was still a demon lord. The next hero was a hero named Eric. He agreed with Golan, confident that the demon lord would not be able to operate for some time after such serious injuries. Galen began to rejoice that they would finally be able to return home to their families. He then turned to another hero, Locke. However, Lake was completely lost in thought. He wondered if he could turn that hand into magical dust and what they could do with that dust. He also wondered if he could do this without destroying the demon's main body. Galen and Eric looked at Lak and again wondered what was happening again. Lak began to think about his magical experiments right after such a difficult battle. This young man, sitting next to him, was thinking about what could be done with the demon's hand. Mage Lak was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not even hear what others were saying. Breaking off his thoughts, he asked, "Did you tell me something?" After that, he said that it was all Mac, even though they were able to drive away the demon lord. The magician was still fascinated by the hand. Rick started joking that it was because he was so into his hands that he still didn't have a girlfriend. After that, Lak asked, "How will my passion for the demon lord and his hand help me win a girl?" He did not understand the sarcasm of the hero Eric. After that, both Galen and Eric looked at him and started laughing. After all, Lak was so fascinated by magic that he did not understand even the most ordinary jokes. After which Galen laughed and said that at this rate, Mr. Lak would remain alone for a long time. Eric also echoed his laughter. Lak looked at them in bewilderment, thinking that it felt like they had simply slandered him for no reason. As they looked at the tunnel where the demon lord had disappeared, they began to think that maybe they should just go back and say goodbye to this dimensional rift looming over them. After all, they had already fought enough. Leaving, Galen turned to the magician Lak and wanted to tell him something very important. Turning and winking, Galen said that it would be nice to have a family waiting for him. After all, both he and Eric were able to achieve and fight only thanks to the support of their families. Luck reflected on the fact that they are the ones he considers as his family. However, Galen continued, saying that it would be great to have a family like him and Eric. They consisted of the hero Eric, the warrior Galen, and the mage Lak. The three of them fought against the demon lord from another dimension, and incredibly were able to drive him back into the interdimensional rift, causing him incredible injuries. As he left, he felt that something was wrong, because his instincts had never failed him on the battlefield before. Lak's comrades noticed that he stopped and didn't continue moving with them. They were interested in what happened there, which is why he stopped. However, looking around, the hero still discovered an entire army of great demons. All of this left him bitterly disappointed, as he once again had to prepare for the inevitable battle. Eric, like the hero of many of his adventures, drew his sword in preparation for the coming battle. He said that there were so many enemies left that the battle promised to be long and extremely intense. Galen, tired and exhausted, also drew his weapon. However, he realized that his condition did not allow him to engage in such a long fight. Together they began to think about their situation. They realized that everyone was seriously injured, and continuing the battle was unlikely to lead to anything good. However, they could not allow the hero Eric to die, because the demon lord was still alive, and only he could resist this powerful opponent. Lak later realized that, in order to deal with the restored demon lord, they would need the might of a hero. He began to prepare a spell, choosing the only available path to join the battle. Having prepared several spells, he smiled and said, "Put all the burden on me and leave. Your families are waiting for you, and your strength will be needed in future battles." Looking at him together, they did not respond to his words. Galen was disappointed and urged Lak to look into his decisions, warning that he could die here, alone. Despite the objections, Lak remained confident in his decision. He turned around and said, "Your families and children are waiting for you, but I live completely alone, and no one is waiting for me at home." As they began to leave, Lak decided to support them in the last step, so that they would not feel guilty for his death. Gathering everything together, Lak turned to Eric and Galen. They turned, surprised by his words. With a little extra determination in his voice, he said, "I'll catch up with you as soon as I can. Just wait for me." Their reaction to such words was quite shocked. They seemed to sense that these words could be an omen, that they would never see Lak again. Running through the tunnel, they shouted, "We are very sorry. Please stay alive." They moved further and further away, but Lake did not turn to look at their backs. After all, they have always remained a team despite the current situation. Galen was an experienced warrior, but at that moment his emotions got the better of him. He realized that he may have lost a member of his team with whom they had to go through many difficulties. Because of this, he began to cry. Eric also felt a strange feeling as he ran away. He looked back and said, "Lak, please stay alive. We will definitely come back for you. Don't die." Lak stood alone, listening to the footsteps of his retreating comrades. He realized that they might never meet again, and he was prepared for such a fate. They moved further and further away, and Lak's silhouette became barely visible in this tunnel. Over time they moved away so much that the silhouette was no longer visible, as if no one was there. All that remains are memories of this great adventure. However, Lake had other concerns. The Demon Lord's army was already approaching him, armed and posing a serious threat. Their army was more massive, and their numbers seemed endless. However, Lake took a fighting stance, prepared several spells, and was ready to fight to the last in the hope that his comrades would be able to return and see their families. With a smile on his face and complete determination in his eyes, Lak said, "Let's attack me, damn demons. You will never get through me so easily." Lak began to use his spells, destroying dozens, if not hundreds, of demons. Screaming, he assured that he would protect both of his comrades and they would still be able to live in peace. The stirred her sazegaki foyer, duri doens, vorfra stallarps kurger. The battle continued for quite a long time, and Lak used all his techniques to destroy dozens of demons. The number of demons was amazing, but Lak coped with them all. There were already more than 30 of them, but he still destroyed them in the same way as in the first minutes of the battle. His magic and skills tore demons apart, even though they were initially very strong opponents. Lak adapted to their destruction and continued to fight. Lak became more adept at using his techniques to massacre enemies. They didn't even have time to attack him before they realized that they had been completely destroyed by his magic. Quite a long time had passed, and Lak stood among a heap of defeated enemies. He had long ago lost count, trying to figure out how many he had managed to win. By this point, Lak had really stopped counting his defeated enemies. The demons turned into magic like a thick fog and disappeared, and he had no way to count them all. The battle was too intense for such small things as counting the defeated enemies. Blood dripped from his wounds, and he wondered how long it had been since he had stayed with the rest of the team. The core of the demon army seemed endless, and Lak soon realized his limits. Suddenly, a turning point came for them when the demon commander appeared. It was a high-class demon who grabbed Lak and suppressed him with its mighty power. Holding him in his grip, the demon commander began to use unprecedented magic. Lak winced in pain, and the veins on his face became visible. His appearance made it clear that his condition was worsening by the second. Looking at her as she cast an unprecedented spell, Lak thought that his vital forces were being drawn out at incredible speed. This was a high-class magic that only high-ranking demons could wield. It was life transfer magic, and after using this magic, the demon commander threw Lak to the ground like a useless piece of trash. After all, she received from him almost everything she needed. Standing almost exhausted, Lak tried to understand what had happened. How could this happen? After all, his remaining mana and almost all of his vitality were drained with just this one spell. However, our hero still had a chance of survival, and he wondered what could happen. He assumed that the demon commander had changed her approach, realizing that she could not defeat him with simple physical attacks. And this was his chance. Now was his time to use this strange magic, because he had completed his training and learned this previously unknown technique. A pattern with previously unseen symbols appeared on his hand. This meant only one thing. He was going to use the magic that he had learned from the demon commander. After touching the demon commander with this hand, Lak began using the Withering Touch life transfer technique. The demon commander, in turn, was forced to stick her sword into the ground, unable to resist such a powerful technique. He was very sorry for the fate of the demon commander, because he could study absolutely any technique and magic that was used on him. Looking at his palms with the life transfer technique activated, he explained that this technique allows him to replenish mana and restore health at the same time. He also noticed the demon commander's sword, which was damaged from the previous blow. He realized that this sword allowed mana to flow through it very easily. Standing all alone in front of many enemies, he did not flinch, because now he had incredible power, which gave him endless mana and health. Plus, he got one of the best swords he could find, and a battle began that seemed to last for centuries. He stood against many enemies, preparing to fight for years to achieve his goal and protect his world. At the moment of his struggle, somewhere on the other side of the world, where night reigned, people calmly fell asleep and did not even imagine what danger could await them if there had not been a warrior, Lak, ready to protect them. A little later, a very young girl stood at the window, as if sensing that something was wrong. Her gaze was directed into the pitch darkness of the night city, and she felt uneasy. Her mother came up to her, holding a candle in her hands, and said, "Please go to bed. It's already very late, and now I'll put out the light." The girl continued to worry, and said that she felt that monsters might appear tonight, and everyone would feel bad. However, her mother reassured her, saying that the country was protected by my great father, and they would be fine as long as he stood guard. However, her mother calmed her down and put her to bed. The girl calmly agreed, and at that moment the warrior really stood guard, holding a rooster in his hands, vigilantly suffering for the safety of his country. The rooster began to crow very loudly, and the girl asked, "What's the matter, Gelbert?" The beastmen who were nearby also turned to see what was happening. They were dressed in cloaks and were barely visible in this dark night. A girl with eyes resembling the eyes of a cat looked into the distance, as if sensing the presence of something or someone in this dark night. At that very moment, Lak continued to fight, and he felt that a very long time had passed, perhaps several hours, or maybe even several months. He had long ago lost his sense of time. If he felt sleepy, he cast a puppet spell on himself to continue the fight. The puppet spell was originally an even magic used to manipulate enemies. However, Lak used it to fight in his sleep and make his own body mobile. During the battle, he practically lost all his human emotions. He turned into a beast, ready only to destroy his countless enemies, completely absorbed in the struggle for survival. And so he was left completely alone on the battlefield. Previously, piles of swords of dead demons could be seen around him. He stood and realized that he was able to survive and save the lives of his comrades, sacrificing many demons in this battle. At this moment, when it seemed to him that he was completely alone, a dark hole appeared in the sky, which tore apart the space and created the feeling of something unusual and mysterious. He stood there, completely exhausted from countless contractions. He no longer had any emotions left after such inhumane acts that he committed while fighting these demons. And suddenly he felt someone's presence. This presence was so powerful that for the first time in a long time, an emotion appeared on his face: surprise. And it turned out that the one who was able to return his emotions was none other than one of the most majestic and most powerful demons. It was the demon lord himself, a majestic and previously undefeated demon, who had ruled all his subordinates for 1,000 years and had never known defeat. He swung his majestic sword, hoping to finish everything with one powerful blow. Even the feeling of the close presence of such a powerful enemy was oppressive. And then he struck with such incredible power that it seemed as if the existence of the entire world could be interrupted. This power was amazing. The blow was so powerful that even the interdimensional dimension in which Lak was located underwent changes. The tunnel in which he fought, as well as all the platforms, were destroyed by a swing of his sword. After the Demon Lord dealt this blow, he began to carefully consider whether he should expect victory over the enemy. But suddenly something unusual jumped into the air. Under his gaze, details began to emerge, and he felt surprised. All his destructive blows were unable to break this little hero. However, despite the complexity of the situation, he was still able to defend himself, resorting to the use of his magic to repel such a powerful blow from the Demon Lord. His gaze was filled with determination, and he began to attack the Demon Lord, shouting, "Have you managed to recover yet?" It was a surprise to him, but he had already mastered the art of fighting high-class demons in this interdimensional rift. Deciding to give himself an advantage, he immediately switched to melee combat, thereby preventing the Demon Lord from using fire magic. Grabbing hold of part of the ruler's own equipment, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Turning to be on the other side of the Demon Lord, his eyes sparkled with determination as he formulated a plan to destroy his powerful opponent. A major part of his plan was to use the life transfer spell, a draining touch, in order to extract both the life force and magic from such a terrible creature. However, the demon did not like this and decided to avoid the attack by using an evasive spell. The Demon Lord became angry and decided to launch a counterattack, but our hero was able to use a magical barrier in time. The swing of the Demon Lord's ball was terrifying, and the force with which he struck shook the air. Lak still managed to defend himself from such an attack, but his body was trembling and wounds were visible on his stomach. After all, it is not so easy for an ordinary magician to repel such a powerful attack. The Demon Lord wasted no time in launching another attack. He raised his sword, intending to finish the young man off. And at the moment of the blow, the young man substituted the sword, which he had taken from the demon commander, and managed to defend himself. However, the force of this blow was so amazing that the sword was slammed into the ground, and the Demon Lord's sword still towered above Lak's head. The sword he had earlier picked up from the demon commander was shattered, and Lak was dealt a crushing blow that pierced him from head to toe. The sword, shattered by the Demon Lord's blow, scattered on the ground, and Lak was thrown several meters back from such a strong blow. During the flight, he lost his blood. The demon's gaze, feeling his victory, was enveloped in a grin. His face was colored with satisfaction from the accomplished deed. He wondered that even if he imbued the demon's sword with a large amount of magic, the sword commander would still not allow this cursed weapon of the Demon Lord. Through repeated battles, he realized that even when on the verge of defeat, he had the ability to defeat even a powerful opponent. With a slight smile on his lips, he began to actively cast his spells, arguing that the Demon Lord shouldn't be happy just because the sword was broken. After all, he was originally a magician. Getting as close to the Demon Lord as possible, he began to cast a spell, a fiery prison, which mercilessly destroyed the Demon Lord with every second. Now he turned to his second spell, which he received from the demon commander, the life transfer spell. He skillfully combined both spells at the same time, restoring his life and mana reserves, while the fiery dungeon, although it took a significant amount of energy from him, continued to rage. However, the fire prison, with its exceptionally high temperature, caused not only damage to his opponent, but also to his own health, because the flames were so searing that even the caster himself felt its destructive effects. When confronted by the Demon Lord, he continuously used the withering touch to restore his strength, even as he burned inside his own fiery prison. The pain didn't stop him. The Demon Lord continued to take damage by the minute, not fully understanding how a small figure, just a human mage, was capable of using the demon commander's spell. During the fierce battle, Lack thought about it and realized that the withering touch, in other words, could easily penetrate the barrier. He used this knowledge wisely, and all the magical powers of the Demon Lord's barrier were aimed at protecting him from the fiery prison. Continuing to manipulate magic, he shouted, "Well, Demon Lord, choose your exodus." Completely exhausted and wounded, he laughed because he realized that the Demon Lord had only two possible outcomes. Either he would completely drain all of his life force, or the Lord himself would burn in the fiery flames. Thus ended the battle, and the Demon Lord was defeated. After his death, only the sword of the Demon Lord remained in inner space, which towered majestically on the battlefield. Lack still managed to survive the explosion, caused by his own fire, which buried him under the rubble of an interdimensional rift. However, he managed to get out of this difficult situation. He was literally on the verge of death, but to make sure that all his opponents were destroyed, he decided to continue the fight. He had nothing more to fear. Having climbed out of the rift, he noticed that there was no one left in the distance except the sword that towered in front of him. He began to look around and came to the thought, "That's it, I won. There is no one else left in this world." Joy took possession of him, and tears flashed on his face. After all, he was finally able to achieve something and bring it to perfection. He finally succeeded. Raising his hand, he shouted, "Yes, damn it. I finally protected this world and its heroes. Now everyone will be safe." However, after such a passionate battle, all his clothes were destroyed, and he felt a coolness on his body. Trembling and despair took possession of him, and he regretted that all his clothes had been destroyed. Ignoring his condition, he stared at the sword left behind by the Demon Lord, and a plan was born in his mind on how he could use this sword. Having lost all his money and clothes, he thought about the possibility of selling this cursed sword and using the money to buy new clothes. He wondered if he could sell this find. After a thorough cleanup, he began to emerge, wondering how much time he had spent fighting in this dimension. Perhaps it was a year or even more, several years. However, he ultimately ended this battle, and so he went out onto the field. Fresh, soft grass lay under his feet. Having got out into the open area, Lack began to carefully examine the territory in order to develop a further plan of action. All that lay before him was an endless plain. Trees could be seen on the horizon, and even further away, mighty mountains of incredible beauty. He tried to figure out where he was in this world. Moving further and further, he finally came to the main road, where he found a sign with directions indicating where to go. These signs had directions on them, and he looked at them, wondering what he could figure out if he continued on the main road. And so day gave way to night, and thanks to these magnificent mountains, the sun rose, which illuminated the path for our hero. His guess turned out to be correct. Walking along this path, he came to a majestic city surrounded by water. In the middle of this city, on a rock, a majestic palace with huge domes could be seen. As he approached this majestic place, he began to wonder whether this beautiful place was the capital of the kingdom. He approached the open gate and noticed that the atmosphere here was different from the one he remembered when he left. Looking at all these buildings, he wondered how they managed to build all this, since only a couple of years had passed since he left. As they passed by the guards, they noticed a young man who was carrying a huge sword and began to closely examine him. However, he did not pay any attention to them and continued walking further. The guards were shocked by this picture, because the boy was completely naked and was carrying a huge sword. It seemed as if a poor little youth was standing in front of them. As he continued walking, there were shouts of, "Hey, wait a little bit, boy. Wait, don't go so fast." Later, a dialogue began between them. Lack turned and asked what happened. The guards responded by saying, "I have to ask you, what's wrong with your appearance? You're almost naked." Lack was confused by this situation. Later, the young man began to make excuses, saying that, in fact, he survived a fierce battle in an interdimensional rift. At that moment, he lost all of his belongings, including his backpack, the adventurer's map, and even all of his clothes. The guards exchanged glances that showed mutual understanding. They realized that this young man was just scared and was uttering the first words that came into his head. One of the guards came up, put his hand on my shoulder and said, "I understand, kid. You met some robbers, right? They took all your clothes, and you are very young and defenseless." Lak stood listening attentively to the conversation and could not understand. Robbers? What robbers? Soon he began to explain. No, there were no bandits here. These were not bandits, and there was a brutal fight for the survival and prosperity of the entire civilization. The guards looked at each other, showing understanding. "Yes, I see. It was probably unfortunate the way they treated you," the second guard said, starting the conversation. "You're at that age where you want to be cool, right? So you're probably making up a story about a fight for the survival and prosperity of an entire nation." Lak listened to the continuation of their conversation and was upset as they continued to talk about the robbers. However, the guards noticed that in some ways he managed to get out due to luck, despite the size of his sword or his physical strength. They tried to give hope to the boy by saying, "There's always a chance of being outnumbered. Don't lose hope, kid." They tried to cheer him up, thinking that he had really encountered the robbers. Luck got bored listening to this conversation and agreed, saying, "You're right. I'll be more careful from now on." One of the guards began to let Lak through, saying, "If you have any documents to prove your identity." Lak replied, "Lost them." The second guard remarked, "Yes, they may have taken them along with the wallet." As they got closer, one of the guards began to write down Lak's details, as they needed temporary documents. The guard asked, "What's your name?" Lak answered without hesitation, looking at the guards with pride, "My name is Lak." One of the guards looked at the little boy with bewilderment and asked, "Lak, are you sure your name is Lak?" Both guards exchanged a smirk, realizing that the name Lak sounded unusual, but apparently it was true. Lak didn't understand why the guards were laughing and asked, "Is that a bad name? I'm proud of it." The guards, despite initial doubts, acted kindly. They even provided Lok with some clothing and a sheath for his sword. Lak walked around the city, looking at his surroundings and noticing the changes that had happened while he was gone. The streets were filled with merchants and people shopping for goods. Looking at everything that was happening, Lak was happy because it seemed that now calm had been restored in the country and no one was in danger anymore. Later, Lak wondered if perhaps he should meet with his teammates before heading to the guild. He began to ask, "Excuse me, could you tell me where one place is?" He began to ask the woman where the house of the warrior Galen was. The woman answered him, "If you are looking, walk along this street and you will find him." Approaching this place, Lak was very surprised by what he saw. Ahead of him was a huge house with many windows and steel gates, and around it stood a majestic fence covered with vegetation. Approaching the gate, the butler noticed Lak and asked, "What business are you here for, mister?" Lak replied that he would like to see Galen and asked if he was at home. The butler then asked if they had an appointment with this gentleman, and he replied, "No, we do not." Approaching closer to the gate, Lak began to say, "He will understand everything if you say that Lak has arrived, that Lak is here." However, the butler remained adamant, claiming that he could not let the gentleman in without prior agreement, since too many such people came, and he could not trust anyone. Their screams were so loud that they could be heard for many kilometers. Lak continued to repeat, "I told you, Lak, it's me. I've arrived." However, the butler did not let up and continued to claim that this was impossible. Taking hold of the bars, Lak began to look at the butler with contempt and hatred because he did not let him see his colleague. After which, Lak began to leave, saying, "After all, I will be back soon. Remember my words. You will still let me come here." The butler was delighted and began to follow the trail. "Please do not come here again. Do not dare to disturb such an important gentleman." Lak was completely dissatisfied that he was not even allowed to meet with his former comrade in arms, and it was clear from his face. Later he stopped and began to wonder why everything happened this way. And finally, he understood why he might not have been allowed to see his comrade in arms. He noticed that he himself might not have let in a guy dressed like a poor fellow, and even with a sword. Lack thought that if he bought new clothes and returned, then perhaps they would let him in without any problems. However, first he needed to restore the adventurer card in order to continue his business in this city. While walking around the city, Lake noticed a statue of a majestic hero holding a staff in his hand. He looked at her and admired this statue. Taking a closer look at the statue's face, he noticed a resemblance that was visible to the naked eye. However, he was shocked that such a statue could be erected in such a short period of time. He knew that it had not been there before, and wondered when they had time to install it. Looking at this statue, I noticed that the hero looked quite handsome. He met a passerby by chance and asked who was depicted on the statue, and for what occasion it was installed right in the center of the city. The man pointing to the statue asked, "Do you know who it is?" Lake replied, "Yes, I'm sorry. I haven't been here for a long time. Who was it erected in honor of?" The man began to examine Lack, noticing his thick, unkempt hair, his old shabby clothes, and shoes that did not fit him. The man then turned to Luck and said that he seemed to understand why he did not recognize the statue. Perhaps this young guy was a hillbilly and had never heard of such a magnificent hero. Lack was outraged by this, but still continued to listen. He wanted to know in whose honor such a statue was erected. The man said that this statue was erected in honor of the hero Laka, who played an important role in ensuring survival. Hearing this, Lack became even more confused. The man continued, "You should know this name. This is the great hero who sacrificed himself 10 years ago to delay the army of demons and allow other heroes to ensure peace in these lands." Lack looked at the statue again and wondered what this man could be carrying. Lack looked at the statue, which glittered and was executed flawlessly. It depicted a majestic male magician. Lack could not believe that this statue was made according to his own features, because he looked completely different. After that, Lack began to convince the man that real heroes somewhere do not always look as handsome and majestic as his statue, and that he was just an ordinary guy, the same as the other heroes. The man reacted by saying, "Don't talk nonsense and don't disrespect the great sage, because you didn't know him." The situation began to look like a conflict, and attitudes began to heat up. Later, the man suddenly changed his reaction and exclaimed that this moment only exists because of Luck, who sacrificed himself to protect everyone else. Lack began to be perplexed, because in fact he was that very hero. After that, Lack began to quietly make excuses to the man. He thought that it was just a myth about the existence of some hero who protects and single-handedly holds off an army of demons. The man looked at Lake with contempt and said that if he was so carefree, then hero Raku's fans could harm him no matter what, not even considering his age. Lack felt some horror, as it sounded quite scary. Looking at the statue, Lack thought that it was interesting who created this monument to her, because the statue did not at all resemble the real hero Lack. Looking more closely, Lack realized that perhaps this statue was created by his comrades Eric and Galen. However, the statue did not completely correspond to his real appearance. He was upset that they did this, because it meant they might already think he was dead. On a busy street, Luck noticed a man say it had been more than 10 years. Lack couldn't remember a time when he had fought for so long against all his opponents. As Luck got closer to the Adventurers Guild headquarters, he began to think that there must be some mistake, and the guild might have a more truthful story to tell. However, a more interesting event awaited Lack's guild, a ceremony dedicated to the 10th anniversary of the death of the great sage Lack. Fearing for his native land, Lack realized that the man was telling the truth, and in fact more than 10 years had passed. He was devastated by such terrible news. Luck would like to contribute to numerous causes in this state. However, he first needed to recover his map in order to continue his life as a normal adventurer. Walking closer to the counter, he looked at the beautiful girl and began to say, "I beg your pardon, may I?" However, his request was interrupted by an unknown voice. This voice started saying, "Since when did this place become a kindergarten?" Lake started to get angry because of this. Looking back, He saw a huge fat man sitting with his partner. The second man looked uncomfortable with his arrogant companion's words and actions. Ignoring the annoying people, Locke continued talking to the girl and stated that he would like to restore his adventurer card. However, the fat man was upset that this little boy simply ignored all his words. The fat man began to say, "Yes, boy, I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?" Locke looked at him and asked, "Me, boy?" Straightening his hair and taking a courageous stance, Locke asked this fat and ill-mannered man to tell him. "At what point do I look like an ordinary boy?" asked Locke. "And not as a hero who protected everyone and ensured the safety of the entire kingdom?" Coming closer, the fat man stated that no matter which way he looked, Locke looked like an ordinary teenager. Locke was surprised by these words and replied, "Ha ha ha, very funny." Noticing a mirror behind him, Locke began to peer into it to get a better look at himself. Locke began to peer closely and touched his young face, asking, "Who is this boy?" The fat man replied, "It's you. You are this very boy." Locke was shocked. Apparently, not only has 10 years passed, but he has also become younger. This news greatly upset him, and he perceived it as a stupid joke. The fat adventurer said, "You understand that this boy was you, and the guild is not a place for children." His comrades approached him and asked him to do him a favor. Let him stay here. Locke looked at his hands and didn't understand how this was possible. He didn't think this could happen. He began to wonder, is it because I used too much draining touch? The fat adventurer approached him with interest and began to say, "Hey guy, are you even listening to me? Get out of here." During this brawl, the guildmaster entered the building. The girl drew attention to him, and he was interested in what was happening there in the heat of events. The fat adventurer became more and more angry and began to swing at him, saying, "If you think that you will get off so easily, then you are mistaken. I will throw you out of here." He came closer and saw the guildmaster sobbing inconsolably, his arm wrapped around the fat adventurer. He tried to calm him down, but to no avail. He turned around and met his gaze. He was shocked to see this brave and strong warrior crying like a child. The guildmaster rejected one of his subordinates and walked towards the young man, trying to get a closer look at him. The fat man, who had previously annoyed our Varnish, flew away a considerable distance, and with his massive body knocked down the tables standing nearby. Locke watched all this and felt joy, because he saw both his former comrade and the fact that this impudent fat man was overcome by the well-deserved punishment that he had long deserved. The master turned out to be Golan, and Locke was delighted to see him. He extended his hand in the direction of his former comrade, intending to greet him. Locke didn't have time to start talking when Golan immediately hugged him and started dragging him somewhere. Golan, completely immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly ran away from the guild, leaving behind his frightened comrades. Locke screamed in fright. His scream broke the silence, but he himself did not realize what was happening. The girl at the reception was also amazed by this unexpected scene. Her face expressed shock and bewilderment. The guildmates and the girl from the reception stared at the disappeared guild master with mixed feelings. It was a real shock for the girl to see how such an outstanding warrior as the guild master began to cry at the sight of this young man. After they left, the rest of the guild began to discuss what had happened. The master cried, they said. This cannot be an accident, some noted. Everyone gathered at the door and began to actively speculate about what could be hidden behind these mysterious events. And finding himself alone, the guildmaster, in fact, could not hide his tears. He discovered his long-lost comrade, who was thought to have passed away from the world 10 years ago. This unexpected meeting turned out to be an incredible event for him, and emotions overwhelmed his soul. The guildmaster hugged Locke and happily repeated, "You're alive. You have returned to us, as you promised, Locke." However, Locke did not share his enthusiasm and struggled with the storm of emotions that rolled over him. He begged the guildmaster to let him go and tried to get rid of his tight embrace. Freeing himself from the guildmaster's embrace, Locke looked at him. "Please stop your crying," he said, trying to convince the master. "You're an adult now," Locke added. The guildmaster, although he denied that he was crying, continued to sob. Lak, watching the guildmaster, realized that he was not indifferent to his condition. It always bothered him to see girls cry. But it bothered him even more when old men cried because of him. Despite the guildmaster's attempts to hide his tears, Lak insisted that he felt his emotions and began to truly talk to him. There was tea and a huge pile of cakes at the table. The cakes looked sweet and delicious, and their aroma filled the room, creating a cozy atmosphere. Lak, seeing such delicious delicacies, immediately began to eat them without hiding his pleasure. Between sips and bites he exclaimed, "This is delicious. I taste so good to you too." Enjoying the taste, he found it hard to believe that he had the opportunity to taste such excellent food again. Lak, still enjoying the cakes, continued the conversation. "How did you know I was here?" he asked the guildmaster. He began to tell, "I was told that someone calling himself Lak came to my house. I thought about it and decided that if it was really you, then I should return to the guild." The guildmaster, watching Lak happily eating all the sweets, asked, "Are you hungry?" Lak smiled happily, his eyes full of joy. "Yeah, really. I haven't eaten real food in 10 years and this is such a nice taste," he said. He was very pleased to feel how his energy was restored thanks to this food, because he usually fueled his strength with the draining touch. Golan, seeing Lak enjoying the cakes, decided not to stay away. He took away a whole tray of delicacies and, with a stern expression on his face, looked at his comrade. Lak asked, "What are you doing, Golan?" He answered with a smile, "You can't have any more sweets. You're too small to eat so many sweets." Lak, despite the temptation of sweets, began to reach for them, claiming that everything was fine with him. However, Galen said, "Who in their right mind would fill their stomach with solid food after 10 years of fasting and all the hardships they went through? I can't let you die because of something as stupid as indigestion." Lak began to tease the guildmaster, pulling his cheek in an attempt to get him to give him the sweets, but the guildmaster resisted and stubbornly asked to bring rice porridge instead of sweets. Lak was offended by the guildmaster and said, "You didn't listen to me, although I said I was fine." There was a hint of disappointment in his voice, and he felt a little offended. This man, carrying a tray with the long-awaited rice porridge, carefully watched Lak. "Judging by the way you tried to take away the sweets, you are quite energetic for someone who just returned from such a difficult test," he said, turning to Lak and the guild master. Golan turned around and saw a hooded man coming with rice porridge. "Oh, so you finally come to us," Golan said, expressing his joy at meeting him. Later, Lak noticed his former comrade standing there, with a plate and radiating the joy of meeting him. "They were stora." The gaze directed at Lak, who generously gave his time and himself to protect them, was full of admiration and gratitude. Lak stared at the man and asked in amazement, "Eric, is that really you?" Eric, in turn, began to hug Lak, speaking as if he were the voice. He said, "You're back, Lord. I'm so glad you're back." Lak looked at his comrade and reflected that it seems even this ladies' man had managed to grow old. He began to cry and said, "You returned to us, as you promised. You did a great job, and you should be rewarded." However, Lak peered at these two old men who were showing too much emotion, and he felt very worried about them. They were so worried about him. Eric continued to cry, saying that too much had passed, 10 whole years, and they even thought that Lak was dead. However, he grinned and said, "It's okay, I'm home now." There was only one phrase in his mind: 10 years is too long for them. Both of these warriors began to cry when they saw their comrade, to whom they had already said goodbye here, years ago, and finally the three of them were reunited again. Lak looked at these two huge guys and hoped that they would stop crying soon. And then they finally calmed down. Lak took his food and began to eat it, not expecting that rice porridge could be so tasty. Once they found out that Lak hadn't eaten anything in over 10 years, they started feeding him again. It became clear to them how hungry he was, and from their lips came the phrase that he had been starving for the good of our world for 10 years. Lak looked at them and felt ashamed because his comrades had become too sentimental. Eric looked at Lak and was surprised that 10 whole years had passed. But Lak, to his surprise, had not aged a little. Galen also noticed this feature and shouted that, on the contrary, Lake began to look even younger. Lak began to explain that when he defeated the demon lord with withering touch, it seemed to absorb all of his life force. Perhaps this was the reason why he acquired such a youthful appearance. Upon hearing this news, they were both stunned, and not a single sentence could escape their lips. Lak asked them, "What, did I say something wrong?" They then shouted in unison, "Did you defeat him? Did you destroy the demon lord himself by yourself?" Galen attacked him with questions.
Surprised, Lake replied, "Yes, I defeated the demon lord. He recovered and attacked me, and I had no choice but to kill him during the battle."
Eric and Galen looked at each other. There was misunderstanding in their eyes. How could it be that they were only able to cut off the demon lord's hand and slightly wound him, but Lak was able to defeat such a powerful being alone? After this, they began to condemn what had happened, considering it incredible that Lake not only held off the army of demons, but also personally killed their lords, which only an entire country could do. They thought he was too strong. Luck felt embarrassed by this and said, "Indeed, I seem to be exaggerating. There was nothing so complicated here." After some time, Eric began to reflect, claiming that he was not exaggerating the situation. The entire country was preparing for the imminent invasion of the demon lord. Eric even had to significantly enhance his fighting abilities in order to match the power of such an impressive and terrifying creature. Lak relaxed and continued to listen carefully to everything Eric said. Eric claimed that only he, as a true hero, could destroy the demon lord with one powerful blow and save everyone else. Then they gallantly began to feast and rejoiced, realizing that now they had to prepare a truly magnificent reward for Lak. Galen addressed Eric with respect, calling him king. Lak was amazed by this address to Eric and said, "King Eric, have you really become a ruler?" He began to worry and asked Eric, "Eric, have you become the king of this country?" Later he remembered that he himself belonged to the royal family. Eric, in response, said that he was awarded for his services in repelling the attack of the army of demons, and now he really was the king. He was amazed and wondered how his friends achieved great things, especially since Eric became the king of this country. While Galen became the master of the Adventurers Guild, he also earned an honorable and respected place in society. After this, Lak became more and more thoughtful, believing that he and his associates had achieved a lot. However, Galen intervened and, turning to Lak, asked, "What are you talking about?" Galen continued to claim that Lak was their savior, as he was a great sage and archmage, as well as a duke. Lak was amazed by his comrade's impressive statement. An atmosphere of confusion hung in the air, and they began to argue about what this mysterious word, Ertz, could mean. Lak claimed that he had no idea of its meaning and did not even know what it was. He also asked, "What kind of fanzine is this?" Eric began to calm Lak down, trying to resolve the confusion. He then explained that they simply wanted to reward Lak for his brave act of stopping the demon army by sacrificing himself for others. Eric then pointed to the statues and said that he did this right after the Luck Monument was erected. Lok looked at his own statue and remembered, "Oh yes, this is also my monument." Eric went on to explain that the other nobles did not object to him being given the title of duke. The government of the small country agreed, and no one objected, even though he had no family, children, or relatives. Lak rocked freely in his chair and recalled that apparently everyone believed that he was dead. That is why everyone so easily accepted giving him the title of duke. Galen's answer was short. "Yes, it is. We no longer hoped that you would be able to return alive." Hearing this, Lake thought about it. He didn't want everyone to know that he was alive. He did not want to participate in this game where he had to show up and be aware of everything just to gain someone's respect. He also did not want assassins to be sent to him after it was revealed that he was still alive. Eric thought about it and came to the conclusion that they had come to a certain decision. If Luck had returned alive, he would at least have had a shot at the title. Lak, in turn, became thoughtful, and realized that it seemed that he no longer had a choice but to become a nobleman and accept it as an inevitable reality. Lake also had a request to the head of the guild, who was the guild master. From scratch, however, he asked, "Do you want to start at the lowest rank?" Galen began to shout, "Are you out of your mind? Do you want to destroy your entire history as a top-ranking adventurer? Come to your senses."
However, Luck remained adamant, as he saw this as a great opportunity to start over, and he decided to do just that.
Looking at Lack's decision, Galen could only agree. He tried to understand Lack by expressing his fears about boredom and losing all his achievements. Galen suggested going in search of stronger opponents, but Lack was unshakable and did not want to listen to such proposals. Lake looked at the free city and the sky, and his heart was filled with inspiration before this magnificent picture. Luck began to say that he was already tired of talking about strong opponents. After all these 10 years, he almost exclusively fought with monsters, which are even difficult to imagine. Galen and Eric looked at their comrade, remembering those times of battle that were earlier and realizing that now, finally, their friend was back, and they would again create new history together. After this, Eric came to Lack's defense and offered to give him a new adventurer ID, given that Lack was clearly thinking about the future. Arguing that Lack needed to start a new life, Eric convincingly asked Galen to make a new adventurer ID for him. He addressed Galen as the guild master, assuring that this would not cause any problems and would help restore Lack to a new beginning. Galen took this request seriously and agreed to help, stating that they could rely on him for such an easy matter. And so they successfully created a new adventurer card with a new name, completely different from the one Luck had before. Now he had the opportunity to start his new life with a clean slate. Lack looked at this card with bewilderment, since it did not contain his first and last name at all. Taking a closer look at the card, Lack asked Galen, "Am I called Rock now?" This card bore his full name, Lack Rock Franzen. Galen arranged for only his middle name, Rock, to be visible. Lack looked in bewilderment at being given a new name and changing his profession. Now he has become an ordinary F-rank warrior. These changes gave him mixed feelings. Galen explained that his main profession as a magician and sang was hidden using magic, and now no one would know about it. This explained the changes to Lack's card and his new role as an F-rank warrior. Galen explained that now everyone else will only see Lack's second profession, a warrior. They completely hid his main profession, and now it cannot be seen without a special magical device, which is located only in the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. This made Lack more anonymous and protected from prying eyes. Lack happily listened to all of Galen's explanations about how his adventurer card could not be faked, and how no one would be able to reveal his true identity. Luck then asked forgiveness from his comrade for having to break the rules so that he could live in peace and without fear. However, Galen shrugged it off and said that everything was fine, but now he needed a good rest. He invited Lack to spend the night at his house since he had many free rooms. Lack thanked his friend again for his kindness and willingness to help. After that, they headed to the house that belonged to Galen. Galen wanted to show Lack his new place of residence. Lack looked with interest at the surrounding area in this city, realizing that a lot of time had passed and a lot had changed. He will have to get used to this new reality and environment. Lack came to terms with the innovations and decisively decided to start a new life in this unfamiliar city. He began to remember that more than 10 years had passed and their situation had changed. He hoped that if he could return, they could all go on new adventures together like before. And so here we can see how Lack, striding forward with confidence, accepts this new reality and his destiny intertwined with it. From this moment on, his completely new life begins as the adventurer Rock, and he intends to live this life to the fullest. Several days passed after Lack returned. We watched them set up breakfast. There was meat, bread, eggs, and butter on the table. The gentleman who was eating was approached by his butler. Theodore approached and began to ask Galen if Lack was still sleeping. given that several days had already passed. He expressed concern about Lak's condition and suggested calling a doctor to examine him. Galen began to wonder if the butler might be worrying too much. After all, Lak has lived 10 years fighting alone, and now he just needs a rest. Galen decided to check on his comrade, and saw him sleeping, carefree and peaceful. He began to cry, but his tears were joyful, for he realized that Lak had finally received a well-deserved rest. Looking at him, sleeping peacefully, Galen realized that the man who had been fighting alone for the past 10 years was now in a peaceful place, and he could sleep peacefully, feeling completely protected, without fear for his safety. And a few days later, they started knocking on Lak's room. It was one of the butlers, who did not know the real identity of our hero. He said, Roxan, perhaps I can come here." However, Lak had just woken up and he wasn't ready for any activity. He just wanted to rest. Reluctantly getting up, he noticed that he really wanted to eat, and he would also be glad to rest a little more. The butler became more and more insistent, continuing to knock and ask, "Roxan, are you awake? Can I come in, Roxan?" Lak listened and continued to be perplexed. "Roxan, who is this?" he thought. After some time, it dawned on him that it must be him. After all, he received a new name, which was not at all like his previous one. Opening the door, Lak asked the butler, "What happened? I woke up." The butler responded with relief, "You are still alive." "What a relief! We were already very worried about you." Lak, calmly scratching his leg, replied, "Obviously I'm alive. What could happen in such a calm and crowded place?" The butler continued with a trembling voice, "You haven't left your room for a whole week, so I, like all of us here, were very worried about you." After which Lak shouted very loudly, "A week? Did I sleep for a whole week?" The butler replied, "Yes, the owner said not to wake you, no matter what happens. However, we were still worried about you." Lak answered embarrassedly, "Thank you, of course, for your concern, but since a whole week has passed, it's time for me to eat something." They started heading towards the dining room, and Lak asked, "Is Galen here? I'd like to see him." The butler replied, "Yes, he is here. He is waiting for you in the dining room, which is where we are going." Leisurely entering the dining room, Lak greeted Galen and said, "I'm finally awake, I feel rested." Galen greeted him back. After which, Lak began to examine the food and noticed that it looked very appetizing. Galen began to ask him, "I must have disturbed you by sending my butler to you." Afterwards, Galen said, "Here they prepared a special dish, especially for you." Lak looked into the bowl and noticed that it was rice porridge again. He was clearly not enthusiastic about this kind of food. However, he started eating porridge, probably because he hadn't eaten for a week. Galen, during his meal, asked, "What will you do today? Perhaps you still want to rest a little." Finishing his porridge, Lak said that no, today he will not rest, because he has already recovered enough of his strength, and he will go to the guild to look for a new job. Galen laughed when he heard all this and wished him luck, warning him not to work too hard on his first day at the guild. Afterwards, a conversation began between them. Lak asked, "If I find myself a new adventure, will I need a new magic bag?" Galen knew this would happen, and he prepared for it in advance. Lak was happy about this and thanked his comrade for taking such good care of him. After that, Lak began to get dressed, putting on all of his things that he needed to hunt monsters and complete tasks. Having collected the complete set, he was ready to hit the road. Confidence and enthusiasm shone in his eyes as a completely new adventure awaited him. That day, the sun shone brightly, and the wind playfully swayed the leaves on the trees. However, at that time, the girl was focusing on her training, and hearing the rustling of leaves, she began training. Her movements were like smooth notes in the music of nature, precise and harmonious. Her fencing was more like a dance, where every movement was like a choreographic element. It was beautiful and outstanding, like an elegant performance, and her confidence in every movement gave it a special deadly grandeur. Her sword moved silently, like music in the stillness of the night, cutting through the air with impeccable precision. In her hands, he lay confidently, like an extension of her very will. After her workout, she took a towel and began to gently dry herself. But suddenly something unusual caught her attention. It turned out that it was Lack, which attracted the attention of the butler. They began a lively and unexpected dialogue, and the girl, not wanting to interfere, decided to listen and find out what was happening. The butler bowed his head to Lack, admitting his sins. "I'm already having nightmares because of my vile behavior that day," he said, trying to make amends. Lack, young and decisive, waved his hand and replied, "Come on, I was in rags then, and it's not your fault. I probably would have done the same thing if I were you." After this, the butler continued, "I am deeply grateful to you for your mercy. Please forgive me. Be kind." Lack proudly accepted the butler's apology and waved to him with a smile. "We'll see you again." The girl stood hidden behind a tree, carefully watching this unusual scene. Her mind was filled with just one question. What is happening, and why is the butler of such an influential house apologizing to the young guy? Events unfolded before her eyes, and she felt that this moment hid many secrets. Walking around the city, Lack again drew attention to his own statue. She was great. He stood staring at the statue and said, "Yes, I'll probably never get used to such majestic beauty." Suddenly, a boy walked behind him and unexpectedly fell. Lack quickly turned around to see what was happening and saw the moment when the boy fell. The boy's mother said, "You see what happens when you don't look at your feet." The boy began to cry, and Lama and his mother approached him. Mother said, "You are such a crybaby. You will never become such a great person as Lack herself." These words greatly confused Lack. The boy, wiping his tears, assured that he would not cry any more and expressed his desire to become a hero. His mother praised him and said he was a wonderful child. Lack was upset because he wanted his name not to be used to lecture others. His desire was for his name to become a symbol of freedom and self-expression, rather than a vehicle for lessons and instruction. After that, he headed to the Adventurers Guild headquarters to take on his first task. His heart was full of determination and thirst for adventure. He stood at the quest stand, which had a wide variety of missions on display, and carefully chose which quest he found most interesting and exciting. He was happy because there were no overly difficult tasks available, such as hunting dragons or fighting demons. This meant that society was currently in relative peace, and he could focus on more accessible and safer assignments. He knelt down and began to review the tasks for beginners. Reading the descriptions carefully, he noticed that tasks with good rewards usually involved teamwork. This meant that he would have to share money with other members of his team if he chose such a mission. Ultimately, he chose the task despite its difficulty and small reward. This decision was made out of a desire to test myself and take on a challenge, and not for the sake of material gain. After that, he went to the reception to confirm his choice. The girl behind the desk was carefully examining the task he had chosen, and perhaps assessing his determination and readiness for this mission. Placing the task on the table, she asked, "Are you sure you can handle this task alone?" Lack beamed with confidence and replied, "I can handle it." After that, the girl began to explain, "You know that the task of destroying goblins is quite dangerous for individuals, and I would recommend a team to you. I cannot put you on this task alone." Lack insisted on his determination, and insisted that he knew everything, and everything would be fine. After all, he was the only one who knew that he actually had a high S rank, and not an initial F rank. The girl insisted and persuaded him more and more, pointing out the danger for newcomers, who often died due to underestimating goblins. She was worried about his safety, but Lack confidently continued to assert that he would be fine and that he would cope. The girl started to get angry, because she cared deeply about Lack and didn't want him to risk his life. She insisted that he take his elder's advice and join the team to increase his chances of completing the mission safely. Luck began to realize that the girl was seriously worried about him and truly cared about his well-being. He realized that she was a kind and caring girl who did not want to let him go on a task that could be completed calmly in another guild. While talking with the girl, a guy approached them and asked, "Would you mind going with us on this mission?" Turning around, he saw two people, a girl and a guy. They began to explain that they were both adventurers, just like Luck. They then suggested that he create a team to complete this task together. They just needed someone with magic to become the vanguard. The girl asked Lake if he was a warrior and suggested that they go on a journey together. The girl at the reception was delighted with such a great offer. After this, the girl immediately confirmed the task, indicating that they now had 3 and they had successfully destroyed the goblins. However, Luck was confused as he had not yet given his consent to travel with this team. The girl looked at him more than 100 times with that look and said, "It's better for all 3 of you to go, because it will definitely be safer." Her persistence and caring became evident, and Luck began to realize that this was indeed a smart decision. Luck was surprised by the girl's persistence and agreed. His team members were encouraged, knowing that they would now have one more person traveling with them. The new member gave the team additional reliability and hoped that together they would cope with the task. As he walked outside, Luck began to say, "I hope that we will be a well-functioning team and will be able to successfully complete the task." They responded together, "We also hope that we will be a great team and get through this together." The new team was full of hope and determination to succeed. They introduced themselves. The guy's name was Arayo, and he was a wizard who could use fireball spells. Ginny was the girl on the team, and she had long-range attack skills using a bow. Thus, the team was versatile and prepared for different situations during their adventures. As they began their journey, it turned out that Arya and Ginny were brother and sister. They were specialists in exterminating goblins in the countryside. Arya was 18 years old, and Ginny was 17. They were very young adventurers, but their experience and skills made them valuable members of the team. Turning around, Arya asked if Rock was the same age as them. However, Lake was confused because he entered a dimensional rift when he was 30 and fought for 10 years. He was now a 40-year-old man, and this indeed made his involvement with the Frankish adventurers quite suspicious. After that, he said in despair that he was a little older than them, but his new team laughed and noticed that he looked quite young and energetic.
They began to walk further, going deeper into the forest, making their way along spotted paths. Their adventure was just beginning, and a forest full of secrets and dangers opened before them.
The girl climbed up the hill and showed them the way. The guys went forward to explore this area in more details. The team continued on their way, carefully exploring the surrounding area. And so they continued on their way all day, and when it was approaching night, they felt tired from the long journey. As evening approached, to keep warm and scare away the animals, they began to make a fire. The fire gave them warmth and light, making the night less threatening. Lying down and leaning his back against a tree, Lack reflected that it had been a long time since he had camped or traveled like this. The last time he went on adventures like this was when he traveled with Eric and Galen. These memories of past adventures were nostalgic and brought back fond memories. Looking at the fire in the fire, Lack remembered how they once sat by the fire together and rejoiced that they were still alive after another battle. Those moments with close friends were precious to him and filled his heart with warmth. Lack looked at all this and realized that there would be no more times like this. Nostalgia for past adventures and friends filled his heart, but he knew that every adventure brought its own unique challenges. Arya began to ask Roxanne why he took the task of exterminating the goblins. Ginny also noted that this is a rather difficult task for which it pays little and few people want to do such a thing. Lack looked at them and asked in response, "Why did you accept such a difficult and poorly paid task?" They looked at each other and had only one answer. Arya and Ginny told the story that when they were children, their village was often attacked by goblins. They were poor and could not afford to hire adventurers for protection. Therefore, they had to take full responsibility to destroy these dangerous creatures in order to protect their family and village. After this, they remembered that there are many places in this world, other than their village, that suffer from goblin attacks. It was because of this that they became adventurers, and primarily focused on killing goblins to help other places and protect them from these dangerous creatures. Ginny turned to Luck and said, "You probably took this assignment because you're worried about farmers and ordinary people who can't afford protection." Lying down, Lack replied, "Yes, I suppose that's exactly how it is." The girl was happy because she already knew that by his appearance one could tell that he was a rather kind and courageous warrior, ready to help others. After that, they started to come up with a plan, as they needed to build up their resolve and develop a strategy to attack the goblins and save the village. Determination and a well-thought-out plan were key elements of their mission. Lying down, Luck noticed that Arya and Ginny were very good and responsible. He realized that his job as the eldest of the team was to inspire these young adventurers like them to be willing to selflessly protect ordinary citizens and make the world a safer place. After this, Lack thought about it and realized that now he would act much more carefully than he usually did. He felt responsible for his team and understood that their safety and success were as important as protecting the village from the goblins. The next morning, the entire team was already close to the village that had previously been attacked by goblins. Their mission was approaching its climactic moment, and they prepared to face danger to protect the village. The girl began to communicate with local residents and ask them about goblins. She wondered what they knew about the goblin attacks and what losses they suffered due to these attacks. Obtaining information from local residents was an important step in developing a more effective action plan. She diligently recorded all the information she received from the locals, realizing that as much detail as possible would help them better understand who they would be fighting. Knowing the characteristics and tactics of goblins was important to effectively deal with this threat. After collecting information, the girl began to analyze that the goblins destroyed the entire grain supply for 2 months, 2 oxen, and 3 sheep. She also noticed that the locals were talking about frequent attacks in the west and suggested that goblins might be entering the city through this fence. This data helped them better understand what awaited them and how to prepare for the battle with the goblins. After collecting information, the team found an approximate location that was near the mountains. This indicated that the goblins' hideout was probably somewhere in the mountains. Considering the range of the goblins, they knew that the shelter was even closer. The team began to analyze that the number of goblins in the shelter should be a little more than 14. The guy noted that this could be confirmation that the goblins were indeed hiding there and preparing for a massive attack. Lack was wary and decided not to interfere with these young adventurers, but simply follow their plan. He trusted his team and knew that each of them was capable of completing their task. At sunset, the team decided to go to the goblin lair. They were ready to face this threat and protect the village from attack. Walking along the path to the goblin lair, the team began to carefully examine every detail of the environment. They tried to figure out exactly where the goblins were hiding and to watch out for any signs of traps. The girl continued to move carefully, following the path, and carefully examined the surrounding space. Suddenly she noticed something suspicious, which could be the key to solving the mystery of the goblin lair. The girl pointed to the place and said that they need to go there, since the goblin lair is quite close. She then called Lack to come with her and help her investigate this suspicious place. Together they continued on their way, following her instructions. Luck looked closely at Ginny and noticed that she really was a good scout. Her ability to read tracks and her quick wit made her a valuable member of the team. He also noticed that she didn't look like an ordinary entry rank holder. However, something remained in Lack's head that did not give him peace. Luck began to realize that Ginny might have missed tracks that were covered up and made a mistake in estimating the number of goblins. This could have been a serious oversight and a danger to the entire team. Laka was even more surprised that goblins, as a rule, are not considered particularly intelligent creatures capable of hiding their tracks. Lack realized that this could only mean one thing, that there was someone or something who controlled these goblins. Examining the tracks, Lack called Ginny to come to him. He obviously wanted to share his observations. The lady, who turned around, feeling the severity of the circumstances, could not help but ask the question, "Did something happen?" Lack started scratching his head and replied, "Don't worry, nothing like that happened." However, a thought ripened in his head. When raising someone, you need to remember to make them aware of their actions. And I decided to teach her an important lesson. Barak's inner voice reminds us that mistakes are part of learning, especially when you're young and determined. A hug in the heat of battle becomes a symbol of desperate protection. Rock hugs Arno and Ginny, acknowledging the unspoken burden of responsibility that rests on his shoulders. An abandoned mine opens in front of them. It seems that they have found the goal of their long journey. Old wooden structures and dark openings in the walls evoke anxiety. Rock peers into the darkness, noticing two guards. He understands that this is not just a mine, but something larger and possibly more dangerous. The mine tunnels wind menacingly into the depths of the earth. Rock realizes that their intricacy could become a trap in an attack. Questions and doubts arise about the enemy's numbers. Arno asks a question, which Rock answers with some uncertainty, anticipating a difficult struggle. Rock thinks that they could gain valuable experience, but at the same time, he is aware of the risks that could cost them their lives. Arno suggests treading carefully, and Rock comes up with a plan. He will go ahead, covered by Arno's bow, while Ginny will follow the magic. Lac accepted this thought and said that he would go forward, asking her to cover him with her bow. The girl agreed, warning that it could be dangerous if they underestimated the goblins. Suddenly, a deafening sound breaks the silence, and everyone's attention is instantly drawn to the source of the noise. The goblin's face is captured in a moment of rage and malice, his eyes and teeth expressing a ruthless threat. A warrior in a black cloak with a spear in his hands is preparing for battle. His face is hidden, but his body is arched, full of determination and tension. The text in the bubble reads, "I'll start with one," as if it were marking the beginning of a journey or a long-awaited confrontation. A young man in uniform, with a sword in his right hand, stands bravely in front of a faceless enemy, whose body is distorted by painful curves. In the speech bubble, the text shows his internal conflict. He could kill both of them at once, but something makes him stop. The monster's face is captured in a moment of rage and agony, when it is consumed by its own painful screaming. His eyes are bulging and his mouth is open in a silent scream, reflecting his savagery and despair. The archer girl looks towards the invisible enemy, with surprise and determination in her eyes. Her posture is tense, ready to release an arrow from her bow, while a speech bubble speaks of her dedication to the action. For the genie, from above, a courageous young warrior, is seen looking down at the archer girl. His words acknowledge her skill in archery. He is surprised by her exceptional abilities, which is expressed in his words about her speed. Their conversation takes us to the moment of battle, where one hero tells another to cover him and a third to follow him. There is a sense of teamwork and mutual assistance between allies. The shooter remains in full concentration as he draws the bowstring, preparing to shoot. Everything around her is absorbed in the battle, but her attention is focused exclusively on the target. In this tension, the culmination of the upcoming action is felt. Amazement freezes on the archer girl's face as she leans back slightly, as if dodging an unknown danger or surprised by an unexpected turn in battle. A young warrior with a sword and shield resists the blow with effort, his face filled with determination and fear at the same time. Drops of sweat on his forehead and clenched lips indicate the severity of the struggle and the tension of the moment.
Finally, the next shot shows us both heroes, the warrior and the monster facing off. The words "ho" can foreshadow the decisive moment of the fight, when the battle may end.
Three warriors, a woman and two men, one of whom is an archer, are surprised and tired when they discover that there are more opponents than they expected. They stand at the threshold of a destroyed building, realizing that the fight is not over yet. One of the warriors is clearly shocked by the number of defeated enemies. His astonished cry that they have already killed 30 is interrupted by bewilderment in the face of the inexplicable. Black holds a gnawed apple in his hand with a critical look. His gaze and facial expressions express bewilderment and anxiety, perhaps about a recent discovery or upcoming difficulties. One of the warriors sits on the ground, tired and shocked. The possibility that a more powerful enemy is behind the goblin horde worries him, while his comrade confirms his fears. The warrior, with a look of shock on his face, tries to process his comrade's words, suggesting that they are facing an unprecedented and dangerous enemy, something that surpasses their previous experience. Amid the destruction, a warrior talks about reaching the limit of his powers, asking a comrade about the possibility of using the last spell, while the archer wonders about the number of arrows she has left. A group of heroes gather together to discuss their next steps. There is dark, uncharted territory ahead of them, and they must decide what to do next. Amid the destruction, one of the warriors makes a strong call for retreat, his face contorted with desperation and determination, knowing that sometimes it is better to save his strength for future battles. As the brooding warrior recognizes that someone more powerful is likely behind the goblin horde, their suspicions deepen as they realize they are facing a new and powerful foe. Facing imminent conflict, without arrows or magic, a group of warriors is faced with a decision that could determine the outcome of their campaign and perhaps their entire fate. The heroes suddenly shout, "Is it coming this way? So what?" breaks the silence, foreshadowing impending danger. In their voices one can feel not only surprise but also anxiety. They look down the gloomy corridor, where the dark silhouettes of monsters multiply, creating the impression of a looming threat that is rapidly approaching them. Amidst the harsh sounds of pop pop pop, the goblin overlord's attention is drawn to him, standing out among the horde for his size and power, emphasizing his dominant position. Horror and confusion are reflected on the faces of the heroes. In their eyes there is a reflection of the approaching danger, which becomes more and more real with each passing moment. His gaze was full of determination and anger towards other people. He longed for destruction and struggle. Lak said, "Try not to make too much noise, because this monster resembles a goblin lord." Both of them were shocked. "Is the goblin overlord here? We were just about to deal with a regular goblin troop that was terrorizing the village," one of them said. However, the problem was something else. A goblin overlord suddenly appeared in front of them. Despite the unexpectedness of the situation, Lak was confident that he could cope with it without difficulty. This goblin destroyed not only everyone who tried to invade his domain, but also his comrades. His piercing gaze evoked the feeling that he was aware of the loss of all his comrades and had a desire to take revenge on the offenders. The sinister goblin overlord lets out a menacing roar that reflects his primal power and fearsome nature. One of the heroes makes the insightful remark, "He doesn't look like one who could give smart advice to goblins." This emphasizes that there is a stronger, more insidious force behind the villain. The character's courage and determination are at their peak when they come face to face with the monster, each of them ready to challenge the evil that lurks in the dark. One of the warriors, full of battle excitement, rushes forward, his cry of "Roy Kaiks" filled with menace and intent to destroy. The enemy's onslaught is powerful and relentless, but the heroes do not give up. They meet his challenge by acknowledging the seriousness of the threat without losing hope. "De berstrijkt stodust auf die Korzalter, hang serious, dat vriend voit, zoals." The battle comes to a head when one of the heroes, armed with a sword, makes a desperate leap aimed straight at the goblin lord's heart. The force of the clash explodes in a dynamic scene where courage and strength, valor and bestial fury collide. The warrior girl with ears and tail leapt into the air, eager to deliver a more devastating blow to her nemesis. The swing of the hero's sword, saying "little dog," and his determination not to give up no matter what, represents his unshakable spirit. Once again the goblin lord, despite his enormous strength, faces the hero who shouts, "You must not stand in my way," demonstrating his willingness to fight to the end. The final blow, when the heroine decisively plunges her weapon into the monster, reflects the peak of the battle and their desire to protect their world from darkness. The industry feinstreiks tirewa, vex, queer. Fiperdreis chasiger fruwas. The girl with kitten ears looked persistent and dissatisfied. Her eyes are narrowed, looking in an unknown direction, as if she is ready for a fight. The girl takes a defensive stance. Her legs are spread wide, and her arms are crossed in front of her, as if she is ready to repel any attack. Her ears are tense and upturned, reflecting her fighting spirit. Suddenly the situation changes. Man and child, they appear shocked and frightened, as if they have just encountered unexpected danger. The darkness is torn apart by a ringing scream, and at that moment it becomes clear that the situation is out of control. It seems that the whole world is engulfed in chaos. In the next image, a dark abyss opens up before us, like a gateway to the unknown. They seem frightening and insurmountable. Their darkness sucks you in, leaving no hope of salvation. The next moment is a desperate flight. The characters rush towards the exit, as if trying to escape the inevitable fate that awaits them in the darkness. There is a call to action in the air, a call to salvation. They merge together in a chaotic quest for survival. There are explosions and destruction all around, among which they are trying to find a way to salvation. A powerful explosion suddenly interrupts their path, stunning them and knocking them off their feet. This is a moment of testing, when every second one expects the worst. In the end, the girl stands up in the face of danger. Like a shield protecting her comrades, her determination is written all over her face. She will not allow any evil to pass her by. And now, before her surprised gaze, a man appears, offering help. His calm confidence contrasts with the chaos around him. The man confidently declares his readiness to help, in response to which the girl with kitten ears, full of indignation, demands to know why he has not yet gotten down to business. The next moment shows a man standing to the side of the fight, urging people not to interfere with him, which emphasizes the tension of the moment and the uncertainty of the outcome of the battle. The battle flares up with renewed vigor. The man watches in horror at the girls, who, like a tigress, rushes into the attack, demonstrating her unshakable courage and determination. Her surprise knows no bounds when the man makes an unexpected remark. He hints at the wrong time to attack, as if there is some secret hidden in his words. A girl full of determination does not allow anyone to doubt her abilities. She is not someone to be underestimated, even despite her outward softness. The man sheepishly tries to explain that his words were misinterpreted. There is confusion and misunderstanding in his voice. The girl looks in complete bewilderment at the man, who is clumsily trying to justify himself, and her face expresses a complete lack of understanding of what is happening. Then Lak realized that the only real drawback was his sword, which was not strong enough for such a powerful warrior. After this, the girl with cat ears is left alone with the Goblin Lord, who has a huge spiked club in his hand. She skillfully dodges his blow by ducking at the right moment. The man makes an unexpected offer of help, but the girl resolutely rejects him, claiming that she herself is capable of more and would prefer to end the battle faster. The girl with kitten ears exerts all her strength, grabbing the sword with both hands. Her eyes are hidden under shadow, giving her the appearance of a determined and mysterious warrior, ready for the decisive blow. With an opponent whose mask hides any emotion, the air is filled with loud laughter. This laughter echoes in the tense atmosphere of the battle, as if foreshadowing the inevitable clash. The force of the impact is so great that the space around it seems distorted, as if reality itself is giving way to the power of the collision. The girl's hand stretches out in a desperate attempt to reach the sword, which slips from her hands. Her face expresses shock and horror at the unexpected turn of events. She is surprised to find that her opponent, the monster, is already nearby. His huge fist froze in the air, ready to strike her with destructive force. However, the girl suffered a hand injury after jumping away from the blow. Emotions of pain and despair were clearly visible on her face. Lak could not look at what was happening any longer, and decided to intervene in this fight. He stood in front of the girl, preparing to protect her. The girl looked at him in surprise and said, "Hey, where did you go? It was my fight." Suddenly, the man springs into action, emphatically declaring that he won't ask any more questions and will simply do what he has to do. Concentrated, he makes a powerful thrust with his sword, earning the admiration of the girl who watches his actions. His determination and strength are reinforced by the confidence in his eyes. The man's gaze is piercing, focused, and full of determination. His eyes, hidden behind his flowing hair, reflect firmness of spirit and unwavering intentions. He is ready to fight to the end, despite any obstacles. His eyes widened, reflecting the rapidly approaching danger. The eyelashes are tense, and the eyebrow is raised in anticipation of a close encounter. This is the moment when time stands still, awaiting the decisive move. His lips are slightly parted, expressing mixed feelings, both determination and a slight trace of surprise. They seem ready to say something important that will change the course of the battle, but the words freeze before the action. With cruelty and uncompromisingness, he strikes decisively with his sword, cutting through the air and space in front of him. In this movement lies all his strength and hope for victory. She opened her eyes wide, full of horror and inability to believe what was happening. Surprise and fear are frozen in her gaze. She understands that events are taking an unexpected turn. On the battlefield, a man moves forward decisively, his body full of strength and dynamism. It is as if he is trying to break through the sounds and chaos around him created by his opponent, a monster who is not inferior to him. He peered at the ruler with the only desire to kill him and win, proving that people are superior to any monster. His main goal was to protect his comrades. After that, he lunged forward and delivered 2 devastating blows. The Goblin Lord was shattered into several pieces, and his club was also cut. Lack noticed that this monster was making too much noise. Her face, framed by soft kitten ears, is illuminated by a gleam of surprise and disbelief. She watches the scene unfold before her, unable to hide her emotions. He rises to the challenge, without hesitating in the face of danger. His pose suggests that he is not going to retreat and is ready to challenge fate itself. The warrior looks over his shoulder. His face is calm, his gaze is confident. He seems to be asking his invisible interlocutor if he was hurt in the fight, but he does this without words, only with a silent look, full of care and attention. The monster's shadow rises above the devastated land, its form menacing and indomitable. The sharp spikes of his shell are a reminder of the strength and power he wields and the destructive fury he can bring down on his enemies. The girl with kitten ears opens her mouth in bewilderment, trying to express her thoughts, which are interrupted by the surprise of the picture that opens before her. She wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. The man with his eyes closed smiles slightly, as if mocking the situation they all find themselves in. His calmness and confidence are unperturbed even in the face of danger. The young adventurer treats what is happening around him with delight and ease, despite the seriousness of the moment. His energy and nonchalance bring a touch of humor to the tense atmosphere of battle. He stands with a bewildered and slightly irritated look. His hands are down, and his gaze is directed downward. Before his inner gaze, questions arise about what is happening, but there are no answers. She stares in amazement at the object in the man's hands, her eyes wide with surprise. The discovery forces her to take a new look at her companion. She is confused, her gaze is full of questions, and the man looks at her with a slight smile, hinting at some secret that he is about to reveal. The man's apologies sound sincere. He admits his mistake, and his posture speaks of his readiness for new challenges and adventures that lie ahead. A girl with kitten ears is on her knees. Her gaze is raised to the man, full of hope and expectation, while he, standing nearby, is ready to take charge of the situation. A girl with kitten ears sits cross-legged and looks straight ahead. Her big eyes reflect curiosity, and a slight smile plays on her lips. She is full of enthusiasm and ready for new discoveries to be made together with her companions. The girl with cat ears bowed to Luck and sincerely expressed her gratitude to him for saving her. Luck embarrassedly began to answer, "You don't need to be so modest. Get up." The guy started to walk away, but she continued. "Also, I apologize for my rudeness earlier." She admitted that she had behaved shamelessly because she did not realize Lack's power, and asked him not to leave. She sighs, her gaze lowered, and a shadow of doubt creeps across her face. She worries about her actions because now she realizes that her actions could lead to unpredictable consequences. He is on his knees, confused. His pose expresses remorse and understanding that he could have acted differently, that he could have assessed the situation and the reaction of his companion better. Luck explained that she might have thought he was new and gave him a chance to save the day. The girl with the ears agreed with this, but still expressed her apologies for not recognizing such incredible power in Lack. The guy replied that she did the same thing as any other adventurer in his position. The man standing in front of her easily brushes off her words. His relaxed smile and casual demeanor show that he doesn't take things too seriously. She looks up at the man as if laughing off her previous seriousness. Her eyes glow with gratitude, and the modesty and nobility of her gestures speak of inner kindness and purity of heart. The girl looks at him, her eyes glow with merriment, and her smile becomes wider. She finds something funny in the situation, despite its seriousness. "They go sturzmungs, dausweyer." The girl with kitten ears freezes for a moment, her eyes widening in surprise and excitement. There is tension all around, and she seems to be expecting the unexpected. The view in front of them reveals a deep well leading down into the darkness. Everything seems unfriendly and menacing, and this place does not promise anything good. The tension is increasing. The silhouette of a bat hangs upside down, its gaze turned to the dark, bottomless space below. The moment is filled with anxiety and anticipation of what might follow. Her eyes are filled with fear, surprise, and excitement. She tries to make sense of what she sees, but it turns out to be beyond her understanding. The man opens his jacket, revealing a strange and frightening mark on his chest. The symbol conceals dark secrets and foretells evil. They stand in front of a destroyed building, where a huge crater can be seen in the ground. The place looks like the aftermath of a powerful explosion, and the air is filled with a feeling of horror. A drop falls into a puddle, cutting through the silence, and a subtle sound is heard. The moment freezes, and a premonition of something important hovers in the air. The man and the girl look at each other, and there is bewilderment in their gazes. They try to understand what is happening, but the answers remain hidden. The girl remembered how Tanya shouted that he, this goblin, was just a small fry. These words from Tanya confirmed that there is someone stronger, and this caused the girl to have new thoughts. The next shot shows that the tension subsides, and they begin to realize that the reality of other events is not as terrible as they previously thought. The man turns to the girl, his voice full of determination and steadfastness. He is willing to protect her and himself, even if it means facing an unknown threat. They are standing on the threshold of a deep dungeon, where something powerful is hiding. The man does not intend to shy away from the test, because it is his duty to protect those who are in danger. His gaze is full of determination. He clenches his fist as a sign of readiness for battle. Despite the danger, he will not retreat and is ready to take the fight. She was initially excited to have such a powerful comrade. The girl's eyes reflect fear and bewilderment. She realizes the seriousness of the moment. Her look suggests that she is not ready for the upcoming battle. After that, she approached Lake and expressed admiration for his incredible willpower. She also added that vampires are not opponents that can be defeated only by force. After all, their opponent was a real vampire lord, strong and powerful, who lived for many hundreds of years. This was undoubtedly a major challenge. The guy casually looked at the girl and listened carefully to her every word. After all, for many generations, the girl's tribe hunted vampires, but even her father, an unsurpassed warrior, could not defeat the vampire who appeared again. This was a very significant moment that caused concern and anxiety. The realization that in front of them is a vampire lord causes shock in the girl. Her reaction suggests that she did not expect such a development of events. After months of searching, they finally discover what they were looking for. The characters' looks are full of tension and anticipation. The question of whether their enemy is present in the depths of the gloomy cave hangs in the air. The female character reacts to the discovery of the target, her surprise intertwined with anxiety. She turns to her companion, genuinely surprised that their long search has been successful. He asks a rhetorical question, doubting whether the vampire lord can be stronger than the goblin lord, whom the girl could not cope with. His words contain hidden anxiety about the upcoming meeting. The girl seems to find strength and determination in herself. She is ready to clear her tribe's name, even if it seems impossible. There is a firmness and determination in her voice that leaves no room for doubt about her intentions. The man standing in front of her looks into her eyes with confidence, ready to take on the burden of responsibility. He explains that she will not be able to fight without the sword, making it clear that the danger is great. The guy said that this shame doesn't matter if they can work together. He added that even if someone helps the girl, she still will not be able to wash away this shame. Lack replied that in that case, everything was fine and there was no need to worry. However, the guy decided not to leave the girl without help and began to give her his sword. Handing over his sword, he shares his thoughts with the girl. By handing over the weapon, he seems to be saying that he believes in her ability to defeat the vampire lord with her own hands. This gesture speaks of his immeasurable respect for her, but he does not lose confidence and is ready to fight even without a weapon. His determination and courage illuminate the dark corners of the cave like the light of a torch. Handing over his sword, he shares his thoughts with the girl. By handing over the weapon, he seems to be saying that he believes in her ability to defeat the vampire lord with her own hands. This gesture speaks of his immeasurable respect for her. Once he was left without a weapon, he engaged the enemy, using only his bare hands. His words were spoken with confidence, as if he relied only on his own strength, without resorting to swords or other weapons. He meets his opponent with composure and skill, demonstrating honed fighting skills. His every move is a reflection of his fighting spirit and readiness for battle. The girl watches the fight. Her face expresses surprise and admiration. She witnesses how her companion easily overcomes obstacles as if they did not exist. He attacks boldly, leaving no room for doubt or fear. His hand moves precisely and quickly, and his body seems to dance to the rhythm of battle. Behind every blow, he hides an incomprehensible force that leaves no chance for his enemies. None of the goblins could survive his amazingly powerful attacks. The heat of the battle is upon us, and he does not yield. Enemies retreat under his relentless onslaught, and even in the most tense moments, he does not lose his composure. The enemies were completely defeated, deprived of the strength to continue the battle. Some of them did not even have the opportunity to return to battle, even if they wanted to. Finally, the man returns to the girl, his face talking about victory. He is calm and confident. His actions indicate that he has completed the task. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. Somehow, even without a weapon, he was able to deal with so many opponents. She wondered why he always carried this weapon with him. Rising, Lack said, "Well, have you seen? I can fight even without using any objects." The girl looked at him, and a slight feeling of awkwardness awoke in her, realizing that Lack really had incredible power. An explosion of light splits the darkness, and through the whitish swirls of hair, one can see a face frozen in the shadows. Its outlines are stern and unyielding, as if fate itself is watching what is about to happen. The storm of action hits the next moment. The lines move toward the center, where fists collide with iron determination. Sparks of struggle quarrel with silence, heralding the beginning of conflict. Standing atop a bone mound, a cloaked figure faces the stars, surrounded by warriors ready for battle. The gloomy landscape complements the scene of the last act, where the fate of many will be decided. The eyes are full of determination, and the words escaping from the depths of the soul promise victory over the hated enemy. Emotions run high, promising an inevitable clash. The silence, broken only by soft sounds, conveys the moment before the storm. The face reflects something more than just a shadow. It is an echo of the inner world. Fear and hope fight in the eyes of a young warrior. Doubts about one's own strength are expressed in decisive words that sound like a challenge to fate. The gloomy valley absorbs all feelings. Its walls know no consolation. She seems to be a source of both peace and anxiety, calling not to disturb her deepest secrets. Self-confidence is reflected in every movement. This is not just a struggle, it is a duel of wills, where every gesture can be the last. The smile that appears on your face hides many untold stories behind it. This is not joy. This is a mask behind which the unknown lurks. Looking through strands of hair is a challenge that cannot be answered. Words that speak in silence carry a promise that will be fulfilled. The cloaked silhouette rises, displaying the grin of a conqueror, and madness in eyes that sparkle with the promise of cruelty. His posture is commanding and defiantly adamant in the face of a hidden threat. The young warrior, stunned by the unexpected turn of events, stands still, taken by surprise. His confusion and bewilderment are palpable, while the companion next to him expresses mixed feelings of concern and surprise. The mysterious cloaked figure turns his gaze into emptiness, leaving words in the air, like a sentence. Although her face is hidden, the tapping of her fingers on the hilt of her sword reveals tension and impending danger. In the eyes of the Lord of Darkness, there is more than just a challenge. It is a call to action, a spark of determination that can ignite war. The words come from the character's mouth as a cry, carrying despair and disbelief in what is happening. Their echo instantly dissipates into the void. Another character turns abruptly, signaling the urgency of the moment, his gestures full of determination and a desperate attempt to prevent the inevitable. In the eyes covered with a mask, a complex emotional range shines. Fear of the unknown, duty to comrades, and perhaps a glimpse of hope. The cloaked figure rises, taking a position in front of his opponent, the light illuminating his silhouette, creating the illusion of absolute power and inevitable confrontation. The look of the young warrior is full of doubts. His eyes reflect the raging struggle between duty and the instinct of self-preservation, between fear and courage. Words thrown into the air leave a trace of uncertainty. A moment of confusion is reflected in every movement and glance that is turned to an invisible threat. A face distorted with a grin and pain, as if torn apart by internal demons. The hand touched the cheek, trying to console or hide the internal discord. The foot in the boot walks on the ground where the skulls lie, recalling the fragility of life and the inevitability of the end that overtakes everyone. Debiersfreude and confusion take the character by surprise. His gaze is lost, and he is unable to find answers to questions that were not asked out loud. Heavy steps resonate with the silence of the surrounding space, leaving a trace in the memory and on the sand, which conceals many untold stories. A tear rolls down the cheek, a reflection of the sincere fear and confusion that fills the character's heart at the moment of anticipation of impending disaster. The vampire's shadows tower over everyone around them, their menacing presence reminiscent of an ancient force that is about to unleash its rage on the world. The look is filled with rage and steadfastness, representing a choice between life and death, between one's own salvation and the salvation of another. Shock showed on the young warrior's face as he realized the weight of the situation and that the lives of many depended on his next move. A powerful blow, full of desperate strength and determination, is directed against an invisible enemy in the fight for life and the future. A collision of two worlds, where each of them must defend their beliefs, and each is ready to go to the end, despite the possible cost. A cry of despair escapes the lips of a young warrior, who comes face to face with the unbridled power of an enemy whose strength seems insurmountable. Bewilderment covers the warrior's assistant. Her ears strain in an attempt to grasp the truth behind the words, which are almost lost in the noise of the fight. The silhouette of the vampire is distorted from pain and rage. Drops of sweat are running down his face, and the fire of irreconcilable hostility is burning in his eyes. An unyielding warrior, with unexpected confidence, declares the strength of his spirit, which protects him from dark spells. The vampire, having lost his confidence, seems overwhelmed by the revelation that the human will can resist his ancient magic. Lack began to laugh and said, "You must not be a vampire lord at all, but just an ordinary charlatan. The girl looked at him, realizing that he was probably mocking her. Lack continued to speak, explaining that he meant that she was just an ordinary vampire who simply considered himself a vampire lord. Listening to all this, the vampire hated Lack more and more. He was determined to make up for the words he spoke with his incredible strength and attacks. A powerful flow of energy comes from a battle in which two opposing forces collide, each striving for victory. The young warrior leaps to avoid imminent danger, his body and spirit ready for new challenges. The vampire's face, contorted with a mixture of malice and triumph, waits for the young warrior to finally show his true potential. The brave warrior makes a decisive leap, trying to dodge the erupting magical attack. His body is tense, and every movement is precise and coordinated, as if he is dancing a whirlwind around the sharp edges of the spell. He soars into the air, defying the force of gravity, and his silhouette is drawn against the backdrop of discharges of magic. The warrior's hair flutters, and his eyes are focused on the upcoming action, ready for new challenges. The warrior's raised hand traces a brilliant symbol in the air, sparkling and radiating power. The magic circle, gracefully ornate and complex, becomes the personification of his power. His faithful companion, surprised and delighted, realizes that in front of her is a high-level magic circle. Her eyes are wide with amazement, and she tries to understand the essence of what is happening. There is tension in the air, and the warrior, as if called to battle, calls forth new forces. His body is shrouded in the light of the spell, ready to face the dark spells of the vampire. The vampire gazes in awe at the magic that unfolds before him. His face is contorted with horror, and the realization that the warrior's magic has a power he did not foresee. With acceleration, the warrior rushes forward. His figure is sharply outlined against the dark magical lines. The speed and determination of his actions pierce the space, wreaking havoc on the enemy's spells. Lack's eyes are wide, understanding that his opponent is now faced with a force that may surpass his own. The warrior's magic becomes his nightmare. The magic circle, the source of the warrior's power, sparkles and pulsates. Its lines are complex and intricate, like a reflection of the inner world of the young warrior. The vampire realizes that his time has run out. The magic that he considered indestructible is under threat. His eyes are filled with a painful awareness of defeat. The warrior is preparing to show his true strength. He says that now his time has come. In his gaze, one can read confidence and strength, ready to crush all obstacles along the way. The warrior's ferocious power lashes out at the vampire, forming a powerful vortex of energy that cuts through the air and darkness around him. His every movement is saturated with magical energy, piercing space and time. The vampire feels the full force of the attack, his face contorted with fear. There is despair in the eyes, and the body is immobilized by the inevitability of impending defeat. The air around him vibrates from the force of the blow. Shock covers the warrior's companion, her gaze wide with surprise. She watches what is happening, not believing her eyes, trying to comprehend the scale of the unfolding event. The vampire, having gathered the remnants of his will, decides to answer the challenge. Despite the imminent defeat, he does not give up, and his hand slowly rises to perform the last magical act. The vampire stands up with an effort, his body shrouded in the weakening remnants of his power. The last spark of hope to challenge fate, which seems already predetermined, smolders in his eyes. The calmness and confidence of a warrior cannot be shaken. His grin, and the ease with which he prepares his next move, suggest that he is in control of the situation, playing with the vampire like a cat and a mouse. The vampire, as if confirming the warrior's words, tries to justify himself, but his words sound weak and unconvincing. He realizes that his strength has depleted and his positions have changed. The vampire, who does not yet fully understand what is happening, looks at him, waiting for an explanation. She searches for answers, but is still stunned by the events that have unfolded. The vampire finally realizes the depth of his defeat. His gaze fades, and he realizes that the fight is over, but he still can't accept it. He addresses the warrior with his last words, which sound like an admission of defeat. His words no longer contain the former confidence, but only an echo of their former power. Lak began to carefully observe all this, waiting for the next step from his opponent. The vampire told Lak that he would never forget the anger that was awakened in him. He warned Lak that there would be no more peaceful nights, and now he is going to take revenge for all the terrible things he did to him. However, Lak was not at a loss. He knew that in this way the vampire was trying to evade responsibility. After all, the vampire family was famous for its talkativeness and impudence. The girl could not listen to this for long and entered the battle. She realized that this vampire was just trying to chat Lak up in order to escape. Her eyes flickered with ferocity and a desire to avenge her family. She screamed, "You're not leaving here!" Coming closer, she delivered one crushing blow, and the vampire felt incredible pain. His scream spread throughout the entire area. After being hit, the vampire began to disintegrate, turning into small mice or tiny creatures. He realized that he no longer had the ability to regenerate, and stretched out his hand and said, "My regeneration, why isn't it working?" Everything that sword touched began to instantly turn to ash, even the bats that surrounded it. After that, Lak thought about it. He realized that this is how bats turn into ashes under the influence of the demon lord's sword. The cat-eared girl continued to express her anger through many blows to Lak, who patiently endured her attacks and screamed in pain. And now his torment was coming to an end, as all his parts gradually began to disappear. A young girl with kitten ears stands with her back to us. She is dressed in a short skirt and jacket, and has a sword hanging from her belt. Below, the image is inverted, and you can see the face of another girl with horror in her eyes, who, apparently, has fallen and is looking at us. We see a close-up of the face. Her gaze is filled with suffering and anger. There is darkness and debris all around her, as if she is in the midst of destruction. In the replica cloud it is written, "The curse is in the Fraugentur already." We see a cat girl, who turns to a young guy with wavy hair with a smile and gratitude. Standing nearby is a young man who seems to be asking a question related to the cleansing of shame. The young man says that the sword was useful, and thanks for it. The lines indicate its sharpness and usefulness in battle. The cheerful expression on the face of a young man who claims that it is just his imagination. The cat girl seems confused and thinks about the strange sensation that arose during the blow. The young man points reproachfully at the cat girl, talking about returning that head to their village, while he speaks of absorption in a tempting tone. We see a cat girl with shining eyes and a smile, but without text. She looks happy and light. The cat girl digs in the ground, distorting her face in bewilderment, while the young man reasons that there must be something important here, but it is not visible. The young man expresses bewilderment as he looks at the strange object in his hands, which looks ominous. The meaning of this item is revealed nearby. When a vampire drinks blood, the power of the curse is enhanced in this medallion, which is buried along with the body of the vampire lord. After this, we are shown a medallion. It turned out to be a cursed medallion that was kept with the body of the vampire lord. When the vampire drank blood, the power of the curse intensified in this medallion. A guy in an impressive military uniform carefully examines a strange object in his hand. A medallion with an incomprehensible symbol depicting a screaming face. Her look is skeptical, as if she can't believe what she's holding. Is this a new fashion among vampires? She thinks, remembering that 10 years ago such things did not occur. Next to the guy is a figure with cat ears. They turn their gaze to the mighty stone pillar, on which the airy spirit freezes, croaking. Everything around is shrouded in darkness, and only a weak light draws the outlines of incomprehensible symbols on the monument. Hikikake. As if an echo is heard around, adding mystery to what is happening. A vampire emerges from the shadows, his face deformed with a sinister smile. "Tell me, you will not find peace." His words are shrill and full of threat. The vampire seems calm in the face of possible danger, confident in his imminent triumph. "Very soon, brother, in an interdimensional rift from bleeding thanks to the power of this medallion," he declares, full of determination. The heroes are perplexed. Misunderstanding is visible in their eyes. Dimensional rift? The girl reflects, trying to comprehend the vampire's words. Concern flashes in her gaze because encountering unknown aspects of magic is always dangerous. Suddenly, the situation becomes even more tense. The vampire enthusiastically announces, "Yes, as soon as the gates open, the world will be overrun by countless demons." The imagination paints dark pictures of the impending threat when creatures from another world begin to break out of the rift. And so the ominous image of a monster appears before the heroes, personifying chaos and destruction. "Dark gods," someone whispers, looking at the terrible vision. Their silhouettes loom from another dimension, preparing to fall upon the world. The feline creature opens its eyes wide in horror as it comes face to face with a menacing reality. Understanding the scale of the disaster freezes her blood. Fear flashes in her eyes. The vampire, confident in his superiority, continues, "Sooner or later, many vampire lords will come to the call of the medallion and destroy your village. Live in fear until that day comes." And then suddenly, the frame is filled with darkness and chaos. All your clicks will become their prey. Sounds like a curse, a promise of inevitable destruction. The creature with cat ears is unable to contain her emotions. Her gaze is full of despair and hopelessness in the face of the impending threat. A dagger hovers in the sky, its blade reflecting light that cuts through the darkness. The whoosh of metal pierces the air, signaling the start of the action. The guy with a strong gaze and a sword in his hand froze for a moment, as if frozen in anticipation of battle. A sharp swing circles in the air, creating a harmony of movement and intention. These silhouettes of the coin in the dark form a line of life and death, separating light and shadow. Their fight dance looks like an eternal confrontation. The hooded creature, perhaps an ally or an enemy, is struck by the sudden force of the blow. The tension of the moment freezes in the air. The guy is spinning in a dance of death. Her sword draws whirlwinds in the air. She stands alone against the unknown, which reaches out to her from the darkness. The dagger in his hand rotates, leaving behind only a whirlwind of air. He seems to be alive, reacting to every movement and intention of the owner. Raising the sword above his head, the guy is surprised to note its convenience in battle. Her companion, a creature with cat ears, looks at her, full of amazement and admiration. The vampire's face is distorted with rage and bewilderment. Why is everything curses?" His words are full of despair and powerlessness. Lack looks thoughtfully at her weapon, her face hidden in shadow. "What kind of sword is this, about what you just said, even if the gate opens?" Her voice is firm and decisive. "Because I destroyed them all." Her words are final, and they contain the echo of victory over an unthinkable threat. The vampire, his face illuminated by the sharp edge of the sword, looks with contempt at his monument, on which there is now nothing but darkness and emptiness. The vampire's eyes are full of horror and bewilderment. This sword, what? He cannot understand what happened. His confidence collapses under the weight of surprise. Our hero stands, looking at his weapon. This is the sword of the demon slayer. Her words are full of determination and strength. She understands the importance of the moment. The vampire, stunned by the unexpected outcome, mutters words that sound like farewell or a curse, realizing the severity of his defeat. The girl turned away, hiding her face from the vampire and his destroyed world, leaving him to think about his loss alone. The creature with cat ears looks at the girl, full of amazement and admiration, realizing that he has witnessed something great. Lack began to look closely at his damaged enemy. "Are you a great Lex mage?" The girl turns to her mysterious companion, looking for answers or confirmation of her suspicions. "It's a secret." His words are mysterious and full of hints. She keeps the secret of her strength and the origin of the sword within herself. However, even in such a situation, she did not lose hope for the future, no matter how small it was. At the top of the cliff stands a young warrior, with his back to us, and a cat-like girl looking at him. They are surrounded by gloomy rocks and distant cliffs. The girl's gaze is full of surprise and bewilderment, while the man seems unperturbed. There is tension and anticipation in the air. Night falls, and in the background is a building marked Adventurers Guild Headquarters. The sky is strewn with stars, and there is a feeling of calm in the air after turbulent events. The peacefully flickering lights in the windows of the building indicate that the danger has passed. Blinkadik the building. The space appears to have been gutted. Shards of stone and glass are scattered everywhere, giving the impression of chaos and recent struggle. Sharp edges and destruction of materials indicate a powerful force that swept through here. In another room, mountains of stones are piled in untidy piles, as if someone had collected them in a hurry. Stones of various sizes and shapes, as if they were part of something larger and are now awaiting their fate. Lack brought her stones from the goblins and said that they contained value. She looked at them in surprise, not understanding how such ordinary, low-ranking creatures could store so many valuables. Before us is a girl whose face is distorted with horror and despair. She asks for help, her hands are shaking, and her eyes are full of tears. She stands in front of a huge pile of stones, and her gaze is pleading. In a spacious room, there is a group of people discussing recent events. One of them looks worried and confused, as if she had just encountered something unexpected. In their conversation, one can feel relief and amazement at what they saw. Turning to our hero, one of the characters expresses surprise at the number of stones. His face reflects playfulness and slight embarrassment, and his gaze is slyly narrowed. The group celebrates the victory. They thank you for your help and admire their own ingenuity and strength. Among them, a cat girl with a sly smile talks about her luck, emphasizing how important it is to be in the right place at the right time. Her face shows a mixed feeling of regret and relief. It was as if she realized the severity of what she had experienced, but at the same time she felt relief from the end of the difficult ordeal. A group of comrades stands in front of her, and one of them regretfully admits the mistake. Mutual understanding and support can be read in their actions and views. They talk about their adventures, the difficult tasks they faced, and the courage they showed in facing danger head-on. The story moves to a dramatic moment of confrontation, where one of the heroines, a cat girl, fights a powerful enemy to defend the honor of her clan. She stands with pride and determination, recognizing herself as an adventurer who is no stranger to challenges and is willing to face them in order to achieve her goal. Their surprise knows no bounds. They cannot believe that everything really happened, that they witnessed such incredible events. She confidently declares that they will be able to tell the whole truth about what happened, despite all the difficulties and surprises that they had to face. Standing confidently, the cat girl turns heads, ready for new challenges and adventures, no matter what the future brings. Sitting in a tavern, they call her to share news and plans. The atmosphere is relaxed, and friends are happy to be together again. The dialogue continues. They discuss next steps and prepare for new achievements, until one of them reminds them to complete the report on their exploits. The friends chat cheerfully, and the young man says with admiration that they are lucky to have a girl capable of heroic deeds. In the hands of one of the heroines is a medallion, which she broke in half, demonstrating her act as a symbol of making a decision and breaking with the past. With confidence in her voice, she explains that by having the second piece of the medallion, she can claim that their honor remains intact. The companion expresses their support and confidence that their story will inspire others in an emotional response. Thedos, Ituri, Sadar. The tavern calls for people to join in the celebration, emphasizing the importance of friendship and shared celebration after victory. On the evening city street, a group of friends are having a noisy time, despite the worries of one of them that someone in the group might have had too much drinks. After this, one of the group members notices something strange and begins to become increasingly interested in it. The young warrior perceives what is happening with amazement. His face reflects bewilderment and sudden awareness of the situation. His companion, showing respect, prepares to perform something significant, perhaps to honor the heroic deed of one of his friends. In the middle of the night, he decided to show his gratitude and respect to his great hero, Hero Luck, in person. With awe and confidence in his voice, the young warrior credits Lakasama for their success. The inspiration and protection he provided for them made it possible to complete the assigned task without difficulty. Lakasama, a powerful figure, stands in complete silence, asserting her divine influence over the world in which they all live. His appearance and manner emphasize the importance of his role in their lives. The young warriors look shocked, as if they had just realized the greatness of what had happened, and all the chaos they had endured thanks to Lakasama. They humbly and gratefully acknowledge that without Lakasama's protection, they would not have been able to achieve such success in their endeavors. Raising her head to the stars, one of the heroines solemnly promises to also pay her respects to Lakasama, confirming his decisive role in their lives and in the lives of everyone around them. The warrior respects her comrade's decision to pay tribute to Lakasama, and at the same time, the fox girl regrets the possible death of Shia-san. Calm and friendliness fill the air, as comrades thank each other for their support and help through the trials they have endured together. Meanwhile, far from heroic deeds, life goes on, and the friends reflect on a future in which new adventures await them and where they will undoubtedly become great adventurers. A warm feeling of gratitude and satisfaction arises in the hearts of young warriors for the fact that they were lucky enough to be together and successfully complete their tasks. In the souls of the heroes, gratitude remains to Lakasama for his protection and guidance, thanks to which they were able to avoid many dangers and hardships. The unity of the team became obvious when the young man gratefully admitted that it was the common efforts and knowledge gained that allowed them to overcome all difficulties. He confidently stated that they are now more united than ever. The fox girl, despite the overall success, shows modesty and asks not to extol her merits. Her anxiety and embarrassment are reflected in every feature of her face. The young man decisively offers to share information that can help in their further adventures. His action speaks of his readiness for new challenges and his intention to expand the boundaries of his knowledge and experience. Now that they are faced with the reality of the danger that threatens their world, the heroes question the need to deepen their knowledge to fight their enemies. Think your score the three for Stindorf, Eitrea. Winds. For the gravity of the situation dawns on them when they realize that their enemies may have access to mystical powers that can open portals and summon dark deities. In the dark of the night and under the twinkling stars, the young man passionately declares his determination to challenge all that threatens the world they have so long defended. The understanding flashes in the eyes of the fox girl when she hears the words of her comrade. Her look is full of questions and bewilderment. Far from the bustle of the city, next to the statue of Lek, the fox girl unexpectedly finds similarities between the young man and the monument, which brings lightness to the tense atmosphere of their adventures. And again, the young man's face reflects mixed feelings. He was not expecting such a comparison, and his reaction indicates some confusion. The fox girl carefully expresses her gratitude for Lakasama's presence and support, which shows deep affection for her patron and understanding of the importance of his role in their lives. The fox girl, full of determination and energy, turns to her companion. She vows to quickly return to her home village for the necessary information and report everything if she learns anything, pointing out the importance of the chief's house as a meeting place. Suddenly, she rushes into the night with a speed that surprises even the young man himself, leaving him in bewilderment and admiration for her abilities and speed. Understanding the seriousness of the situation makes the young man realize that he must share his knowledge and concerns with the head, which requires immediate action from him. He looks at the medallion that was just in his hands, and his thoughts are filled with anxiety. He understands that the medallion and what it symbolizes carry a powerful warning. Back at the luxurious mansion, he thinks about the complexity of trust and the importance of the medallion he kept. His mind is busy thinking about next steps. The young man experiences a shock from a sudden insight, which makes him tremble from the realization of the scale of the upcoming trials and troubles that threaten their world. He faces the reaction of the head, who is dissatisfied with his long absence. The head expresses his disappointment and concern, which reflects the severity of his character. The young man, caught by surprise, tries to calm the head, using a joke to ease the tension and express his interest in further conversation. Apologizing, the young man promises to share all the details of his adventures. His regret and sincerity make you wonder what kind of stories he is going to tell. Realizing the seriousness of the information received in the locket leaves him in deep thought, emphasizing the importance of the message they received. The wind whispers secrets between the curves of the fence, where dark figures seem more like ghosts than real beings. Spells painted on the jagged peaks are lost in the chaos, like a melody lost in the noise of a storm. A man in a cloak stands in front of an unknown person, his eyes full of anxiety. The text, like echoes of his thoughts, swirls around. This is the plan. What the... Phrases hinting at misunderstanding and growing anxiety. The young character's thoughts take us into a fantasy world, where avant-garde artists are embodied as demon lords and the dark gods are just an illusion. He sits, leaning against the wall, lost in thought. The dialogue continues, and now the young man is thinking, can he examine the medallion using a special machine? The question in the air foreshadows new discoveries. The promise of information to a certain gatekeeper and the intention to contact the owner of the medallion add to the mystery. The door behind which the answer may be hidden remains closed. A guy leaving the room hears a sound, turns around, and a moment of misunderstanding hangs in the air, like a pause before an important revelation. Gratitude for saving the newcomers is expressed not without irony, but a feeling of respect prevails. The words, "Chief Master," echo with devotion and gratitude. A slight smile and advice not to worry is a fleeting but bright moment of lightness in the seriousness of everyday trials. The surprise of the discovery that Black is a name and Boa is a cry of surprise breaks the silence and frozen atmosphere. A girl with a scythe and a serious look stands against the backdrop of flowering bushes. Her gaze is full of determination and secrets that have yet to be revealed. The man in the cloak asks to introduce himself, but is interrupted, indicating that he has arrived just in time. He looks surprised and a little worried, as if his sudden appearance was not entirely expected. A girl with a serious and demanding look attracts attention. Her eyes are full of determination, and her facial expressions emphasize severity. She looks like she's ready to get into a fight or a tough argument. She turned away, leaving something unsaid in the air. Her profile expresses a certain languid calm, which contrasts with the intensity of the previous moment. Like a ghost, she moves away, leaving the man alone with his thoughts. Her long steps are filled with confidence and purpose, and the door closing behind her seems to separate her world from his. The young guy asks a question that sounds almost rhetorical. Who is she? His facial expressions and gestures convey genuine curiosity and confusion. There is tension in the room. The man seems to understand the reason for the girl's dissatisfaction, and the young man looks confused, trying to understand what happened. The man's confession that he prevented her from becoming an avant-garde artist reveals his guilt and sadness over a choice that could have changed everything. He realizes that the girl still has a lot to learn, but also understands that she is still a child, despite her desire for independence. The young guy expresses his point of view. He believes that a man's guardianship can be unnecessary, and that experience is the best teacher. The man's words as he reflects on the fact that he has never dated a girl before, and that he should consult his wife, add depth to the story, suggesting complex family dynamics and important decisions to be made. The man clenches his fists in concentration. His lips are compressed into a thin line. Determination and internal struggle are visible in his gaze. He appears deep in thought, preparing for a serious conversation. The words "rock, I have a favor to ask of you," but burst out of him like a balloon that had been held underwater for a long time. The tone of his voice suggests some seriousness and uncertainty in the upcoming dialogue. An explosion of light and a storm of emotions, sounds filled with meaning that cannot be deciphered, surround him. This is the moment when a person's inner world is shaken by a powerful wave of insight or anxiety. A young girl screams, as if protesting against an invisible force that is trying to restrain her. Her expression is full of passion and unapologeticness, and she clearly has no intention of backing down. Through the window, you can see how the girl confidently holds the sword. Her stance is full of determination. She is ready for new challenges, despite all the fears that may surround her. This way, she looks like Golan. She definitely has talent. Words that convey admiration and a tender sense of affection, but also emphasize a genetic connection. The man admits that he cannot prevent her from registering as an adventurer, since she will simply register and go on the journey on her own, demonstrating his powerlessness against her will. He looks sad and worried, his eyes filled with weariness and regret as he holds an object in his hands, perhaps symbolizing his own memories or obligations. The girl is stunned by the unexpected glance through the window. Her expression suggests that she has learned something important that may change her plans. "She's looking at me, right? I knew it." Words that emphasize the awareness of the connection between them and the premonition that their relationship will soon change. The boy with wide eyes and delight on his face tastes the food, his amazement and joy at the taste overwhelming him. Nearby lies a large piece of bread, which he apparently is going to eat with appetite in the next moment. The moment when he notices someone at the door is reflected in his fixed gaze and half-open mouth. The meeting is unexpected and full of surprises. The girl addresses the servant with a smile and ease, ordering 3 cakes. Her effortless charm and cheerful spirit are contagious. Her smile gently softens the atmosphere. Even the servant standing behind her seems to smile in response to her carefree behavior. "Is there something on my face?" The girl touches her face with concern, feeling the gaze of the guy, who carries some kind of accusation. Her face is filled with determination, and the tone of her voice suggests urgency. She seemed to have found something that needed explaining. After this, Lack began to become confused, as he thought that she suspected something and might be intending to find out about his real identity. After that, she said that perhaps he was his father's illegitimate son. Her unexpected words shocked the butler, and he almost dropped his glass. Lack also threw out everything he was eating when he heard these words from the girl. The servant began to apologize for his inappropriate behavior, and our hero began to wipe his mouth, feeling bewildered by this entire unexpected situation. "I think I guessed right, and you're speechless, right?" Her words are full of jokes and enthusiasm, but at the same time you can feel sincere care and interest in them. The girl with a slight smile points to something invisible, suggesting that it is elementary. Her serenity contrasts with the desperation of the boy, who, wide-eyed and stepping back, exclaims in panic, denying the unknown accusation. A boy with a concentrated and stern expression on his face is hiding around the corner. His silhouette is visible through the slightly open door. He waits until his mother returns home, only then to bring someone with him. Now he dances enthusiastically, sincerely rejoicing at the appearance of a certain person. His face glows with happiness, and he seems completely absorbed in this feeling. The boy looks at the girl with surprise and bewilderment. He can't believe she found his mother, who he thought should have been home. Lack thought about it and realized that perhaps she had made a mistake with her conclusions. However, the facts seemed to indicate otherwise, and they were quite difficult to refute. Therefore, he needed to somehow get out of this situation. The guy notices that the girl is behaving strangely. She begins to cry, making very gentle and quiet sounds. You can see embarrassment on her face and tears in her eyes. She remembers her father and considers him a fool for not telling her the whole truth about this. He expresses doubt, asking himself whether this will lead to the breakup of the family. His face reflects a mixture of amazement and concern. The girl, with tenderness and sorrow on her face, tells the boy that he is a fool. You can read sincere care and affection in her eyes. The boy looks at her, his gaze full of bewilderment and anxiety. He is puzzled and not sure how to react to the girl's words. In the thick darkness of the ancient room, where every shadow seemed like a hidden ghost, stood a nobleman with a pale face and tired eyes. He looked at the young man, whose smile was innocent and playful. A mixture of surprise and bewilderment was visible on the nobleman's face, as if he recognized in the young man one of the long-forgotten heroes of his youth. The young man, as if feeling a heavy gaze on him, turned around and hesitantly muttered a few words. His eyes were full of confusion, and his lips trembled in an attempt to form a response that would resolve the tense atmosphere between them. The next shot covers a luxuriously decorated room, where the aroma of expensive perfume and faded wax candles hangs in the air. A young man dressed in an elegant suit suddenly interrupts his speech, as if someone's unexpected thought overtook him by surprise. In the blink of an eye, the mood changes, and a question full of disbelief and amazement arises in the dialogue. Where, the nobleman asks, is hidden the very maturity and wisdom that a person of his age should have? The young man's answer was short, but he sounded confident. He denies his possible relationship with the nobleman, thereby emphasizing his independence and independence. In his eyes, one can read the desire to convince his interlocutor of the truth of his words. Finally, the young man, as if giving vent to his emotions, exhales words of relief and understanding. It seems that he came to some important realization, the key to which was laid in this difficult conversation. After her questions, she assumes that Luck is just her older brother. However, Luck seems to be quite annoyed and goes on a rampage, throwing dishes and drinks in all directions. He claims that he is not her brother or even a relative. In the hands of the nobleman is a card apparently important and valuable for the young man. The silhouette of the nobleman looks determined and full of perseverance, ready for further action. And then something unexpected happens. The card, as if coming to life, makes a mysterious sound, causing fear and bewilderment in the young man. Everything around flashes with bright flashes, as if opening a portal to another world. Confidence and determination can be read in the movement of the nobleman's hand. He addresses the young man using the name Lord Golan Morton and calls into question the entire previous discussion, which adds new intrigue to the development of their relationship. The girl, with her eyes wide open, full of surprise and disbelief, exclaims, sincerely not understanding how her interlocutor could end up in this place. Her gaze asks how he could penetrate their closed world, where even his own father did not recognize him. The next shot presents a view from a high balcony onto the complex geometry of the metropolis below, where houses and streets intertwine into an endless labyrinth. The gaze is directed down to the sharp heels, where a heavy balloon of the words hangs, "Forgive me." The girl, depressed by the severity of what is happening, asks to call her big sister from now on, turning to the young man who is clearly worried about what happened. She claims that all the suffering was because of her, sweeping the blame off his shoulders. Shock covers the young man. His eyes widened with surprise and understanding of what is happening. His face reflects a mixture of fear and confusion at the sudden change in situation. In a spacious hall filled with light, the girl insists on being called her big sister, addressing the young man who seems lost in his thoughts and feelings, unable to understand what is happening. The young man, clenching his fists, quietly says, "Big sister," as if accepting the new reality that he was offered to accept, despite all the internal doubts and feelings. The girl beams with happiness, promising that if this concerns his confession, she will not be upset and will discuss it with her mother. Her face radiates joy and lightness, and she exclaims, "What is it, Rock?" Finally, the young man concludes that they are once again facing the collapse of the Golan family, while the girl, in tears, claims that their mother will most likely get angry and tie up their dad, and she will give him a good scolding. The last shot catches the nobleman in bewilderment. His face speaks of a lack of understanding of what is happening, while the young man remains calm, even when chaos begins around him. After looking at this whole picture, the butler decided to quickly leave here, since he did not want to continue to watch all these misunderstandings. He knew who Luck really was, and that made the situation even stranger. The young man turns to the girl with a question whether she is capable of keeping secrets, to which she, narrowing her eyes, categorically replies, "Of course." Her look is full of determination and self-confidence. The next moment shows how the young man is about to reveal his true identity by removing his disguise. The tension in his gestures increases as he prepares for an important revelation. The guard in the young man's hands evokes in him mixed feelings of surprise and doubt, indicated by a powerful "Eh?" when he realizes the meaning of what he is holding in his hands. The girl, with amazement in her eyes, cannot believe what she sees. "Sran!" Her exclamation is full of bewilderment and shock from the unexpected turn of events. The young man is about to reveal the cards, convinced that Golan's daughter must now understand the truth. His gaze is serious, and he seems ready to face the consequences of his confession. After that, her eyes filled with interest in the new side of Lak's personality. He had lied, saying his name was Rock, and now she was asking him as Great Sage Laksoma. And it really was him. After that, she started asking questions, trying to understand what was happening, and asked him what it all meant and why he was so young. Lak began to explain that what he said was the biggest secret of this state. He told part of his story, explaining that he had returned from the dimensional rift only 10 days ago. This was the explanation for why he told the story that Golan was her fellow adventurer, and it was indeed the honest truth. Surprise covers the girl who cannot hide her emotions. This is so unexpected. Her words are filled with confusion and bewilderment at such a sudden development of the situation. The young man stands at a loss. His gaze and gestures express bewilderment and uncertainty. He tries to understand what all these unexpected revelations mean and what changes they will bring in their lives. It's raining outside. A girl in a dress looks out of the window with bated breath. It seems that she is waiting for something or listening to the sound of drops. The tension in the air can be felt even through the silence of the room. Another angle shows her face closer. The eyes are full of anxiety, and the word beginning with po froze on the lips. She seems to want to say something or call, but the words get stuck in her throat. The silhouette of a second figure, a boy with a mischievous smile, breaks the silence. His face radiates smugness and slight mockery, as if he knows something that the girl doesn't know. A sharp shift. Now the boy looks alarmed and whispers something, as if realizing the importance of the moment. A little girl with a look of horror on her face points at him and screams, accusing him of something very serious. A house split in half by words that amuse and traumatize at the same time. Voices are heard throughout the area, penetrating walls and hearts, leaving a trace of misunderstanding and rupture. And finally the girl curls up on the floor, burying her face in her knees. Her shoulders tremble from quiet sobs. Silence and loneliness reign around her. This is an image of despair and disappointment. The boy, now sitting on a chair, hides his face behind his hand, his shoulders trembling with quiet laughter or crying. It's hard to tell. The air is filled with the weight of his internal struggle. Suddenly, his expression changes to a serious one, as if he understood the depth of what had happened. And his words sound like a confession of something important and personal. The girl now sits with her head bowed and seems to be coming to some kind of realization, perhaps related to the past and the choices she has or has not made. And finally the boy smiles again, but his smile contains more than just joy. There is a shadow of sadness in it and an acceptance of the invisible burden that he may carry throughout his life. The girl, with an open look and an expectant expression on her face, says that she has a proposal, but the words are cut off, and we are left in the dark about her intentions. Beirut is a view of a majestic mountain, perhaps Fuji, under an endless sky. Two figures, a girl and a boy, stand looking at her, immersed in their thoughts and feelings about what is happening around them. The girl, full of determination and energy, looks up, shielding her eyes from the sun. And next to her the boy, who seems captured by the moment, holds a notepad and pencil in his hands as if ready to record their adventures. Vegas with a sign that says that the girl is already registered as an adventurer, devil and fearful Golan, and she was tasked with completing a simple task for the guild. The dialogue between a boy and a girl takes place against the backdrop of a forest. He talks about her unwavering desire to explore the world on her own, but admits that if he hadn't come with her, she would have gone alone. The girl plays happily in the water, feeling every drop. Her face is illuminated with joy and carefreeness, which gives lightness to the whole picture. The boy watches as the girl gallops away on a stone sculpture, as if on a magic ship. Her silhouette is cut off from the world as if she is floating above reality. The text suggests that tasks for adventurers can be boring, but the girl solves this in her own unique way, turning every moment into an adventure into which she invites the boy. The boy looks down thoughtfully, his gaze full of reflection and perhaps even nostalgia, which adds depth to their relationship. And in the final picture, he sits with his back to us, and the girl looks at him with reproach or a question that concerns the past and their common connections, perhaps mentioning their shared heritage or duty. The boy asks the girl why she wanted to become an adventurer, and reflects that nurturing youth is the responsibility of veterans. The girl talks about dragons the size of mountains, strange birds inside volcanoes, and flying whales that revived her imagination inspired by the stories of her father. Then she listens to a story about how these adventures were much more interesting than any picture books, since in them her father was the main character. The girl shares her motivation. She wanted to be strong like her father, and she had no talent for magic, which prompted her to become a fighter. After that, she said that it sounds terrible to be a fighter with thin female arms. The guy noticed how she easily lifted a huge stone without even making much effort, and noted that she was quite strong. However, he agreed with her that female fighters are not always an ideal combination. After that, she said that she wanted to become as strong as her father, a fighter who could protect everyone and everything. The boy expresses doubt about his ability to surpass Golan, the girl's father, mentioning his superhuman strength. In response, the girl admits that she may not be as talented as her father, but she must put in more effort. The boy looks seriously lost in thought, and wonders whether he will really have time to catch up and surpass his predecessors. The guy wondered if it was really enough to simply make more efforts to catch up with such a powerful warrior as Galen. There is tension between them, as the wide-eyed young girl listens to the words coming from over her shoulder. Her gaze is full of amazement and disbelief. The thought is in the air that every pioneer on the verge of a new discovery inevitably risked his life before reaching the level at which he now stands. 3 stern faces, full of determination, like statues, rise one after another. They are those who challenge fate. On their shoulders lie obligations to themselves and their principles. They are defenders of their cause, and each of them carries the weight of past trials. Before them is a view of a giant serpent towering over the mountain ranges. This being contains the destiny that has been placed upon them, the result of their extraordinary talents, tenacity, and foreignness. They separated from the world to face their destiny. A powerful winged creature, similar to a phoenix, falls from the sky, its cry echoing in the mountains. This moment is the pinnacle of their testing, the force of the collision radiating from every feather wing. Their whole life is a continuous fall and rise, an endless alternation of struggle and triumph. Discouragement is reflected in her eyes, her gaze filled with embarrassment and doubt. A quiet "Sorry" escapes her lips, as if trying to grasp an understanding of what is happening. She is lost in a world where the rules of the game are changing faster than she can comprehend them. A shadow of sadness appears in her eyes. Her gaze is directed downward, and only 3 small dots in the air indicate that the words have ended. She plunges into her thoughts, exploring the depths of her inner world in search of answers. The bird against the backdrop of a desert landscape looks like a messenger of endless distances. Her tenacity reflects the idea that the fastest mission brother is the one who suits you and helps you become stronger. There is no doubt about it. There is no way around it. There are no shortcuts. The young man's confident and clear gaze suggests that he has the best path ahead of him to become just like Golan. He sees the goal clearly and knows that every step forward brings him closer to his cherished dream. A bright smile illuminates her face, and in her eyes there is a reflection of inner light and peace. Ah, sounds soft and warm, as if she had found the answer she was looking for or accepted the challenge she was facing. A voice full of confidence and anticipation, sounds in anticipation of a new beginning. "Well, I think it's time for us to go?" And with an echo in the hearts, "Ah!" A cry full of determination and anticipation of the adventures that lie ahead. The back of a courageous warrior facing us speaks of determination and untold promises. His quiet whisper, "My words," carries the weight of responsibility and unspoken words left behind the scenes. This girl, pointing into the distance, is animatedly discussing a plan of action. Her gestures seem alive, and the words on paper reveal the bitter truth. Many have died while carrying out tasks, even those that seemed suitable. The split image shows a girl and a young man facing danger. Reflections on past mistakes and lost opportunities permeate the moment as they weigh the risks of their next move. Veoris is an old man and a girl. Their images are filled with warmth and care. They seem as if they were taken from another, more peaceful chapter of their history, where there is no place for battles and battles. The girl looks into the distance. Her gaze is full of determination and confidence in her abilities. She knows that her knowledge and skills are the only thing that can protect her and help keep her alive in the unpredictable world in which they live. The words of local residents seem to have become a guide to action for them. There is a view of the village, where life goes on as usual, far from the darkness and chaos that they are experiencing. The menacing face of the monster and his terrible brothers slip out of the darkness, their gazes full of anger and hunger. But despite the threat, there are no signs of violence, no human casualties, suggesting that the mission may not be what it seems. The girl's exclamation pierces the silence. Her horror, in the face of the dragons, the inhabitants of their world, forces her to reconsider her approach to the mission. This task is clearly not suitable for beginners, and this becomes obvious to everyone. The girl's puzzled look and her nonverbal question evoke a feeling of anxiety. She is looking for an explanation, trying to understand what is really happening in this uncertain world of adventure. The man draws conclusions by turning to his comrades. He is convinced that the animals they were talking about do not actually exist. His words sound like relief and hope that a brighter path will still open before them. The girl, immersed in deep thought, stares into space. Questioning word bubbles seem to hover around her head, reflecting an internal attempt to make sense of the situation. Fantasy creatures plucked from myths and legends occupy her thoughts. Throw away all your prejudices, try to think, like a call for a deeper understanding of their essence. The warrior's feet open a new chapter in their dialogue. And they do not harm people. A group of animals was noticed, but it does not exist. A reflection on the fact that appearances can be deceiving. The girl, covering her face with her hands, is overcome with confusion. The ellipsis, hanging in the air, is like a silent cry about the impossibility of grasping the truth. Her eyes reflect a sudden insight. Illusion magic is a question that might explain all this confusion. The courage and determination of the young man leaves no doubt about his conclusions. "Her," he declares, confirming the girl's guesses and inviting her to accept his point of view. Their gazes meet, and in this silent exchange of glances, they both understand that something is wrong here. The giant dragon towers over them, its power and majesty stunning. But despite the apparent threat, there is doubt in the air. "But I don't feel its weight. Yes, this is a very accurate illusion. An ancient dragon, right?" A smile full of delight and surprise spreads across the girl's face. "It's an illusion, right, Roxanne?" She understood everything, and now they face a new mystery. Roxanne assures that this is just a very accurate illusion, because he does not feel the weight of the dragon, and there is no need to succumb to this illusion. After all, this is an ordinary vision and not a real dragon. Confusion overwhelmed the warrior. His fingers clenched into a fist, and his face was distorted with tension. The sudden uncertainty made him doubt his next move, as if a shadow of doubt hung over his resolve as he faced an invisible enemy. The allies share a strategy, the man instilling determination, while the woman absorbs his confidence, "Just go for it, now," he calls, and the fire of courage and readiness to confront the unknown lights up in their eyes. A united team takes a decisive step. The warrior is in front, the sword is cocked and ready to strike. "Okay, here I am," he shouts, aiming his gaze and weapon straight at the heart of the illusion, his resolve leaving no room for doubt. The dragon's tail cuts through the air, leaving only emptiness behind. The illusion of the dragon, which seemed so powerful, begins to fall apart, confirming their guesses about its ghostly nature. The girl, gathering her courage, jumps forward, shouting, "Appa!" Her movement is light and decisive. The sword in her hands is ready to cut through deception and open the path to the truth. She then pushes off the dragon to fly higher and perform one of her signature attacks. She flies into the air, deftly dodging the fragments of the destroyed illusion. Her gaze is focused and her movements precise, as if she is dancing with death, gracefully weaving a net for victory. There is clarity and persistence in her eyes, as if she were preparing to confront the most cunning opponent. Masterfully avoiding his every blow, she slowly approached, trying to find the perfect place to destroy this illusion. The power of the swing of her sword leaves no chance for the dragon. The destruction of the illusion becomes apparent, and the mirage begins to evaporate, confirming that their strength and courage have overcome the deception. Hovering above the ground, the girl looks down at the disappearing dragon, overcome with the delight of victory. Her figure is silhouetted against the empty sky, personifying the moment of triumph over deception. Shouting "Hiya-ah!" breaks the air, demonstrating her explosion of emotion and energy. Her whole being is permeated with excitement from the perfect action. Her face expresses pure excitement. The sword that swung in the void is now aimed straight at the heart of the crumbling dragon. Her determination and strength find release in a powerful blow that breaks the remains of the illusion. The brilliance of the tip of her sword pierces the darkness like lightning, illuminating the path to victory. At that moment, it seems that time stands still, obeying her will and determination. She persistently continues her battle with this illusion, intensifying her attacks, while the dragon limits itself to defense. Her partner watches what is happening with puzzlement, scratching his chin thoughtfully. A shadow of a smile plays on his face, and his gaze is full of curiosity about the further development of events. The words, "Even if we ignore her bias towards the Golan, her strength is at the level of a B-rank adventurer. Selas's skills as a god are incredible," captures the admiration for her abilities and recognition of her skill. Her partner's attention is directed far ahead, where the final touches of the illusion are falling apart. However, I'm more interested in... His thoughts remain unsaid as he contemplates the mysteries that lie hidden along their path. A new image emerges from the gloomy landscape, terrifying, powerful, and huge. This monstrously realistic magic of illusions. The words emphasize the unusualness and degree of realism of the created visual deception. The frame reveals the silhouette of a giant creature, and the words, "This thing is a giant accumulation of magical power," hint at the power and threat that faces the heroes. Despite the apparent danger, they are not going to retreat. The girl's sword, like her determination, unquestioningly accepts the challenge. She is confident in her own abilities, and every time the weapon comes into contact with a hostile entity, her confidence only strengthens. Looking at the dragon, she wonders about its intelligence, and the more she observes its reactions, the clearer its nature and possible intentions become to her. Suddenly, the realization of something unexpected flashes in the girl's eyes, which makes her look at the situation from a new angle. With mixed feelings, she prepares for the next step. With full force and scope, she attacks the dragon, exploding into dynamic and decisive action while the world around her seems to stand still, awaiting the outcome of the battle. The girl's partner, watching the fight with a smile, cannot hide his excitement. His comment, "This seems like the right moment," is laced with irony and anticipation. Lak, seeing how his partner was thrown back by this monster, decided to intervene in the battle. At the very moment of the art of floating, he began to push away from his own spell. He then activated his acceleration spell, aiming to get as close to the illusory dragon as possible. The dragon stood unshakably and majestically in his place, preparing to continue the fight with these little daredevils. Walking closer, he carefully placed his hand on the dragon's head. He didn't have time to understand what was happening, because the varnish instantly appeared right on his forehead. After this, Locke began to use his spells to learn new magic and give himself even greater power and strength. And so he began to learn illusory magic, happily anticipating its use in future battles. Unprecedented joy appeared on his face. A hero in a mask and a black cloak, clutching a sword in his hands, chops down a stone wall. The inscription at the top reads, "Study complete." With a hard look and a raised hand, the character throws a magic symbol. The power of his will is concentrated in one word: deploy. Standing in front of a huge dragon, the warrior, with a sonorous spell, cuts the space around him, creating giant runes. The character's fingers glide through the air, drawing out subtle, graceful symbols like musical notes in silence. Then in the distance, in the forest, I noticed something suspicious that instantly caught his attention. A warrior with a long sword looks at the particles of magic flying around him, concentration and determination on his face. The girl looks at her companion in shock, and in the white cloud of dialogue, it is written, "Ah, hey, are you going to roll on the ground for a long time?" Raising his eyes to the sky, the warrior sarcastically responds to invisible accusations. That's because it's just the mother of improvisation. The girl answers him with a sad look, and her words hang in the air like a poster. "I would have told you about this from the very beginning." And finally, before warning his companion that with such improvisational magic that can stun, he might even kill himself if he believed that he was wounded, the warrior looks thoughtfully into the distance. A young man in a jacket and with a backpack stands with his back to us, carefully listening to the words that sound after him. Replies floating in the air like clouds express confusion and indecision. "Arth, that's true, but..." The second cloud carries confidence and determination, declaring, "This is better than dying." And finally, the third tells us about the internal contradiction. "I'm sulking, to retreat, it's unpleasant." These words create an atmosphere of tension and foreboding. We see a guy with short blonde hair who looks at us with a dissatisfied look. His eyes are full of determination, and his posture expresses bewilderment and irritation. The shadow of her eyebrows only emphasizes the seriousness of his mood. Fioras is an expanse of landscape, where two characters stand against the backdrop of rocky terrain. A young man with a sword in his hand turns to the girl with a question why she does not want to enter into a conversation with them, and emphasizes the importance of her decision with the words, "More importantly, are you eavesdropping, spying?" The young man is presented in full growth, showing his vestments and weapons in more detail. He stands, leaning lightly on his sword, and his gaze is filled with determination and expectation. The symbols flying next to him add dynamism and highlight his fighting spirit. Focus on a metal object, similar to a guitar head, that lies on the ground among the grass. It resembles a weapon or tool, and its details are drawn with attention to precision. This is a moment of confrontation, where a young man with a sword shouts towards the forest, accusing the unknown person of wanting no one to come here. He is confident that no one from the village was offended, and his words reflect the intensity of the emotions and the tension of the situation. The young man warns the invisible interlocutor that if he continues to remain silent, they will have to force him to speak. The young man's gaze is hidden by the forest, but his remark reveals his readiness to act. "However, I took on a task from the Adventurers Guild." Two figures, a young man and a girl, stand at a distance from each other against the backdrop of a contrasting landscape filled with dark and light areas. This drawing takes us into space where every element of the environment breathes anticipation and understatement. We see a young man. His eyes are full of questions and searching for answers, and his face reflects the complexity of his feelings. And then we see the girl, her gaze directed to the side, full of doubts and thoughts, as if she were weighing her next steps. These views contain the soul of our story, full of tension, uncertainty, and anticipation of the outcome. The dense thickets of the forest hide many secrets. Signs with inscriptions stand among the trees, like guards. One of them bears the phrase, "must protect something," as if emphasizing the importance of the upcoming mission. A young man appears. His gaze is full of determination, but also bewilderment. "I write this a child," he thinks, faced with an unexpected discovery. Around him, there is only emptiness and the sounds of nature. The next sign carries a mysterious message. It would be difficult to do this. It becomes clear that the task is not an easy one, and the young man feels the burden of responsibility. The realization of failure comes with difficulty. "It looks like we'll have to report that we failed the task at the guild." The guy's thoughts are shrouded in disappointment and fatigue. He does not hide his irritation and despondency. A girl stands in front of him, full of determination and enthusiasm, but her face expresses surprise and dissatisfaction. "Seriously? Well, I personally don't care." Her words are full of naive optimism and childish frankness. Suddenly there is laughter, and the girl seems indignant, as if she were accusing her companion of not taking what was happening seriously. "Zezi, Roxanne, didn't you promise to fail?" She doesn't leave him unattended. Now the guy tries to calm her down, saying that even despite his low rank in the guild, he shouldn't worry about being demoted. "To fail my first task so suddenly..." His words reflect deep disappointment. He tries to divert the conversation, softening the situation. His hands raise in surrender, and he says, "Well, anyway, let's continue our conversation." The girl is confused, doesn't know what to think. The guy continues to reason that even if they failed the task, another adventurer could come in their place. His words sound like an attempt to find solace in the fact that their failure can give others a chance. A dark figure in the dialogue cloud warns, "The next adventurer may be less talkative and force you to speak." Fear and anxiety begin to envelop both of them. The forest path is buried in darkness, and among the slender tree trunks rises a stele, with mysterious symbols like a cipher carrying a hidden message. The guy peers into the distance, puzzled, his gaze worried. The words, "And I would like to avoid this in any way. If it comes to this, everyone will be bad," are in the air, like a warning of impending disaster. A spiral of magical energy swirls around the stele, on which is engraved, "I understand." Whirlwinds of power permeate space, creating a portal into the unknown. A girl with a fighting look stands in the center of a magical whirlwind. Her hand is raised up, and determination and readiness for action are visible on her face. Surprise and excitement are reflected in the girl's eyes as she says, "Boy." Faced with the surprise of a mystery they both strive to solve. Shock and bewilderment engulf her as reality crashes in on her, interrupting the flow of thoughts and plans she had been making in her mind. Suddenly the stage lights up, and the girl exclaims, "Demon!" as something beyond their understanding appears before them, something they have never encountered before. A figure in the shadows watches what is happening, its outline silhouetted against the light, and in this silence a new chapter of their adventures is anticipated. Thadis Coris Fakrosider. The guy in turn closes his eyes under the hood, trying to hide from reality, or perhaps find an answer in his inner world. And in the end his face lights up with a smile, a glimmer of lightness and self-irony in a difficult situation that no longer seems so threatening. Under the shadow of giant trees stands a couple, a girl in a white cloak and a man in gray pants. He listens intently as she talks about the unexpected illusion he just experienced and how she completely concealed her presence. There is tension in the air, noticeable even from the slight swaying of the leaves around. The girl looks up, her eyes full of gratitude. She opens her mouth to say thank you very much, showing a sincere feeling of gratitude. Her gaze is clear and open, as if she sees the world in a new light. She turns to her companion, introducing herself as a demon, and says that she is glad to meet you. Her voice is melodious and has a hint of mystery to it as she bows her head in respect. After this, the girl, who had just shed her cape, introduced herself as the demon Luxilia. and expressed her joy at meeting the new members of her future team. The man tells the girl that demons have powerful magic, and although they are excellent in battle, this does not make them hostile in nature. This statement causes genuine surprise in her eyes. They began to discuss this demon girl, noting that she was an unusual race, and there were many rumors surrounding her. The second girl agreed with this and confirmed that she completely understood the situation. The demon demonstrates its location by offering to show something important and asks to follow her, while informing that there is no need to take weapons. Her manner of speaking is soft and inviting, as if she is inviting you on a mysterious journey. The trio sets off along a sunlit path. The girl asks the man why he believes her now. Her voice sounds thoughtful, and she turns around to see his answer. The man, turning to the demon, admits that she is much stronger than him, and says that his illusion magic did not work on her. His tone is serious and at the same time respectful of her strength. The demon replies that she decided to trust him because he did not try to find out her secret by force. Her words carry depth and a sense of relief, as if she's been waiting a long time to share this with someone who will understand. The ascent up the ancient stairs is completed, and the demon, full of determination, points to the massive columns and ruins of the old building. He proudly announces that they have reached their destination. The surrounding ruins rise around them like guardians of ancient secrets. The trio entered a dimly lit hall, the ceiling of which was supported by huge columns corroded by time. They move forward, picking their way through the rubble, in which every stone seems rich with stories of the past. The man, paying attention to the architecture of the ruins, shares his observations. He notices similarities to the eastern ruins and wonders about the age of these ruins, his tone full of curiosity and interest in the history of the place. With reverence in his voice, he addresses the demon using the respectful Japanese address, Sama, emphasizing his faith in her knowledge and wisdom. He is ready to learn more about this mystical place. Their attention is drawn to an unexpected object in the room. In front of them is a strange stone that resembles a chicken, looking as if it is guarding the secrets of this forgotten place. The chicken appears alive, with a sparkle in its eyes and an expression that could be interpreted as knowing something that others do not. Her gaze is fixed directly on the demon, as if she understands more than one would think. She began to look closely at the people who came to her, peering to see whether they were enemies for her or not. A magical glow engulfs the chicken, and a sense of wonder is in the air. The creature before them is not just a statue, but a bearer of ancient mysteries, a beacon in the secret world of magic and stories. Their reflections in the hen's sparkling eyes reveal their surprise. This discovery awakens new interest and intrigue in them, because they are faced with something unusual and mysterious that surpasses their understanding. Then the chicken opened her snow-white, powerful, and majestic wings, and at the moment of the flapping, there was a feeling that misfortune could be caused by the force of this. On the top of a hill, under a gray snow-covered sky, stands a bird with majestically outstretched wings, as if ready to take flight. Her proud gaze is directed into the distance, and an aura of something sublime hovers around her. The text above it speaks of a certain divine principle. A spectacle unfolds before him, causing his comrades to exclaim and curse. A young girl with her eyes and mouth wide open cannot believe what she sees, and her companions comment on what is happening from confusion to anger. One of the characters, a girl with a determined expression, sharply criticizes another for using an inappropriate name for a sacred being. Her words are full of indignation, and she seems ready to defend her opinion to the end. A silent young man stands in front of a bird, which seems modest and disproportionately smaller, in front of his silence. The young men's comrades express their indignation and distrust with loud and emotional exclamations. The young man, with a soft expression on his face, quietly admits that the bird does indeed look like a black chicken, although his doubts are still visible in his eyes. The bird looks at him with incomprehension, and a quiet dialogue of glances ensues between them. The argument continues, And now one of the girls asks a question about the origin of the mysterious Herbert Sama, to which her interlocutor only muttered inarticulate sounds, trying to describe the essence of the bird. The girl looks up with admiration and hope, where the text praises the sacred rooster, which has divine power. Her face is illuminated with delight and unshakable faith in a wonderful creature. After a series of emotional arguments, everyone agrees that this is a chicken after all. Their faces reflect surprise and confusion at such an unusual revelation. In the final moment of the story, a group of characters stand before the bird, trying to understand the true nature of the divine power it possesses. The text above them tells about the legend according to which the cry of Herbert Sama's ancestors awakened the world. They then began to discuss the legend she had told. According to this legend, Guetbel's ancestors woke up the whole world with their cries, and the sacred rooster was presented as the god worshipped by her tribe of demons. They durst through our foyer. Later, the girl with a serious look recalls her past, life in the mountains far to the north, the days before that unknown and dangerous event that turned her fate around. The next look reveals scenes of chaos. A squad of vampires unexpectedly attacks the village, ending the dark night with snowfall and cries of despair, leaving behind only devastation. From the darkness, memories emerge of how only one person managed to escape the ominous attack. The shadows of the dead are around, and among them is she who survived alone. Surprise is reflected on the faces of the two characters, as if they have just heard an incredible revelation that has turned their understanding of the current situation upside down. The girl talks about how she used the magic of illusions to escape, but her pursuers did not give up trying to catch her, even despite the betrayal of the tribe leader. Confusion and skepticism are painted on the girl's face as she expresses her doubts about vampire logic, suggesting that their actions are not always rational. The young man suggests that the symbols painted on the walls of the ruins are part of a defense mechanism designed to protect against vampires, which confirms their presence in this place. Tensions rise when the girl mentions an ancient temple with a barrier against vampires, and they begin to wonder why their steps have led them here. The story unfolds when a girl remembers a map passed down through generations of her tribe, and a young man questions the existence of a barrier that he cannot sense. In the ruins that were once a sanctuary, they reflect on past vampire attacks that suddenly stopped, leaving them confused as to the reasons for such a truce. The young man is in deep thought. His gaze is thoughtful and concentrated. He seems preoccupied with the recent events that have so unexpectedly changed the course of their history. An image of conflict flashes before his eyes. A fight between vampires and their enemies, where he stands in the middle. The expression on his face speaks of sudden awareness and surprise. He shares the idea that recent events were not caused by the actions of the barrier, and his words arouse suspicion and bewilderment among his interlocutor. The young man explains that a recent battle between vampire hunters and the vampires themselves led to their destruction, which explains the lack of persecution. After this, the demon girl began to run around in panic, afraid of her new comrade. She asked where she should hide, and the chicken also ran after her, accompanying her. Additionally, he noticed that the vampires and their leaders had been destroyed, so they would no longer have to worry about any threat from them. However, he speculates that other vampires may still be hunting Herbert Sama, leaving threat and uncertainty hanging in the air. The conversation escalates with the question of the reasons why they became targets of persecution, which hints at a hidden connection between Herbert Sama and their current situation. Then the understanding came that all this was somehow connected with the power that the demoness had mentioned, a power capable of awakening the world and changing the course of events. Confirmation comes in the fact that the force that awakened the world and created the line between day and night, the same one that gave rise to their disasters, now holds the key to understanding their fate. The boy looks at the girl with a surprised expression on his face, addressing her with a question expressed in one letter and exclamation marks. Despite his confusion and bewilderment, the girl seems even more confused, with a question mark and a speech bubble above her head. At the next moment in the story, a hero appears who resembles a mythical creature similar to a rooster. His replica cloud contains information about the ability to intercept movements between worlds, as well as the ability to recognize the boundaries of his own world. Meanwhile, a young man with a determined and serious look becomes the center of attention. His eyes are full of determination, and the cloud with exclamation marks emphasizes the tension of the moment. The hero talks about the possibility of closing the interdimensional passage, discussing this with the girl. His speech bubble states that this is indeed possible. There comes a moment of revelation. The illustration shows a mysterious character possessing the characteristics of a vampire who begins to realize something important. The emotional charge of his posture and face conveys the power of this moment. The villain's plan to pave the way to summon gods from another dimension is then revealed, making the plot even more exciting. The silhouette of the main character in the center complements the sense of scale and importance of what is happening. In an intriguing twist, the villain's plan may be disrupted by an unforeseen variable, hinting at the possible intervention of an unexpected character or event. The main characters get together, preparing to go to the capitals. The decision has been made, and the call to action has been announced, adding confidence to the developments. The tension builds when the girl holding the rooster is faced with an unexpected question and doesn't know how to answer, heightening the suspense and adding to the mystery of her role in the story. The final moment is breathtaking. A clenched fist, with a sword pointing downwards, creates the feeling of an impending battle or significant event, charged with emotional and dynamic energy. He then slowly unsheathed his sword and stabbed it into the ground, right in front of the demon's face. With a serious expression on his face, he let go of the sword and said that this blade was not an ordinary one, because it was previously the weapon of a demon lord. The girl looked at this object with surprise, and the rooster in her hands was also shocked by what was happening. As the guy looked at the sword, his words said that there could only be one reason why this blade was located here, and the reason was that he defeated the demon lord and took this incredible weapon as a reward for his outstanding feat. The girl accompanying him began to praise him, saying how wonderful, strong, and magnificent he was. He started to get tired of it and asked her to stop. The demon girl could not understand how it could happen that the demon lord himself gave in to an ordinary person. The demon girl corrected his misunderstanding by explaining that the demon lord was truly powerful, and he probably meant that he, as a great sage, was able to defeat him. She then asked in amazement if Luck was the one who emerged victorious. Luck began to respond, expressing his displeasure with the nickname. But then he admitted that despite everything, he was the one who ended all the demons in the interdimensional rift. He then knelt down and begged the demon for a favor. He wanted the demon to trust him. He was ready to put his name on the line and swore that he would protect the rooster even at the cost of his life. In the depths of a gloomy forest, where shadows and light play hide-and-seek on the tree branches, stands a young girl with hair as white as the first snow. Her eyes, full of surprise and excitement, reflect the world around her like a mirror. This is not just a look, it is the gateway to the soul, where thousands of unspoken words live. In front of her, like a fairy tale dragon, stands a majestic rooster, whose plumage resembles the crown of an ancient monarch. He looks at the girl with pride and nobility, and the words floating in the air proclaim his protection and that somewhere deep inside lies the power that can save the world. On the next sheet of time, in the middle of stone ruins, a courageous young man with long dark hair thanks the rooster. His words convey sincere gratitude to the entire bird tribe on behalf of all living beings of this world, whose destinies are intertwined in the struggle for the future. Tears flow down the girl's cheeks, drops of pure sorrow and gratitude mix on her face. This, she whispers barely audibly, and each tear falling to the ground is like a small story, full of pain and joy at the same time. The young man hugs her, trying to console her, and says quietly, His words breathe warmth and support. His hand on the girl's shoulder is a wall, blocking the path to anything that could hurt her. They stand together, and the girl expresses her decision to protect Gerberg-sama for the good of her tribe. Determination and anxiety intertwine on her face, like two strings of one melody filled with the drama of the upcoming trials. A surge of emotions covers everyone standing around. They see Gerberg-sama, the rooster whose greatness has swept through their lives like a mighty wind of change. And the girl, in tears, realizes the greatness of the moment and her role in history, which thanks her for everything she has done. Crying, she began to express gratitude to her new hero and the great sage Lak. Between two hearts, a boy and a girl, the light of joy and understanding flashes. "I've never felt so proud." His words are filled with deep meaning and recognition that before them is not just a path but the beginning of something new and great. And now, having already moved away from difficult trials, they walk together along the path leading away from the ruins of the past. The road to the future opens before them, laid down by their courage, valor, and unbending faith in bright tomorrows. The girl looks at her interlocutor with hope. Her words are like a prayer. "Won't Roxanne be just an ordinary pet living with us?" The innocence and sincerity of her request hangs in the air like a fluffy cloud before a thunderstorm. She turns to the little boy, who, holding the rooster tightly in his arms, looks towards the young man with dark hair. There is silence between them, filled with thousands of words yet to be spoken. The next moment breaks the silence. The boy says, "But from the outside she looks like a chicken." His words pierce the space, and a note of indignation rings in the air. Gerberg-sama is not a pet. The girl's hand, as if in a slow dance, rises to her face. Shades of fear and determination intertwine in her movement, as if she is on the verge of an important decision. The drama reaches its climax when the young man, with a wave of his hand, pushes the girl away. The agony of choice is written on his face, to save or let go, placing the entire burden on Gerberg-sama's fragile shoulders. Her gaze is full of horror. Her hands defenselessly reach out to the young man, trying to stop the invisible force that seeks to separate them. Her face is a mirror of fear, reflecting the moment when the world seems to stop. Our hero was determined to demonstrate what he was willing to do, to protect such a valuable member of his new team as this rooster. He and the girl came together, ready to fight to the last drop of blood to protect their new comrade and repel any threat that could be backed by either life or death. Suddenly, a whirlwind of darkness and light explodes in the space between them. The sound of the impact is deafening, and time seems to crumble into millions of tiny fragments. And in the last act of this tragedy, Gerberg-sama reveals her true face, terrible and powerful, like an ancient myth that comes true to change the course of history. Then they noticed an approaching shadow, which did not promise anything good. They had an unpleasant feeling about future events in their lives. And so the shadowy silhouettes began to approach, giving them no rest. 3 vampires appeared, dressed in rags. 2 of them had huge, identical wings. Apparently one of them was the main one, bald, and his presence alone caused fear and despair in everyone who saw him. The demon girl began to shake the 3 vampires, indicating that they were in a crowded place. Lak looked at it all, realizing that several of them had survived. The second girl, his companion, decided to protect the demon with the rooster. Then one of the vampires, with blood on his face and an angry expression, asked Lak, "Who are you?" Lak responded immediately, believing that there was no point in giving his name to such a low and insignificant vampire like him. Under the influence of anger, the vampires activated their power, and their bodies were filled with energy that emanated from power. They began to shout angrily, "Do you dare to mock us, slave? You are just a piece of meat with blood, our future food, and nothing more." Sporting Lak, his companion, said, "Their strengthening is something strange, and we should beware of them." She recalled that vampires are not capable of using spells, and thus they confirmed their lowest level in the hierarchy of creatures. Lak knew about this in advance and specifically said this to encourage them and cause their indignation. He realized that they had not come for him, but for the demon with the rooster, since their goal was the sacred rooster, which was considered a relic. The look of a young man with piercing eyes and dark hair, framing his face, is filled with determination. His hand is extended forward, fingers formed in a gesture, as if he is challenging someone to throw. The text surrounding his figure reflects the firmness of his intentions. He will not allow him to leave, regardless of the sounds he heard earlier. The next image reveals to us a gloomy giant stretching into the heights, its outline reminiscent of a skeleton. A sudden burst of light and cracks in the air create the sensation of an explosion of power that carries menace and destruction. We then see a group of people stunned and thrown back by a magical explosion. Sharp shards fly around them, and the cry of magic arrows is in the air, as if it were a spell causing chaos. Suddenly a figure with a sword rushes to the foreground, ready for decisive action. Her face is hidden, but the words, "Let's run them through, and let's catch them all together," appear to hint at her unwavering will to defeat unknown enemies. Blank decided that they needed to catch everyone at once and deal with them together. The words "fiery prison" herald the launch of a new, powerful attack. The figure stands courageously in front of the ferocious elements, which rise like a whirlwind into the sky, as if about to devour everything around. Then there was a huge explosion that pierced the sky. A team of partners decisively breaks through the rift, leaving behind a seething mass of dark energy. They are silhouetted against the uncertain future they are ready to face together. In the distance, among the trees, a mysterious figure awaits us, watching the retreating heroes, her face illuminated by light and shrouded in understatement. Deciding to save his life and convey the information to his master, Lak began to quickly run away from them. Realizing that no one should leave here alive, Lak began to use his spells to create a barrier in the path of the remaining surviving vampire. However, everything went even better, and the sacred rooster appeared in the hands of the demon, which brought a new twist to their events. This sacred rooster began to crow loudly, and light emanated from it as if it had a holy blessing. The vampires also noticed that something strange was happening when the sacred rooster suddenly began to crow. They turned their attention to him, realizing that they had come for them. Their bodies suddenly began to disintegrate, and one of the vampires immediately realized that everything was not going as he had planned, and that they should have thought better of it before attacking such a majestic and mystical creature. One of the vampires, almost completely disappearing, managed to say that the Holy Great Rooster had no intention of letting them go from the very beginning, and they had no chance of taking him with them or destroying him. Then they disappeared, and all that was left of them was ashes, which dissipated. Lak looked at all this, realizing that the rooster turned out to be quite a powerful creature. The girl was shocked by what was happening, and asked how this could happen since they didn't even hit them. Then she noticed that they all turned to dust when that sacred rooster crowed. She realized that this great rooster was revered and powerful. The demon continued to speak, emphasizing that he warned that the rooster had a special power that could destroy and mix up reality, which could lead to the interruption of the vampire's information and their division into small pieces. The demon explained that vampire transformations occur in accordance with special rules, and the power of the light rooster does not allow the existence of such forces. So as soon as they heard that rooster crow, the vampires were turned to ashes. In the vastness of the snowy landscape, before the characters in robes, a discussion unfolds about supernatural abilities that can defeat the vampire at the moment of his transformation. The idea that having such power eliminates the need to hide from vampires raises doubts among those listening. A boy with a chicken in his arms perceives with interest the information that this ability can be effective when it is necessary to fight vampires. The girl, smiling, expresses surprise, wondering about the real surprise of this fact. The next moment, the boy with his eyes closed and smiling confirms that he has heard about such power, to which his interlocutor exclaims about its amazingness, agreeing with his words. The wind carries their words, and the sounds of mhm and k are left behind as they propose to return to the capital, leaving the desolate snowy landscape behind them. The contrasting silhouettes of three travelers are drawn against the background of the sunset sky. They move towards the city, discussing their future plans. A girl with a chicken on her hand in silence ponders what she heard, discovering new facets of the possible. The cityscape is immersed in the night. The stars twinkle over the roofs of buildings, creating an atmosphere of mystery and anticipation of upcoming adventures. The group enters the city, their figures clearly silhouetted against the background of buildings and streets filled with shadows and light. The boy with the chicken, hiding his face in the shadows, seems worried and mysterious, which adds tension and intrigue to their dialogue. Finally, the smiling boy hugs the girl, conveying to her a feeling of security and confidence that everything will be fine. A trio of travelers under the starry sky approaches the fence, behind which a house can be seen. They move confidently, despite the darkness of the night that shrouds the streets. In their gait, one can feel the intention to reach the end of the work they have started. The boy's face, peering into the darkness, reflects concentration and determination. His eyes do not reflect fear, but only questions that he may be asking himself or the unknown shadow of the night. A girl with cat ears and a look full of hope looks towards the boy. Her expression is innocent and expects support, approval, or perhaps even a miracle. She ran up to our hero and said, "Roxana, I've been waiting for you so much." He just waved his hand at her and asked, "Why are you so bored? After all, only a day has passed." The girl standing behind her asked who she was. The guy continued, "Have you returned to your village yet?" The girl with the cat ears replied, "Yes. I have already sorted out all my affairs and am ready to spend more time with you." Meeting in the dark becomes even more personal. The boy and the cat girl exchange words, and a feeling of importance of the moment is in the air. She seems to be carrying important news that cannot be delayed. The boy's gaze is filled with attention and seriousness. His eyes express deep concentration, as if he is trying to read between the lines of what the girl is about to say. In the silence near the walls of the house, there is a proposal to move on to a more private conversation inside. The air is filled with anticipation, and everyone seems ready to share their secrets. The cat girl, standing in front of her friends, enthusiastically declares her role and goals. She is a vampire hunter, adventurer, and assistant in the fight against dark forces, ready to share her knowledge and experience. Surprise is instantly reflected on the face of the girl in the dress, left aside. Her reaction to the cat girl's words shows that the news was as unexpected for her as it was for everyone else. And so the girl with cat ears tremblingly admits that she is the boy's student, to which he cannot hide his surprise. And the girl in the dress, with slight envy, admits the same. A girl with straight blonde hair and piercing eyes looks straight at us, through us. Her gaze is calm, but there is something mysterious in it. The face is adorned with delicate features, and the clothing resembles a uniform intended for important missions. It's as if she's ready for a new day, full of challenges and discoveries. A sorceress girl with cat ears and eyes full of surprise and slight anxiety. Her hair is curly and soft, surrounding her face like a cloud. She is dressed in a costume that combines elements of armor and playfulness, typical of mythical creatures from legends. Belarus is a young man with dark hair and a slight smile hidden behind a cup in his hand. The inscription around it asks the question of the atmosphere that seems to envelop it and the drawing itself. He seems relaxed, but at the same time his gaze and posture hint that he is aware of the mystery that is about to be revealed. We see a magical girl and a blonde girl standing next to each other. The sorceress says, "Let's talk in my room." The blonde girl answers with one word, "This way," indicating the direction. The atmosphere around them is ascetic and a little gloomy. The anticipation of a serious conversation is in the air. We see a young man looking into the room through an open door. His gaze is filled with bewilderment and slight concern. Perhaps he inadvertently witnessed something unexpected, or was caught off guard by unexpected news. In it, the girl looks up, her eyes are closed, and her mouth is twisted in a dissatisfied grimace. The symbols and sounds surrounding her depict her internal state, mild irritation or surprise, perhaps caused by an unexpected turn in the conversation. A luxurious mansion is located against the backdrop of the starry night sky. The characters' dialogue hints at their location and perhaps the class differences between them. One says that his home is only a 3-hour walk from here, while the other is surprised at the proximity to the royal capital. We are shown a dynamic moment between two characters. The young man says with delight, "No problem, leave it to me," in response to some request from the magical girl, who apologizes for her urgency and addresses him as Tuka-san. The young man seems puzzled, and the magical girl only remains silent in response to his reaction, leaving the unsolved mystery hanging in the air. The sorceress girl, puzzled but firm in her intention, says, "I haven't told you anything yet. You need my help, right? In this case, I'll tell you everything as it is." She stands in front of the young man, ready to reveal her secrets. A magical girl with cat ears and a cheerful sparkle in her eyes exclaims in delight about the endless mercy of a certain person, as if her heart is filled with warm feelings and tenderness. The next moment reveals a mysterious scene with two vampires silhouetted in the dark, one of whom leans towards the other with a thoughtful expression, saying that it looks like the vampires are up to something great. A courageous young man with a penetrating gaze and slightly narrowed eyes realizes that all events apparently are connected with vampires, the highest breeds of nocturnal creatures. The current situation seems confusing to him, and the sorceress girl confirms his guesses, saying that it is the highest breed of vampires that is behind everything that is happening. In the following picture, the majestic image of the vampire ruler, surrounded by his subjects, towers above everyone, showing his power and authority as if a sign of the approach of something inevitable. The next moment, the magical girl admits that even approaching the highest breed of vampires for her tribe, the Lycans, is a difficult task, requiring enormous effort. However, the young man, clenching his fist, admits that he is having a hard time accepting certain facts, but his father is still undecided on what to do. And in the final moment, the magical girl shares her fears of complete destruction, but indicates that a meeting with the leader of the vampires may be the only way to survive. The young man sitting on the bed admits that her words are true, and asks if it is true that she wants his help. He expresses surprise when the magical girl says that they need to find something that would be more important than the higher breed of vampires. A magical girl with cat ears insists that they must protect a certain chicken before meeting the vampires, making this task important while the chicken itself appears behind her. And words about the vampires' obscene counting add a humorous tone to the picture. The young man, with bewilderment and slight irony in his voice, says, obviously not fully understanding the seriousness of the moment, which for him seems more strange than dangerous. In the next moment, the young man, with amazement in his eyes, reacts to the determination of the girl who seemed to offer something absurdly significant after everything that had been said. She, tightly closing her eyes, protests, not wanting to believe that she had to offer this, while the young man supports her, saying that he also knows this and believes in her words. Then the magical girl, with fervor and persistence, claims that she has heard about the chicken's ability to close interdimensional doors and prevent vampires from reincarnating, calling attention to the chicken's unusual properties. The young man, standing with a chicken on his head, sarcastically notes that she, apparently, is discussing a plan of action with herself, while the sorceress girl, in complete bewilderment, cannot believe what is happening. The guy said that he believes what the girl says, and he knows it too. The girl began to get embarrassed and said, No, wait, I can't believe all this either." Finally, the young man, with a smile and kindness in his eyes, calms her down, saying that no matter how you look at it, it's just a chicken, trying to diffuse the tense situation. The magical girl, stunned, looks at the young man, who it would seem is already familiar with the chicken they are supposed to protect. Both characters remain in the room, preparing for the upcoming events, and the magical girl, still puzzled, looks at the boy, who now seems to have taken on the role of the chicken's protector. Opening the door, A guy with dark hair and a serious expression touches his chin, puzzled by the situation. His partner, a girl with cat ears, stands nearby, head down, as if feeling the burden of responsibility. The close-up of the guy's hand on the doorknob emphasizes a moment of indecision, or perhaps an important decision that he has to make, knowing that something unknown may await them behind this door. Shock shows on the face of the girl with the cats when a loud sound is heard outside the door. Her eyes are widened in amazement, and her mouth is half open. She clearly did not expect such a turn. The guy, in turn, expresses irritation and surprise, looking around the room from which the noise is coming. His gaze and gestures clearly indicate that what is happening goes beyond the ordinary. When the girl entered, it was clear that she had hit herself and was in pain. Tears began to accumulate on her face. The guy looked at her with a thoughtful look and began to think, "What have you forgotten in this place? Why do you eavesdrop and never warn anyone?" The worried guy sighs, closing his eyes and waving his hand, as if trying to ward off an annoying thought or situation that is preventing him from concentrating. A girl with cat ears stands nearby, hugging a chicken and looking down, immersed in her thoughts. The girl with cat ears looks at the guy with obvious reproach and disapproval, as if his latest actions contradict their plans or violate some important principle. A guy faces accusations from a girl who claims he did something he shouldn't have done. Her tone is full of reproach, and his reaction is a mixture of misunderstanding and denial of the accusation. The girl's attempt to rationally explain her actions is interrupted by her bewilderment and a pause, during which she seems to rethink what happened and search for the right words to explain. The look of the girl with cat ears becomes thoughtful. She seems embarrassed, losing confidence in her actions. Her finger raised up seems to be trying to find an answer in the air. She sinks to the floor, bowing in deep apology, her words expressing regret at not being able to better explain her intentions, which speaks to her inner doubts and feelings of guilt. A guy with dark hair looks to the side. Sadness is reflected on his face. Drops of sweat indicate an internal struggle and uncertainty about what to do next. A girl with cat ears turns to a guy, trying to convince him not to spread information about what happened. She seems concerned about the implications of their conversation. A new character appears in front of the open door. A mysterious girl in a raincoat holding a chicken. Her appearance and mannerisms emphasize her unusualness and possible important role in further events. She addresses the chicken, calling it a divine creature, which adds mysticism and hints at hidden depths in a seemingly ordinary situation. The repeated mention of the chicken as a divine being causes bewilderment and puzzlement. In the girl with cat ears, she tries to comprehend what she heard. She stares intently, trying to understand the meaning of the words and connect them with reality. Her expression is full of bewilderment and search for answers. The facade of the building looks dark and impressive. Its contours and architectural details create a feeling of antiquity and the secrets it holds. The guy exclaims, realizing something important, but at the same time seems confused by the events taking place and the information he was just presented with. A girl with long hair and a confident smile shares her thoughts, suggesting that unexpected events began to unfold after a certain person joined them, likely referring to the arrival of a new mysterious character. The hero opens his mouth in shock, his eyes wide. Conversations about vampires and supernatural forces come to life on the pages of the book. Suddenly, his beliefs are questioned and the legends seem to be true. And now we see a chicken with a large expressive eye. Her gaze is filled with innocence and curiosity, as if she is standing on the threshold of the unknown. After that, we are transported to a muscular figure with his back turned. The tension is growing, and we feel the anticipation of an important moment, the anticipation of the action that will unfold before us. Suddenly, there is a girl in front of us, standing in the doorway with fear on her face. She is surprised by the unexpected meeting, and this feeling overwhelms her. The bird appears before us again, this time with a funny expression on its face, making the sound "bookok," as if commenting on the situation with its opinion. Next we see a night street, illuminated by lanterns. The heroes discuss their next steps, counting on the help of a supernatural ally. The characters exchange information about the location of the target of their quest, while one of them bows his head in understanding. Afterwards, we see a girl with a warm and grateful look who expresses her respect and recognition to the owner. We conclude with two men, one of whom is perplexed and surprised by what is happening around him, while the other looks at him with a question. Theoras is a young man who seems ready for a serious conversation. He stands waiting, inviting his interlocutor to come closer for a conversation. A girl angel with wings and short hair stands smiling and holds a sign with the inscription, "I'm very nervous." Her large eyes and pretty face express innocence and hidden excitement. Around her is the simplicity and purity of a white background, which emphasizes her angelic nature. A man in a Japanese kimono is screaming, his hair sticking out in different directions, and a cigarette sticking out of his mouth. He looks angry and indignant, and his words indicate that someone came home gloomy. The character's facial expressions and details of his clothing tell about his character and social status. We see a young man in a black outfit. It seems that he is being scolded for his dirty clothes. He stands slightly bent over, with his shoulders slumped, expressing apology and regret. Behind him stands an angry man whose words indicate disappointment with the young man's actions. We are shown a continuation of the dialogue between the two characters. The man laughs, pointing out the young man's lack of physical strength, while the latter looks puzzled and perplexed. The background of the image is decorated with a stained glass window, which adds an aura of solemnity to the scene. A young man with black hair admires the determination and strength of the angel girl, although she seems younger than him. He raises his hand in recognition, and she looks up with an expression of pride and confidence in her capabilities. Then they open a door in front of us, through which we can see the profile of a blonde, addressing a man and a young man with unexpected news. Her face is hidden, but her hand on the doorknob and tense posture indicate the seriousness of the situation. The blonde speaks to the characters, congratulating them on completing the task. Her delicate features and neatly styled hair convey delicacy and sophistication. Her words bring relief and satisfaction after the work is done. We see a man who reacts with surprise and bewilderment to the blonde's words. His gaze is wide open, his mouth is half open, and on his face one can read a complete lack of understanding of what is happening, as if he did not expect such a turn. Portrait of a blonde with highlights in her eyes and tears running down her cheeks. Her facial expression is full of sadness and vulnerability. Her eyes reflect deep emotions, and there is a feeling of disappointment or sadness in the air. The man opened his eyes and mouth wide in horror. His face expresses fear and shock. His hair stands on end, and it seems that he has encountered something unexpected and amazing that has completely turned his world upside down. A girl with a sad expression on her face and tears in her eyes stands in front of a young man in shock, pressing her hand to her chest. Her gaze is full of regret and embarrassment, and the words she utters indicate deep emotional attachment and misunderstanding between them. The man raises his hands in despair, in a gesture of surprise. His eyes widened in surprise. He seems stunned by the unexpected turn of events, and his face reflects an instant reaction to the girl's words. The beads of sweat on his forehead highlight the intensity of the moment. The dark-haired girl looks over her shoulder with a confident smile. The words she utters illuminate her face with a soft light of understanding and sympathy. In her eyes there is a hint of a hidden story that is just beginning to unfold before us. A man with an upset expression on his face stands in front of a girl. His words are full of self-accusation and reflection on past events. He tries to find an explanation for current circumstances, looking for a reason in his actions. The girl with her head down looks up, her eyes full of tears. She searches her memory for answers, blaming herself for drawing incorrect conclusions about the past. Her gaze reveals deep anxiety and unresolved feelings. Confusion fills the man's face when he holds in his hands the object that caused bewilderment. His words express bewilderment and a complete lack of understanding of what is happening. This is the moment when past and present collide, leaving him with unanswered questions. The girl covers her mouth with her hand, puzzled, her eyes widened in surprise. She begins to realize that her assumptions were wrong, and this discovery leaves her in a state of shock. She is on the verge of realizing a truth that could change everything. Happiness and relief are painted on the girl's face when she shares her discovery. She seems pleased with her findings and relishes the opportunity to resolve long-standing misunderstandings. The man next to her is perplexed by her sudden joy. The man stands with his back to the girl, his head bowed in confusion. He is trying to understand the events that took place. His posture reflects the internal struggle and doubts that gripped him in his search for the truth. In the final painting, the man touches his face with his hand, his eyes full of doubt and introspection. He begins to doubt his beliefs and looks within himself for answers, trying to solve the mystery that stands before him. A man with an excited face shouts in the direction of a girl who is standing next to him, with her face turned away. His words and manner of expression emphasize the confidence in his guesses. The dark-haired guy, LAC, standing behind, is enthusiastically ready to share the news. She seems excited and determined to reveal the secret to the others. The man looks forward in confusion, and the hero LAC looks at him, expressing his surprise with a silent look. He seems to feel the gravity of the situation, realizing something important. The man's back is tense. He turns to the girl with a quiet question. His words indicate thoughtfulness and some weariness from current events. The man kneeling down is full of confusion and unexpected pain. Locke, standing next to him, looks at him with sympathy and understanding. With a look of amazement on his face, the man holds the sword in his hand and shouts joyfully, his energy and enthusiasm going through the roof. The girl's gaze, full of surprise, is directed at him. The man standing in front of the sign with the image is full of doubts and surprise. He asks questions, trying to understand what he really sees. The man looking thoughtfully to the side seems puzzled and slightly confused. His silence speaks of internal turmoil and uncertainty about what is happening. A man standing in the rain, structure in front of him, his words reflecting concern and intent to protect someone important to him. The dark-haired girl seems torn between worry and duty, her face reflecting inner conflict and determination. A sudden cry of surprise and confusion comes from the two figures. The man and the girl are screaming, standing side by side, their faces distorted with fear and confusion, and the silence surrounding them only emphasizes the unexpectedness of their outburst of emotions. The girl's joyful cry cuts through the air. As she enters the room with outstretched arms, her face glows with delight and anticipation of the meeting, and the words she shouts are filled with enthusiasm and readiness to share the news. The man turns to the girl entering, with an expression of slight surprise as the dark-haired figure stands next to him, looking at the scene unfolding before them. The atmosphere is filled with the unpredictability of the upcoming moment. The girl's gaze freezes in a stunned expression as she raises her hand to her mouth. Her face reflects deep shock and inability to believe what is happening before her eyes. The man with his back turned looks shocked, as if he suddenly realized something important that transformed his understanding of the current situation. He is puzzled and at the same time full of anxiety about the unknown. The dark-haired girl quietly whispers words of warning, and the man next to her looks at her with bewilderment, clearly not understanding the reason for her concern. There is a tense silence in the room, as if everyone is holding their breath, waiting for events to develop. The girl tries to calm the situation with concern in her voice, while the dark-haired figure expresses regret for his actions, asking for forgiveness. Both figures stand thoughtfully, as if trying to remember something important that they have missed, or to solve a riddle that has just appeared before them. Lei began to catch up with the princess and said, "Salis, please wait." She ran away and apologized, saying that she was very sorry for disturbing them. Lei said, "You have it all wrong, you are mistaken." But the girl continued to reiterate her position. "Everything is fine. I won't tell anyone. It's your business how you love whom. A little later, the cat-eared girl and the demon stood together, waiting for Lack and his comrades to return. Devastation and fatigue overwhelmed the group. The man, sitting with his head down and his eyes closed, looks exhausted. His muscles are relaxed, as if he had exerted his last strength. Nearby, a girl clasped her head in her hands. The expression on her face speaks of deep disappointment and fatigue. The third figure, hiding his face in his knees, gives in to despair. The man turns to the girl with bewilderment, his eyes wide open from misunderstanding. He looks for confirmation of his words in her eyes, but she, with a sad and exhausted look, seems lost in her thoughts, far from the current moment. Suddenly, conflict breaks out in the room. The man, with his mouth open and eyes wide, is full of indignation. His surprise gives way to anger. He tries to find an explanation for what is happening, trying to grasp the meaning of the words that seem to be in the air. The words that were flying in the air now hang tangible in front of them, but their weight and meaning still elude understanding. The man, frantically squeezing his head with his hands, tries to cope with the burden of realities unknown to him. The group gathered around the table. A tense silence hangs in the air. A man leaning on a chair looks into space. The girl, with regret in her eyes, tries to console him, while the other faces surrounding them are filled with confusion and expectation. Silence fills the space. One of them, realizing that they are on the threshold of the unpredictable and possibly dangerous, asks a question, offering as protection what they have: strength and determination. All attention is focused on the girl, whose facial expression speaks of internal conflict and indecision. She was faced with a choice that could determine the outcome of their future actions. The man, stunned, tries to grasp the meaning of the words that recently sounded in the air. He turns his gaze to the girl, looking for confirmation or refutation of his guesses. The girl with wide eyes is full of amazement. She can't believe what she heard. Her puzzlement is mixed with anxiety. The man next to her also does not hide his bewilderment in the face of this new and unexpected information. Both the man and the girl exchange glances full of bewilderment and disbelief. They are both unaware of the latest events, which adds tension to an already charged atmosphere. A terrible revelation flashes before your eyes. The skull, shrouded in an aura of darkness, embodies a curse born of the desecration of the most holy thing. The power of this sinister spell threatens the very essence of life. The girl, with a concerned face, realizes the depth of the tragedy. She realizes that collecting curses, even killing gods, seems less evil than the actions they are forced to perform. The man looks decisively into the distance, his determination reinforced by the words that if everything is so, then they can afford to stay in place less and less. Action must be taken, and this is obvious to each of them. They are faced with a choice: to protect their home, perhaps at the cost of new victims. Putting up barriers around the estate to update the defenses seems to be the only option. Shock covers the girl when she realizes that she should not have trusted this Erica. Her look is full of horror and bewilderment. The man, with doubt in his voice, emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. If this is truly a divine child, then ensuring its protection is quite reasonable for the royal family. The girl doesn't hide her delight at this idea. Her eyes glow with confidence and determination, and the words, "Yes, Dad," express her full agreement. Enthusiasm covers everyone, and someone shouts, "Exactly, exactly." With a proposal to leave immediately, there is determination and urgency in the air. The majestic hall of the castle is filled with figures ready for new challenges. Their gait is decisive, and every step reflects their determination to protect what they hold dear. The words, "Thank you, please wait here," are in the air, foreshadowing a new chapter in their difficult history, which is just beginning. The group of people gathered tiredly, sat down on a sofa in a spacious room filled with chandeliers and draped curtains. Their gazes are directed into emptiness. Each is immersed in their own thoughts. The maid serves tea, and gratitude sounds in the voice of one of the girls. Her gaze is filled with gratitude and slight amazement, as if she did not expect such a level of care. The chicken, surprisingly, takes a place among those present, uttering his boo-boos, as if making his contribution to the general meeting. The maid, in the full majesty of her dignity and calm, like a statue, carries her gaze across the room. Her face reflects deep dedication and dedication to her work. The man shares his observation that the chamberlain who brought them here was very young. There is a note of regret and admiration in his voice. The discussion turns to education and its importance. Apprentice fishermen, chamberlains, and cooks have all gathered here in the royal palace to discuss their place in this complex web of events. Welfare policies are discussed in the context of the royal palace, where everyone can find their place if they know how and want to learn. And suddenly, it becomes clear that Eric is a wonderful king, ready to provide his subjects not only with protection, but also with opportunities for growth and development. The decision is made. The girl with blonde hair happily and gratefully accepts the mission to defeat the vampire, embodying the courage and bravery of the entire group. They two friends, apparently children, look up, their faces reflecting the hope and excitement that fills them in anticipation of the upcoming adventure. Before us is a scene of mutual introduction. The man in gray respectfully says that they are very polite. The young man, who introduces himself as Charlotte, expresses his joy at meeting his father's friend. Light laughter glides across the room. After everyone had greeted each other, Luck placed his hand on his chest and said, "Nice to meet you, too." He was also introduced as this old man, your father's friend. Luck had a smile on his face, and it was clear that he enjoyed being here. A girl with a book in her hands addresses him as a hero. Her face glows with admiration and tenderness. She holds a book about Lack's adventures, elevating the story to a point of pride. After which she showed a book in which all of Lack's adventures were told in full. On the cover of this book, Lake was depicted with a staff as a great magician who defeated a demon lord. This book was the Great Book of Adventures, based on true events. Lake began to carefully examine this book of history. He, a veteran of adventures, did not know that not only a monument was erected in his honor, but also books began to be written describing his exploits. The man, seemingly shocked by what he sees, frowns and demands an explanation about the picture book. There is a slight panic and bewilderment in his voice. Another character states that Laksan is the hero every child wants to be, expressing the popular perception of the character. A little girl interrupts the discussion, clarifying that all the children in the country grow up hearing stories about Laka, showing how deeply these stories are ingrained in the culture. After this, the demon began to say that the rooster also liked picture books. Then Lack's character, at that moment, wrinkled his face. He felt uncomfortable, and he thought about it. The deity also went in the same direction, admitting that he also liked meaningless stories. And at the end, the chicken just started crowing, adding a comical and homely touch to this idyllic picture of a friendly gathering. A young girl looks with admiration at a rooster, which seems beautiful to her. A little girl stands next to her, asking if that is the character's name, hinting at his noble name. The atmosphere is one of innocence and childlike curiosity. The next moment reveals a wider range of characters. The man in the cloak greets the two girls, calling them their names, and invites them to play in the palace. The air is filled with anticipation of the upcoming entertainment. And the next scene showed a continuation of this moment, when the man in the cloak turns to one of the girls, offering to join the game with them. The interaction of the characters is permeated with warmth and care. Now the attention turns to the man who is standing next to the girls. He looks surprised and a little embarrassed by these children's games. His face reflects a mixture of bewilderment and hidden delight. The grown man then shares his thoughts about his daughters, saying that he wants to teach them to see the world despite any obstacles. His words convey paternal care and deep understanding. The face of the young man, perhaps the girl's father, reflects some puzzlement and uncertainty, as if he is looking for an answer to an unexpected question or situation, which adds a touch of intrigue to the drawn story. And at the end of this passage from the story, the man in the cloak remembers the powerful magic that he used many years ago to gather an army of shops, which emphasizes his importance and power in this world. They express their gratitude to the man, for the happiness he brought into her life and the life of their daughter, demonstrating a deep emotional connection and appreciation. After which, one of the heroes began to remember that now his happiness lies in Charlotte and Mary. Lack gave them to him because he was ready to sacrifice his life to save the lives of his comrades. The young man with his hand raised reflects the gratitude of the entire country and continent for the exploits of the man in the cape, which emphasizes his heroic status and the respect he enjoys among the people. Elevated on a pedestal, a majestic warrior with a spear and shield stands before a gathered crowd of people who look in his direction with reverence. Rays of light frame his figure, giving him an almost sacred halo, and his gaze is full of determination and strength, reflecting his leadership qualities. A close-up of the warrior's face conveys firmness and confidence. In his eyes is a reflection of the many battles and trials passed on the way to the current moment. This look has seen a lot, and now looks to the future, ready for new challenges. The young man looks at his fingers with tenderness and slight surprise, as if they contained a secret that he had just understood. His eyes reflect a sudden realization, and he seems startled by his own feelings or discovery. A young girl with a serious expression makes a comment about a picture book, pointing out its redundancy. Her tone and posture express skepticism and bewilderment about something that seems to her to be an obvious overabundance. Two girls, one of whom is holding a child by the hand, enter what they imagine to be a room for entertainment. They look happy and grateful, and the atmosphere is filled with warmth and care. The young girl turns around and thanks a man invisible to us named Rowan. Her face twists into a smile, and she seems genuinely grateful for something that has been done for her. A woman with a noble and stern face says that she has prepared sweets. Her gaze and gestures express calm and confidence that everything is done in the best way for others. A close-up of the eye of a character, possibly a warrior, seen in previous images, showing his intense and attentive gaze, focused on something outside the frame. The view of the Gothic castle, surrounded by dark clouds and fog, creates a feeling of mysticism and ancient secrets. There is something hidden in this place, inaccessible to the eyes of an ordinary person. The young people listen to an adult share his thoughts about recent vampire activity. Concentration and concern are visible on their faces. They realize the seriousness of the situation and are ready to take action. A courageous young man with a serious expression on his face shares his determined intention to protect someone at any cost. His words are filled with determination, and he seems ready to make a great sacrifice in order to prevent the impending danger associated with an ancient curse. In the silence of the night under the twinkling stars, it seems that the majestic building, the royal palace, will become a refuge and protection from evil spirits for all who seek refuge and help. In this peace and quiet lies the promise of safety and peace. A girl with wide eyes and a surprised expression on her face listens attentively, her gaze riveted on the interlocutor. A young man stands next to her. His gaze is soft and kind, and an invisible bond of mutual understanding seems to be established between them. Sitting at a table in a cozy environment, a young man talks cheerfully, discussing a strategy of action. His posture is relaxed, and there is a smile on his face. He is full of optimism and a desire to share his plans for the future. Two adults exchange thoughts, their faces reflecting deep thought. They are pondering their upcoming actions, seemingly preparing for something important and decisive that will require their courage and intelligence. The sudden question shocks the man. His face expresses complete bewilderment and confusion, while the woman next to him seems preoccupied. The atmosphere is filled with surprise and tension. The man suddenly gets up from his chair. His gestures express bewilderment and confusion. There is tension in the room, perhaps as a result of an unexpected or controversial strategy proposed by one of those gathered. The calming hand gesture suggests humility and careful consideration, while the other character asserts his position, unwilling to back down or agree with another's opinion. A group of beast-like characters discuss a plan of action. Among them is a leader who proposes a strategy to distract the enemy's attention so that the others can strike the decisive blow. Their plan becomes clearer when they decide to ambush the enemy. They seem determined to use the element of surprise in their actions to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, an argument breaks out in the room. A young man with long black hair and a determined look insists on his own, while his interlocutor, a man with more mature features, listens attentively, remaining calm. There is tension in the air as decisions are at stake that could change the course of their fight. The discussion continues, and the Beast Woman girl, with a sympathetic look, puts forward her proposal. She seems restless, as if trying to balance safety with the need to fight. Standing next to her is a young man, his eyes wide with surprise and appearing to be rethinking strategy, given the possible consequences of their actions. Determined to win, the heroes discuss their next steps. They understand that even if they cannot defeat the vampires directly, they can try to outsmart them using local knowledge and ambush tactics. Determination is visible on their faces. They are ready to risk everything for their goal. The silence grows as the young man with black hair deepens in thought. His gaze becomes thoughtful, and he appears lost in thought, perhaps rethinking the risks and ways to achieve his goals. The tension between the characters grows when one of them, a man with a scar on his face, weighs the words of his interlocutor. He is serious and concerned because the task is not only to fight, but also to protect his own, and every decision has weight. The Beast Girl speaks her mind with confidence. She is bravely ready to confront the enemy, regardless of the risk. Her look is full of determination, and her words are full of confidence in the correctness of the chosen course. The hero with a cigarette thoughtfully weighs the possibility of requesting reinforcements, but his decision is interrupted. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation and hope for support in the current situation. There is an awareness in the room that vampires have a certain appeal, but this doesn't at all diminish the danger they pose. The words remain hanging in the air, a reminder that appearances can be deceiving. Finally, the man with the scar on his face admits that he cannot stand by while watching his comrades die. He is painfully aware of the seriousness of the situation and is ready to act despite all doubts. The Beast Girl gathers her courage, her gaze full of determination. She emphasizes that it is better to take the fight than to let the enemy get away. She is ready to fight with all her heart, defending her position in the face of an invisible threat. The tension is noticeable as white-gloved hands grasp the rope. Strength and determination are felt in every movement, as if there is a struggle ahead in which there is no room for concessions. These hands are ready for action, to change the course of events. The room filled with mystery and anticipation is filled with silence. However, the silence is broken by a voice that sounds with confidence and warning, as if challenging the one who is trying to overcome the obstacles. The girl screams to her companions, calling on them to support her. There's desperation and urgency in her voice, and next to her, her little sister looks puzzled by the unexpected obstacle that stands in their way. Two little girls stand confused, one of them holding a bird. Their eyes are full of innocence and wonder in the face of the unknown danger that surrounds them. A young girl in a hat with a strong look is holding a weapon in her hands, clearly preparing for the upcoming clash. Her posture and facial expression speak of the determination and courage that will be required in the coming battle. On the roof, in the face of an approaching storm, stands a young warrior. A weapon sparkles in her hand, and although there is chaos all around, she seems like an island of calm, ready to face the storm. Three gloomy figures rise before her, towering like monuments to eternity. Their masks and amulets radiate ancient power, and there is a sense of deep and inevitable confrontation in the air. Despair and helplessness fill the air as the girl realizes that enemies have penetrated into the very heart of their shelter. Her eyes are full of tears, and her breathing becomes heavy at the thought of betrayal within the royal walls. The enemy's silhouette begins to take shape in the darkness, like a nightmare becoming reality. The story takes a new, dark turn when the heroes are faced with the fact that their enemies have not only strength, but also cunning. Doubt torments the soul of the girl standing in front of the armies of darkness. The question of whether she can defeat them hangs in the air, adding intrigue to the already tense atmosphere of the upcoming battle. A desperate no sounds in the air when the warrior realizes that she is faced with an obstacle that seems insurmountable. Her hand is extended in a gesture of refusal or protest. She does not give up without a fight. She realizes that she must use all her skills and knowledge to overcome the invisible enemy. In her hands is a weapon that seems capable of resisting dark forces. With every move, she becomes more confident. Her weapon is not just metal, it is like an extension of herself, a tool that gives her strength and confidence. She screams about her determination to protect her loved ones until her last breath, until her last fight. Her eyes reflect determination and an unshakable will to win. Suddenly, an ominous smile of an unknown enemy appears in front of her. Full of gloating and confidence in her own invincibility, a collision with which foreshadows something terrifying. These undead deal a powerful blow to our heroes. Their standing spell turns out to be more and more powerful and powerful. In a shady corner, where the worlds of reality and fantasy intersect, a girl with a pale face and a determined look strains her will. She knows that the success of the battle depends on her ability to channel the magical power of tempering through the weapon. The next moment is filled with tension. The girl gazes intently at the sparkling blade, and as if answering her challenge, the sword sparkled with reflection, promising to repel the enemy's attack back. A whirlwind of darkness gathers around, but the girl stands unshakable, like a bastia in the middle of a storm. There is firmness in her eyes and determination in her heart. She is not alone, but her companions are still hidden from view. Then everything around is illuminated with brilliance, and the girl raises her sword above her head, preparing for the decisive blow. The inhospitability of the dark forces worries her, but she proves that she can cope. Following this, a hiss is heard in the air, and the image of the girl blurs in the airy haze like a ghost. She fights an invisible enemy. Her movements are fast and decisive. And now she is no longer alone in the face of danger. Her companions join the fight. In their hands the weapon is ready for battle, and in their eyes there is a reflection of the impending victory. But the darkness does not want to give in. It originates in the figure of an unknown enemy, a giant whose mask hides his face, but not the malice emanating from him. The next moment the girl is alone again. Only her eyes, full of horror and determination, speak of the inexpressible tension of the battle. Now she looks at the symbols embedded in the foundation of this world, at the magical seals, the focus of power, which she now has to overcome. And in conclusion, shadows thicken over her, foreshadowing either an imminent end or a new beginning. She tightens her grip on the sword, ready for the final confrontation. The girl's eyes widen in horror and despair when she sees arrows covered in magical runes appear out of nowhere. They pose a deadly threat, and the time to react is decreasing by the second. As soon as the arrows reach their target, there is a loud explosion. Magic symbols flash around, creating a vortex of energy that absorbs them into itself. A stone-eyed monster, a warrior covered in armor and the scars of many battles, deflects the attack with his shield. His mask hides his emotions, but his eyes reveal his readiness for battle. Meanwhile, another warrior stands next to the girl, their faces reflecting calm and concentration. He supports her, ready to protect her from any danger. Hero Lack's enemy calls upon ancient magical symbols, creating a complex ritual that can change the course of battle. His hands touch magical energy, which begins to react and change shape. After that, his gaze became more confident. He realized that his companion had accomplished the goal well and expected nothing less from her than from his student. After these words, she fell to her knees and began to fly. He stood in front of her and said that now it was his time to deal with all this, and that she should not worry, leaving all the problems on his shoulders. In this battle, the greatest concern becomes the vampire's abilities to charm and manipulate their enemies. This can lead to the danger that even your comrades or people you trusted may turn against you. Galen expressed confidence that this would not cause serious difficulties for him and Eric. since they have a high level of resistance to manipulation. However, he warned that such an adventure could be a dangerous decision for ordinary soldiers. The little-eared beast girl sits at the table and worries, explaining that manipulation and charm techniques don't work on her kind, and she hopes they will be allowed to live in peace. Luke was struck by something he noticed that made the others wary, especially the cat-eared girl, who noticed a change in the hero's behavior. With surprise and growing excitement, the young warrior shouted, "The enemy is here," pushes off the ground sharply, ready for action. Adrenaline permeates his body. He is full of determination and strength necessary for the upcoming confrontation. After an instant decision, he shouts to his comrade about his intention to take a shortcut, demonstrating his readiness to use all his skill and dexterity to achieve the goal as quickly as possible. His next action is a rapid leap, where every muscle of his tenses to overcome the obstacles between him and his goal. His gaze is focused, and his movements are precise and fast, as if he is soaring through the air. A young man with dark hair and a serious look intently watches the flying glass shards, surrounded by a raging wind. His hand is raised to his face, as if trying to protect himself or focus his thoughts before upcoming actions. Jumping back, he avoids the debris that continues to fly around. Anxiety was frozen on his face, and his gaze was fixed on an unknown danger. Under it is noticeable a magical circular seal that glows, foreshadowing the beginning of some ritual or spell. The next moment the young man is in the air, towards an unknown enemy. He dodges an attack that cuts right through the air, leaving behind only flying particles and dynamic lines of movement. A close-up shot shows the hero's face, covered with hair from the blast wave. The words, "Here they are," appear to be a shout from an enemy or a warning from an ally, adding to the tension of the situation. Helmeted and armored warriors rush into battle. Like ghosts or skeletons, their swords ready to strike. Their figures are silhouetted against the background of arrows rushing past, foreshadowing the inevitable battle. A young girl looks forward with an expression of shock and fear on her face. Her eyes reflect a storm of emotions and perhaps the danger that she has just seen or anticipates. Dark, powerful lines cut through space, illustrating the overwhelming force of an impact or explosion that blows everything in its path apart, creating chaos and destruction. However, Lak managed to protect himself from all these spells by raising his protection spell at the last moment. We are shown the hero and the girl together, surrounded by magical symbols and luminous seals. The text in the word cloud reads, "Good job, Silas," which could be praise or an incantation. The girl's face is filled with surprise and awe, while the boy seems determined and protecting both from an invisible threat. Tears flow from the girl's eyes as the boy appears to comfort her or bid her farewell, preparing for the final and decisive act of their struggle together. Warriors in strange helmets and dark armor face an unknown force. Hands extended as a sign of a magical challenge seem to awaken the energies of the elements. The symbols and signs carved into the stone vibrate with latent power, growing in strength for the coming clash. The young warrior's face is filled with determination, his gaze focused on the enemy. The text sliding along the edge of the frame, "Too slow," underscores his keen assessment of a situation where every fraction of a second matters and slowing down equals defeat. Three mystical figures rise above the battlefield, surrounded by magical bubbles, heralding the coming spell. Their poses are full of power. Their magic begins to become reality, summoning forces that can change the course of battle. Close-ups of the enemy's terrifying faces reveal their sinister nature. The mouths open in a scream, and the empty eye sockets in the helmets were distorted in wild horror or insane rage, ready to fall on the heroes. The main character casts a spell, the text of which indicates an appeal to speed and strength. In his eyes there is concentration. He knows that the stakes are high, and only accuracy and speed of action can ensure success. The word implosion breaks the silence, illustrating the power of the spell that was cast. The warrior's movements become the personification of a destructive force that begins its action, foreshadowing a new turn in the battle. Dark vortex energy consumes space, drawing in everything in its path. Magical symbols explode with power, creating the impression that the very fabric of reality is being tested. The girl looks at the events unfolding in front of her, in a state of shock and bewilderment. Exclamation, "Wow!" indicates her disbelief in what is happening, and almost childish surprise in the face of the inexplicable and fantastic. She clutches a symbol in her hands, which may be the key to a solution or salvation. The text around it hints at an ancient spell or prayer that may be their last hope in this battle. The next shot shows the protagonist's back, while text next to him proclaims, "The legendary great sage is so cut." The words emanate mysticism and destiny, pointing to greatness and the destiny that he has to accept or change. Filled with bewilderment, the main character turns to his companion. His words question the meaning of recent events, as if he is trying to find answers in a world where logic intertwines with magic. Through the darkness and uncertainty of the moment, the figures of two warriors flash in the shadows. They whisper to each other about the need to move forward, despite all the horrors that surround them, their voices heavy and full of determination. In the darkness of the ancient and abandoned building, it seems that the silhouettes of vampires are waiting in the wings. The text that surrounds them hints that they have not heard the footsteps of visitors for a long time, and this discovery causes them alarm. The main character and his companion, surrounded by darkness, stand in front of a dark figure. They are confused and shocked, their gaze filled with questions about what these creatures are doing in this forgotten place. The face of the man facing them is filled with deep seriousness and thoughtfulness. His words reflect reflections on the calling of the pole servants, their mysterious arrival in this place, and the status they carry. A vampire with an open face and a look full of disappointment stands in front of them. He is surprised that they could trick him around their little finger, and in his words, one can feel the weariness of the centuries-old struggle. The scene cuts to two cloaked figures discussing their unexpected discovery. The seriousness of their dialogue emphasizes the importance of the moment and the mystery of what is happening around. Standing before them was one of the most powerful vampires, with a metal coin on his chest, and scars were visible on his face, indicating numerous battles. His appearance was crowned with elegant clothes, and before this 2 states had to bend down. This was the 8th, one of the most influential vampires. Their attention is drawn to a strange phenomenon. The servants of the pole, who apparently do not follow the usual rules and behavior for vampires. The surrealism of the situation intensifies every minute. A woman stands in front of them. It seems the leader of the vampires. Surprise and contempt are mixed in her gaze. The words around her hint at her inner struggle and the unexpected turn of events that took her by surprise. She stands at the entrance, her gaze filled with awareness that something is happening that is beyond her understanding. The words around her ask questions that don't yet have answers. The main character continues to look for logic in what is happening, thinking about the reasons why the minions of the pole came here and what their appearance means for all of them. The protagonist's gaze reveals their group's intention. They have come to capture an object with divine power. He embodies the determination and focus this mission requires. From the inside, his eyes instantly widen, reflecting a moment of shock and realization. What was only words now becomes reality, and it overwhelms them. The collision with reality is acute and inevitable. The hero realizes that they are standing in the way of a being with exceptional power, who does not want to give up his powers without a fight. The vampire, the leader of their groups, confirms that they are here by direct order from above, which makes their mission even more important and obliges them to follow it to the end. Explaining the situation in detail, he clarified that the 6th is subordinate to many people, including those who strive to enter the royal palace. The girl, listening to the story, was shocked by these revelations. In her mind, such a relationship between humans and vampires was something incredible and incomprehensible. The 8th vampire continued to say that even famous personalities, including one of the maids, with a not very pleasant appearance, serve him. This information brought additional confusion into the girl's mind, and she felt inner despair in the face of these amazing circumstances. Standing in front of them, the eighth vampire began to explain that everything had become clear to him, and there might be misunderstandings among everyone else. The lesser vampire and the second girl, who knelt down with him, agreed, not regretting the possible consequences of such a development. After this, Lak began to notice something strange, and turned his gaze towards the source of this strangeness. Noticing a strange magic circle above the saucer, he thought that apparently they had brought it with them to perform some kind of ritual. The older vampire offered to take charge of the conversation. He turned to the lesser vampires and asked if, using this magic circle, he could quickly get to the sixth. However, the situation turned out to be not so simple, and our hero Lak decided to stop this ritual. He kicked the door out of his feet, saying, "Even with his help you can find him and lead me to him." Two characters dressed in dark cloaks look up with frightened and surprised faces. There are lines of speed around them, creating a sense of their sudden shock at what they see. Their looks are filled with anxiety, and not a sound comes out of their mouths, only silent confusion. A man with a serious and determined look, directing his gaze to the left. His hair is tousled and his face is distorted with displeasure or anger. He has the same air of speed and urgency as the previous characters. We see a hand clutching a sword with incredible strength. The hand is drawn with strength and precision, and the sword looks sharp and dangerous. The style of the drawing conveys a sense of movement and determination in the character's actions. A character with long hair, facing the viewer, with a sword in his hand. His eyes are narrowed and seriousness is written on his face. The character says, "Lak," which may indicate surprise or sudden realization. Renders the same character in full growth, with a sword in his hand, ready for battle. His gaze is focused and his mouth is slightly open. The phrase, "Your end has come," emphasizes the character's intention to finish what he started. An aggressive character, probably an adversary, with sharp facial features and an intense gaze. He is in a dynamic posture, indicating readiness to fight or rapid movement. In the foreground you can see the surprised face of one of the characters, frozen in bewilderment from the unexpected attack. Drops of blood, possibly blood, fly around him, adding to the tension of the moment. The character opens his mouth in horror to shout, "Ka!" which indicates his painful reaction to what is happening. It is clear that the situation has gotten out of control, and the character is faced with an unexpected and powerful enemy. We see two characters standing next to each other, one of whom is looking directly at us, and the other is turned sideways. Their looks are full of determination and tension, which speaks of the seriousness of the moment and the impending decisive battle. For moments that seem like an eternity, the man in the dark cloak stares into the distance, his arm extended in a gesture of power and determination. Shadows and dust rise around him, as if emphasizing the storm of emotions that rages within him. Black hair is slightly raised by the wind, and his eyes burn with the fire of steadfastness. The hug of a father and daughter conceals boundless tenderness and protection. The girl, burying her face in his shoulder, seeks refuge from the storms of the outside world. The man closes his eyes, hugging her tighter, as if this one hug could protect her from any adversity. A woman with a gentle look and a slight smile on her face personifies warmth and peace. There are tears of joy or sadness in her eyes. It's hard to tell. But a look full of love and care undoubtedly speaks of deep feelings. The emptiness around and gloomy tones emphasize the painful loneliness. His posture and stillness seem to speak of inner reconciliation with an invisible enemy. Two men, one with a shocked expression, enter into a dialogue. One of them, with a serious face and gaze directed towards the girl, seems puzzled by the situation. A dramatic story unfolds around them, full of tension and suspense. General excitement covers a group of people in armor. Their words convey a sense of wariness and bewilderment in the face of something incomprehensible and possibly dangerous. The tense atmosphere instantly grabs your attention, forcing you to hold your breath in anticipation of the outcome. An older man in a cloak, with an astonished look, listens to an explanation about the possibility of carrying a legal object through a teleporter. A sign of understanding flashes in his eyes, but his face remains tense. Nearby is an object that may be the key to their further actions. Two people, a man and a woman, exchange news. The maid conveyed important information, which undoubtedly caused confusion and anxiety. The woman looks puzzled, and the man looks anxiously expectant. Their views are full of questions and indecision. After this, Lek began to explain that it was a magical object disguised as a silver tray. This allows you to use teleportation magic. He suggested that they capture this maid immediately to prevent the impending danger. The girl heard all this and rushed into battle, but Lake responded saying, "Wait." However, the girl claimed that she was the only one who knew Rowana by sight, and only she could complete this task. The door suddenly swings open, and a girl with cat ears appears on the threshold, her gaze full of determination and courage. Behind her shoulder, in another room, a silhouette appears in a dancing pose, reminiscent of the world they left. There is tension in the candlelit room. The raised voices indicate the likelihood of the beginning of something new, but at the same time mysterious and possibly dangerous. The older man turns to the young warrior with a stern look. His words carry the weight of an order, while simultaneously reminding us of the duty and responsibility that lies on the shoulders of the younger generation. Under the pressure of circumstances, the man in the raincoat turns to take a decisive step. The question he asks does not imply refusal. There comes a time when doubts are left behind and actions speak louder than words. Clutching the hilt of his sword, the cloaked man is about to take on an enemy called the Sixth. His determination and willpower shine through his every gesture and glance. Quickly moving towards the goal, the warrior leaves behind his surprised senior comrade. A moment of action, full of dynamics and tension, foreshadows an inevitable fight. After a sharp acceleration, the man in the cloak stops, turning his gaze to an unknown luminous object. Surprise is reflected in his eyes. His gaze is directed upward at the magical symbol spread ornately above him. From above, he saw a huge magic circle and froze, expecting what might await him ahead. A stunned man in a raincoat tries to figure out his location. He looks up at the sparkling, magical symbol, whose lines radiate light and power, filling the space around with a mysterious radiance. As the man tries to collect his thoughts and understand what is happening, an indeterminate figure emerges from the darkness, emanating an alarming presence. His eyes meet 2 points of light, and the question is in the air. "Who are you?" The hand confidently touches the hilt of the sword, ready for battle. The steel glistens in anticipation of the upcoming battle, and the dark contours of the hand and weapon speak of the determination and tension of the moment. In front of them stands a pair of creatures with pale faces and pointed ears, dressed in luxurious clothes. Their looks are serious and full of intentions, and their hands are frozen in a gesture that foreshadows an important event. The young warrior looks up at his interlocutor, his face expressing surprise and admiration. The elder, for his part, remains calm and majestic. His status is undeniable. The exchange of words between them carries weight and depth. They discuss the events of the past, talking about the tragedies and legends that hang in the air of this place. An apology sounds sincere and demands attention. The one who asks for forgiveness feels real regret and hope for understanding, while his interlocutor listens with bewilderment and surprise. Questions are asked with a hint of mistrust and suspicion. The seriousness in the tone of the one who asks makes one think about the secrets that the shadows of the past hide. Words again draw attention to the mysterious events that take place in the castle. The conversation continues, each saying adding layers of mystery to the story already woven. The younger vampire led the 8 to the right place. The dialogue turns into an order, and although the words are simple, they are full of authority. Submission and respect can be seen in every gesture and look when the elder shows the younger the way. They walk together along the corridor, surrounded by darkness and light from lamps. Their figures retreat into the distance, absorbed in the mystery that awaits them ahead. The character's gaze, with penetrating eyes, is turned upward to the architectural grandeur of the intertwining staircases. These stairs, like a web of time and destinies, take thoughts somewhere upward, beyond the limits of the visible. Two people, a man and a woman with pale hair and elven ears, walk down the stone steps. The text in the clouds speaks of a citadel built by decree of the sixth, and of a new place that may become home. Four shadowy figures discuss the fate of ordinary people, doomed to a life of working-class life. There is weight and determination in their words as they approach the village where the transformation of peasants begins. Ominous laughter rolls out in the dialogue between the dark silhouettes. The threat hangs in the air, and those who do not join their ranks are doomed to become food. Cruelty and contempt permeate their words. A young guy with a sharp look and an unusual pattern in his eye seems alarming. His gaze is piercing, and there is a mixture of doubt and determination in it. The blonde elf addresses his comrade. His words are short and clear. Perhaps it indicates the end of their journey together or the beginning of a new stage in their journey. The young guy seems puzzled, his face contorted with a question. Uncertainty and bewilderment are reflected in every feature of his face, and he waits for an explanation. Two characters are standing on a bridge. One of them turned back, perhaps noticing something important. The architecture of the bridge amazes with its curves and proportions. A lonely figure stands against the backdrop of a large-scale architectural structure, towering above the void. Her silhouette is sharply outlined against light and shadow, creating the impression of steadfastness and mystery. A dynamic moment, when a character in a raincoat makes a decisive gesture with his hand. The action, full of determination and strength, froze in the sharpness of movements and sharp contrasts of light and shadow. He bowed his head, his black hair slightly opening his eye, full of determination. Symbols, like spells, hover around, enhancing the atmosphere of magic and mysticism. His gaze became harder, more focused. His black hair contrasts sharply with his fair skin, and the shadow of a future trial lurks in his eyes. A majestic hall opens up before them, where a group of individuals dressed in dark robes are gathered around a throne. The air is filled with the tension of anticipation. One of the elves, with a face as pale as marble and pointed ears, lifts his glasses. A cold calculation can be read in his gaze. The character leans forward sharply, preparing for the inevitable action. His demeanor speaks of his readiness to challenge the unknown. With tension in the air, he leaps, his body bending in flight, and his clothes fluttering around him like wings, giving him the appearance of a warrior. The question, "Who are you?" hovers in the air, filled with surprise and suspicion. The tension between the characters reaches its climax. His eye, up close, reflects the depth and urgency of the situation, shrouded in a mixture of courage and fear, a readiness for confrontation. Puzzle hangs in the air. Many questions hover without answers, filling the atmosphere with uncertainty and anticipation of change. An explosion of power and energy breaks the silence, sweeping the character into a whirlwind of action, where every contour and line is filled with movement and strength. The shadows are cut short as a character with sharp features and expressive ears turns around, distracted by some fatal threat standing behind him. His posture is tense, as if he is ready to rush into battle at any moment. The weakened creature, its features reminiscent of a skeleton, pronounces words with difficulty. It seems that it is on its last legs. A faint light of life flickers in his eyes. Like an echo, intermittent sounds and symbols resound around the creature's head, heightening the feeling of its imminent demise. The air is filled with the heaviness of dying silence. Wind and screams fill the space, creating a sense of chaos and storm, with each swirling symbol bringing with it news of rising tension and imminent conflict. Thedurk stiguströru duralakiskaya, koix, shaharkurzaidi, jauswa fokerf, henigurigur, seistik, saurgurteniodursai. Character with a sword in his hands finds the strength to make a desperate attack. His determination is visible in every movement, and he did not expect that the evil boss would turn his own comrades against him. The damned monster emerges from the shadows, his face pierced by a cold glow, and his hand confidently holding a sword. There is no doubt in his stance, only ruthless determination. The eye behind the glasses reflects extreme concentration, his gaze focused on an unknown goal, ready to face any challenge that stands in his way. The character, full of determination, shouts, defending his position in this confrontation. His voice, although silent, is heard through his gaze and gestures, full of will and struggle. With horror and pain on his face, he tries to defend himself from the sudden attack, his arm extended in an unsuccessful attempt to push away the violent intrusion. The dynamics of the battle reach a climax when a young warrior with a sword desperately rushes to attack a powerful enemy, guided only by his courage and courage. The speed and tension of the moment is captivating in the shot where the young warrior swings his sword and aims at his enemy. His gaze is focused and his body is arched in a decisive movement, breaking the silence of the battle. The enemy's sharp breath freezes in the air, and his eyes behind his glasses reflect the lightning movement of the sword. The moment is filled with tension, foreshadowing an imminent clash. Words hidden behind silence weigh heavier in the air than any blow. In this look, there is recognition of the enemy's skill, a quiet assessment disguised under the mask of pain and fatigue. The opponent clasps his hand in a gesture that conveys both desperation and steadfastness. His gaze through his glasses is still clear, despite the shadow hanging over the upcoming fight. The force of the blow is such that even a moment seems like an eternity. The warrior's sword reflects the light, and his opponent, pinned in the corner, feels the full consequences of his carelessly chosen tactics. In a moment of extreme despair and perseverance, the enemy finds the strength to resist, repelling the attack and returning to the battle, despite wounds and painful blows of fate. A true struggle of will against will breaks out, where every blow of the warrior is reflected in the ruthless determination of his opponent, and every movement is calculated for victory or defeat. The last moment of the fight captures the desperate look of the enemy. His face is distorted by pain and distrust. Why is the young warrior so unshakable and decisive in his actions? Crouched in pain and surprise, the enemy is trying to understand how the young warrior was able to act so quickly and decisively, and what will happen to him now after this decisive blow. The story ends with the fall of the great adversary, his eyes closed and his face expressing the agony of defeat. The sword slips from his hand, and his body falls lifelessly to the floor, ending the epic battle. The warrior's gaze is hidden behind glasses. Drops of sweat and blood flow down his face. He realizes the full weight of his action, and his eyes are full of sorrow and regret in the face of his defeated enemy lying on the ground. The stunned young warrior stands motionless, his shadow falling over his defeated enemy. His face shows a mixture of bewilderment and realization of what happened, questions swirling in his head. His face is filled with disbelief and surprise when he learns the name of his opponent. Everything around him seems unclear and floating, as if the world has turned upside down, revealing an unexpected truth. The falling opponent makes hoarse noises, his eyes closed in pain and humiliation. He loses his strength and the darkness tightens around his mind until he can resist no longer. Standing in the doorway, the warrior glances at the defeated enemy. His words echo in the void, and he realizes that their confrontation was inevitable. The seriousness of the moment on his face contrasts with the darkness around him. The warrior's gaze is filled with determination as he answers his opponent's questions. His gaze is cold and clear, and he realizes that he must now live with the consequences of his actions. The defeated opponent looks up weakly, his gaze confused and no longer so determined. He now understands that his opponent will always answer directly and honestly, no matter the circumstances. The winner stands. The rain washes away the blood and dirt of the battle. His eyes are full of anguish and disappointment at what he was forced to do, but he understands that his actions were necessary. Lack without hesitation pierced the younger vampire's head with his sword, ending all his suffering in this world. Serious and thoughtful, the warrior listens to the last words of his opponent. These words, full of wisdom and sadness, make him think about life, about the world that they both strive to protect and preserve. Night falls on the ground, enveloping the world in the shadow of the castle and the gloomy contours of the trees. Birds hover in the air, like gloomy harbingers of sorrowful events, and a bright silhouette moon can be seen in the background. The silence of the night foreshadows the coming storm. A warrior standing on the ruins looks around at the destruction around him. His sword is still in his hand, and his gaze is directed forward as if he still cannot believe what has happened. The destroyed wall in front of him is a witness to the battle that has just ended. After killing the vampire, Lek noticed half of the stone that remained from him. He decided to divide the medallion into 2 halves, one part for himself and the other for a trusted person. This was done in order to prevent the possible restoration of the vampire in the future. The light draws closer, and the warrior sees his sword, seemingly reflecting his own feelings of confusion. The sword, a symbol of his strength and determination, now seems something distant and incomprehensible. The warrior raises his sword, and the light emanating from the blade cuts through the darkness, creating the feeling that time has stopped. His hand is firmly on the hilt, and he remains ready to fight, despite the internal conflict. He grips the sword so tightly that he appears to be trying to find confidence in his grip. The sword, which has witnessed many battles, is again ready to serve its owner at any moment. These sounds became increasingly strange and incomprehensible, and the cries of "Save, help, Mom!" were heard around. The light from his sword became increasingly stronger, and his sword absorbed the souls of all those who were kidnapped by this vampire. Lak knew that this was the only way he could help all these people, giving them back their freedom and lives. She approached the sword and resolutely raised it, feeling the unbearable burden of responsibility for all the souls it had absorbed. He headed towards the source of the noise, found one of the rooms from where shouts were coming, "Save! Help!" Opening the door, his gaze was stunned by the terrible sight, which turned out to be completely different from what he had imagined. There were no living creatures left in the room, only terrible heaps of skeletons who were once people doomed to terrible imprisonment in this place, deprived of even the opportunity to get out of it, and who died on the spot of their terrible fate. He knelt down, as a sign of respect to honor the memory of all those people he could not save. Touching one of the skulls, he expressed his apologies, realizing that he was never able to come in time to save them. Every minute he became more and more aware of how scary and difficult it was to stay here, realizing that he would never see the light of day again. He was upset by how cruelly vampires treated people, considering them nothing more than cattle. This realization filled him with pain and fear, and he begged for forgiveness to those he could not save. Consumed by anger, he decided to take revenge for all the people who died here at the hands of vampires. On the stairs from which everyone else had previously descended, screams and sounds of enemy invasion began to be heard. These screams woke up the rest of the vampires, who were sleeping quietly and carefree. Only cruelty and evil intentions flickered in their eyes. Angry creatures with white eyes and sharp teeth attack. Their bodies wriggle in an aggressive attack, each filled with anger and a lust for battle. Their skin resembles a canvas covered with symbols, and the background behind their backs is dotted with dark spots like traces of blood. We see a lone hero standing at the center of a whirlwind of action. He is surrounded by monsters, but stands firm, preparing for battle. His posture is full of determination, and the hand holding the weapon looks powerful and confident. The main character, in a dynamic pose, breaks through hordes of enemies. His movements are sharp and precise, and his gaze is focused on the upcoming confrontation. Drops of blood fly around, and the remains of defeated monsters scatter. We see how literally, with one blow, he tears vampires into several parts. They in turn are furious, not yet understanding what happened to them, and go on to attack him. One of the monsters screams in helpless rage, its voice seeming to burst out of the image. His huge mouth is open, as if he wants to devour the world with his despair and anger. One of the monsters is thrown to the ground, apparently defeated in battle. His eyes are closed, and his hand hangs limply, emphasizing his helplessness in the face of the hero. The hero moves away from the fight, his back straight and full of determination. Against the background of dead monsters, he seems to be an unshakable pillar of strength and courage, a symbol of hope in a world of chaos. We are shown a mysterious and gloomy building, the sky above which is covered with dark clouds. Huge drops of rain fall to the ground, and there is a feeling of impending danger in the air. This place was where our hero destroyed all those vampires who had previously brought evil. He began to leave this place, and along his path were the ashes of his defeated enemies. As he left, a huge table of ash lay behind him, a reminder that these vampires used to attack people and bring chaos to this world. In the twilight, under the veil of the sunset sky, a young man with coal-black hair stands against the wall. His gaze is directed into the distance, where the lines of rain lead. Gloomy thoughts may be hovering in his head. His serious appearance says something. Turning around, he sees a devastated village, whose houses are like toys, scattered by the careless hand of a storm. Lightning, like signs of heaven's wrath, cuts through the darkness, their light revealing a picture of destruction. His cloak lies on the ground, like a dead witness to the storms of days past. It is strewn with dust and torn by battles, like the land around it, the land that remembers every step of the battles. His eyes are full of shadow and determination. The wind plays with his hair, and his gaze directed into nowhere searches for answers to unspoken questions between the leaves that fly in the chaos of the wind. He utters words as if taken from his heart. If he loses his leader, he simply turns to dust. There is no way to save a man who has been subjugated and drained of all his blood. He stands among the ruins, and there is emptiness around him. There are no living people. There are no more people here, say the words written on top of the picture of an abandoned village. The raging wind, like a scream, pierces the silence of the falling leaves. They are empty and lonely, just like the world around them. His gaze is directed to the leaves, slowly flying into the distance, approaching the moon. This spectacle envelops it in a mesmerizing atmosphere, creating a dark and mysterious mood. A bat silhouetted against the background of the moon adds a note of mystery to the atmosphere and foreshadows something hidden in the shadows. The fire consumes something important to the young man, perhaps symbolizing the end or the beginning of a new battle. Swords are mounted on the tower of the looming castle, like lightning in the night sky, reflecting the desperation of the defense. Below, warriors in helmets with skulls, like soulless guards, surrounded by flames, stand in front of destroyed walls. Among them, a man with a worried look and a scar on his face seems ready for battle. At the head of the hall stands a knight, his hands gripping the hilt of his sword with strength and determination. Nearby, a pale woman in a cloak looks to the side. Her gaze is full of calm, despite the impending threat. The man with the scar and the woman exchange glances of understanding and nervousness. Their facial expressions express a mixture of fear and courage in the face of the unknown. A dark-skinned warrior with a drawn sword stands in front of the entrance to the castle. The fire illuminates his silhouette, and the words, "Welcome back, Lack," seem like a greeting or an omen. Their character in the raincoat says, "Thanks for your work. It's just another Tuesday for you, huh?" His words sound like everyday life in their unusual world, filled with secrets and dangers. The hero with long hair notes, with regret in his voice, that the bombed village was completely destroyed. In his words, one can hear guilt for the fact that he could not prevent the tragedy. A serious man with narrowed eyes takes responsibility for the events, saying that it is he, the Grandmaster, who must bear the blame. The dark-haired warrior listens silently as his comrade talks about burying the fallen. These words are filled with respect for those who gave their lives in the struggle. A girl sitting on the floor is surrounded by papers and books. In front of her, they discuss her possible talent, which makes her not just a servant, but a key figure in their story. The long-haired hero concludes that if the girl is truly gifted, she can be used, expressing relief that it may not just be the usual charm. Before us is a young warrior and a girl standing face to face. Her gaze is full of surprise and excitement, as if she had just heard something incredible that seems incomprehensible to her. The next moment reveals the reason for her amazement. The castle, which seemed like an impregnable fortress, survived the invasion of the elements, leaving behind only ashes and ruins. The feat of one warrior saved the castle from complete destruction, but the price of this feat was too high. One of the heroes makes a harsh conclusion about the fate of the castle, emphasizing the danger that is now in the air. Even magically gifted beings, usually hidden from view, can now lurk in its shadow. Under the influence of what is happening, Lak makes a decision for himself about the need to stop the attacks and actions of all vampires in this area. Loudly and decisively, he declared that he had already made his decision, and his companions eagerly awaited what Luck's next crazy move would be. The dark-haired man decides to challenge his enemy, Herbert Sama, alone. His decision is imbued with determination and a willingness to sacrifice to protect those who remain alive. The two other heroes exchange glances, with a mixture of determination and apprehension. Their facial expressions indicate that the decision has been made and the path has been chosen. The Grandmaster, with a sparkle in his eyes, accepts his ward's decision. His words are full of enthusiasm and readiness to support the young warrior in the upcoming confrontation. The dark-haired warrior expresses shock upon hearing the unexpected statement from his senior comrades. The desire for military brotherhood opens up new horizons for him. The final shot suggests that even in difficult times, hope and fortitude strengthen the bond between the comrades, and together they gain new strength to face the darkness. Three characters, 2 men and 1 woman, stand side by side. The man in the center, with tousled hair and an energetic expression on his face, pumps his fists as if preparing for battle and declares full combat readiness. On the left, a woman in a fluffy raincoat with a calm expression on her face seems to agree with him. On the right, a young man opens his mouth in shock when he hears him being called King and Grandmaster. We see a girl with wide-open eyes and a smile promising adventure. His hair is unruly, and his face is full of determination. He tells himself that he can think about something forever, but the day will come when she will be able to see her dreams with her own eyes. We are seeing the revival of a legendary group. In the center stands a noble character, with cold eyes and blonde hair, dressed in luxurious robes. A ship can be seen behind him, and he talks about the beginning of the battle with the angels. To his right is a young man with an expression of surprise on his face, and to his left is a warrior with his mouth wide open, shouting a battle cry. A spacious, empty cathedral with high arches opens to our eyes. 3 figures walk along its central aisle, shrouded in mysterious darkness. Only a faint light illuminates their path. This creates a sense of impending event, important and inevitable. We see a silent procession. 3 women in religious robes stand nearby. 2 of them are looking at the central figure who stands with his back to us. Tension and anticipation are in the air, as if they are awaiting an important announcement or event. A gloomy hall appears before us, where the light from torches casts long shadows on the stone walls. In the distance, 2 small figures are visible standing at the entrance to the hall, as if guarding the entrance to this place of secrets and mysteries. All attention is focused on a group of robed religious figures standing in front of a hill. They face one central female figure who has a majestic appearance, and their position suggests deep respect or submission. After which, the girls began to apologize for the need to come here, especially the woman in a luxurious outfit. She asked the architect to explain the whole situation, and he readily agreed to do so. We see a young woman in luxurious robes. She wears a crown and makes a request, expressing the greatness and nobility of her position. Her title states that she is a queen from the kingdom of Mengelbar, Queen of Levi Leonarda Ardennis. Next, our eyes open to a wide hall, with a round window, through which the landscape can be seen. There are 4 figures standing in the hall facing the window, as if they are contemplating or waiting for something happening outside the hall. We see a distant view of snow-capped mountains. Lights and flashes appear in the sky, indicating magical or supernatural events. Below is a castle surrounded by a whirlwind of snow. It is noticeable that air currents rotate around the towers and walls. Next, there is a view of a mountain landscape with unknown objects flying past. The air is filled with dynamics and movement, as if something powerful is approaching the ground, causing anxiety and a sense of the inevitable. We are shown a wide and large-scale mountain landscape. Snow-capped peaks and glaciers create a sense of a world where nature dominates man, and the seasons and elements reign supreme. We see two characters in church robes. They look down in concentration, their faces expressing calm and concentration, as if they are looking for answers in prayer or sacred texts. We are shown one of these characters in a more dynamic and intense state. Her gaze is directed into the distance, and she appears frightened or surprised by something she sees or senses outside the frame. Our attention is drawn to the character's eye, reflecting bright moments and lightning. This close-up allows you to feel his excitement and horror at the impending threat. We are shown the character's reactions to something shocking. Their gazes are full of fear and amazement. They froze in anticipation of what will happen next in this chaotic and unpredictable world. After this, we see a map of the city, which shows the problem they will soon face. The picture opens wider, showing a destructive force, a whirlwind tearing apart the mountainous terrain. This demonstrates the scale of the disaster afflicting this world. We see characters faced with a new revelation. They are at a loss, trying to understand what consequences the recent message brings to them and what it means for their future. In a room with austere walls stands a woman in religious clothing, decorated with a cross. Concern and bewilderment are visible on her face. Tears gather in the corners of your eyes, and your mouth is slightly open in shock or understanding of what is happening. There is a questioning tone in her words, so this is the place. In the distance, a panorama of mountains opens up, and at one of their peaks, a curl of fog or smoke rises to the heavens. The words floating in the air hint at a mysterious being hiding somewhere in these heights. The highest order lurks somewhere in the mountains. Contact the beastmen. The night sky spreads out over a group of travelers dressed in cloaks and religious robes. They discuss a plan of action, lamenting that they could send a message to the beast men. Among them, the question of the crown is heard, as if the coronation is already at hand, but there are still urgent matters. The profile of a man dressed in armor is silhouetted against the background of the strict lines of the building. His gaze is directed into the distance, full of determination and tension, as if he is preparing for an inevitable confrontation or an important event that will determine the future of him and everyone around him. A woman in religious attire with concern in her voice asks for many high-class priests. Her prayer is addressed to the archpriest, which emphasizes the gravity of the moment and the importance of the task facing her. Beerus is the queen and her retinue, expressing surprise and concern at what they saw. A swirl of fog rises above the mountains, and the queen's words reflect the sound heard, foreshadowing the approach of an unknown danger. Among the interweaving of shadows and light, the queen addresses her companion. She talks about a king who sets out to meet his destiny and his duty to follow him. Her words convey excitement and unshakable determination. The woman's voice is firm and uncompromising. She announces her intention to collect them, despite possible obstacles or doubts, declaring her readiness for action. In the final image, we see two figures hurrying down a corridor. Their shadows stretch behind them, creating an added sense of urgency to their mission. The speed of their movement emphasizes the importance and urgency of their task. Here she is, a woman who has taken a decisive step, whose words sound like a sentence. Things are getting serious. Her figure against the backdrop of stripes flashing past is filled with determination and strength, ready to withstand any challenge. The woman in religious robes smiles, her gaze full of warmth and confidence. Next to her, the girl looks up in amazement and admiration, her small face expressing genuine curiosity and trust. They stand side by side, as if the path to new discoveries has opened before them. The majestic vaults of the cathedral go up, creating a feeling of smallness in the face of eternity. The sharp contrasts of shadow and light on the stonework enhance the impression of their antiquity and power. This is a place where the past intertwines with the present, keeping the secrets of centuries. The queen stands in prayer with her eyes closed, surrounded by the ancient symbols of her order. She has the grandeur and calm that comes with knowing her role in history. Her appearance and posture speak of steadfastness and deep connection with spiritual traditions. The battle heats up. Dark forces confront light ones. A powerful being, made of darkness and bones, towers over the warriors, ready for the final attack. This moment will determine the fate of the kingdom and its queen, whose absence from the battle is shrouded in mystery. The man suddenly sneezes, breaking the silence and tension of the moment. His face is distorted from surprise, and his reaction to a sneeze gives the scene an unexpected comic quality, bringing lightness to the tense atmosphere. He looks reproachfully at his companion, as if there is a deep meaning in their mutual understanding. The facial expressions and gestures of both characters express a warm relationship, imbued with humor and friendship, despite the seriousness of the situation. The man claims that he is fine, although his facial expression and tone of voice betray hidden anxiety or discomfort. In his words, one can read the desire not to worry others despite his own experiences. A little girl, as if lost in the night, screams into the void. Her image expresses loneliness and fear of the unknown. She stands as a symbol of innocence facing the unknown and darkness of the world. Two travelers, one of whom is looking over his shoulder, are discussing someone they have not seen. Their figures and crosses towering around create an atmosphere of search and expectation, and their words add mystery to the story. The woman dressed in religious robes looks straight, her eyes full of determination. She talks about a girl who would like to see them, but is currently busy. The words leave the impression of the importance and significance of the place where the girl is and her activities. The girl looks straight. Her eyes are full of expectation and curiosity. She is clearly interested in the conversation that has just taken place, and her eyes and smile express a sincere interest in the topic of the queen's greatness. A man and woman stand side by side, discussing the fate of an absent member of their team. They appear thoughtful and determined at the same time, emphasizing the importance of their next steps. The group discusses the tactical advantage the girl could give them if she were in the castle. Their conversation is filled with strategic reasoning, and they appear determined, ready to act in the current situation. A path opens before them that leads deep into the forest to a high hill. They seem adamant despite the unknown of what lies ahead. A feeling of tension and readiness for any challenge is in the air. The castle stands on the top of a cliff. Its powerful walls are like a challenge to time. The bird's-eye view reveals its majesty and strategic location, emphasizing its inaccessibility. The girl stands at the threshold of the castle, her gaze hidden behind the sparkling blade of a sword. She is full of determination and courage, and her resilience underscores the gravity of the moment as she prepares to join the battle. She became thoughtful and asked permission to join the battle to demonstrate her resolve and strength. A man in a robe stands with his back to the observer. His posture and tense shoulders express internal struggle or indecision. Next to him, the girl is waiting for his decision. Her gaze is full of hope and faith in his strength. His face is contorted with anger, and he seems unbending in his decision. Despite all the power of his enemies, he is not ready to retreat or give in to fear. A girl in religious attire raises her voice, emphasizing her readiness and strength. She has no doubts about her abilities. Her confidence is reinforced by numerous trainings and an unwavering belief in her own strength. The man stands wrapped in a cloak, and although his face is hidden, the tension in his body speaks of restrained indignation. Next to him is a girl. Her gaze is full of seriousness and determination. Her words vibrate in the air with anticipation of an answer. She clasps her hands. Her fingers lightly touch the flowers on her outfit. And in her pose one can read the adoption of some important decision. The tension in her gestures reflects her inner struggle and determination. Her face is full of sorrow. Her eyes are downcast, and she seems to be having a hard time holding back her emotions. Her anguished expression reflects the weight of the words that were just spoken. The girl's gaze is now full of determination, and she looks straight ahead. Her gaze and firm features indicate her readiness to face the challenges ahead. A man in a raincoat addresses another. His gestures are sharp and full of challenge. He offers a solution that could change the course of their shared journey. The person to whom the solution was proposed looks surprised. His gaze is focused, and he weighs what he hears, trying to understand the hidden meaning of the words. The castle is now visible in all its grandeur, its stone walls rising in the darkness. The conversation continues, and the anticipation of an important event is in the air. The man looks thoughtfully to the side. His pose speaks of internal doubt and a possible reassessment of the decisions made. The girl in religious clothing expresses her desires. She wants to protect her loved ones, and her words reflect deep devotion to her duty. A man with a confident smile and a look of trust makes an offer that could change the course of their shared mission. Two young girls, one with horns, the other with ears, radiate joy and gratitude. Their faces are illuminated with smiles, their eyes sparkle with happiness, and petals fly around them, giving this moment a special lightness and ease. The youngest of the girls, with horns, makes a grimace, hiding her disappointment or resentment. Her gaze subverts the illusion of her previous fun, revealing the true feelings that she tries to hide. Tension arises between two invisible interlocutors. Words in the air weigh heavily. Omissions and non-conversations end mid-sentence, foreshadowing an impending conflict. Darkness envelops the place where the voices had just been. It is full of anxiety and uncertainty. The leaves are swirling in the air as if trying to escape from the impending threat. The girl's hair flutters in the wind, and her gaze is full of doubts. She reconsiders her beliefs, faced with the possibility that her impressions could be an illusion. She stands alone on an empty bridge, surrounded by the night and creatures flying around that seem as indomitable and dangerous as the fate that stands before her. After this, the demon girl with horns notices the approaching monsters. Among them were the lowest vampires, disfigured in appearance. Their ears were pointed, their fangs sharpened, and their appearance was disfigured. They demanded that she give them the rooster and not be stupid. The younger girl, with horns, appears scared, clutching an object that could be a clue or a weapon for defense. The final moment comes unexpectedly, when the protagonist is faced with the inevitable, and his decisions will have far-reaching consequences. The character's gaze pierces the darkness. His eye burns with rage, and his sharp row of teeth looks menacing. Hair is raised in waves of indignation, and every feature of the face speaks of the coming struggle. A girl clutching swords in her hands stands at the center of a whirlwind of events. Her gaze is concentrated, and her posture is combative. The clothes are decorated with crosses, symbolizing her determination and strength. Three figures stand against the storm, their muscles tensed for battle. Each of them has unique features and a willingness to fight, which can be seen in their stances and facial expressions. The majestic lady with the sword is ready for action. Her gaze is full of determination. The raised paper is like a relay race passed on by time and fate. The girl's words sound like a sentence. Her eyes sparkle with courage. Determination formed, every letter, every sound in her voice. Her opponent's sinister laughter echoes across the void, his gaze distorted with mockery. The phrases he shoots out like arrows are aimed at insult and disdain. The final shot of the enemy's address echoes his evil appearance, adding weight to his words and the threat he poses. Thegos, I strike for storwe. Diverse gers, kokrank. If the girl's attack is swift and precise, like lightning cutting the sky. Her opponent only manages to dodge, but the tension of the battle is felt in every movement. Her gaze is sharper than a sword, and the concentration on her face speaks of the invisible force that flows through her veins, preparing for the decisive blow. The trio of opponents are overwhelmed, their bodies washed away by the speed of the strike that pierced the night, leaving only the echo of their defeat in the air. The young warrior, with surprise and determination in his eyes, realizes the burden of responsibility resting on his shoulders. The seriousness of the moment is emphasized by the words about the only way to defeat the monster, which float in the air like an invisible manuscript of fate. The heroine's steps are decisive and precise. Each of them emphasizes her intention to resist evil. The tension of the moment can be felt in the air, vibrating in anticipation of the impending collision. Using the tip of her sword, the warrior cuts through space, trying to reach the enemy first. Her movements are surgically precise, every gesture filled with purpose and focus. Like a dancer, she accurately pierces space, leaving behind only a trail of her movement. The enemies are tense in anticipation of the blow, but the heroine is already one step ahead. The heroine's eyes are widened with determination. They reflect the entire range of emotions of this battle. The gaze pierces the darkness, aimed at the enemy, and ready for the decisive blow. The monster's treatment is filled with contempt and threat, but the warrior does not hesitate. Her figure stands out against the backdrop of majestic buildings, like a symbol of inflexibility and strength. The collision between heroine and monster explodes the air around them. The blow of the sword meets the scales. Sparks of passion and struggle fly in all directions. The monster's hand tries to stop the heroine, but she is elusive. Her maneuvers leave the enemy behind, like a wind that cannot be caught. The power of the heroine's blow is felt in every movement. Her sword slashes into the air, slicing through it with such force that time itself seems to stand still, awaiting the outcome. Surprise and bewilderment take the monster by surprise. His eyes are wide, and he cannot believe that his strength could not hold back this onslaught of the young warrior. A whirlwind opens in the sky as the battle reaches its climax. Light and shadows collide, and in an explosion of energy, the monster's face is distorted with rage and pain, under the pressure of the uncontrollable force of the heroine's blow. Shortly after the explosion, one of the vampires began to scream and burn as if from the flames of a phoenix, but soon all his comrades were also engulfed in mad flames. The demon girl used her analysis skill to determine who she would fight. They dar starters dropes, Ikikoya, or forex, for the fadigzo I creature of the goldreser. Bakker during tindars de cheering turo, so furisrofer sel chino. Hotel watches her enemies burn in furious flames, and their screams can be heard hundreds of kilometers from this place. The heroine's gaze is now filled with new strength, reflecting her inner light. Her eyes are a mirror of determination, testifying to the unattainable depth of her spirit and the inflexibility of her will. Drawing her sword, she was faced with even more vampires who were eager to take her life with frantic desire. However, she is not so easy to break. She looked at the approaching enemies, realizing that a serious and difficult battle lay ahead, which could drag on for many days. The impact of the blow echoes across the battlefield as smoke and ash rise into the sky. The heroine stands unshakably, like a monument embodying triumph and victory over chaos. Courage and determination fill the heroine's voice as she calls for the next action. Her challenge spreads across space, calling for unity and courage in the face of the looming threat. The hero's journey continues under the starry sky. Moving away from the destruction of battle, they move into the distance, where new challenges and adventures await them in a world full of secrets and undiscovered horizons. A smile spreads across the face of the young warrior, who is in a safe shelter. The warmth of his expression speaks of inner calm and confidence in the speedy outcome of the battle. The hero's quiet but firm voice fills the narrow space, where she promises protection, overcoming the tightness of the moment and giving confidence and calm to her companion. The soft purring of the bird sounds like a gentle accompaniment to the heroine's words, adding a note of peace and homeliness to the heart of danger and uncertainty. Under the cover of darkness, the heroes exchange words about difficult decisions and the need for secrecy. The darkness of the night is like an ally, shrouding their journey in a veil of mystery and security. After which, the hero Gala began to explain that although not everyone is going to break all the bones to find the location of the High Lord on this ridge, the warrior's heavy gaze reflects the seriousness of the situation in which they find themselves. His determination is unshaken despite the upcoming difficulties and possible sacrifices. After which another warrior suddenly appeared, also with ears and an animal tail. His gaze was cruel, his hands had claws that could pierce any armor. His stance indicated that he was ready to attack. After which he knelt down and announced that, in accordance with the instructions of Her Majesty the Queen, he had hidden this information from the High Lords. The others began to listen attentively to him, and the king expressed his gratitude, saying that he had done an excellent job. The onset of night brings with it new challenges. The heroes are faced with a choice: either stay and fight for what is theirs, or look for a new path in uncharted lands full of dangers. He said that they needed to trust him, even if they had to sacrifice the pride of his tribe. I promised to do his best to complete this mission. A girl with cat ears turns to a cat standing on its hind legs. Her gaze is full of surprise and curiosity, and the cat seems offended or displeased. They are on a white background, which creates contrast and emphasizes their interaction. The shot shows two cloaked figures walking side by side. The text, engraved on a dark background, speaks of courage and struggle for the name of the tribe and the father. These words reflect the pride and willpower of the characters. We are shown a girl with cat-like features, her mouth wide open in surprise. Her eyes are large and expressive, and her ears stick up. Her emotions read as shock or disapproval of what she just heard or saw. A wide shot of a field, on which figures are walking, one of whom is on horseback. They are heading towards a large, bright cross. The text accompanying the frame expresses dedication and willingness to follow the challenge. We see a girl with cat ears and a boy with a mobile phone standing next to each other. Her expression betrays confusion and anxiety, while he seems focused on the screen of his device. Moment of tension. The girl with the cat ears suddenly takes the hand of the figure with the phone, attracting its attention. She is surprised, and his answer is a short and surprised, "What?" Shows a detail of the sword she is holding. The text describes the sword as brave, stolen from the Sixth Lord. The words give historical and emotional weight to the object she holds. The girl swings her sword. Its light seems unreal. She exclaims in delight, completely mesmerized by the sword's beauty and power. Zooms in on the face of a black and white cat, watching a sword. The text speaks of a handcuff that remained undamaged, even after a collision with a sword. He expresses surprise and respect for the ancient handcuff. The girl from the burials marvels at the sword that now holds her power. Their emotions are mixed with joy and trepidation. A man in a bandana and raincoat, with a recognizable symbol on his forehead, stands to the left and appears to be in thought or doubt. In the middle is a guy with spiky hair and a bandage on his forehead. He looks surprised and a little embarrassed. On the right is a woman with long blonde hair and dark eyes. Her gaze is calm and confident. They look to the left, where a character in a cat costume is pointing, standing on the hind legs of a horse and holding a bow. This character looks at the guy and says something that sounds important and decisive. He looks forward, with an expression of concern and tenderness in his eyes. His ears are slightly lowered, and his facial expressions express some anxiety and excitement. They show us a trio of characters hidden in the shadows of trees. The man with the symbol on his forehead and the guy in the bandana look puzzled and worried. The cat character, taking the sword in his hands, looks at them with hope and inspiration. The cat character expresses enthusiasm and confidence by smiling and gesturing with his hands. His posture demonstrates readiness for action and support of his comrades. Shows a guy and a man with a symbol on their forehead. The guy smiles and looks pleased, and the man looks at him with a slight smile and obvious approval. We see a gloomy forest landscape with tall trees and fog. There is an inscription in the air that seems to echo through the trees, and the voice it represents seems confident and strong. The view reveals the night sky, illuminated by the dim light of the moon, under which a flock of birds soars. The atmosphere is mysterious and enigmatic, embodying the anticipation of something great. We see many birds soaring in the air, against the background of a night sky shimmering with lightning. They appear as dark silhouettes against the light sky, creating the impression of chaos and vigorous activity. A character with long blonde hair looks up at the sky full of mysteriously soaring birds. His gaze is thoughtful and full of thoughts about upcoming events. The man with the distinctive bandage on his forehead shows embarrassment on his face. He turned to the woman, whose eyes were worried and full of determination. They stand in the snow, surrounded by the winter cold, and it seems that their plan is beginning to crack under the invisible pressure of circumstances. The next shot shows steep cliffs and gorges, shrouded in the darkness of the night. The air here is empty and heavy, as if something important has been lost. A voice cloud against the background of emptiness claims that the fugitives must be here somewhere, but traces of their presence have escaped. A group of characters look around the area, stunned. A man with fox ears on his head and a woman's attentive eyes focus on the empty space where there should have been a magical cover. The tension in their search is growing. The man's hand, imbued with intention, clenches in a gesture towards the unknown. Magic symbols flash around, as if responding to a challenge. The word open hangs in the air like an invitation to revelation. A mysterious funnel of magical energy swirls in the center of a rocky wasteland. The energy waves emanating from it cause the earth to tremble and the air to sparkle with potential. Magical symbols pulsate around the gate, as if reflecting the call of ancient spells. The gates, decorated with ornaments, stand adamantly before the power that opened them before the piercing gaze of seekers. In front of the opened portal stands a man whose body is surrounded by a force field. He is focused, his gaze is filled with determination, and his hair flutters in the rhythm of the magical forces that engulf the space. A whirlwind of power explodes, filling everything around with the fury of the elements. Energy hits the environment, saturating it with the dynamics of struggle and transformation, leaving the viewer waiting for the climax. The portal absorbs the power of the vortex, becoming a conduit to another dimension. It stands like a majestic path to an unknown world, bordered by stone statues and mysterious symbols. The clouds hid the sky. The clouds swallowed up the moonlight, shrouding the entire view in the darkness of night. The moon in celestial ink, like a silver sickle, illuminates the stage. Its light penetrates through the breaks in the clouds, sparkling and flickering like a reflection on the waters of a dark ocean. Silhouettes of a cross and an arrow rise against the background of a seething vortex. Symbols of faith and direction appear to be captured in a moment of power and movement, creating a contrast with the chaos that surrounds them. A man with a bandage on his forehead runs forward, his gait full of determination and strength. The words surrounding it speak of the vampire family and their ability to resist outside forces, but also their weakness to the magic of the sleeping cloud. In front of a huge bright oval, there are two people, a woman and a man, looking into the distance. They appear excited and focused, as if preparing for an upcoming battle or important event. The eyes of the man with the blindfold are full of determination and despair. He seems ready for action, for fight, not holding back in the face of the unknown that awaits him ahead. He rushes forward, his figure full of dynamism and power. He rushes through space, his cloak fluttering behind him like wings carrying him towards his goal. As time passed, the two vampires began to slowly disappear, leaving only dust behind. However, the other vampires also noticed him and began to shout, "Here and now, grab him immediately!" Galen looked at them, realizing that he had an even longer battle ahead of him. Magical symbols flash around the man as he makes a decisive gesture. They seem to come to life in response to his challenge, opening up new horizons of action. He falls rapidly, surrounded by magical signs and fragments of destruction. This fall is not just a movement, it is the beginning of something new, powerful and incredible. The wings of the night unfold, and vampires in black robes float in the air, under a shower of light falling from above. Their faces are hidden, but their intentions are clear. They are ready for battle, for flight, for hunting. An explosion of magic rips through the darkness, magical symbols flashing like markers of power. Everything around is filled with the roar and echo of battle emanating from these ancient signs. The shadow of an armored warrior rushes into the scene with his weapon ready for battle. His appearance is powerful and decisive, as if nature itself obeys his will. The blindfolded man's eyes glow with rage and concentration. His gaze is piercing the darkness, reflecting his readiness to face any challenge. Dark forces lurk in the shadows of the arch, their outlines bending in ominous poses. Their presence entails an aura of mystery and hidden threat. The warrior's steps thunder in the silence, each one a statement of intent. His movements are heavy and slow, but full of relentless purpose. The warrior's hand tightly grips the hilt of a sword, ready for battle. This is a gesture not just of defense, but also of challenge, a warning of an impending battle. The man with the bandage looks back over his shoulder, his facial features tense. He waits, the seconds stretching out, creating a moment of tension before the inevitable collision. After which, the vampires noticed that this was an enemy warrior, and as soon as he got here they would rain down hundreds of magical arrows on him, hoping to defeat him. They noticed that he was delayed. However, Gallum thought that not everything was so simple. Perhaps there are secrets hidden in this building, and he decided to smash everything that was in his way, swinging his majestic sword. Dark shadows stretch along the ancient stone walls, where a figure in a cloak and wide-brimmed hat lurks. The flowing silhouette seems motionless, but tense, as if waiting for something important. The boy with wavy hair and a shocked expression is plunged into the abyss of horror. His arms are stretched out to the sides, his eyes reflect despair and fear of the inevitable. In a fighting stance, the courageous warrior looks with confidence at the invisible enemy. His clothing is decorated with fur, and his head is adorned with a simple headband. The hero's pose is full of determination and strength. From behind the warrior, only his feet, shod in heavy shoes, are visible. The snow around is disturbed by traces of battle, foreshadowing the onset of a cold and merciless time. The warrior's profile reflects concentration. He utters a short but significant word, which can be an order or a challenge. A girl with fox ears and an innocent look looks out from under a wide hood. Her face is lit up with a smile, adding a touch of lightness and carefreeness to the story. Two comrades in combat gear discuss strategy. One of them appears young and anxious, while the other appears more experienced and confident in his actions. A man with a piercing gaze and a distinctive hairstyle proudly declares his rank and readiness for battle. He is a key figure in this gathering of heroes. Cold beauty and determination radiate from the long-haired warrior's face. His eyes are full of determination, and it seems that the goal is close to fruition. The time is about to leave. The seriousness of the moment is emphasized by the leader's firm, commanding tone, calling his comrades to action. A girl with fox ears peeks out from around the corner of a dark passage, her eyes full of surprise. She looks around at the gloomy landscape, where bats swarm around a bright strip of sky. A group of travelers stands in the center of a huge cave hall, peering with puzzlement at the stone twists that wind throughout its entire space. Tension is in the air, and they wonder what this place is all about. Travelers gaze upward, where huge tree roots penetrate the cave, creating a feeling of pressure and inevitability. They feel that nature is not their ally here. After which they noticed the legs of the creature, which stood in front of them. It bowed and said that she had found them royal majesty. A mysterious figure stands before the group, her body clad in dark robes, and the words she speaks sound like news from another world, full of mystery and omens. She began to say that they couldn't leave their lives here. She implied that she was significantly stronger than all of them and could handle them. The heroes listen attentively as the figure continues his address, shrouded in an aura of power and strength. Her words are more than just a warning. After that, she took out the previously obtained medallion from a secret place and said that this girl is not stupid and is able to cope with all of them at once. Confusion and bewilderment are reflected on the face of one of the characters when he first looks at the medallion, which it would seem is familiar to him, but still remains a mystery. The hero's sudden reaction shows that the situation has escalated and that they are faced with something more than they could have imagined. In her eyes, you can see the reflection of some terrible discovery. Upon closer examination, they discovered that the medallion was already broken, and this caused them bewilderment because such a coincidence seemed incredible luck. One of the vampire boats stated that she was given special permission to use this cursed medallion, and now nothing will stop her. The ground under our heroes began to shake, and they literally felt unprecedented strength and power that flowed like a river. An incredible, terrible, and powerful creature appeared behind the back of the vampire girl lord. She praised him, saying that this place was the lair of this monster. Galen started saying that he had a pretty bad feeling about it. Looking at this monster, he felt only misunderstanding and fear. With every step of this creature, the earth was split into pieces. The heroes began to take defensive stances, drawing their swords, and prepared for battle. The monster resembled a huge dragon that died and was resurrected. From his mouth could be seen fangs, so sharp and dangerous that it was difficult to imagine them. His ribs were visible on his body, unprotected by anything, and he looked completely defenseless. However, despite this, he remained extremely dangerous. The monster's roar caused the heroes to lose their balance for a moment. Galen shouted, "He's like the living dead. You've got to be kidding, right?" However, the Lord Girl argued that this was not a joke at all, and this is not just a zombie dragon, but an ancient dragon. The zombie lord. He began spewing flames from his mouth, while simultaneously striking our heroes. The girl, laughing, remarked, "You hillbillies probably think that you can defeat him." Yes, no matter how it is. In a piercing moment of combat, determination and power are personified in the violent movement of a warrior striking a sword through space. Metal meets air, creating an illustration of struggle and strength, where every blow is an echo of the fighter's will. The next frame reveals the face of a fighter, whose eyes burn with determination. His hair is tossed up in a storm of movement, and every feature of his face speaks of unshakable confidence in his actions. A young girl appears, her eyes widened in fear and horror. She cries out about the impending danger that can leave only bones, and her words sound like the last warning before the abyss. The courageous face of another warrior comes forward, where relief is written. His expression is twisted into a smirk that seems to be the harbinger of some inner knowledge or plan, intricate and optimistic. In the dynamics of the moment that follows, the two characters exchange quick remarks. One speaks of the need to search, the other replies that the enemy should be detained, thus showing their urgency and teamwork. Silence follows the next moment, where the words "we" sound like the beginning of a confession or an important statement, leaving a feeling of incompleteness and anticipation in the air. What follows is a shot filled with mystery and a monologue about how someone has deliberately chosen loneliness, taking a path that has no return, like devotion to their decision. Then a fan of words opens, carrying the weight of an unspoken confession, leaving behind the rumor of an interrupted dialogue full of regrets and secrets. And finally, two faces of warriors, filled with determination and hope, look to the future, promising each other to continue the fight and not give up in the face of adversity. The young girl, whose face expresses anxiety and confusion, ends our story, embodying the emotions and experiences that are so characteristic of the uncertainty of the outcome of their fate. After a tense moment of battle, the young warrior allows himself to smile for a moment, hiding deep feelings, and perhaps even doubts underneath. His brief silence seems to be a sign of inner calm or determination in the face of the unknown. The movement is interrupted by an act of self-sacrifice when one of the comrades comes to the defense, allowing the others to escape. His heroic gesture is full of determination and strength, while his companion's worried gaze reflects the seriousness of the situation. The next shot opens with the desperate cry of the character, who seems to be rushing through space, speeding away from danger. His words sound like a challenge to fate, emphasizing the intransigence and steadfastness of his spirit. Meanwhile, the silhouette of a masked ally peers through the unknown, his gaze penetrating and firm. The seriousness of the moment is emphasized by the shadow falling on his face, foreshadowing the importance of the next actions. The cry of another warrior breaks the silence, his words full of determination and defiance, as if he is ready to face whatever fate can throw at him without the slightest hint of fear or doubt. The violent movement captures the next moment when a warrior in battle reflects the blow, The strength and tension of each movement speaks of his readiness to stand to the end without yielding a single step back. A sudden surge of emotion overwhelms the warrior, his scream filled with shock and surprise, reflecting a sudden turn in events that could completely change the course of the battle. Theorus appears a character whose words reflect a refusal to use the full extent of his power, indicating restraint and perhaps a hidden wisdom or strategy pursued by him. And now, full of magical power and radiance, the figure rises like a phoenix from the ashes, her words full of confidence and newfound strength, as if she is ready to rewrite the rules of the game with her own presence. The story ends with a majestic and mystical symbol, left in an abandoned place as evidence of past battles and mysteries that will now remain only part of the legend. In the cathedral, where silence and grandeur reign, there is a woman in a crown, surrounded by church servants. Their robes are decorated with symbols and ornaments, testifying to their great mission and spiritual power. Her gaze is full of anxiety and determination at the same time. The eyes reflect the burden of knowledge of the upcoming trials and the hope that their common efforts will not be in vain. The majestic assembly bows in prayer, earnestly seeking divine protection. The echo of their voices fills the space of the cathedral, creating an atmosphere of unity and faith. Far from the silence of the sacred halls, the landscape of a high cliff, illuminated by moonlight, opens up. Among the rocks and raging forest, an unshakable confrontation is brewing. In the very heart of the battle, among the screams and the shine of steel, the warriors fight, full of desperate courage and animal anger. Their faces were distorted by struggle, and every muscle was tense in anticipation of the decisive blow. The confrontation will not last long, because these warriors were powerful and strong. Their blades were sharp and piercing, and their movements were fast and precise. They did not crush their enemies in half. Their strikes are lightning fast and fast, leaving no one a chance to survive. Defeating the enemy one by one, he noticed something was wrong, because among these enemies were his fellow tribesmen. Outside the battle, on the top of the cliff, a dark figure appears. She is silhouetted against the night sky, and although her features are indistinguishable, her presence inspires awe. The final cry of the character standing on the cliff fills the night. His words are full of challenge and threat, and his posture is determined to face an unknown enemy in the fight for his beliefs and the protection of his people. The time has come for decisive action. The warriors are ready to attack, with renewed vigor, passion, and determination literally sparkling in their eyes. The command to attack sounds like thunder amid tense anticipation. The fierce battle flares up with renewed vigor. The warriors dive into the thick of the battle with frenzied courage. Magical symbols flash, foreshadowing rituals and spells that will soon change the tide of battle. Silas, Daitropria. One of the vampires began to cast his spell to stop these warriors. A whirlwind of magical energy lights up the sky, and the power of spells reaches its climax. Magic symbols shine like stars. Their light is piercingly bright and instills confidence in the hearts of allies. The order to retreat is given. Warriors, filled with hope of victory, change tactics to once again crush the enemy. Strategy and wits are just as important as the strength of the sword. A powerful blow causes a gust of wind, signaling the beginning of a new stage in this epic battle. Everything around is filled with movement and energy that flows through the warriors eager to fight. Enemies can no longer hide their amazement when they see how the opposing forces gather together, preparing for a new, even more decisive blow. The tension is growing like before a storm, after which one of the vampires quickly deals with another warrior. These warriors began to run away, and one of the evil vampires shouted, "Just run away, you pathetic creatures, as if we would let you get away." And so in the twilight of the approaching night, the cold voice of the commander is heard, pointing to a new threat. With his words, there is a warning in the air, a promise that the battle is not over yet. A menacing landscape rises on the horizon. Monolithic rocks abruptly end, giving way to the forest below. Dark clouds are gathering over the earth, as if foreshadowing something inevitable. There is a weight of anticipation in the air, and in the foreground there is a stone pillar with an inscription that seems to whisper, "Most likely, right now." The man's face, stern and concentrated, emerges from the darkness. His eye is full of determination, and the contours are clearly drawn. On the stone in front of him, the words seem to mock the situation. Huh. The next stone seems to echo the previous one, but this time the laughter intensifies, becoming ominous. Hey, 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 hey! There's a sense of foreboding in the air, and the man's face is now divided between confidence and mockery. The gaze is transported to a dense forest, where a series of incomprehensible symbols burst into the silence, creating the feeling of a mysterious message. The three figures stand motionless, like statues, awaiting fate or a challenge. In the next shot, feet in dark boots take a decisive step forward. "Fools," the inscription says briefly and clearly, as if challenging time itself. The guy, energetic and focused, rushes forward. His gaze is full of determination, and his hair flutters from the speed. The stone at the edge of the frame conveys her thoughts. "As if you could defeat our superior Dory with your ideas." Everything reaches towards the climax. A throne surrounded by symbols of power and death, and on it is a figure shrouded in mystery and power. After all, there is unfailing power coursing through his veins, Pai proclaims the inscription, emphasizing the greatness of the moment. Glass-like shards of time scatter around Lack, who inexorably moves forward despite all obstacles. The speed and pressure are breathtaking. However, the man who had been sitting on the throne all this time did not even move after Lack kicked through the door. And finally, an explosion of power and energy illuminates the space, while the girl's figure disappears in a sparkling light, leaving only the shadow of the upcoming confrontation. The sudden realization takes her by surprise. Her eyes widen in surprise, and fragments of reality float around her. The poignancy of the moment is in the air, and the surge of emotion seems to freeze in time. The dark figure is clothed in mystery and power. Her words seem to emanate from the depths of the frame. "You people are very rude." She is filled with contempt, and her presence feels like a threat to the world itself. The expression of the figure's face turns into wild triumph. "Looks like you need to be taught a lesson in manners." Her words carry a challenge, and her pose is filled with challenge and anticipation of a collision. The words, "So this is the highest Dora," fly from the man's mouth, and his grin shows confidence and superiority. His bloodlust is on a completely different level. Don't expect it from other heroes. He is ready to fight, despite all the risks. Calmness and determination show that the heroes understand the task ahead of them. One warns, "Be careful," and the other nods in agreement. Well, this guy put up a protective barrier. The girl's face reflects a mixture of surprise and familiarity with the situation. Nak-san is the same as always. She accepts the reality in front of her, even if it seems incomprehensible. The heroes assess the obstacle in front of them. This is, it's hard to say from here what it is, but the beginning of the thought hangs in the air. There, behind the highest road? The other is trying to solve the mystery. The sudden movement causes the girl to retreat. Perhaps the beginning of the thought is cut off, as are her steps, when she realizes that a new facet of reality is opening up before her. After the fight begins without warning, the man repels the attack, and the girl watches from the side. Their enemy suddenly appears, seemingly out of nowhere, and their world is in chaos. The attention in the man's hand is palpable. He prepares a spell, his fingers dancing in the air, creating symbols of magic. The gaze is concentrated, and he is completely absorbed in the upcoming battle. Theater's Twizer story. The character's gaze is distorted by emotions. He seems stunned by the inhuman reaction of his opponent. His eyes are full of horror and bewilderment, and a scream escapes from the corner of his mouth, as if his soul is screaming for help. The character is shocked. He cannot believe that his eyes are not able to follow the enemy's movement. Fear and despair on your face, because it's not every day you meet someone who can move so fast. The narrative takes us into a world where the character's eyes reveal true power. The gaze is piercing and concentrated, as if he sees through space and time, and at this moment his power seems limitless. The character confidently rejects any attempts to influence him. His face expresses calm and impenetrability, as if he stands behind an invisible barrier that reflects all spells and spells. We see the character in profile, his gaze filled with determination. Although his face is partially hidden, one eye clearly stands out, showing concentration and intent. The way he looks forward speaks of inner strength and confidence in his actions. The character is in motion, his hair is flying, and determination is written on his face. He desperately tries to defend himself, but the situation looks hopeless because the enemy seems stronger. The dialogue between the two characters creates tension. One of them, the one who hid his name, declares this with a challenge, thereby presenting a riddle and arousing the interest of his interlocutor. The girl was on her knees, preparing for battle. However, this vampire said that Lack seems to be going to be rude to the very end and does not see who is really in front of him, how majestic the warrior is. A character facing an enemy appears unfazed. His body is relaxed, but his eyes are full of determination. He seems ready for battle, but without the slightest hint of fear or doubt. In the last image, we see the character looking at his opponent with concern. His eyes are full of despair and prayer, as if he is asking for mercy or help in this unequal confrontation. We see a young man in loose clothing, kneeling on one knee. His gaze is filled with determination, and his hand reaches for the sword. There are dynamic lines around it, creating a feeling of tension. The phrase, "I only have one chance," hints at a critical moment in his decision. Next, attention is drawn to a close-up shot of a sword, about to strike a stone surface. The text, "well," conveys some kind of surprise or revision of the character's plans in light of the new situation. A character in a jump reflects the blow of a huge sword. Sparks fly in different directions from the collision, and the power of the impact is felt in every line. We see the opponent's hand, who appears stunned. His sword flies to the side and we only see its outline. The air vibrates from the impact, and a questioning phrase floats in the air, as if reflecting his amazement. Where the character's eye is full of horror and bewilderment. The black and white palette emphasizes the drama of the moment, and the entire composition is filled with dynamics. In the next shot, we see a young warrior reaching out to parry a blow. His opponent, hidden in the shadows, looks powerful and implacable, and the air trembles with the force of the collision. After the vampire was hit and noticed that he was bleeding, he asked Lack how he was able to break through his barrier. The girl, without wasting any time, ran up from behind and tried to deliver a decisive blow to the vampire. However, he was able to dodge with a smile on his face. And suddenly, the action ends on the amazed face of the girl who is watching the fight. Her eyes are wide with shock, and her open mouth is unable to make a sound. A mixture of fear and bewilderment is visible on her face. The final shot reveals the masked man dodging the attack, his movements quick and precise. The girl standing next to her cannot believe what she is seeing. An aura of stupefaction and disbelief in the reality of what is happening forms around them. Bioris is a girl with a look full of determination and words foreshadowing the inevitable end. Her hair is pulled back into a ponytail, and only one eye is visible through the strands of hair, but it is full of expression. A young warrior in a fighting stance, ready to attack. The speed of his movements knocks him off his feet, and the thirst for victory shines in his eyes. He accurately points his sword at the enemy, tearing off pieces of clothing from him. The struggle reaches its climax, and the wave of the hand leaves behind only blurry traces. Time stands still, in anticipation of the decisive blow, the harbinger of the end of the fight. The protagonist, with fire in his eyes, announces his decision to take away his opponent's hand. The tension between the opponents hangs in the air like charged lightning, ready to burst. The warrior's ally, a girl with ears, encourages him, believing in victory. Her optimism and belief in teamwork only strengthen the fighter's resolve. Silence before the storm. The opponent's gaze glides over the surrounding space, absorbing every detail, every rustle, preparing for the final act. Sarcasm and self-confidence cloud the enemy's face. He does not believe in his opponent's victory, and his words are clouded with ridicule and disdain. Tension rises as the warrior's sword plunges into shadow, enveloping him in darkness. The struggle of energies creates the illusion of chaos, where all confidence is absorbed. Amazement covers the girl with ears. The unexpected development of events makes her eyes widen in shock, and she seems to freeze in anticipation. The enemy comments on the progress of the battle with a grin. In his eyes, one can see the confidence that no maneuvers or tricks will help the enemy gain the upper hand in this battle. Confusion and anxiety engulf the girl with cat ears. Her face is distorted with despair. Her eyes are full of tears. She does not understand why her stone does not work as expected. Meanwhile, a man in a dark cloak standing against a background of glowing symbols reflects on the futility of a single strike against the girl. His words reveal the truth. His powers far exceed hers. The girl who caught the fighter's gaze comes to the conclusion that their plan is still working. She sees how he is preparing for the fight and understands that there is still a chance. The enemy's gaze darkens, and as if confirming her thoughts, he prepares to attack. He seems to have lost some of his calm, which makes it clear that the situation has changed. The powerful warrior screams, determined to face the danger. Despite the risk, he is ready to fight, his hand holding the sword tightly. The silhouette of a girl floats in the air, surrounded by magical symbols. She seems weightless, as if the night itself has turned into her ally in this battle. However, the vampire girl, without wasting any time, began to attack the hero Galen with all speed and rushed into battle. With renewed vigor, the warrior attacks, his sword crashing into the darkness. Desperate and determined, he does not want to retreat, despite the seeming invulnerability of the enemy. A moment later, his eyes reflect tension. Time seemed to slow down, allowing every detail of his determination to be captured. Finally, a rain of glowing magical symbols rains down from the heavens, creating the effect of a starry sky, as the warrior looks up, awaiting the outcome of his action. Rays of light pierce the darkness, cutting it into sharp fragments. The blast wave, throwing stones and dust into the air, creates a feeling of chaos and a harbinger of disaster. A character with a bandage on his head and despair in his eyes is clutching something in his hand. He says, this can be done ad infinitum, as if realizing the impossibility of changing the situation. Two warriors, a man and a woman, run side by side. His gaze is determined, while her face is hidden, adding to the mystery of their mission. The woman turns around, alarm visible in her eyes. Pass the baton, take care of him. She seems to be conveying an important message, knowing the gravity of the moment. The man with the bandage on his head opened his eyes wide in surprise, emitting only a bewildered, "Huh?" having come across a surprise. A powerful blow tears the earth apart. A deafening roar fills the space, foreshadowing destruction. The gigantic creature towers above everything, its outlines vague and threatening, as if nature itself had rebelled against the intruders. Attacking from an unexpected angle, a woman with sharp facial features accurately hits the target with her weapon. Invisible energy emanates from her, wafting with danger. An ominous laugh is heard when the antagonist says, with contempt, "Guard, Eric, your wonderful manners are about to put your comrade in the coffin." Mockery plays in her eyes. The answer comes cold and imperturbable, "To the coffin," as if the heroine refuses to take the threat seriously, or perhaps it is calm in the face of the inevitable. Dark clouds are gathering over the hero, immersed in his thoughts. The question is in the air, what are you talking about? He weighs every word, trying to find the answer within himself, while the world around him seems frozen, awaiting his decision. Suddenly, the space around is filled with tension. Lightning discharges paint a kind of dance of destruction, breaking the silence, and the sounds collide with the hero, who is in the very center of the elements. The weight of battle is felt in the air, as the mighty warrior, surrounded by symbols and runes, clutches his sword tightly. His look, full of determination and indomitable strength, suggests that he is ready for any challenge. The enemy's voice sounds defiant, calling into question the hero's ability to withstand the threat. Skepticism and challenge are mixed in his words, emphasizing the inflexibility and mercilessness of the confrontation. The hero's answer is not long in coming. He rejects fear and accepts it as an inevitable part of his path. Words about the fear of death only strengthen his resolve. He will not allow doubts to control his actions. The calm of the girl standing against the backdrop of a frosty landscape contrasts with the chaos of the battle. Her words about placing the right person at the right time sound like an admission of a twist of fate in which she found herself a key figure. Her scream echoes throughout the space, and it seems that the whole world freezes for a moment to hear this embodiment of strength and power. Here she is, the Lady of Battle, standing in front of the hero with a challenge in her eyes. Her words, full of unshakable confidence and audacity, paint in the air the promise of a difficult confrontation. And now the hero is already in the air. His figure is outlined by sharp lines of lightning. He is like a bird, soaring above the ground, ready for a new breakthrough, for a new battle in which his fate will be determined. Her voice, full of self-confidence, falls on the hero like a waterfall. But there is no room for doubt in his heart. His determination is relentless, as is the path he has chosen. Depicts a girl with sharp facial features, long blonde hair, and a horn on her head. His eyes are filled with anxiety, and his clothes are decorated with subtle patterns. He seemed to notice something important, something that made him turn around. The story then takes us to a close-up of the same character's face. His lips are slightly parted, and sharp fangs can be seen. Facial features emphasize the tension of the moment, and shadows on the face add drama to the situation. The next shot reveals a man and a woman standing next to each other. The woman looks at the man with a grin, and he looks away, seemingly asking a question. His gaze is concerned, and his mouth is slightly open, as if he is pronouncing the words in the drawing. The girl's face is captured in close-up. Confusion and bewilderment are reflected on her face. He turns his attention to something in front of him, his eyes full of questions. In front of us stands a woman, with long hair and demonic horns, her back turned to a man who seems to be listening to her. She turned her head to speak to him, her gaze full of confidence. The woman continues to speak, a smile frozen on her face, and her words are filled with warmth and promise. The man seems confused by her words. The next shot shows us a detail of a woman's clothing, with drops of blood. It's a reminder of a hidden threat or recent skirmish, adding an extra element of intrigue to the story. And finally, the woman and the man stand face to face. She whispers something very personal to him, her eyes full of determination. Her words are not just dialogue, but rather a vow or a curse. Faisal Skrazer sir. We see the man's eyes, full of horror and disbelief. He understands the seriousness of the moment. His gaze is piercing and full of fear. In the next shot, the woman touches the man's face, her gaze soft and seductive. Her fingers gently touch his skin, and this touch seems both gentle and dangerous. As she begins to give away her horns, she breaks them, and blood splashes everywhere. Her scream becomes loud and shrill. She looks in horror at her hands, bloody and incredibly large. Her eyes are full of despair and understanding that what happened cannot be changed. Her open gaze is filled with fear and bewilderment, because the world around her continues to collapse, and a crack appears on her forehead. The force that held everything together is losing its power. Behind her, someone diagnoses the situation. A sharp instrument pierces her body, and the liquid, like an ominous flower, spreads through the tissues, promising an imminent end. The hero stands unshakably, as if not paying attention to the attacks of his opponent. She desperately tries to free herself, but her movements are slow, as if space and time have become her enemies. Everything around becomes blurry and elusive. Suddenly she asks, wondering why her opponent does not succumb to general laws. Her voice is full of disbelief and amazement in the face of unknown power. But the enemy only notes with regret that it is too late for any changes. His words are final and categorical, like everything that happens in this world. The protagonist's companions watch what is happening in shock, their faces expressing confusion and fear of the unpredictable future that awaits them. Their reactions are different. One freezes in bewilderment, the second hides his face under his helmet, as if trying to avoid the inevitable and turn away from the bitter reality. Before us is a majestic figure in a dark cloak pushing away a pale, emaciated girl. The gray waves behind them create a feeling of chaos and despair. The text floating in the air emphasizes the mood of the moment, saying that the heroine lacks the intelligence to comprehend what is happening. Underneath it is the idea that blood gives strength to resist mental attacks, which only adds to the mystery. We are shown a confident man with an impenetrable expression on his face and a slight grin. He appears to mock the situation while claiming that the girl is well suited for sacrifice. His words are full of irony and poison. They cut the air, increasing the tension of the moment. Then she began to show dissatisfaction towards her opponent, expressing it with the words, "Oh, you little one." The heroine screams in rage that this is not a deity in front of her. Her words cut through the air, and her body is arched in passion and despair. This frame exudes energy and strength as if on the eve of an invisible battle. She stands in the center of a lightning storm, surrounded by stars and mystical symbols. Her expression speaks of fear and bewilderment, but at the same time, determination is felt in her pose. The text around it only emphasizes the magical atmosphere of what is happening. We are shown a quieter, but no less emotional moment. The heroine looks exhausted and lost, tears running down her cheeks. The text next to her speaks of the weakness and heaviness that has descended on her. We see the same man as before, but now his face is calm and even satisfied. "Huh" is the only thing he says, and that word seems to encapsulate the entirety of his feelings about the situation. Close-up of an eye filled with tears. "It can't be," the heroine whispers, and in her voice one can hear both denial and the beginning of an understanding of the bitter truth. After this, one of the servants of God began to cast her spell. Huge magic circles rose above the entire mountain, and the enemy noticed that the creation of the great sacred barrier was beginning. A majestic hall opens before us, where many figures in robes with crosses on their chests bowed their heads in prayer. In the center is a heroine holding a huge cross with a face from which all emotion has disappeared. The texts surrounding it are reminiscent of ancient spells or prayers, adding mystical depth to the picture. One of the hero's assistants noticed this and began to peer closely at the spell that was glowing in the heavens. After this, he informed his comrades that the movement of all the flying vampires began to slow down, and they needed to attack them as soon as possible. After which, they finally decided, and the leader ordered to attack all the vampires. He ordered to hit the gong and inform everyone that they were launching an attack on all vampires nearby. They all rushed to the attack, and war cries rang out from their mouths. Scars were visible on their bodies as evidence of previous battles. These scars were just proof that they never backed down to protect their comrades and their families. At this moment, our hero unexpectedly attacked one of the lords. With his fast attack, he split it in half, creating a terrifying sight. A moment later, he quickly rushed further, not noticing how one of the higher vampires began to disappear right before his eyes. The vampire could not believe what was happening, and began to shout to our hero, "Don't rejoice so quickly, damned people. After all, you can't do anything against our Lord. He will defeat you." The hero returned and began to listen carefully to what the girl was saying. She claimed that they had no chance against the real Lord. Falling apart, her last words were the statement that people no longer had any chance of salvation. Everstrauet, she completely fell apart. At this time, the hero Galen continued his battle with the mighty dragon, which destroyed everything in its path. The wind tears apart the heavy fabric of the flag flying behind the back of a fighting warrior. He stands breathless, ready for battle, with a sword in his hands that seems to reflect his determination. His gaze is hidden behind the bandage, but it is already clear that he is focused on the upcoming battle. Looks like it's time to take this guy out too. We read mentally the hero. His eyes are narrowed, and his eyebrows are knitted in a critical understanding of the situation. His hand is raised as if he is already imagining his next move in this dangerous game. The speed and force of the blow makes the air tremble, as the warrior shouts, "Back!" cuts through space with a sword. His body is completely focused on the attack, every muscle tense in anticipation of the collision. A powerful blow shakes the ground, causing an echo in the void. The sword sparkles, vibrating from the force applied, and the environment seems to freeze in anticipation of destruction. The warrior screams, gathering all his energy and power into one mighty cry. He emits a whirlwind of power that can destroy everything in its path, and his eyes are full of determination and strength. The creature standing in front of the warrior is huge and terrifying, like a demon from nightmares. It raises its clawed hands to resist the onslaught, and the battle reaches its climax. After this, Galen begins to scream passionately before his attack. Darkness and light collide in an epic battle, where the warrior strikes with all his strength with his sword, cutting through the darkness with his brilliance, and the universe itself seems to tremble from this confrontation. The warrior is trying to comprehend what is happening. His face is twisted in pain and despair. Fear is reflected in his eyes, because the outcome of the fight remains unknown, and he is not sure of his victory. Drops of sweat run down the warrior's face, emphasizing the intensity of the battle and his physical efforts. His eyes are filled with despair, but at the same time with hope for success. Galen stood in front of the majestic dragon, but suddenly someone grabbed his back and said, "My lower back, why does it hurt so much today?" He then noticed that he was still in the midst of the battle, and turned his gaze to the dragon. However, the dragon was not going to wait for Galen to hesitate, and took advantage of the moment, gathering all its incredible power in one blow. His blow compressed the ground and space as Galen flew away from the blow. However, he took the entire blow upon himself and was unable to dodge. In the heart of a raging battle, an enraged warrior screams in despair. His armor is tattered, his face is shadowed, and his gaze is hidden under a broken helmet. It is surrounded by thorns and vines, beating in a frantic rhythm of battle. The words "ha" and "dumb" come out of his mouth like a final challenge to an invisible enemy. In the next image, a monster like a skeletal dragon emerges from the dust of battle. His skull is filled with ominous holes, and his powerful jaws are studded with terrible teeth. The 3 dots above his head perhaps symbolize the sudden realization or shock of what is happening. Meanwhile, the hero cuts through the air with a powerful blow. A huge letter Z spreads across the frame, emphasizing the energy and power of his attack. Below him, a grim warrior with horns falls, unable to withstand this blow. The air vibrates with the force of the collision. Elsewhere, a fighter with a fist adorned with bracelets gives thanks for landing a blow. His pose and words, "Thank you for the kick," express irony, or perhaps respect for a rival who awakened new forces in him. Finally, the warrior looks at the viewer, clenching his fist and proudly declaring, "It is thanks to him that I survived." He is full of determination and confidence. His spirit is not broken. This recognition becomes a moment of triumph over the hardships of battle. In the whirlwind of battle, a man in a dark cloak and with a sword in his hand parried a powerful blow. His hair flutters from the force of the wind, and shards of stone fly around. The page is filled with dynamics. The hero met an animal as if emerging from a nightmare. Black blots around emphasize the intensity of the collision, and the hieroglyphs seem to echo a loud roar. A dragon-like monster attacks with an open mouth, its claws ready to tear the enemy apart. His scales are like stone, impenetrable and cold, and his gaze is full of rage. In front of us stands a warrior dressed in armor, holding a long sword in his hands. He turns his back to the viewer, ready to fight, his gaze directed into the distance at an invisible enemy. The heroes exchange remarks. A man in a bandana talks about his lack of training, and a woman in a hood doubtfully asks about his age. In response to the ridicule, the man in the bandana sarcastically advises not to talk nonsense and reminds the interlocutor of the recent fiasco with the enemy. The next shot shows a group of heroes united by a common intention. They point their weapons at an invisible threat, as if they are entering a decisive battle. The young warrior looks intently into the distance, his eyes full of determination. His step is confident, and in his hand he holds a sword, ready for battle. His companion, a girl with bright eyes, is also preparing for battle. Her gaze expresses concern and steadfastness at the same time. And now, in the last image, the time for the decisive blow has come. The warriors' movements are slowed by the strength of the enemy barrier, but their will to win remains undiminished. Hero Lack and the woman with cat ears looked around, noticing something strange. The girl with cat ears began to attack the enemy from the front. Determination and the will to win were visible in her eyes. At this time, the hero Lack walked around his opponent on the other side to deliver another blow and prevent his return. He used his main skill, which he received after the battle with the Demon Lord, the ability to transfer life through withering touch to weaken his enemy. Touching the face of his enemy, he began to scream. His eyes expressed despair and pain, and he did not understand what was happening to him. Soon after, Lack pulled his hand away. His face began to hiss, and he grabbed his head, trying to cope with the incredible pain. However, he did not want to hesitate any longer. Taking his sword, he prepared to deliver one of the final blows to his enemy. His enemy was defeated with one powerful blow, and a mixture of confusion and despair was reflected on the face of this enemy. How could an ordinary person, especially one so young, defeat him? After being seriously wounded, he began to shout at his opponents, indignant at their insolence. However, the vampire took decisive action and turned his body into a flock of bats. The hero Lack thought that the vampire was going to escape and decided to prevent this by calling his faithful rooster to help. Under the threat of a close-up, the hen's gaze is filled with determination and majesty. The sharp outline of her head emphasizes the tense atmosphere. The gaze of her one eye pierces the space as if she is preparing for battle, while the letters Cook in the upper corner foreshadow the outbreak of conflict. A man in glasses and a suit, horror written on his face, as if he had just realized an unthinkable threat. His hand is extended in a protective gesture, and the word "what" comes out of his mouth, which reflects his complete bewilderment and fear of what is happening. A close-up of a man's eye shows the full range of his emotions: despair, panic, helplessness. Tears running down his cheek and dilated pupils indicate that he is faced with something inexplicable and terrifying. The man recoils, his eyes wide with horror. He has a shotgun in his hand, but the weapon seems useless in the face of an unknown threat. The man's hair is tousled, his clothes are wrinkled. All this indicates that his peace has been dramatically disturbed. Now it is clear that there is a threat lurking in the man's mouth. A chicken can be seen in his open mouth, as if symbolizing an unknown danger that has literally eaten into his life, penetrating into the very depths of his being. The chicken looks directly at the viewer. Her eyes are full of determination and courage, so that's where the divine rooster is. She seems to be saying, emphasizing her importance and significance in this story, as if she is a key element in everything that happens. The man experiences the shock of realizing that events are getting out of control. What? So what? His unanswered questions hang in the air, and the words on his face speak of his inner experiences and fear of the inevitable. He speaks with contempt and rage, accusing the unknown of having made a sacrifice to the gods. Just think, you yourself made a sacrifice to the gods. Fools! His words are full of condemnation and anger, and he is ready to fight those who caused this disaster. The man's face reflects deep anxiety. He whispers, "Damned medallion." This expression on his face suggests that this particular object is the cause of his disaster, the key to unraveling the horror that is happening. There is a loud bursting sound, and the medallion in the man's mouth shatters into pieces. This moment of action is like the culmination of all his struggle, the moment of truth, which can bring both salvation and final death. In the middle of a dramatic confrontation, a man looks in horror at a little girl with kitten ears. She sits on the floor, pressed against the wall, and whispers something under her breath. Her gaze is filled with fear and confusion in front of the unknown threat that faces them both. The kitten girl closed her eyes and bowed her head, as if trying to hide from the world. The words "Gah, what pressing power" indicate a huge invisible force that presses on her, making her feel helpless and protected only by a thin wall of her will. With the ground ripping apart and debris flying in every direction. The air is filled with chaos and destruction. A girl with kitten ears jumps back, trying to avoid an invisible but powerful blow that tears the ground apart. 3 gloomy faces in crowns, full of horror and despair, are turned to the observer. They seem to be witnesses to some terrible and inexplicable event, which left traces of fear and powerlessness on their faces. On their knees in front of the majestic altar, people in robes mourn what happened. They bowed their heads in submission and prayer, perhaps seeking consolation or forgiveness in the face of an irreversible, catastrophic event. A girl stands in front of us with an arrogant and domineering look. "Your Majesty," says the frightened old man next to her. His gaze is full of horror and questions. He is looking for answers that perhaps only she knows. Suddenly, the world is engulfed by a powerful anti-detonation, leaving everyone who witnesses the event stunned. The blast wave spreads around, raising clouds of dust and leaving behind only destruction. The man stands in shock, his gaze filled with despair and disbelief. It can't be, as if he couldn't believe the reality of what was happening, that his whole world could be disrupted in such an incomprehensible way. The power of the dark gods is in the air, protecting or threatening the world. The girl in the air, like an angel or demon, looks at what is happening below from a position of strength and power. The girl demands to taste the blood of the divine eternal cock, and now that she is free, her eyes glow with anticipation. A man with a piercing gaze and tired features meets the gaze of a rooster, depicted on a certain object. The beads of sweat on his forehead indicate the tension of the moment, while the large dots represent his bewilderment or surprise at the situation in which he finds himself. Vortex and chaos cover the space, creating a feeling of violent energy and uncontrollable force. The air is filled with the dynamics of movement, and sound effects enhance the impression of a powerful explosion or destruction. 2 people discuss the consequences of a recent event. One says that the supporting barrier was destroyed, and the other notes the strange force that just manifested itself, emphasizing the unusual and unexpected nature of what happened. Determination and readiness for action are expressed in the words, "Yes, I'm worried about Akka and the others. Let's hurry," emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need to act quickly for the well-being of others. The man takes a defensive stance, ready for further resistance or struggle. His bent position and muscle tension convey his willingness to defend himself to the last. A dark figure sits like a queen on a throne, surrounded by magical energy that emanates from her in a wave. Her appearance and the atmosphere around her speak of power and greatness. The character in the foreground is filled with horror and disbelief. His words are lost. He cannot fully comprehend or accept the reality of what he sees in front of him. The girl's eyes reflect the divine protection of the dark gods. Her gaze is calm and full of confidence in her might and power. The mysterious object, similar to a crystal or meteorite, appears impenetrable and unshakable, embodying the mystery and power that has just been realized. The realization of what happened is described by the words, "This titanic power that hit us is the very divine protection of your God. You cannot move you." It is an expression of recognition of the overwhelming force they face. The force emanating from the character, like a wave of energy, diverges in space. He talks about faith and the opposite, about higher powers that even the masters cannot control in the royal capital, hinting at something majestic and incomprehensible. The character fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the power of the divine protection of the dark gods, becoming a stubborn opponent. His god loves him extremely much, which makes him powerful and unyielding. The character's head splits in pain and he cries out, "Gah!" The character's emotional and physical state is conveyed through the intensity of his cry and facial expression. The characters bow their heads in a bow, their postures expressing respect and reverence for the authority called Your Majesty, indicating their devotion and service. Danger looms over everyone, and the warning about the evil influence that the barrier of the royal capital is exposed to speaks of an impending threat to the entire city. The woman demands, "Give me my second staff," which emphasizes her determination to act and use her power. The power of faith and courage is embodied in the words, "Even if I am left alone, I will never break," which shows the character's steadfastness in the face of danger. The appeal to the sacred church and the king, who is at the head of the struggle for the country, expresses criticism and a challenge to confront the evil they have encountered. "My queen," words full of devotion and respect, show loyalty and willingness to protect and follow their leader. Call to action, "Let's restore the barrier," and the acknowledgement of "we can't keep going" indicate the group's hope and determination to face the threat together. The character's look is full of determination. His eyes reflect strength and confidence. Hair that softly frames the face adds grace to the look. The hand holding the sword is ready for battle. The symbolism of the sword and the patterned robe emphasizes his status and role as a protector. The words, "I will take care of your lives," demonstrate the character's leadership qualities, his willingness to become a support for his comrades. The assembled people are delighted and inspired by his words, ready to follow their leader in a display of unity and loyalty. The character's restrained smile, in the face of danger and struggle, shows his inner strength and calm. We see a detail, a hand clad in armor, in all its metallic glory. This hand holds the tip of a sword, thin and sharp, as if it itself is ready for battle. The text surrounding this moment tells of a great ardence called pure light, and a girl who obeys like a queen. Here our hero is a young woman, with her eyes closed, surrounded by light and magic. Her hands are squeezing something with strength, desperation, and determination. The words floating around her describe the sacred fist of the wise dragon, and call it Karako Chaya, Fist of the Maiden. We are shown a portrait of a male character, with dark hair and piercing eyes. A look full of a mixture of anxiety and hope envelops his face. His posture radiates tension, readiness for action. The black background emphasizes the drama of the moment, and the strange symbols at the top add mystery. Again shows a hand in armor, but this time it clasps the hilt of a sword, ready for battle. We see details, belts, buckles, edges of armor. All this creates a feeling of immediate and important action to be taken. The symbols on the sword can be a spell or a code. The armored hand now clutches a gold-edged book. This action carries weight, seriousness, almost like an oath or vow. The book may be a source of knowledge or magic that is needed for upcoming trials. The strength of your grip emphasizes the significance of the moment. A look full of determination and steadfastness breaks through the strands of white hair. The eye, bordered by heavy shadows, looks straight into the soul, sparkling with living light in the penumbra. The facial features are hidden, but the look speaks for itself. Before us is someone who has seen a lot, as darkness and light struggle in the background, where a cloaked figure, like a witch or warrior of the night, stands on the edge of light and shadow. The image is powerful and mysterious, like the embodiment of some ancient legend waiting in the wings. The next moment reveals to us the courageous face of a young man, whose words carve a declaration of challenge into the air. His posture is unshakable and his gaze is piercing. Sharp as a blade, it seems to challenge the world itself. Energy and strength are in full swing in the next frame, where the young man releases something powerful from his hands, which explodes like a dune in the desert. Around him is a whirlwind of white lines, carrying his power into infinity. The young man lies on the ground. His body is constrained, but his eyes are full of determination. He resembles a puppet tied to invisible strings, fighting for every move, while his inner world is full of storms and hurricanes. After that, he began to explain that if he thought carefully, he could use this technique on himself again to gain an advantage. This technique was called the puppet technique. We see him back in action. Every muscle in his body seems to be on edge. He makes every effort to resist the invisible enemy that is tearing him apart, and at the same time, he does not give up. Divest everything, the young man finds the strength to rise. His purpose becomes clear. It is as if he calls on all his will and power to achieve his goal, despite obstacles and painful trials. The climax comes when he points out the source of his anger and frustration, like a warrior facing the greatest of his dragons. There is no place for fear in this battle, only determination and willpower. And in conclusion, his eye, full of determination and hope, looks through the darkness. It's as if he is making his way through all the obstacles, turning to something important, to his true mission, which has always been in front of him. A close-up shows a man's hands holding a sword. The text covering the image categorically says, "I am not subject to you." The tension in each line emphasizes the determination and steadfastness of the character's will. A girl with a furious expression on her face desperately waves her sword. Her gaze is full of fear and determination, and her hair and clothes flutter from the sudden movement, creating a feeling of stormy dynamics. The moment of maximum tension, a close-up on the girl's face, whose eyes reflect fear and despair. Black and white colors convey the depth of her emotions in this fight. A girl can be seen from above, swinging her sword with such force that her opponent recoiled. Her movement is dynamic and full of energy, and lines of speed extend from the sword, emphasizing the force of the blow. A side view of the face of a young man who seems to be struggling to resist the girl's pressure. His eyes are filled with determination, and his facial features are distorted with tension. The opponent dissolves in the light that his figure emits, while the girl continues her attack. The distortion of the space around him creates the impression of powerful energy. The girl in complete desperation strikes, her face distorted with fear, and the sword crashes into the enemy with furious force. The power of her blow is emphasized by lines diverging from the center. She screams, and the word "gya" comes out of her mouth, emphasizing the emotional tension and frenzy of the battle. Her eyes are wide open, and her face reflects the entire spectrum of experiences. The enemy ends up on the ground. The smoke generated by the impact rises around him. His silhouette looks both defeated and terrifying. The young man is shedding tears, and his face expresses deep pain. The words "Tartor" escape from him, emphasizing the suffering and despair that gripped him at that moment. Darkness and light collide in the face of a young man, in a long cloak, standing in front of an indeterminate figure. His gaze is stern and determined, as if he is ready to face an unknown threat. The inscription screams of a challenge that he is ready to accept. The next shot reveals a man rushing forward with focus and concentration carved into his face. His body tensed in pursuit of the goal, and the dynamics of movement are emphasized by high-speed lines. The boldness in his movements leaves no doubt about his intentions. The man grabs a sword, the silhouette of which is drawn with decisive strokes. The line, "I won't miss this thing," emphasizes his determination not to give up. A close-up shows the hero's eye, full of determination and focus. In this look, a few moments before the decisive blow, the whole world narrows down to one goal, and nothing can distract him. The moment of impact follows, where the sword meets an unknown enemy. The collision of energies creates a whirlwind of lines and shadows. The drama of the moment is conveyed through dynamic strokes and contrasting spots. Now we see the man's face, full of determination and tension. "Yes, I got it," flashes through the air, his success as sharp as the blade of his sword. The speed of movement and the force of the impact are expressed in the next frame. We see only a hand and a sword which cuts through the air, leaving behind only traces of its movement. The hero's eye, enlarged close-up, is full of tears and despair. Perhaps the victory had unexpected consequences for him, and now he feels the weight of the decision he made. And finally, we see the hero in full growth, his gaze filled with sadness and disappointment. Very bad. Words that leave a heavy foreboding hanging in the air. What happened to turn his victory into defeat? The man looks at his hand and sword in surprise, as if not believing that what happened is reality. The exclamation marks emphasize his shock and bewilderment. He is stunned and shocked by the events that unfolded before him. A sudden turn of events opens with the grin of a dark enemy. His teeth are bared in a cold smile, and his hand is tightly gripping something invisible. The text hanging over everything like a sentence. "You can't move." The hero, stunned, turns around to face a new threat. Powerful lines of tension convey his fear and readiness for action. The protagonist's mouth is open, full of despair and determination. Shouting, "I'll smash you," explodes in the air, showing his steadfastness even in the face of danger. The next image captures a moment of decisive resistance as the hero and his ally, the cat-eared girl, join forces. Their looks are full of determination and fighting spirit. After that, Lak greeted his ally, saying that she was good for protecting him. "Look, son, I'll cover your back," the cat girl shouts, covering the rear, as the hero looks forward, ready to fight. Their teamwork is evident, as she thanks him for his help, with a bright expression of relief and joy on her face. The hero grips the hilt of his sword, his hand steady and confident, ready for the next decisive move. Slightly confused, the hero turns around as if something has caught his attention, perhaps new information or a change on the battlefield. And finally he gathers his strength, his face filled with determination and concentration. "I'm going to fight my way forward." His words prepare us for a new, more powerful attack. The whirlwind of battle overwhelms each of the heroes. Their bodies tense in the struggle. The sword sparkles in the hands of the young warrior, and his comrade next to him prepares to support. A mysterious message appears. It is like an echo of an ominous threat. You cannot use magic freely inside the barrier. It is useless. The entity of darkness proclaims its superiority, filling the atmosphere with a feeling of hopelessness. You have no chance of winning. On the other hand, we, the dark entities, have our own enhancements. Suddenly, fear appears on the face of one of the heroes. "You keep mumbling nonsense. Be careful," he warns. There comes a moment of despair when the hero realizes the power of the enemy. With his hand, he realizes that he is facing an unprecedented threat. The look is full of questions. Sudden confusion is reflected in his eyes. Something unexpected happens that requires immediate attention. Weakening the power of the barrier. The words are scrolling through his head as he tries to understand what is happening. Is weakening the barrier their chance? The sacred barrier? It can't be. The heroes are stunned by the possibility of an incredible turn that could change the course of the battle. Create a barrier in this place. Suddenly the opportunity for a counterattack appears before them. The situation seems less hopeless. And finally a spark of hope lights up in the hero's eyes. Who is capable of this? Thoughts about who or what gave them a chance fill his mind. Determination freezes in the young warrior's gaze, his eyes filled with unshakable confidence. "Just die," he says quietly, deep in his soul wanting to end the battle without any useless talk. The warrior's hand, the embodiment of his determination and strength, cuts through the air, pushing aside all doubts and hesitations. Every movement is filled with determination and purpose. With his powerful blow, Lak destroyed both the crystal located behind the vampire and the vampire himself into several pieces. The vampire, who was a lord, did not expect such an outcome of events. There was confusion in his eyes and he was shocked. However, his head fell down faster and faster. Accompanied by a comrade, the warrior quickly rushed forward, intending to break through the enemy's defenses. He pierces space with a sword, ready to destroy all obstacles in his path. His companion's eyes embody anxiety and sudden awareness. Apparently, she did not expect such a turn of events, and now she has to face the unknown. The girl's face is hidden in shadow, and her eyes reflect uncertainty and fear of the unknown. Something unexpected and possibly dangerous appeared on their way. A shining image appears before them, shrouded in light and power. The figure may hold the key to current events and their hopes for victory. In battle, a decisive cry sounds. "I defend this one," is a cry of determination and commitment in the face of danger that lifts the spirits of fighters. After a tense moment of battle, silence falls as the warrior and his companion face the unknown. There is tension in the air and anticipation of the next action. We see a hero in uniform, closing his eyes and bowing his head over a rooster, which depicts a comic character, a chicken with glasses. She utters the words, "Kuda," and "Herbert Sama, your way out." The atmosphere of the frame is light and playful, reveals to us the face of a vampire in a state of shock or horror. Her eyes are wide, and her gaze is directed at something terrifying outside the frame. Her hair is disheveled and beads of sweat can be seen on her face. Only one word, "Ah," breaks the dead silence of this moment, immerses us in the feeling of falling, where the letters of the word Kuta crumble from top to bottom as we dive into the depths of the snow-covered abyss. The sense of movement and depth is emphasized by bright lines depicting lightning or cracks. A group of travelers, perhaps heroes, look into the distance. They include an imposing man with a sword, a little girl, and a flying elf-like character. The night sky and the dim glow of the moon create a tense atmosphere of anticipation. Shows us two characters standing with their backs to us, looking at a mountain landscape under a dark sky. Lines directed from the center of the frame create a sense of explosion or sudden clarity, which gives the scene dynamism. The character's look full of pain and despair. He sees a blurry image in front of him, like a memory, with fragmentary words, "In this place, I," draws our attention to a girl with a perplexed smile, frozen on her face, and a boy with the ears of an animal appears next to her. Around them, reality seems to be dissolving into chaos. After which, this vampire completely disappeared. We see two characters standing against a foggy landscape. A woman's voice says that they recently saw a woman with robes behind her, and a man with a sword adds that it was Laksan. The man with the sword, turning to us in half-profile, quietly says, "I know, yeah," as if confirming some unspoken truth or agreeing with an invisible interlocutor. A woman appears on the battlefield with a majestic staff, dressed in long flowing robes, symbolizing her high status and strength. Her gaze is hidden, but her pose speaks of determination and power. Her profile radiates calm and concentration. Her hair is neatly arranged under her veil, and a shadow of doubt or perhaps sadness creeps across her face. Despite the apparent fragility, her appearance is imbued with strength. There is tense anticipation in the cathedral. The crowd looks in silence at something important. Men and women in religious robes are gathered together, their faces expressing anxiety and hope. The woman looks straight. Her gaze reflects peace and confidence. In her eyes one can read readiness for what lies ahead, and she is ready to meet her fate with honor and dignity. Footsteps are heard under the arches of the cathedral. The walls echo these footsteps, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and grandeur as the woman carries her staff to the altar. A man in religious robes stands in front of the woman. A mysterious exchange takes place between them, full of symbolism and tradition, indicating the importance of the moment. Her face is illuminated with a slight smile. Gratitude and calmness are visible in her eyes. She accepts her role and prepares to fulfill her duty despite all obstacles.
In front of the majestic cross, the woman expresses her hope that her actions will bring at least a modicum of relief and atonement for all the trials she had to go through.
Suddenly, confusion bursts into the cathedral. The man with the sword shouts, pointing at something that disturbs the silence and concentration of this sacred place. After sudden confusion, the hero again turns to his faithful, feathered companion, seeking his support and advice in the face of an unexpected turn of events that promises new challenges on their way. Silence fills the space between the heroes, while one of them carefully examines the remains of a magical artifact. The power that was once invested in this item is now represented in only a tiny fragment, causing the hero to feel a sense of bereavement. Feeling the fragment, the hero feels ominous energy emanating from it. It is a reminder of darker times and darker deities, leaving a heavy imprint on his soul. He looks at the fragment, remembering previous battles when the magical power of this artifact served him as a reliable shield. These memories are shrouded in a fog of pain and the inability to change the past. Lak and Galen began a conversation. Lak asked the guys if they were hooked. Galen replied that he was slightly pinned down, but was able to get out and move normally. After this, Lak reconsidered whether this might mean that the effect had a short range. Galen approached the girl with cat ears and asked her, "Is your neck strained? Doesn't it hurt you?" She blushed in embarrassment because they were already taking care of her and responded in the negative, saying that she was completely fine. However, Galen continued to insist with questions. "You were hit by magic arrows. Are you sure it didn't hurt?" After that, she remembered that Laxon protected her life with magic, protecting important areas of her body. Thus, only minor scratches remained on her body, and she did not receive serious injuries. After this, Lak became thoughtful and asked for forgiveness, since he couldn't build a wall inside the barrier to protect it entirely. If he could do this and provide more reliable protection, then even these small scratches would not remain on it. The girl said with a sad look that it was she who should have apologized to Luck, since he had to take responsibility for protecting her. She felt so weak and helpless that she couldn't even do anything in this battle alone. However, she continued to praise Lek, saying that he still deftly defeated the High Lord, and even inside such a complex barrier, he felt quite free. However, Lek understood that it wasn't only his own efforts that contributed to the successful outcome of this battle. He expressed gratitude to the divine protection of the goddess, because, if not for her, then everything could have ended much worse. After this, he turned to his faithful ally, the current King Eric. After that, Luck shyly asked Eric to convey his gratitude to Levi and tell her that she was a savior. Proudly accepted this mission from his comrade in arms and said, "Okay." In the background, Galen didn't understand why Lak was thanking this girl so much, and Lak shyly began to smile, realizing that he would still be able to express his feelings and sensations to this lady. After all, he fought for decades in an interdimensional rift. He had become completely accustomed to fighting alone, and it had become second nature to him. However, he realized that it is better to fight in company when there are comrades who can cover his back. After that, he began to smile, because he realized how happy he had become, having found literally several comrades. The girl with the cat ears didn't understand what was so strange about it, just having friends. After that, their attention completely went away from the cage that contained something, and Luck and the girl with cat ears completely forgot about it. The wolf cub's gaze is filled with rage and threat. His teeth are bared in a warning growl. He defies unknown danger, ready to attack or defend, while shadows and light play on his fur, emphasizing the tension of the moment. Before us are two characters. One of them looks at the other, with surprise and disbelief, as if thinking about what was said. The second seems focused and serious. His words carry weight and certainty. Their interaction is full of misunderstandings and hidden history. Suddenly, the atmosphere of tension gives way to wariness and suspicion. One character asks a rhetorical question, as if blaming the interlocutor for creating the problem, while the second denies the obviousness of the situation, remaining calm in the face of inevitable conflict. The dungeon captured its victims within its cold walls. Characters reach out to someone beyond the visible, seeking answers or help. One of them looks determined, ready for action, while the other, bent over, tries to see what is hidden from view. The girl with kitten ears, shocked and excited, opens her mouth to object. Her eyes are full of determination, and she does not want to give in. With her words, there is the energy of youth and indomitable will that does not recognize objections. A surge of emotions reveals the truth. The little wolf was just a lost puppy. The characters exchange exclamations, realizing that their assumptions were wrong. Relief and surprise mix in their voices. Mysterious silhouettes reveal the history of sacred wolves that have existed since ancient times. They rise like phantoms of the past, carrying old legends and knowledge that have been passed down through the centuries. After that, Lak began to question the girl with the ears, asking if they had some kind of divine power similar to the rooster. However, the girl, full of bewilderment, replied, "No, it's just an ordinary dog." They began to peer at this dog. The girl continued, "However, these dogs are unusual and smart. They can understand some languages, and they do not attack people." Lak was surprised to hear about this dog. Galen came up to him and said, "If this is the case, why don't we just let this dog go?" It was written on his face that he really liked this dog and thought he was cute. Lak looked at his comrades and agreed, "Yes, we can just release him into the wild." A mysterious hand reaches out to an ancient symbol embedded in a round slab. The symbol, like the call of the distant past, is preparing to open a new page of history, like a key to upcoming events, where every detail can change the course of things. Confusion grips the young wolf cub. His eyes, filled with anxiety, follow the flying symbol, sounding like a hard coin in the silence. The world around freezes in anticipation of what this moment will bring, a sign of unpredictable changes. The iron bars of a prison cell are reminiscent of cold and despair, but now they are being broken open by an unknown force. Freedom seems so close but not yet achieved, and everyone can only guess what is behind this sudden outcome. The darkness of the wolf's gaze pierces the space through the bars. Its powerful posture and strength can be felt even from a distance. Hiding the unknown within himself, he waits, ready for any turn of events that may be about to follow. The young man encounters an unexpected look that reflects fear and confusion. He cannot believe what he sees in front of him. His heart skips a beat in anticipation of the inevitable. There is a roar that breaks the silence, and the young man feels the fullness of the moment. The wolf cub is furious, his eyes burn with rage, and his powerful jaws are ready to attack, reflecting all the savagery and primordial strength. Suddenly, in the chaos and fear, a loud sound is heard. It seemed that everything was lost, but then an unexpected turn appeared. The situation changes direction, and it becomes clear that not everything is as simple as it seemed at first. However, the girl with the ears yells at him to calm down and tells him that the vampires have already left, and there is no point in attacking everyone. The wolf cub suddenly calms down. His gaze becomes soft and grateful. In this world full of dangers and surprises, even the most terrible creatures can show their gratitude and appreciation when someone comes to their aid. Softness and warmth fill the space where tension and fear just reigned. The wolf cub and the girl with kitten ears exchange glances full of understanding and sympathy, confirming the invisible connection between different worlds. Bowing his head, the majestic wolf looks down wearily, as if thinking about his path. His eyes are closed, and in them one can read the wisdom collected over years of endless trials and overcomings, each of which left its mark on his memory. A girl with kitten ears affectionately strokes the wolf's head, trying to console him and give him strength. Her words sound like a mantra, filling the space with calmness and confidence that all the difficulties are behind them, and only goodness awaits them ahead. The dungeon that once housed this sacred being is now empty. Legends say that the wolf has a unique gift that protects it from spells and evil intentions, which made it so valuable to many who sought to uncover the secrets of the ancient connections between vampires and beastmen. The echo of a distant howl fills the air, and the trio is ready for new adventures. The wolf, full of energy and strength, leads his companions to new horizons, leaving behind a dungeon as a reminder of the trials overcome and new hope. There is uncertainty in the air, but also a hidden relief. The wolf turned to look at his saviors, his eyes saying more than words could ever express, gratitude and new understanding shining in them. The light stretches into the distance, promising a path to freedom and new beginnings. The columns of the corridor seem to accompany the heroes with their shadow and light, pointing to the road that promises to lead them to fate, no matter what it brings. Courage and determination can be read in the face of a young man, embraced by a new sense of purpose. His gaze is directed to the future, where new challenges and unknown horizons await him. Decimist Chuos and courage overcome our heroes as they face the unknown. Ready for new challenges, they loudly declare their right to choose their own path, even if it leads through thorns to the stars. Lack noticed that all this time a group of people with cat ears had been waiting for him. After they won, they began to praise the heroes for being able to defeat such powerful vampires. The young man's face reflects surprise and slight bewilderment. He did not expect such words from his companion. The elusive smile on the blonde's face is full of mystery and secrets that he may never fully reveal. The guy's heart fills with trepidation from the unexpected touch. In front of him, a majestic figure with eyes full of wisdom and strength turns her gaze to him, and this touch becomes a symbol of the deep connection between them. The hero's gaze is directed to the horizon, where there stands an ancient magical castle, the source of all disasters. They realize that their mission is not just a journey, but a fight against the evil that is rooted in the very heart of this dark land. Camaraderie, courage, and heroism shine in the eyes of our heroes. They stand side by side, united by a common goal, and their gaze is full of determination. Their success is the fruit of joint efforts, patience, and unwavering faith in each other. To the sounds of triumph, and in anticipation of new adventures, the guy loudly pronounces words that will become a cry of rebellion against the dark forces that tried to stop them. His voice echoes throughout the surrounding area, promising a new era of courage and freedom. The triumphant cry is echoed in the hearts of the companions. Their cry becomes a symbol of victory over evil, sounding under the arches of the ancient castle and filling its walls with hope and light. Eric raised his sword and signaled victory over such a formidable opponent. Laughter and joy fill the air as our heroes celebrate their victory. Their voices blend together, creating a harmony of laughter and relief that reflects the boundless connection between them and their unity in the face of adversity. Emotions overwhelm the young man as he, along with his faithful companions, brings his cry of freedom to life. This is not just a sound, it is an announcement of a new chapter in their lives where they can overcome any obstacles together. The sky is covered with gray clouds, in which the traces of someone's wings seem to have frozen. Against the background of this cold heavenly canvas, letters appear in black strokes, capturing the beginning of the journey. And after that, we went to the royal capital. Under the weight of a serene sky, the trail leads travelers through the mountain peaks. The string of horses is led by 4 people. Dressed in cloaks, they seem to be absorbed in the silence of the wild nature, looking at them from all sides. Passing through a dense forest, the group follows a road overgrown with grass. Their faces are hidden, but their steps are confident, and each step adds its own note to the quiet symphony of forest sounds. After which, Lack noticed the presence of this wolf, which they had previously released. He quietly watched them from behind a tree. A fleeting glance back, and your eyes meet an unknown beast hidden in the shadows of the trees. A look full of doubts asks a question, without words. It seems to me, or is he following us? The dialogue stretches through a valley of words, with one assuring the other that the beast feels obliged to follow them, thanking them for saving them. And here is the face of the wolf, cutting through the silence with its loud "hey," as if trying to communicate something. Now the conversation comes to an end, when one of the travelers says to the wolf, "Just do what you want, you are free now." The wolf's eyes reflect genuine surprise, as if for the first time he heard such words that open up a new world of possibilities for him. And finally, the girl's face lights up with a smile when she cheerfully notices that the wolf still decided to follow them, despite the freedom offered. At the edge of the forest stands a wolf, raising its muzzle and opening its mouth, as if shouting out a challenge. Next to it is a man in a cloak, his back turned, his head hidden by a hood. Or, is this how? Sounds in the air like an echo. Before us is a young man with black hair and a tired look. His face expresses slight irritation and his gaze is downcast. His facial expressions seem distracted, as if he is internally weighing a difficult question. A man with pronounced facial features, pointed earrings and long hair thrown back, looks straight ahead. Still, this wolf is alone. Is that bad, right? She thinks. Her gaze sparkles with hidden warmth. The joyful smile of a wolf, eyes full of fun. He seems happy and carefree. To his right, a man with black hair turned around, his gaze full of surprise and misunderstanding. After that, Lack began to sleep, leaving the wolf to his own devices. The wolf answered him with a woof-woof, as if confirming his desire to join them. The wolf looks at the man, still smiling, his eyes shining with devotion. The man in the cloak seems to be asking him a question, but the wolf simply enjoys the moment, not needing words. "Then from this day you will be part of my family," the man decides, placing his hand on the wolf's head. His face is calm and determined, his eyes filled with warmth and confidence. A collection of different characters, a girl wearing fox ears, a warrior in armor laughing in the background, and a man with a wolf. They all came together, creating a sense of camaraderie and fun. Against the backdrop of a mountain landscape, a wolf and a fox girl cheerfully call out to the sky. Afe, the peacefulness of the moment intertwines with their carefree happiness, and the day seems perfect for new adventures. A caravan of three, a man, a wolf, and horses, sets off. Their silhouettes are silhouetted against the background of the forest and mountains. They are like the main characters at the beginning of a long journey. The majestic city rises on the banks of the river, proudly displaying its powerful walls and tall towers. Arched bridges connect the two banks, and on one of them a sign proudly displays the inscription, Royal Capital, as if inviting you to enter its gates. Two little girls with wide smiles, dressed in frilly dresses, look adorable and carefree. The eldest stands behind, her gaze filled with care and tenderness, while the younger one spreads her arms to the sides with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. The girls interact with someone outside the frame, their faces reflecting relief and happiness. They seem grateful for the return of this invisible companion, whose shadow falls over them as if promising safety and protection. The eldest of the girls, dressed in a suit with elements of armor, looks proudly and confidently to the side, while the youngest looks at her with admiration. The sisters create an impression of strength and unity, as if nothing can tear them apart. Finely booted feet rest on the floor, and metal flakes or debris are scattered around, creating the image of a battle that ended in an unexpected outcome involving weapons and armor. Thoris is a wide-eyed man, full of bewilderment and surprise. He looks at the debris on the floor, his expression reflecting a mixture of surprise and confusion, as if he had just encountered something unexpected and incomprehensible. The two girls discuss their assumptions about what is happening, their faces expressing a mixture of confidence and doubt. They suspect that certain creatures were the cause of the events. Their exchange of glances suggests that they are looking for confirmation of their guesses. Presented with a fact, the man looks embarrassed and perplexed. His interlocutor, apparently, has just shared news that was a complete surprise to him, and now he is trying to comprehend what he heard. The man holds one of the fragments in his hands. His gaze is serious and concentrated. He concludes that he has found a clue to the events, although one important element of the picture still eludes him. A woman with wide eyes, bewilderment and shock written all over her face. She and her companion seem to have just learned something. A girl with long hair looks seriously to the side. Concern and determination are visible on her face. She recalls the events leading up to the solution to a mystery that was once hidden from everyone. A man in a fur coat and a boy with bangs stand next to each other. The man's expression is full of bewilderment, while the boy smiles. They seem intrigued by the situation in which they find themselves. The large stately building is filled with peace and tranquility, reflecting a contrast with recent events. The air is filled with anticipation, and it seems like something unexpected could happen at any moment. A man in a fur coat stands with a thoughtful look, his gaze directed into the distance. The boy next to him has his hand on the hilt of his sword. He seems ready for action, but for now he remains waiting. After that, Galen looked up and said, "Célise, yes." The girl, not understanding what he was talking about, also turned her attention upward. After that, Galen began to praise her. "You did well, my daughter. I am proud that you became my daughter and became such a strong woman." The girl looks down. Her face reflects sadness and gratitude. The words she wants to say fade away on her lips, but a deep feeling of gratitude and relief permeates her being. A girl and a boy stand next to each other. A spirit of camaraderie and mutual understanding hovers between them. His gaze is confident and reassuring, as if he is telling her that everything will be fine, despite the difficulties. After which he winked at her, which symbolized her successful completion of the task. Her father recognized her. He was proud of his comrade in arms. Through her tears, the girl tries to smile, showing a gesture of victory. This is a gesture of overcoming, of fortitude, despite all the trials and difficulties that they had to endure. A girl with blonde hair and pointy ears looks carefully at the two characters in front of her. One of them, a man with red hair and a scar on his face, stands with his eyes closed and his hands folded, as if in a sign of respect or reconciliation, in front of a younger girl with braided hair, who seems perplexed or puzzled by his gesture. We see a close-up of one of the characters, a girl with pointy ears. Her expressive eyes are filled with anxiety and concentration, and her gaze is directed to the side, which may indicate an internal conflict or serious thought about upcoming actions. We have a view of the vast cityscape through the balustrade of a balcony, where a girl with pointy ears stands looking out at the city below. Pop-up text bubbles indicate that the issue of safety and security of the city is being discussed, which emphasizes the importance of the moment and the seriousness of the situation. The dialogue continues against the backdrop of the city, where a mention appears of the castle and the need to reconsider its protection measures. The characters' statements suggest the presence of a threat and the search for methods to strengthen the defense, which increases the sense of tension and danger. We see a girl with cat ears who looks surprised and a little embarrassed. Her gaze, directed at the interlocutor, indicates the surprise of the sentence or question she heard, which introduces an element of uncertainty into the development of the plot. A girl with cat ears meets the eyes of a character with white hair, who seems to offer her a role in protecting the castle. His serious and penetrating look speaks of the significance of the proposal and the fact that a lot may depend on its decision. We see a man with red hair making a hand gesture that could mean explanation or direction. He discusses the strategy involved in charming and subduing vampires, which introduces elements of mysticism and strategic planning into the narrative. A man and a girl with cat ears are discussing further actions that should quickly and effectively solve the problem. Their determination and willingness to act together is emphasized, which strengthens their relationship and desire for a common goal. When a man with white hair expresses a desire to entrust an important task to a young guy, his open appeal and offer indicate trust and the significance of the choice in this situation. A man with red hair expresses bewilderment or disappointment by raising his hands to his head. Apparently, the reaction to the proposal or situation does not correspond to his expectations, which introduces an element of conflict and disagreement into the story. An amazing creature appears before us, a fluffy animal with soft, kind eyes and a sweet expression on its face. On his head is a crown decorated with a figurine of a bird, as if it were a small king among animals. Next to him, only part of a human figure is visible, which appears to be holding an open book. A man and a woman dressed in stylish clothes that resemble fantasy costumes. The man says something with confidence and enthusiasm, and the woman standing in front of him looks down, her face reflecting thoughtfulness and perhaps some sadness. The text in the dialogue cloud reads, "Since my family has grown, for sure," takes us deep into the soul of the woman from the previous image. We see a close-up of her face, her eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of hope and hidden melancholy. Her gaze is directed directly at the viewer, as if she is looking for an answer to an unspoken question. We are treated to a view of a majestic castle perched on top of a hill, surrounded by smaller buildings and picturesque landscapes. It looks like it was cut out of a fairy tale, with towers, battlements, and flags on the tops. In the dialogue cloud is the phrase, "I think I need a home." We are allowed to look down the narrow street leading to the majestic castle. The houses along it are ancient, with half-timbered walls. Their windows beckon you to look inside. This place seems full of life and history, awaiting a new chapter of its existence. We see fires surrounded by stones, from which clouds of smoke billow. It appears to be an outdoor cooking area where the flames bring the ancient stones to life and give them warmth. Shows two characters, a woman in a headscarf and a man in an apron, who seem to be in good spirits. The man holds a skewer with pieces of meat, and there is a warm and lively exchange of gestures between them. We see a figure standing on the street and looking at the fair stalls, where people of different ages have gathered. The character looks like a traveler observing the life of the city with its traditions and way of life. Introduces us to a young man who appears to experience strong emotions from the taste of the food he tastes. His gaze is full of delight, and you can feel how he appreciates every moment of this moment. We see the same cloaked figure, with his back to us, who seems to be thinking about something while looking at the vine. Perhaps she is contemplating the simple joys of life that seem so important in this world of fairy tales and adventures. A rag-clad figure stands in front of a stone wall, his head bowed, giving the impression of sadness or contemplation. The leaves and fruits of an unknown tree hang from above, as if nature itself is trying to console her or hide her from the world. Her face is distorted with anger, and her mouth is open in a scream. Symbols swirl around her, perhaps Japanese kanji, adding to the emotional tone of the moment. Now she is turned around, with her back to the viewer, and appears to be speaking or whispering something from the empty text bubble above her head. A moment of calm before the storm, filled with unspoken words. Before us is a closed shot of the girl's face, hidden under the hood. A sincere smile now plays on her face. Her eyes are clenched in cheerful folds. She hugs something round and important to herself, pressing it to her heart. The view opens onto the street of the old city, where in the distance a small figure of a girl is visible, standing at the arch. A middle-aged man emerging from the shadows looks at her, full of bewilderment or concern. He approaches the girl, pointing his finger at her, his face expressing irritation. Standing next to him is a small bald man who seems to share his companion's emotions. The next shot shows the legs of two men walking with determination. One of them is wearing shoes, the other is barefoot, which emphasizes the contrast between their positions or characters. The men leave, leaving an empty street behind them. They head off into the distance, and there is a sense of finality in this movement, as if they are taking with them answers to questions that remain unasked. The last shot reveals an abandoned street corner, where a round object lies lonely, abandoned in a hurry or forgotten. He seems homely and unnecessary, but there is something sad about his loneliness. All these dreams and events only led to our girl, who ran away and lost them. Under the arches of an ancient stone corridor, illuminated by soft light, a lonely figure in a cloak walks, shrouded in mystical symbols that float in the air around her, like animated hieroglyphs, sparkling with an incomprehensible omen. The man's face, tense and excited, reflects a wave of unexpected emotions. He stared into emptiness in horror and bewilderment, his eyes widened, his mouth half open, as if he had just seen something incredible and shocking. In front of the majestic mansion, a group of people and creatures wait eagerly. The text in the Q clouds expresses their excitement and curiosity about which home is preparing to welcome them, emphasizing the atmosphere of anticipation and new beginnings. The interaction between two characters, a man and a boy, conveys a conflict of opinions. The man looks at the boy doubtfully, asking a question about the greatness of the object of their attention, to which the boy responds with a certain amount of skepticism, without hiding his opinion. The mansion depicted in the dialogue bubble symbolizes the source of the hero's thoughts. The words emphasize that in any case, whether it is desired or not, now this mansion becomes part of his reality. The speaking man addresses the boy with a grin, pointing out the household duties that await him in exchange for shelter, thereby creating a spirit of agreement and mutual assistance. Standing on the threshold of a new home, a group of people reflects on the future, discussing the role of new household members. The conversation about the three existing apprentices and their role in everyday life hints at the beginning of a new everyday life. One of the new inhabitants of the house, a girl with ears, asks in surprise and with genuine interest about the meaning of the word apprentice, which expresses her ignorance of the upcoming responsibilities and the new hierarchy in this house. The last shot tells the essence of the deal: help with household chores in exchange for shelter. And this is compared to children who cannot inherit wealth but can earn it through their work, emphasizing the theme of earned rights and responsibilities. The man with a slight hint of humor invites the boy to complete the paperwork to officially become part of the family, and invites him to become an apprentice, sealing a deal and cementing a new relationship between the characters. The boy's face with elf ears is filled with sincere delight and gratitude. He seems shocked and happy at the same time to be part of a new family, holding a small toy that may have special meaning to him. The next moment is frozen in time. A man and a girl share a warm, happy look, full of tenderness and trust. They look like two sides of the same coin, ready to support and protect each other. Walking up the grand staircase of the mansion, one of the new arrivals makes a comment about the need for a cook, while another suggests adding 2 more people to the house, mentioning potential helpers, foreshadowing the future expansion of the home and its inhabitants. The girl with fox ears willingly offers her help in cleaning, showing her readiness to take on the responsibilities of a new family member and prove her usefulness in the new home. A young boy, with a worried and surprised expression on his face, turns to the girl, offering to shift the hard work to him. His gestures and face indicate a desire to protect her and take on the burden of responsibility. Then the picture opens up to reveal the new occupants standing on the top floor of a stately mansion. Their gaze is directed into the distance, down the long corridor that stretches out before them, as if inviting them to explore the secrets and possibilities that the house holds. The boy with a wide smile expresses his desire to occupy one of the rooms, indicating his independence and readiness for a new life. A girl with elven ears stands nearby, surprised by his determination, but at the same time joyful. And so the girl with a satisfied smile claims her rights to another room, expressing her desire to make this house hers, marking a new stage in her life and the life of this mysterious place. The boy stands, looking into the distance, along an endless corridor. He seems lost in thoughts about the future, about what secrets and stories the walls of this ancient mansion keep. Under the light of the stars, against the backdrop of an endlessly sprawling house, a boy and his faithful dog stand on the threshold of a new life. Their silhouettes are silhouetted against the background of the dark entrance, awaiting new adventures to be experienced in this mystical place. The boy stands near a long corridor, leading to a bright exit. His gaze is full of determination and expectation, and the air around him vibrates with mysterious sounds, adding tension to the moment. The tower of the mansion rushes upward, powerfully rising above the surrounding space. Its stone walls and narrow windows embody centuries of history and strength, while every protrusion and carving tells of forgotten eras. Inside one of the rooms, a boy and his faithful dog take their first look at the new space that will now become their home. Tall bookshelves and a massive chandelier hanging from the domed ceiling add an air of mystery and learning to the room. A boy walking along an ancient wooden staircase carefully moves his feet as if he is afraid to disturb the silence of this ancient place. His dog follows him, looking forward to new adventures. Looking up, the boy sees tall windows saturated with light, leading him deeper into the mansion. The light pouring from the windows seems familiar, and a promise of new discoveries. The boy looks with surprise and admiration at the man who asks him a question, hinting at the further development of their relationship in this new place. The moment is full of anticipation and possibility. After which, Galan asks, "Well, how do you like the house?" Lake in high spirits replies, "I am grateful to Narek for furnishing him with all the furniture and property necessary for life." Looking out the window, Lake had a magnificent expression of delight and joy on his face. A previously unseen landscape opened before his eyes, which struck his imagination. The boy's attention is drawn to the view from the window, where a view of the castle rises majestically among the surroundings. The garden and the harmony of nature make this house a dream place. The conversation between the boy and the man continues, and the boy looks amazed at the news the man tells him, and the dog's reaction emphasizes the surprise and importance of this moment for both of them. On the vast lands near the royal palace stretch majestic buildings, shrouded in the secrets of the past. The records mention that they belonged to barons whose families had long since died out. But the castle still stands under the watchful eye of the royal family, which makes one wonder about the reasons for such care. Theodor Storage Drawer. Leiden Sir. The castle tower reaches to the heavens, like a watchtower watching everything around. The man standing at its base does not hide his surprise. Too big for the Baron? He mutters thoughtfully, peering at her height. The boy carefully examines the interior of the tower, examining every detail, every ray of light breaking through the ancient windows. Built for someone who loved heights, he thinks, imagining how he could create his own refuge here. The man's face expresses thoughtfulness and some concern. There is confusion in his eyes, as if he is trying to unravel the secret hidden within the walls of this house, a secret that he is not even aware of. The man remaining in the main hall sighs with slight bewilderment, but his gaze reflects warmth and care. Everything looks good here, he thinks, although he's not sure what he'll find in the kitchen. The tower overlooking the castle looks into the sky where the clouds gather in the evening light. This sight creates a sense of anticipation of an impending storm or the beginning of a new chapter in the history of this place. The long corridors of the mansion are immersed in twilight, only faintly illuminated by light from the windows. The silence in them speaks of many untold stories waiting to be heard. The upward staircase seems to invite visitors to explore the secrets hidden at its tops. Every turn of the balusters, every step on the steps can tell about the old days. Two girls, captivated by sleep, lie in the arms of soft pillows. Their calm faces reflect the serenity and comfort they found in this secluded corner of the castle. The boy wakes up, his gaze still full of sleep. A quiet call sounds in his ears, calling him to the depths of the castle, where every corner keeps its secrets and its stories. The awakening was abrupt, mixed with remnants of sleep and bewilderment. The boy, still in the embrace of morning doze, noticed a girl nearby and, without hiding his surprise, inquired about her appearance. His look was puzzled and sleepy, and his hand, out of habit, straightened his hair, which hadn't yet let go during the night. The boy's words disappeared into the silence of the room, broken only by his voice. He spoke of strange sounds that had woken him and hinted at something unusual that had disturbed the peace of the night. His eyes reflected genuine curiosity and slight concern. The boy confirmed his words about the sounds, adding that they seemed strange to him. There were notes of surprise and embarrassment in his voice, because these sounds were not the kind that can be found in the everyday life of the castle. A sudden realization flashed across his face. Could this be the sound of a human voice? Such a thought seemed both alarming and alluring to him. His eyes widened in anticipation of something new and unknown. The girl next to him seemed worried and scared. Her words betrayed fear of the unknown, and she was clearly not happy about this turn of events. The anxiety in her voice vibrated in the air, filling the room with a feeling of nervousness. Looking around, Luck said to Eric, "Wait, did you call this place carefully isolated from the rest of the world?" As soon as the girl reported strange sounds coming from the basement, Lack began to quickly collect his things. Meanwhile, the dog lay unconscious and unaware of the possible danger that could await him. After a short time, they boldly moved down the stairs, illuminated only by the pale light of the passing day. The shadows stretched out in long spots, and every step the boy took was full of determination and caution, while the girl followed him, as if seeking protection from her fears in his confidence. Opening the door with a slight creak, the boy carefully looked out into the corridor. His gaze slid through the darkness, looking for the source of those very sounds. The girl, still succumbing to her own fears, pressed herself against his back, trying to keep up. A young man with dark hair stands at the foot of an ancient staircase leading into pitch darkness. His hand, barely touching the cold stone, feels every crack and unevenness. On his back is a dark cloak, swaying with every breath of wind that penetrates this abandoned corner. His gaze is fixed on something invisible. His heart skips a beat in anticipation. Strange signs flash before your eyes, as if trying to tell a secret hidden in the darkness. His eyes are full of determination, but a shadow of doubt and anxiety is visible in them. He's not alone. Next to him, peeking around the corner, stands a girl with white hair, her small face expressing surprise and alarm. She is like a light in the darkness. Her gaze is full of questions that have yet to be answered. They begin to descend, having heard this incomprehensible sound, in order to fully explore everything that happened there, and finally find the answer to this strange sound. After which Lak begins to hear sounds behind the closed door. These sounds resembled a scream, and the words, "It hurts, help." He became wary when he heard all these words and realized that something serious could be happening behind the door. After he approached the door, the screams only intensified, begging for help. Not fearlessly, but with determination, Lak grabbed the door handle and began to open it. A girl with a rooster and ears stood nearby and asked without doing it, saying, "Wait, why are you doing this so quickly?" Before him there was only emptiness and darkness. It was unknown what was hiding in the distance in this room, and from whom such soul-piercing screams were coming. The next shot shows them together, standing on the threshold of the unknown. The girl says something. Her words are full of persistence, but also of tender care. The young man listens, his face illuminated by the light that breaks through the doorway. The girl raises her finger up. Her eyes glow with confidence and at the same time childish curiosity. She suggests something, as if she knows the solution to the riddle they are trying to solve together. After they entered, a ghost with dark eyes jumped out in front of the girl and scared her. The boy's gaze is drawn to the air vortex, in the center of which a bridge is bizarrely curved. Magic bubbles lazily float upward, creating the feeling of a world where gravity has been abolished. His gaze is full of surprise and delight in the face of an inexplicable miracle. These stars spread across the night sky, but they faded before the grandeur of the Gothic building, so the silhouette of the building rises like a huge ghost carved out of the darkness. The curved lines of symbols emerging from the chimney give the building a voice that rushes into the night. A little girl sits on the floor with her head down and her face hidden under her hair. Her pose expresses sadness and fatigue. All energy seems to recede from her, and the empty dialogue bubble is like a sign of the silence enveloping her. The back of a creature resembling a dragon is visible from behind. Its massive body is covered with scales, and its tail curls, emphasizing its power and grandeur. The strange ha sound coming from it adds to the mystery and the suggestion of its unknown intentions. A girl stands in the semi-darkness, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes full of fear and surprise. Behind her, the silhouette of a monster rises significantly, ready for unexpected action. The shadow of his body falls on the girl, as if a harbinger of an impending threat. In front of us is a girl holding the hand of a mysterious creature. His hair, dark and long, flows smoothly to the floor. Her gaze is filled with determination and courage, a readiness to become a protector or guide in this mystical world. A moment of tension. The guy hugs the girl tightly, as if trying to protect her from an invisible danger. His eyes are wide with sudden fear, and her face is hidden from us. The phrase ghost lingers in the air, heightening the sense of urgency and anxiety. The young man, with the courage characteristic of heroes, declares, "Put me down." His look is alarmed but determined, while the girl seems completely dumbfounded by what is happening. Her face expresses a storm of emotions, from amazement to fear. A confrontation with reality. A young man stands in front of a huge figure, covered with a cloak. Something doesn't look like a ghost, he thinks, preparing for action. His determination collides with a secret hidden under the fabric. And here is the solution to the mystery. A little girl with wide eyes looks up in bewilderment. "What?" is the only thing she can say when faced with an incomprehensible and possibly dangerous element of this strange world. The tension in the air explodes when the guy in a slight panic offers to bend the will of the girl, and the energetic girl with chicken wings screams back, asserting her dominance. The air is filled with a variety of emotions, from determination to defiance. Confusion grips the girl as she thanks for the rescue, calling her savior her older brother. She looks confused and grateful at the same time, as if she had not expected this turn of events, and her face is illuminated with the light of surprise. Apologies are mixed with reproaches, as the girl with chicken wings explains her presence. She looks a little guilty, but her determination remains strong even when she faces the doubts and disapproval surrounding her. Melancholy envelops the place where a lonely girl tells her sad story. Empty tables and chairs create an image of abandonment and loss. The words that reveal her loneliness sound especially heavy against the backdrop of the empty space she temporarily calls home. The girl's gaze reflects concern and hope. Her eyes, full of questions and thoughts, are looking for answers that could shed light on her situation. She seems lost, but at the same time ready for new discoveries. The revelation of her past darkens her face. The story of deception and the loss of her home reveals new depths to her character. Deceived and alone, she now faces the harsh reality of her existence. A picture of destruction and flight opens before us. Walls crumbling create a feeling of chaos and despair. The girl talks about her escape attempt and how she became connected to this place she once called home. After which, the little girl continues to say that she did not at all expect that traps would be set here, and she could be caught. Lack was shocked and said, "Wait a minute, this place was connected to the channels you came from?" The girl, not worried, smiled and answered, "Yes." After which, she approached her grandfather to the floor and showed, yes, there was a passage here. Lake opened the door slightly in thought, realizing that there apparently were hidden passages and secret channels. The young man stands motionless, shocked by the unexpected discovery. His gaze is filled with surprise and perhaps understanding that a secret hidden behind the walls of this abandoned place has been revealed to him. Under the hero's feet is a menacingly dark abyss leading into the unknown. Despite the danger, the decision has been made. They are going to go down. Hints of the existence of some mysterious passage give them mixed feelings, but the need to act is urgent. Determined, they face a new test. The guy clenched his fist tightly, and next to him was a girl, looking worried but ready to follow him. They see the determination and courage needed to overcome the obstacles ahead. As they move forward, they are faced with the question, why was this secret passage created? Thoughts about the possible purposes and creators of this place cloud their minds. Their path turns out to be not as simple as originally expected. The walls, which seemed impregnable, now lie in ruins. A long corridor opens before them, leading deep into the mystery that they are so eager to unravel. They are looking at a blockage that they must overcome. This is a new obstacle on their way, but they are ready to cope with it together. Coordinated actions and mutual assistance are their key to success. Luck then inspected all the walls and said that it looked like these walls had exposed themselves due to lack of maintenance, and now they would need to seal this passage to prevent it from completely collapsing because not all the walls were. Looking into the distance, Lack noticed that this underground passage led even further. The girl noticed that if you could hear the wind, it meant that they were far from the end of the street. They then looked at the hole and decided that they needed to seal it up in the first place. The little girl, whom they had not found earlier, also agreed to help them. They resolutely get to work. Each of them contributes, trying to clear the passage. The work is in full swing. Their actions are coordinated. The goal is to restore the path further. After the labor of restoring the passage, the heroes stop to catch their breath. They peer into the darkness ahead, pondering the path ahead and the secrets it holds. It's twilight on the street, and in an abandoned quarter of the city, two travelers are discussing their further actions. The young man, confidently placing his hands on the stone wall, offers to buy a stone tomorrow and fill the gap. The girl looks at her companion with wide-open eyes and a questioning look. She doubtfully asks if this passage will collapse, expressing concern and disbelief at the condition of the old wall. The corner of an abandoned building is shrouded in shadow. A girl dressed in a raincoat talks with despair in her voice about the cold and wind, about safety issues that haunt her. Her companion looks at her in surprise, wondering about her intentions. In the dim light between the shadows, a young girl holds a small toy in the shape of a cockerel. Her look is sad and thoughtful, as if she is remembering distant and happier times. Energy and determination shine in the girl's eyes as she shouts, "Okay." The companion, although surprised, agrees with her proposal to inspect where the passage leads, recognizing that the safety here has not yet been proven. The dialogue between friends continues. The young man, standing with his back, urges not to go forward hastily, pointing out possible dangers ahead. The girl, clutching the edge of her cloak with hesitation, seems confused about the upcoming choice. In a room filled with contrasts of light and shadow, a man playfully teases a girl, hinting at her ignorance of reading. Her look is full of bewilderment and slight indignation because she is confident in her skills. Finally, the girl, with courage in her eyes, declares that she is ready to go forward if she is ordered, but adds with slight irony that usually such decisions are made by heroes, not she. The man, having gathered his thoughts, firmly says, "Loksan, I know." His determination and seriousness are reflected in his strong gaze, full of determination and devotion. The girl, amazed by the sudden confession, opens her eyes wide in surprise and joy. Her face is lit with a flash of emotion, and she seems ready to throw herself into the arms of her companion, awaiting his next words. With a confident smile on his face, the young man demonstrates the self-confidence inherent in an experienced traveler, asserting his immunity from danger. His posture is open and friendly. He seems ready for new challenges, while his companion looks at him with mild amazement. The girl looks at her companion. Her gaze is filled with surprise and admiration, seeing in him not only a friend, but also a mentor. She listens to his words, trying to understand the depth of his experience and the wisdom he has gained in his adventures. The girl's sensitivity comes to the fore when she exclaims with enthusiasm and a smile on her face about her readiness to follow her companion, imitating his courage and determination. She is determined to prove that she too can be strong and fearless. Suddenly, confusion arises in the space around them, caused by an unexpected sound that interrupts their conversation. Confusion is evident on both of their faces as they try to figure out where the sound is coming from and what it could mean. The girl's bright smile is distorted by a slight grimace of bewilderment when she takes her companion's words too literally, trying to figure out a joke that was not so obvious to her. There is a moment of confusion when the young man, trying to hide his embarrassment, utters inarticulate sounds, reflecting his confusion in light of the unexpected turn in the conversation. There is agreement again, and both admit that it is time to continue on their way. They are ready to face the unknown that awaits them ahead, and they look determinedly into the distance towards the dark and gloomy passage that must be overcome. The first step is taken with caution and reflection, because they understand that an unknown path awaits them. The shadow covers their figures, leaving their faces in darkness and emphasizing their indecision in the face of the upcoming adventure. And so the travelers begin their ascent along the ancient stairs. Each step up takes them further away from the cozy, familiar territory and brings them closer to the unknown that awaits them at the top. Having reached the top, they stop at the threshold of a tunnel that seems bottomless and mysterious. Their silhouettes are silhouetted against the background of a gloomy entrance that promises new secrets and perhaps new challenges. Under the light breaking through the darkness of the tunnel, travelers share their fears and forebodings about the path ahead. The man, standing with his back, peers into the dark path ahead, and his companion looks back as if seeking reassurance that they are not lost. The walls of the tunnel seem like an obstacle to them. The man carefully touches their surface as if trying to feel the history contained in each stone. Outwardly, the walls resemble a dead end, but their determination to explore the unknown remains unshakable. The darkness around them seems even thicker, their faces illuminated only by faint light. The man's companion looks worried, her eyes wide with fear, while he tries to comfort her by talking about the passage being blocked by a powerful spell. A treasury opens before them, overflowing with shiny coins and jewelry that sparkle under the light of the torch. The treasures radiate warmth and the promise of adventure, their splendor reminiscent of royal storerooms filled with ancient secrets and riches. Suddenly the man utters an exclamation of admiration, and his face lights up with surprise. He can't believe that they have such power in front of them in a place that seemed abandoned and forgotten. With a confidence, the man makes a decisive move, indicating that it is time to unravel the secrets that these walls keep. He is willing to take on the role of leader to guide them through the unknown. The man reaches out to one of the walls, his hand sliding along the surface, and like a magician, he is looking for a way to overcome the obstacle that stands in their way. The girl looks at her companion, full of amazement and admiration, when he effortlessly opens a 6-layer magical lock that seems impossible to unravel. After which, Lak used one of his spells, which was created in order to dispel illusions and open locks. He used this spell to reveal illusions and see what was hidden behind them. The moment of triumph comes when the man with fortitude and determination reveals the secret of the castle, and a new chapter of their adventure opens before them, full of unknown opportunities and dangers. The wall, which seemed insurmountable, suddenly collapses from a magical blow from a man. Stones fly in all directions, and the faces of the companions are illuminated by a bright light breaking through the dust and darkness. Surprise and anxiety are reflected in their eyes as they realize their new freedom, but also the unknown that awaits them. As the dust settles, another wall appears in front of the man and his companion, this time seeming mundane and innocent. She does not promise mysterious spells or hidden obstacles, and the man, with a noticeable note of disappointment, perceives her as another test on their path. After which, he noticed that this wall was no longer an illusion. She is an ordinary brick wall that just needs to be destroyed. And then, as he touches the wall, another explosion clears the way. The force of the blow is so great that it seems as if the earth itself is shaking under their feet. They both recoil from the surprise and power with which the wall crumbles, like fragile ice under the blows of a heavy hammer. The shock of the explosion is reflected on the girl's face as she looks at the man's powerful hand, still vibrating with the energy that was just released. Her eyes are wide with surprise, and she can't hide her admiration and awe at the power he has demonstrated. He, with a chuckle on his face, looks at the result of his action. Despite the visible relief from successfully overcoming the obstacle, in his eyes one can read both mischief and readiness for new challenges that the unknown brings with it. After which, someone behind the wall said, "It seems like something was heard on the other side." And suddenly everything changes. The sound, barely perceptible in the silence, attracts their attention. The girl becomes wary, and her eyes are turned inquiringly to the wall, where they hear rustling sounds. Perhaps this is a new danger or a new opportunity for their adventure. Her surprise turns to fear when she realizes that she is coming face to face with a new unexpected turn of events. Excitement and fear fill her eyes as she stands frozen in front of the new unknown. The man standing nearby is perplexed when he sees the horror in the eyes of his companion. His carefree attitude dissipates, and he becomes more cautious as he tries to understand what they are up against. Passing through the destroyed wall, the heroes find themselves in a spacious corridor, decorated in a luxurious style. The walls are decorated with jewels, and the ceiling is supported by carved pillars. The man and girl cannot hide their amazement as they stand in front of the door that seems to lead into the very heart of the royal palace. The next turn of events reveals that the house where our heroes were hiding was nothing more than the entrance to a secret underground passage connecting their hideout to the castle. This discovery forces them to reconsider their previous adventures and realize that they were part of something bigger. Remembering past battles and lives saved, the man turns to his companion with gratitude that comes straight from his heart. His eyes are filled with warmth and sincere gratitude for her support and help in difficult moments of their journey together. He stands in front of her, a little embarrassed, trying to find words that could express everything he feels. His hand involuntarily rises as if wanting to touch something invisible in the air, as if trying to capture the essence of his emotions. The girl, in turn, confused by his words, tries to combine his gratitude and her memories of joint adventures. Her gaze is full of bewilderment, and her mind is racing in search of answers to the questions that have just arisen in front of her. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a third character. A young girl, with a clear innocence in her eyes, enters the dialogue, shyly asking who they are and what is going on. Her presence adds a new element to an already confusing situation. The man's amazement turns to laughter when he realizes that despite all the trials and dangers, they are still capable of joy and wonder. His gaze moves from his new acquaintance to his companion, and he realizes that their journey is far from over. The heroine, puzzled by the sudden joy of her friend, tries to understand what could have amused him so much at such a moment. Her curiosity and desire to understand what is happening only intensifies. Their dialogue is interrupted by another voice. Another girl, with the air of a strict mentor, enters into the conversation, reprimanding the man for his frivolous behavior. After which, the girl remembered that he was one of those who defended the palace, along with Seely. A new character appears among the group, young and with a hint of innocence in his eyes. His gaze is filled with wonder and admiration as he stands before the nobles, experiencing the mixed feelings of honor and modesty that he encounters when coming face to face with royalty. After which, the girl they had recently met took her hands and said, "Thank you, Lucilla. Thank you from all the people of the Katalevsky Palace for your brave act." The girl with the ears became embarrassed and answered, "No, I was just helping Celis. You don't need to thank me so much." However, the girl they met recently continued, saying that she heard them fighting and protecting the divine rooster on their own all the time. She added, "It was very brave of you. After all, the royal family is ready to help in the work of restoring your village." She asked that this not be contained and that whatever was necessary be done to achieve the goal of restoration. After which Locke asked, "Well, Lucille, are you happy about this?" Alachillo took him by the fist, cheered up, and said, "This is a great honor, and I am very glad that my habitat will be restored." The girl was also happy, because she was able to meet one of the divine creatures of this world, a rooster. After which, they gave in to the conversation that Lack will repair this wall of magic, and it will be like new. However, the girl expressed the opinion that this does not bother her at all, and the wall can remain in the state in which it is. But Luck noted that this could pose a safety risk, and it would be better to return everything to the way it was originally. He sat down and began to say that no one should even know about the existence of this secret passage. After which, the girl they discovered agreed with him and said that he was right, and it was necessary to inform Eric the king about this. The girl called out to Lack to tell him more important news. He turned to hear what she had to say. Tears of gratitude and relief slide down the girl's cheeks when she, gathering all her will, expresses the words that have long awaited release. Her face, reflecting peace and reconciliation, becomes a symbol of the long journey that they have all overcome together. The young hero looks at her, his gaze permeated with warmth and understanding. His face is illuminated by a gentle smile, which is a response to her words. In his eyes one can read the readiness to continue to protect and support her. He extends his hand, and magical symbols flash in the air, like a reflection of his inner strength. Signs dance around his fingers, creating an aura of mystery and power that lies within him. The next moment, the heroes find themselves in front of a dark wall. Dotted with strange symbols, they peer at the mysterious signs sparkling on the stone surface, which seem to point to an unknown distance. The young elf excitedly proposes a return, but his enthusiasm is mixed with concern. His gaze is full of determination, but deep down he realizes that returning may mean new, unknown challenges. After which they began to leave along the same path they came. Lack took with him the girl they had previously found, and the children who had difficulty walking. The girl with ears and a rooster called him, and they went together. She said that the girl was too exhausted, and asked Lake if he would take this girl, whose name is Milka, under his wing and take care of her so that she grows up to be a real woman. After which, she continued, saying that this girl could not eat normally. She ate frozen toys that she found in the canals, and these were inedible and harmful foods. Lek turned around and smiled. He had already made up his mind that he would care for his new companion. After that he said, "Okay, let's talk to Milka in the morning, so that she can also decide for herself what she wants to do next." At this point they parted ways, Light penetrates through the window, scattering the shadows of the morning dawn. The imprints of words are visible on the glass, as if someone expressed their thoughts while touching the cold glass. Zzz. The girl's face, exhausted by the nightmare, reflects panic. His gaze is full of horror, and his hand hangs helplessly at his temple. An inarticulate sound escapes his lips. Zzz. The girl wakes up in bewilderment, her eyes wide with the question, "Where am I?" She sits on the edge of the bed, her gaze full of sleepy confusion. A small figure on the edge of a large empty space. She peers out from behind the balustrade, absorbed in the enormity of the house, like a castle. She whispers, "Ung." She is impressed by the grandeur of the estate, stands aside. Her gaze is full of amazement and silent admiration. Her thoughts are simple and clear. What a big estate! A shadow appears in front of her, and the girl asks herself in disbelief, is this a black woman? In her eyes one can read bewilderment and fear of the unknown. Fear takes shape. A wolf's face materializes in front of her, in all its threatening reality. His eyes bore into her, and his sharp fangs threaten her. Horror grips the girl. She cannot take her eyes off the monster. Her eyes are wide with fear, and she seems paralyzed by the upcoming threat. A scream fills the space, the sharp lines of the word "yea" reflecting the full force of her terror. Recoiling, she loses her balance and falls. The wolf says, "I'm not tasty, don't eat me," as if trying to convince his terrible interlocutor. The girl looks at him with distrust and fear, trying to find a way out of this incredible situation. A girl with wide eyes and a look of horror on her face is faced with an unexpected and frightening event. Her head is covered in a strange metal cap with a cross on top, and fragments are flying around. A guy with short dark hair and frightened eyes stands in front of a growling dog. His arms are crossed over his chest in protest, and he appears agitated by the dog's actions. A large dog with raised ears and a smug expression on his face sits on the floor. Beneath it, the girl who was previously terrified now lies, pinned down and shocked, her mouth wide open. The guy with a gentle smile leans towards the dog, who looks satisfied and happy, licking his cheek. He seems proud of his pet, who did no harm but was only playing. At the next moment, the guy, humbly folding his hands in front of him, apologizes to the girl, who looks at him with bewilderment and tears, apparently not yet recovering from the shock she experienced. 3 girls in uniform, with surprised and questioning faces, are discussing a strange noise, which apparently alarmed them and attracted them to the scene. The guy solemnly announces that the girl who previously experienced fear and was crushed by the dog will now live with them, and he does not seem to regret it. The girl looks up, her face expressing surprise and confusion as she is greeted and introduced as Milka, which could be her name or nickname. Milka, not yet fully understanding what is happening, listens to the guy, who assures her that she can stay here as long as she wants, demonstrating her acceptance into their society. The guy continues to explain the situation to Milka, being on the spacious balcony of the house, and says that as a reward for her stay, he prepared the room and set the table, offering her help with cleaning and homework. Mieka looks at the guy, her eyes full of hope and determination. She tightly grips the hem of her shirt, as if trying to find the strength to return the trust that was shown to her. One of the girls, with a smile and a sign of approval, looks at Miyaka and the guy, holding a large, beautiful bird in her hands, which seems embarrassed and a little confused. Morning comes, and 3 girls in uniform with kitten ears look out the window, reflecting on their day. The guy stands aside, thinking, and the dog looks at him affectionately, waiting for the start of a new day. There are 2 plates with morning breakfast on the table. In one, there are eggs and cutlets, and in the other, fresh bread, cut into neat slices, looks appetizing and inviting. With a huge appetite, she begins to eat food that she has not seen for so long. She ate literally everything, from sausages to bread. Her hunger was indefatigable, because for a long time she ate bad and spoiled food, such as frozen pears and tubers. The next moment shows the guy in embarrassment and confusion, while Miyaka looks at him with genuine joy and admiration, as if she had just seen something amazing and incredible. Miyaka, full of joyful surprise, accepts the clean, empty plate that recently contained food, her face beaming with happiness and gratitude for the simple pleasures of life. After which, she began to completely finish everything that was on the plate, but she held a fork with bacon, smiling and smacking her lips, saying, "How delicious it all is." The older sister, with a warm smile, invites Miyaka to try the pie, which apparently tastes just as good as the rest of the food, judging by the pleased expression on Miyaka's face. A girl with long hair dressed in a school uniform closes her eyes and smiles lightly, expressing tolerance and tenderness. A younger girl with cat-like ears reaches for her hair, while hearts and stars float above their heads, emphasizing the atmosphere of fun and caring. The words, "Big Sister," hang in the air, indicating a warm relationship between the characters. A young guy with a smile and delight in his eyes looks at someone outside the frame, demonstrating openness and friendliness. Next to him stands a girl, also with cat ears, and her gaze is full of expectation and delight. The sign in the air says, "Hey, you need to shine your shoes too," and "Sorry, big sis, helmets," which hints at the playfulness of the situation. We are immersed in a cozy room, where a large fluffy cat enjoys the process of licking its tail, surrounded by soft sounds of mmm. Next to her is a chicken, sitting comfortably and cooing funny. The words, "Zo, call me that more often." The air creates an atmosphere of homely warmth and fun. We see the backside of the building, which rises in front of us, creating a feeling of grandeur and stability. The windows are empty and the roof emphasizes the architectural style. A thought bubble hangs in the air. "I smell buildings in Glavchano." "Okay, then we'll split up here," which makes us think about the upcoming separation of the heroes. The guy looks into the distance, where the roofs of houses are visible under the sky with floating clouds. In the background, the girl joyfully flies into the air, as if freed from earthly worries. It makes you think about freedom and ease of life. Before us is revealed the image of a girl, with surprise in her eyes, standing opposite a guy with a puzzled face. She says confusedly, "If you're wondering, Dad said he needed to comb something and he left early this morning." While the guy asks the question, "By the way, what happened to Golan?" creating a feeling of bewilderment and a desire to learn more. In the next moment, our heroes continue their journey through the narrow streets of the city. The girl points forward with certainty and says, "Yeah, I want to buy a stone and a couple of cleaning tools. Are you going shopping, Loksan?" emphasizing her intentions and plans for the coming time. Afterwards, the girl appears to explain her plans by exclaiming, "I'll tell you along the way, stone," which creates a sense of anticipation and intrigue in their daily adventures. The characters then continue on their way, and the girl points to the mason at the end of the next alley, adding practical details to her narrative. Finally, the younger girl enthusiastically asks to leave her cleaning tools, showing her determination and desire to help, while the boy answers her request with a smile, creating a light and playful atmosphere. On a narrow street there is a wooden stall, above which hangs a sign with an inscription reminiscent of the name of the store. Inside the shop, a girl with long hair, looking thoughtfully to the side, fills the space with anticipation and mystery. Cobblestone paths and ancient buildings create the atmosphere of an old city. The two men lock eyes, their faces reflecting mistrust and intent. One of them, in a leather vest and with a dagger on his belt, seems thoughtful and tense. The second, large and muscular, with a critical expression on his face, as if assessing the situation. The younger girl makes a request to a man standing in the shadows. Her gaze is full of hope and expectation, and his massive figure and serious face create a contrast between her lightness and his heaviness. She asks her to give him something, but his gaze is adamant. The next moment shows how the man sharply pulls his hand away, causing surprise and fear in the girl. Her eyes widen at the suddenness of his movement and she looks at him in confusion. She looks up, her eyes filled with tears, and her face reflects fear and helplessness. She stands in front of a menacing figure looming ominously over her, and this creates tension and anxiety. The view from above of the street shows the drama of the situation. The windows of the buildings are dark and they appear empty. The words, "Let go," hang in the air, and "Ouch, let go," which increases the sense of danger and urgency. The girl falls, her hair is flying, and her facial expression speaks of panic and shock from what is happening. She tries to protect herself with her hands, and it seems that she is completely alone in her fear. The shadows of 3 men fall on the girl, their faces clearly expressing anger and threat. They found her and there's nothing good about it. She seems defenseless against their dark power. She screams in despair, trying to protect herself from them, saying that she has already given them the money. Her desperation and determination are felt in every word, and this shows her courage in the face of danger. The man grabbed her hand and his voice was full of threat. He says he will keep her body, emphasizing his dominance and her vulnerability. The menacing man looks down with disdain, his face contorted with anger. He seems confident in his power, and his words are threatening and judgmental, as if he is considering using the girl for his own selfish purposes. A sudden sound, like a loud crack or impact, abruptly breaks the tense atmosphere. Everything around you seems blurry and still, as if the world is holding its breath waiting for what will happen next. Amidst the hushed chaos, the man's face expresses surprise and vague awareness. His eyes are wide and he is silent, as if trying to understand what is happening, but his silence seems louder than any words. At the next moment, the path goes into the distance, and 2 people are seen leaving men with weapons behind them. Their calm poses convey a sense of determination and strength, as if they are ready to face any threat. After which, the wizard who was with Lack says that he is absolutely sure that King Eric has established strict prohibitions on the slave trade and the kidnapping of slaves, and this is extremely prohibited. After that, he took out his staff and said that they couldn't turn a blind eye to this crime. The archer girl standing behind was already preparing to attack her new opponents and pulled back her bowstring. One of the men exclaims, his voice filled with surprise and bewilderment. He cannot understand who they are and where they came from. His face expresses shock and misunderstanding. After these thugs started asking questions and making threats, they asked who they were to dare to order them. The adventurers replied that they were travelers passing by. However, if they resist for a long time, then not a trace will remain of them. The brute, who had previously been quite belligerent, sharply reduced his ardor. However, the man behind him came to the fore to resolve this conflict between the arrogant youths. After which, this man came out and started talking, asking everyone to calm down. He explained that there was a misunderstanding and said that the girl was in debt and had to go with them to work off her debt to the boss. There are 3 people in front of us, 2 men in front and 1 behind, half turned towards us. The man in the foreground, with side-swept bangs and closed eyes, looks calm and confident. He says that they decided to let someone go, but with some doubts. We see a young girl, with a surprised and slightly frightened expression on her face. She is holding a bill in her hands, and it seems that she did not expect to face such a situation. The text suggests that she apparently intends to make a big purchase. In the foreground, there is a man in profile. It seems he is saying that the money is not his. Meanwhile, the girl from the first drawing, now only partially visible and from the side, appears shocked and perplexed, saying, "No." We see a girl surrounded by men in dark clothes. One of them tells her that if there is a problem, she will have to explain herself to their boss. There is a threat in his words, and his gaze is serious and firm. We see 2 young people, a boy and a girl, both with anxious and at the same time determined looks. They stand next to each other, and their readiness to support each other in a difficult situation can be read in their postures. Shows us the same girl, now sitting on the floor, with her head down and clutching a bill. She looks upset and worried. There is a boy standing in front of her, who seems to be inviting her to join their company. The girl is in the spotlight again. Tears are streaming down her cheeks, and her face is distorted with grief. She says the name Loka-san, and her words express despair. This is her master's money, which makes the situation even more tragic. A man in a sharp suit, who appears to be an authority figure. He reprimands the other man, warning him against repeating such disputes. His tone is stern and businesslike. However, when the bandits began to take the girl away, the man who had previously tried to calm the situation noticed that the adventurers were no longer interested in arguing. But he answered angrily, "Don't rush to leave so easily." The young man, resolutely clutching something that looks like a weapon in his hands, says that now, having heard this name, he cannot let them go. There is a note of determination and perhaps regret about the upcoming actions in his voice. The young man's gaze, full of determination and challenge, is directed upward, as if he were challenging fate itself. His white hair is tossed in the whirlwind of battle, and his face expresses steadfastness. The words, "You guys are absolutely scoundrels," how the echoes of his thoughts float in the air, enveloping the space around the magical symbols that sparkle under his feet. The guy's sharp gaze is focused and full of determination. "Try it," his quiet but firm voice cuts through the silence. His eyes reflect the coming fight, and he seems ready for whatever challenge the next moment brings. Standing nearby, the girl with the bow looks no less determined. She holds her weapon at the ready, her gaze filled with concentration. The young magician continues his spells. The magical symbols under their feet glow brightly, foreshadowing the imminent magical action. The narrow streets of the city serve as a backdrop for two travelers, whose figures are drawn against the backdrop of ancient buildings. They pass a group of muscular warriors whose gaze follows their every move, filling the air with tension. After which, one of the men who tried to capture the girl took her and began to bring her closer to him. A man in a robe, whose face is distorted with anger, shouts, "Fuck off! I really wonder what happened to this little guy." His rough voice and menacing posture create a sense of imminent conflict. Panic takes over the young girl's face as coins scatter around her like a meteor shower. Her cry of "Ah!" resonates in the air as she steps back, trying to dodge objects flying towards her. The girl with the bow is stunned by the unexpected attack. Her gaze is full of horror and bewilderment. "Oh," is the only thing she can say as the arrows around her explode into pieces, creating a protective barrier around her. A powerful warrior, his face contorted in pained surprise, turns around as magical arrows pierce his body. It seems that the blow came unexpectedly, and he loses his balance under the pressure of an invisible force. The bespectacled man clenches his fist tightly, his face reflecting a mixture of anger and concern. He watches the chaos unfold before him as his dark hair flutters lightly in the wind. The young wizard's powers explode into a huge ball of fire, which he holds tightly in front of him. The light from the flames casts dramatic shadows on his face, reflecting the tension and concentration required to control a powerful spell. The gloomy streets of the city come alive with anxiety and confusion. A man with a determined and stern look turns around, as if he senses something wrong. His words, "Mmph," fall heavily into the air, while passers-by in the background turn to him, absorbed in their thoughts and worries. Surprise and confusion take the townspeople by surprise. "Someone is using magic in town," one of the passers-by whispers, while another asks, "What happened?" Fear and suspicion flash in their eyes as they realize that they have witnessed something unusual. A girl with a languid and thoughtful look, full of inner experiences and questions, looks into the distance. Her eyes reflect anxiety and fear of the incomprehensible events that just happened in their quiet city. An alarm fills the air, as residents realize something terrible is happening. "This is bad," someone thinks, looking at a gloomy building from which smoke is rushing, while others begin to understand that their world may be destroyed. Thin smoke rises up through the gaping gap between the buildings. They make their way into the sky, like snakes, leaving behind traces of the subsiding chaos that momentarily engulfed the streets of the city. Courage and determination are reflected on the faces of two travelers making their way through the narrow streets. The man in front appears unshakable, while the girl and her faithful dog follow him, facing the aftermath of a recent magical explosion. After which, Locke began to approach his former comrades, and shouting their names, he said, "Ario, Jenny, are you still here?" They stood together next to the same bandits who tried to kidnap a little girl who was not having an easy time living in this difficult world. Against the backdrop of a destroyed shop, the young hero meets an old acquaintance. "You're just in time." The words fly through the air, while joy and amazement shine in his eyes at the sight of a friend who seems to have arrived at just the right moment. The old man's questioning gaze is fixed on the young travelers. His face is distorted with bewilderment. Who are these guys? His thoughts, full of misunderstanding of what is happening, are in the air when he encounters unexpected guests in his area. A trio of travelers stands in front of a defeated enemy lying on the pavement. One of them, dressed in a cloak, addresses his comrades, revealing the essence of the recent conflict. It seems that enemies were trying to kidnap their friend, who goes by the name Locke. The silence is suddenly broken by a woman's screams. "Are you okay?" A question is heard in a tense atmosphere. There is a sense of urgency in the air, and everyone's eyes turn to the source of the anxiety. Tears flow down the girl's cheeks. She is shocked and scared. "Locke-san." Her voice trembles with fear and relief at the same time. There is relief on her face at the sight of a familiar face and a storm of emotions in her eyes. A tragedy unfolds before them. "I didn't want to cause you so many problems." The words of apology are heard, full of remorse and pain. She stands in front of him, devastated and dumbfounded, trying to gather her courage after the horror she experienced. The young man's hands are shaking. He throws coins onto the pavement. "Sorry." The words are full of sadness and regret. He looks at the metallic shine scattered across the stones, and each coin seems to be a reflection of his inner fog and confusion. The complexity of the situation is becoming increasingly clear. "No matter how you look at it, I don't think it's a fair or decent reason," one of the heroes thinks, weighing the consequences of his opponent's decision to use the girl to pay off a debt. The girl sits on the ground, shocked by the events. Her eyes, full of tears, look down at the coins that caused her captivity. She can barely keep from sobbing, feeling the weight of the price that was paid for her. Coins lie on the ground as a reminder that every action has a price. The man's hand carefully picks one up as he looks at the girl, sincerely wanting to help, but feeling powerless to change what happened. A young man squats in front of a girl, offering her his hand and coins, symbols of her freedom. His action speaks of his readiness to support and protect her, despite all the trials that they have to go through together. After Locke picked up enough coins from the floor, he began to give them to Milka so that she could collect them, and finally forget that she was once in debt. The girl's eyes reflect great relief and gratitude as she looks at Locke. Her look is full of hope and faith that the troubles are behind her, and now there is only protection and support in front of her. Locke, as if reading her thoughts, assures her that now she will no longer have to suffer. He takes on the burden of responsibility, promising to settle all problems and protect her from further adversity. Tears of joy and gratitude break through the girl's trembling as she presses herself against Locke's hand. Her soul is filled with warmth and comfort from the care she receives in these difficult moments. Meanwhile, one of Locke's companions, observing what is happening, wonders about the nature of the conflict that occurred. His words sound bewildered, and a hint that what happened has deeper roots. Another girl standing nearby resolutely declares that she will go through all the trials, that it would be wrong to leave matters concerning honor and justice unresolved. The heroes are in suspense as they begin to realize that behind the girl, there are not only personal qualities and achievements, but also a significant origin associated with outstanding personalities of their world. After they called for the guards, the allies noticed that they had just arrived as onlookers who happened to be passing along this street. They began to wonder what happened here. However, the security began to push everyone away, claiming that nothing had happened here and that everyone could continue their business as usual. After which, the archer girl said that the showdown with the guards should be left to her. She promised to tell and resolve this conflict. Patton, who stood behind her, expressed doubt. "Are you sure you can handle all this on your own? After all, you are a girl." After which Locke said that she was not just a girl, but the daughter of the Grand Master himself, Lord Galen Morton. The guy who was previously unsure of her remarked, "Are you sure about this? It can't be." After which Locke confirmed that this was true and added that she was not only strong in battle, but also a skillful negotiator. The guy was very shocked by this information. Approaching them, she began to tell the whole story of how everything really happened. The heroes noticed that this was a girl known for her victory over arch-vampires. She acted as if she were an adventurer, while turning out to be just Franco. The others could not believe that such great talents were hidden in such a small body. The guy began to notice that they were saying that Shia-san had also received the title for her dignity in the recent battle with the High Vampire. The girl who stood behind and wielded a bow noticed that Loksan was surrounded by too many important people, and perhaps he was not an ordinary person either. At this moment, Loksan frowned a little and said that he was just an ordinary entry-rank adventurer. The situation is changing. We see a group of stern-looking men in uniforms with exclamation marks above their heads expressing their surprise or shock. They surround the two main characters, and the atmosphere seems tense. Lak approached his companion and asked what happened and if she had any problems. She raised her hand and said that something was not working out for her, as if her words were not reaching others. The girl, pointing her finger at those thugs, says that the guards will not arrest them, as they do not have the authority to do so, and they do not know what really happened. This situation irritates her greatly. The man in the hat, who appears to be the leader of the group, says apologetically that they lack evidence. The question mark above the young man's head emphasizes his confusion about what is happening. Luck explains that to them it may seem like normal bullies, but to all the bosses there are more problems. Therefore, even if they have bail, there is a chance that they will soon simply be released, as they will be ransomed. Luck asks, "Who is this boss? What kind of person are we talking about?" Luck listens to the guard and realizes that it is Donovan, an influential and wealthy man in the city who leads a criminal gang. Luck realizes that Donovan is a powerful and influential man, controlling the poor areas and having connections throughout the city. His status and influence make him inaccessible to officers, and even without evidence, he is difficult to touch. Realizing that arresting Cabin would be a difficult task due to his connections and influence, the guard commander and his subordinates realized that this case could be very difficult. Even if the young lady alleged his involvement in human trafficking, without sufficient evidence and support, it will not be easy to arrest him. The guard correctly noted that effective action against Cabin would require convincing evidence and the support of influential people. Involving more prominent people can help in this matter. To successfully expose and arrest Cabin, it is necessary to collect reliable evidence and attract support from those who have influence in the city. Standing in front of a huge banner with dynamic lines, a man in an elegant outfit looks over his shoulder. His expression is hidden, but his step is confident. On the banner, the words express bewilderment and suspicion, mentioning previous evidence and some kind of beginning they felt, but a young girl looks over her shoulder in surprise. Her eyes widened in bewilderment. Her attention is drawn to something outside the frame, and the words next to her question the support of Cabino, who is also a senior officer. A group of people gathered at the entrance to the building. They seem worried, and the text next to them talks about how Pinos, who has a personal army formed from adventurers, cannot act openly, which creates tension. Two people stand next to each other, their faces expressing shock and bewilderment. One of them exclaims upon learning of the number of people involved in the situation, while the other seemingly cannot believe the complexity of the situation. The crowd carefully watches the silhouettes of three people whose discussions are of general interest. Perhaps these are key figures in some important event or decision that worries everyone present. A battle-hardened man with a scar on his cheek and a piercing gaze, standing among the crowd, radiates seriousness and experience. His appearance suggests that he may be playing an important role in the current story, and his face reflects deep life experiences. The architecture of the ancient city is revealed in full splendor. Curved bridges, traditional buildings, and narrow streets. A place where the past meets the present, and every stone seems imbued with history. A young man with a penetrating gaze stands under the arch, his eyes directed into the distance. Its appearance, both modern and archaic, creates a contrast with the surrounding ancient atmosphere. A man in a cloak, standing on the threshold of an ancient city, looks into the distance, his faithful dog nearby. Together, they seem ready for a new adventure or important mission that awaits them. The three characters suddenly stopped, their gazes filled with surprise and concern. One of them heard something important that makes them look at the situation from a new angle, and they take action. The narrow streets of village houses, curling smoke from chimneys, create a peaceful scene. Children play on the road, and an adult sits on the steps of his house minding his own business. The text on the banner speaks of an invisible threat emanating from the north, which has no obvious significance, but makes the population worry about the future. Beoris is a view of a densely built-up area, with houses standing shoulder to shoulder. This is the lower district of the royal capital, where life is in full swing, and every new day brings with it unpredictable changes. What is written reminds us of the constant change that is an integral part of this place. The figure of a man in a cloak and his faithful dog stand at the crossroads between old houses, blown by the wind. They look like travelers at a crossroads, considering their next steps in this difficult world. The man and the boy stand face to face, their gazes intertwined in quiet misunderstanding. The dog next to them also seems drawn into this quiet dialogue, full of unspoken questions and assumptions about what is hidden behind the events taking place. Hands holding a sword, and words expressing doubt as to whether this was the work of Cabino. The question leaves hanging in the air the feeling that the truth may not be so obvious. A man with a bag on his shoulder stands at the table where the seller is stacking goods. Around them it is empty and quiet. The words next to them speak of a troubled time as more and more children go missing, adding anxiety to the already troubled atmosphere of the area. A man in a hooded cloak stands in the shadows, his gaze filled with anxiety and suspicion. The words hovering nearby express the idea that, come to think of it, they said that the chaff could be about to be sold, which hints at a conspiracy or hidden trade. The majestic Cabino estate rises on a hill, surrounded by trees and greenery. It stands out for its luxury and grace, standing guard over ancient traditions and modern mysteries. The dice thrown on the striped fabric foreshadow chance and fate, a game that perhaps decides the outcomes and destinies of people in this story, full of uncertainty and risk. A dark room where men gathered around a table. Their faces are serious, their gazes are concentrated. They engage in a game that seems to be more than just fun, perhaps a game that leads to a larger conspiracy. As they approached the building, they noticed a steel door with an opening through which they could see who was approaching it. Screams and sounds of chaos came from this door. The curse engulfed everything around, and the screams belonged to those same thugs. In the room, in addition to the thugs, there were little slaves who were chained and fearful, not daring to move in order to avoid punishment. The situation looked very tense and dangerous. Different people of different nationalities were united by a common loss of freedom and huge debts. Their eyes showed helplessness and despair in front of the situation in which they found themselves. There was a loud exclamation from across the room, and someone asked, "What did you say?" Cabin, unhappy with what was happening, expressed his bewilderment, pointing out that his thugs had more important things to do than useless arguments with adventurers. The assistant argued that they already had enough heads, and it was time to start sending everyone out. Cabin inquired about the sausage, to which the assistant assured that everything was ready. Cabin expressed his concerns, saying that it was possible to gather with the officers, but it would be more difficult with the Adventurers' Guild led by Lord Morton, as he considered him unpredictable. Cabin decided to send the goods tonight, and gave orders to test the thugs through battle if they came into conflict with interests. Cabin wanted to see what C-rank adventurers were capable of. After the moment when one of the adventurers made this remark, it became clear that they were equal not only in rank, but also with the B-rank group. The same tank they wore when they left the guild now played a significant role in their lives. The two male adventurers felt like experienced warriors who knew the taste of battle. One of them had a scarred face, wielded a long sword, and had short hair, giving him a menacing appearance. The second man was dressed in Japanese national clothes and wore a scarf around his neck. He looked less cruel, but his words were insistent. The menacing man began to say that this was a great opportunity for them to take revenge on the guild for how they had excluded them by committing a traitorous act. We then cut to a view of the Adventurers Guild, where questions were relentlessly raining down on San, and the question was asked, "When will you finally take up this matter?" The girl was looking forward to an answer from her interlocutor, but he was shocked by the girl's persistent attitude towards him. After Locke's words were spoken, he began to notice that the target of his interest seemed overly excited. She shouted across the room, saying, "Well, naturally, I want to know how this all ends." The girl became increasingly furious, saying that they forced Milka to go through these horrors, and that they needed to repay them in kind. She expressed her determination to punish them. Milka, on the other hand, stood to the side, sipping her drink, and said, "Leave them alone, Lord." Gradually, she began to say softly and quietly that, of course, she was grateful that they cared about her so much. However, she didn't want her big sister, the target of all this, to be in danger. Everyone in the room reacted positively to her words, and a smile appeared on her face. She said, "My God, what a sweet child she is." Dalus hugged Milka and said, "You are so kind. Stay like this forever. Everything will be okay. Your big sister is very strong, and she will show you how to treat her comrades poorly." Locke saw familiar faces and couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here now?" They sat and just ate, watching as Talus talked to Minka, whom she constantly called Big Sister. Thegai replied, "You and I aren't in the same boat, so they'll have to count on them." The girl sitting behind her added, "After all, you are all Locke's debtors now, and you will have to repay that debt somehow." Locke was just eating pizza and didn't understand why they were talking about debtors and debt. At that moment, the girl from the reception disturbed him, approaching him and addressing him politely. A young woman in a waiter's outfit looks with surprise and bewilderment at the sheets of paper held by a young man with dark hair. He is obviously confused and alarmed by the information he found in these documents. He says the cabins are illegal and are forcibly evicting people from the area, and the documents are forged. In the next moment, a girl in a waiter's outfit, now sitting at the table, convinces the young man that she does not have to pay anything for this information because she is not obliged to pay off any debts. Her face expresses determination and steadfastness. We are shown a young man turning to the waitress with gratitude. He calls her Aunt Administrator and expresses his sincere gratitude for the information provided. His look is full of gratitude. Locke apologized to the girl at the reception for having to do extra work. She said, "Everything is fine now." In the end, she forced him into exterminating goblins, and this became her way of payback. Holding all the documents close to her, she said to her friends, "Besides, I took over the cabins, and I can't even ignore the Adventurers Guild myself. Therefore, in some world, this has become my main job." She continued to say that the guild had problems with this in the past. However, the cabin uses its former adventurers to establish its personal administrative influence and oppose all other authorities. After this, the girl from the reception desk noted that if, generally speaking, Log and the others agreed to take over the action, then this would be an extremely fortunate coincidence, and the guild would be very grateful to them. Locke said he certainly didn't mind. However, before she could finish speaking, the girl continued, saying that the guild would sincerely support him and be grateful. A man in a dark robe appeared in front of the whole company and asked permission to join them to help cope with the atrocities of this man. It was the most terrible of the guards, who announced that they had gathered all the reliable people from the city officers and were ready to join them in this difficult mission. One of them remarked that they had only recently met and he was happy to help again. The girl from the reception desk approached the captain and asked, "Captain, you know that, because of this, your career advancement will be delayed again. You are now risking your entire career." He greeted her skillfully and replied, "I realize that if this means arresting Coven, then it will all be worth it." The school hallway is in turmoil. A student with long hair and a serious look notices two of his friends, a boy in a school uniform and a muscular guy in casual clothes. The muscular guy, turning to the boy, looks confident and smug, as if bragging about his work, to which the boy only shakes his head skeptically. The muscular youth seemed to have reached his limit of patience. He clenches his hand into a fist, painfully trying to hold back tears, while declaring that he also wants to help with the work. There is desperation in his eyes, and his face is distorted with suffering. The long-haired student, with keen interest in his eyes, addresses his comrades. His speech is full of hope and offers of help, and his pronounced facial features emphasize the sincerity of his intentions. Time seems to stop waiting for their answer. A little girl with cat ears on her head suddenly appears in the frame. Her cheerful response, "Of course," and a raised hand indicate readiness to help. Her body posture is full of energy and determination. A muscular guy is shocked when a cat-eared girl reveals an unexpected truth to him. His face expresses complete confusion, and his eyes are widened in amazement. The girl's words obviously took him by surprise. The girl's action evokes an instant and deep realization in the muscular young man. With respect and gratitude in his eyes, he accepts her help while trying to hide his confusion. The interaction between them is full of warm feelings and mutual understanding. The next moment is full of tension. The muscular guy looks puzzled, and the boy in the school uniform is stunned. The muscular guy's words promise to clarify the situation, while his gaze is filled with determination. A sudden explosion of oil splashes and slicks challenges the muscle guy and the boy. Their faces express shock and bewilderment, and they are covered in droplets, like a painting by a modernist artist that has disturbed the tranquility of their day. The focus then moves to a majestic building, with a sign that conveys urgency and a call to action. The rushing clouds in the background emphasize the need for speed and determination. After that, one of the villains said, "Hey, throw this eye here." One of the Labians eavesdropped on everything that was happening, retaining important information. This girl did not run away. She cut her bonds. The guard who was supposed to transport these stages noticed this and said, "Hey, wait! Where were you running away to?" Thayard ran after her, saying, "You won't run away anyway. There are more of us here, and you're still small, so stop, little girl." She saw another person ahead and was horrified. Meanwhile, the guard who was catching up with her was getting closer and closer to her. The situation became increasingly tense. The guard ran up to her and grabbed her by the head, threatening, "Where are you going, little one? I'll give you a hard time for such offenses." The little girl started screaming and crying in pain, begging him not to do this to her. The situation became very tense and dangerous. However, before he could do anything, this guard received a powerful punch to the face from the youth who was standing opposite. This young man turned out to be Locke, who seemed to know what was about to happen. It came at high speed, and with one powerful blow completely immobilized the enemy. The remaining witnesses watched as one of the strongest fell. They were gripped by fear. They began to fear not only for themselves but also for their worthlessness, realizing that they were powerless in the face of this situation. Locke approached the girl and began to examine her, making sure that everything was okay with her. However, she brought him very bad news. She found out that they wanted to sacrifice them. Locke began to get more and more angry from this, realizing that the situation was becoming extremely dangerous. Locke said, "Don't be afraid. Now everything will be fine. I am good and I will protect you. We will not allow such dirty things to be done to people as those people tried to do." He tried to calm the girl down and give her confidence in his protection. Locke put the girl behind him and said that he had come to resolve the issue with Milka. However, they were caught red-handed, and it looks like you will all have to be thrown in prison. The rest of the gang were very against his statement and drew their swords, preparing to fight in order to remain free. The situation became extremely tense, and battle was imminent. In the corner of the dimly lit room stood a man in a torn shirt. Obvious anger was visible on his face. "What the hell are you?" He splashed out his indignation, emphasizing each word as if it were a blow. In front of him was a young man with a serene and imperturbable expression on his face. His eyes were full of determination, and despite the obvious tension of the moment, he remained calm. "I am veteran adventurer, Radina F." The young man introduced himself, not hiding the pride and confidence in his voice. His gaze sparkled, and the smile did not leave his face, even in anticipation of an approaching storm. There was a group of men in the room with bad intentions. Their gazes were directed at the hero, their faces distorted with distrust and readiness for action. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, foreshadowing the impending battle. "Get him! He underestimates us too much," someone from the crowd commanded, pointing at the young adventurer. The tension was at its peak, and everyone was ready for battle. "Hata Kuyot!" The young adventurer shouted loudly, inspiring his invisible allies. His cry was full of energy and battle excitement, as if he were a general leading troops into the last battle. Boldly and decisively, he rushed into battle. His movements were fast and precise, like lightning falling from the sky. He was ready to become a storm against the waves of enemies. The battle began with unexpected brutality. Swords and fists clashing in a chaotic rhythm. The adventurer fought with agility and ingenuity, dodging and counterattacking with incredible speed. However, the fact that their opponents were also not strong did not help them. Locke dealt with them with his bare hands and feet. One of them was defeated easily with one powerful kick. The next opponent stood there in disbelief, wondering how an ordinary F-rank adventurer could deal with them so easily. With each blow, his resolve only strengthened, and he continued to fight despite more and more opponents approaching. His face was distorted with excitement, and his eyes burned with an unshakable fire. He was strong, everyone saw it. Lines of speed flowed around his face, and his opponent's gaze reflected surprise and admiration for his power. "Damn it! Who is this guy?" One of the spectators of the fight could not hide his amazement, watching what was happening. The blow was powerful, but the enemy resisted. The young man's face is distorted with fear and pain from unexpected contact, when the enemy's voice ordered him not to run away. The situation became even more tense, and the young man had to decide how to proceed. The situation escalates when one of the opponents firmly grabbed the young man by the shoulder, rudely demanding to move away. "They started you to protect Kavchi-san," came the words filled with threat and expectation. The young man has to make a difficult decision in this dangerous situation. However, the young man's response was immediate and decisive. With his strong fists he repelled the attack. His eyes were full of determination and strength, even standing face to face with danger. "Rank F," they shouted around, recognizing his strength and skill. "We know you," was heard from the lips of his enemies, who, despite their numbers, began to understand that they had underestimated this guy. The faces of the opponents reflected different emotions, the gloating of some and the hidden confidence of others. "We are rank B," they said, as if it were a spell that gave them strength. The situation became increasingly tense, and Locke had to contend not only with physical resistance, but also with the confidence of his opponents. The young man, remaining unshakable, did not show his excitement. His gaze was always focused, and he seemed ready for any challenge. He did not give up in the face of the threats and confidence of B-rank opponents, demonstrating his determination. A girl approached him with a confident and decisive pose. "Poku-san, you don't need to fight on your own." Her words were full of support and readiness to come to his defense. Her presence added even more determination in the fight against opponents. Her face was serious and full of determination. "Leave it to your students," as if she was calling to battle a new generation, ready to defend their mentor. Her words conveyed a sense of readiness to continue the fight and pass on her experience to the next generation. Laughter sounded in response to her words, and the foot of the student, already standing next to her, was ready for action. "A student of rank FEO is hilarious," they responded mockingly, not believing in their strength. They continued to underestimate Locke and his students, despite their determination. However, even after they were shown where their place was, they did not calm down. They started attacking the main character with the words, "Well, girls, let's have some fun, at least now." After which, Locke's partners looked at each other, and their hatred for these thugs was clearly visible in their gazes. They decided to deal with them without even talking to each other. They rushed towards the bandits with lightning speed, drawing their blades. There was confidence and steadfastness in their eyes. Locke at that moment simply stood behind, saying that they would see each other later, and he was not at all worried about them. However, one of the main thugs said that Rank F could defeat Rank B. "It's very funny what you allow yourself to do, you pathetic, worthless kids," he said with a mockery. However, this bandit had a plan. The first entrance is this trick. He simply provoked them, and after their response, he wanted to deliver a decisive blow. He aimed his blow at one of the girls, but she was still able to stop him, covering herself with her sword, clearly leaning back. He looked at her in bewilderment. How such a small girl could still fend off his blow. She simply nodded her head, making it clear that brute force is not always able to help in battle, and that you also need to have sufficient skill. After which the thug began to overwhelm her, with blows more and more, trying to break this girl and show that rank is still above all else. She tightened her grip on her sword and began to return his blows. Her determination and skill were amazing, and only in his head there was a misunderstanding. Missing blow after blow, he noted, "How is this possible if I have a higher rank?" Her attacks were too heavy, and the surprise from such a young warrior was clearly visible on his face. After which the girl begins to attack this thug more and more strongly. He notices this and asks, "Are you really Frank? Because your strikes, your technique, and your power clearly do not look like such a low-ranking adventurer." "Das weiß niedersaus." She replies, "Are you really rank B? You're so weak that you're even weaker than smaller vampires, and you dare call yourself a high-ranking warrior." In the corridor of an old mansion, illuminated by light from the windows and decorated with classic chandeliers, there is a snow-white, husky dog. Her gaze is directed into the distance, somewhere beyond the visible space of the corridor, as if she is waiting for something or someone, driven by instinct or premonition. After which, he continues to walk along the corridor, where the floor is cleaned so brilliantly and cleanly that you can easily see your reflection in it. Two huge, powerful wolves stand side by side, raising their heads up and frozen in identical poses. Their faces express calmness and attentive anticipation. Their eyes are half closed, and they seem to be enjoying the silence or listening to a distant echo. The dog slowly makes its way between the doorways, looking back at the sounds that are heard somewhere in the depths of the corridor. Her fur is slightly tousled, and her gaze is cautious and attentive, as if she senses an invisible danger or is waging an invisible struggle. A dog appears in the room that was just empty, stepping powerfully onto the polished floor. Her fur shimmers under the light, and the shadows from the lattice windows draw zigzag patterns on her. She strains her ears, listening into the silence of the room, as if looking for answers in it. The dog, with concentration and confidence, approaches an old worn-out chest standing under the window. Her movements are careful and meaningful, and her eyes reflect determination and curiosity. She stopped, raised her paw, and touched the lid of the chest, as if trying to open it or explore its contents. The dog watches carefully as the lid of the chest slowly rises, revealing the secrets kept inside. Her gaze is full of anticipation and a certain anxiety, because she does not know what she is about to discover in this long-forgotten vault. Having opened the chest, the dog looks inside with special attention. Her eyes reflect the light falling inside the box, and in this look, one can read surprise or even admiration. Perhaps there is something in the chest that awakens dormant feelings or memories in her soul. Suddenly, the dynamics of the battle change. A young girl with a sword in her hands makes a sharp lunge forward. Her hair flutters from the sudden movement, and her face is distorted with determination. She attacks her opponent, causing the air around them to be cut by the energy of the blow. The next moment, she is already overcoming the obstacle, easily maneuvering between the glass of the broken window. Her eyes are focused, and her movements are precise and fast, as if she is dancing a dangerous dance on the edge of a knife. Through the glass, she falls into the room where the light has penetrated. Her sword is ready for a new blow, and her gaze is preparing a plan for the next move. She is no longer only defending herself, but is also ready for a counterattack. A moment later, she grips the hilt of the sword with both hands, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Her opponent is forced to retreat, his face distorted by the unexpected aggression and force of the blow. She performs a powerful swing that causes the opponent to jump back, losing their balance. He tries to find support, but his movements are no longer so confident, and he feels that he is beginning to lose control of the situation. After these relative blows, she calmly landed on her feet without taking any damage, looking as if it was easier than just breathing. He looks at her, full of amazement and bewilderment, as if only now he realized who he was dealing with. There is a mask of shock on his face when he hears her quiet but confident voice. She, meanwhile, moves forward adamantly, declaring herself a vampire hunter, and her words carry weight and menace, foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. Her opponent responds, not believing that she can be a hunter. His words are full of skepticism and uncertainty. He tries to defend himself with words, but she no longer listens. Finally, she says something that sounds like an afterword to their encounter, leaving him completely confused and unsure of what will happen next. Later we are transported to another battle, where a girl named Celicia defeats her opponent. One of them confirmed that Celicia is indeed an F-rank adventurer. With a calm face, Celicia cut her opponent into several pieces, leaving him no chance. And now she rises in a victorious pose, slightly throwing up her skirt and showing calmness in action and look. The enemy simply landed on the ground. His body was already lifeless. His comrades began to look at how this was possible. Adventurer Franco defeated Adventurer Bang just like that. This couldn't happen. The only one of the main villains began to move away from everything that was happening. After that, he looked at all his subordinates and said, "Damn you worthless pieces! You can't even defeat an ordinary entry-rank adventurer. And after that, you dare to call yourself real mercenaries? You are nothing!" Before he had time to reach an agreement, Lack had already approached him very close, with the desire to show what happens to those who can offend friends and act in such vile ways. He hit him lightly in the stomach, but this blow was more than enough for him to feel all the pain and worthlessness of his existence in this world. He died from pain, with a terrible and bizarre grimace on his face. However, Luck only enjoyed this because he wanted to show him what it was like to be helpless. After that, the rest of his comrades watched as his commander was thrown into the sky by one powerful blow. They could not believe that such a heavy human body could soar into the sky so easily. However, the commander was not laughing because he was in pain as he flew up. And so Locke made up for his anger for all this. They say that these are all payments for deceiving Milka. However, this is also not enough for you. You also deceived too many people and engaged in trading. His eyes were full of anger at these thugs, after which the commander fell and said, "How dare you do this to me? How dare you beat me? This will not be forgiven or forgotten. You will be punished for this." He began to continue saying that it is a great joy for them to wipe out people like you from the face of the earth. And someday the strong man will regret that he came in their way. The cabinet began to intimidate him, saying that he was patronized by the most famous nobility. After that, he started shouting at him, saying that he will show him for real who rules this city. Lack, listening to all these screams and cries, simply began to scratch his ear, saying, Yes, this is not the first time we have heard this. However, no one has completed it and does not get it." After which the dog swung its tail. There was a certain object in its teeth that attracted Lack's attention. He turned away from the cabin to see what his faithful comrade had brought him. However, the office was upset by this and exclaimed to him, "Hey, listen to me. Don't get distracted by your dog. It's obviously full of fleas." After which, he took out this object and told the dog that even if you are there in office, you can't just touch things in someone else's house. It's very bad. The cabinet noticed an object that was familiar to him and very valuable, and sweat appeared on his face. I looked at it, and it was an ordinary item that had a seal on it. He thought, "It seems that this meat is cursed. It needs to be destroyed." After hearing this, Kabin began to understand that now he would really destroy this magnificent artifact, and he would be left with nothing. His whole life flashed before his eyes. During all these fights, his comrade with a sword approached Lake and said, "Stasia, stay here. What's going on? What's that noise?" However, Lak was happy to see him because together they could detain Kabin. Looking at them, Lake perked up and said, "Oh, you're just in time as agreed. I found something interesting here." However, Kabin wasn't at all pleased with this confluence of circumstances. After which, Lak began to pull his hand towards this meat, shouting, "Give it back here. This does not belong to you." He was completely absorbed in his actions and did not realize the consequences. Lak continued to carry this piece of tempting meat further and further from the cabin, not paying attention to his protests. A fight broke out in the school hallway. A young man in a white shirt and blonde hair caught up with his opponent, waving a plastic bottle like a weapon. His target, the guy in the jacket, kicks back, but his expression is calm, as if he had seen this moment coming. The sneaky blow with the bottle is interrupted. The one who was attacked now squeezes the bottle from above with his hand. There is surprise in his eyes, and his gaze is directed downwards, where the attacker looks in confusion at his crushed weapon. Everyone froze when the question about the forbidden sausage was asked. The young man who managed to repel the attack is holding a delicacy of meat in his hands, and his look expresses puzzlement. It became clear that the bottle was just a distraction. Suddenly the dialogue breaks off with an explanation that the subject of the dispute is not a simple sausage, but only the similarity of shape led to such a name. The question of a ban on sausage hangs in the air, adding to the mystery of what is happening. Tensions rise when a girl with animal ears enters the discussion. She claims that she is holding in her hands nothing more than the meat of a sacred beast, causing even more questions and bewilderment among those around her. The reaction was not long in coming. A cheerful voice comments on the situation, comparing the meat of the sacred beast with ordinary food, which does not cause such delight among the majority as it does with this unusual interlocutor. A new twist in the story appears when the use of meat in large rituals and the strange ways in which it can be found are discussed. This adds mystery and hints at hidden aspects of the subject of dispute. The argument continues, with one of the characters suggesting that an ordinary person would not be able to use this meat in the unusual rituals in which it was apparently already used. This assumption increases the intrigue around the unusual item. The mystery deepens when one of the characters concludes that someone is secretly weaving a network around everything that is happening. Their views are intertwined with the gaze of the faithful dog, who, it seems, is also aware of events. And so the story reaches its denouement when the group encounters an incomprehensible creature surrounded by a mystical aura. Now they understand that they are on the threshold of answers. That the shadow of a huge figure hangs over a narrow street where motley people have gathered. Monks, knights, peasants. They all direct their gazes upward to the source of the mysterious shadow, awaiting developments. The silhouette stopped at the edge of the roof, allowing the gaze to slide down the stone blocks of the wall. The shadow resembles a bird getting ready to fly, and around it is the peace of the night sky. In the darkness, someone desperately exclaims about the events that turned his world upside down, about secrets and conspiracies, the solution to which is close. The face expresses determination and hope for a speedy outcome of the long struggle. A young man plays happily with his faithful dog, celebrating the success of his unexpected action. Joy fills him, and the animal shares it with him, looking forward to further adventures. A question mark is in the air, and the dog's face is filled with confusion. The words that what is happening is not related to the sausage float between them, adding lightness to the moment. The moment of triumph comes when the young man thanks his companions for their support and help. The joy of liberation is reflected in the faces of the children who witnessed and participated in the events. One of the freed girls thanks the saviors. Her gaze is full of gratitude and admiration. Relief from the trial she has experienced is visible in her eyes. The young hero introduces himself. His name is Locke. His gaze is confident and determined, and the silhouette of his figure is silhouetted against the night sky, as if he is ready for new exploits. A mysterious figure, shrouded in darkness, suddenly speaks his name and rank, introducing a new mystery into the narrative, promising the continuation of the story. The silhouette that was just shrouded in mystery now flies through the night. He leaves the old world, heading towards the moon, which shines on the way to unknown distances. A dark figure spread its wings over the square, surrounded by ancient buildings and numerous windows. Below in the darkness, the absence of light was only emphasized by the bright beam emitted by the central figure, which contrasted sharply with the gloomy facades of the buildings. Against the background of the night sky, sheets of paper could be seen floating in the wind. They approached the window one after another, as if beckoning to follow them into a world of secrets and riddles. A hand in the darkness reached out to the flying figure. Its contours pierced by light. The fingers touched the wing, and dust seemed to fall from there, enveloping the silhouette with a magical glow, like a luminous aura. The man in the cloak moved along the corridor, leaving behind him a trail of paper squares hung with mysterious symbols. Everything around was filled with anticipation of a solution. The mysterious Locke said his name, and his face expressed intrigue, emphasizing the importance of what was happening and the depth of his thoughts. He continued down the long corridor, passing servants whose faces showed alarm and confusion at the mysterious events unfolding before their eyes. One of the maids addressed the passerby with respect. Her gaze was calm and attentive, as if she was familiar with the secrets that the night hid. Suddenly the situation changed. The other maid was in shock, her face distorted with horror. There was tension in the air, and there was a sense of foreboding of trouble approaching from all sides. The older man, with an imperious gaze, gave the command to stop. His voice carried power, freezing everything around and preventing objections. The maid looked up, her eyes full of pleas for mercy. A figure stood before her, radiating authority and strength, not ready to accept objections. A dark figure in a cloak hugs the tear-stained girl tightly. Her hair is flying, and she is screaming, "No!" breaks the silence, creating a feeling of despair and struggle. The eyes turn their attention to the fragments of the window, through which the moon penetrates with its light. The night landscape and pieces of glass give rise to a feeling of disturbed harmony. With the onslaught, the tension increases as the words, "another victim," are heard in the room, foreshadowing the approach of a new stage of events, full of gloomy forebodings. A woman standing on the edge of a roof is overcome with fear and loneliness. Her spoken words, "I'm sorry," and "I'm so sorry," seem to float in the air, expressing the deep despair she is experiencing. In the room, a girl with golden hair and glasses looks up, her face illuminated by the light that comes through the window. She is surrounded by darkness, but the light creates an aura of hope. Folding her hands in a prayerful gesture, an expression of deep sorrow slowly appears on the woman's face. There is a plea for forgiveness in her eyes, as if she is looking for comfort and mercy at this moment. A monster appears in front of her, as if emerging from a nightmare. His menacing gaze and terrible claws embody menace and power. Words of prayer and requests for forgiveness hang in the air. The sad face of a man with his head bowed, as if burdened with a burden of guilt and remorse. His quiet whisper of "sorry, lack" flows into a space filled with regret. A young man in a relaxed position sits at the table, enjoying a drink. His gaze is full of surprise and bewilderment, as if he is not aware of what is happening around him. Turning to his interlocutor with bewilderment, he asks a question about the strange events that are unfolding around him. There is ignorance and curiosity in his voice, as if he is trying to unravel the mysteries hidden in the darkness of the night. A man in a raincoat sits at a table, with his nose to a plate of food. His head is down, and there is an air of disappointment and disbelief at what is happening around him. Two people exchange thoughts about a recent investigation. The tension in the air suggests that the case they were dealing with left more questions than answers. The dialogue continues, and one of the interlocutors asks a direct question regarding the result of their search, hinting at the importance of the information found. The conversation delves into the past when it is revealed that the estate was built for a specific purpose related to the royal court, which adds an element of intrigue to the story. The discussion moves to an ancient tower, surrounded by secrets and legends. These walls remember many stories, some of which remain unknown to this day. Suddenly, during the conversation, a question arises about the Baroness, which suggests her important role in current events and possible influence on what is happening. This question adds intrigue and mystery to the situation. In the conversation, information suddenly appears about the tragedy associated with the royal family, which only enhances the general mood of the story, making it even more mysterious and tragic. The explanations continue, and it becomes clear that many events were hidden from the public eye, highlighting the theme of conspiracy and secrecy that shrouds the entire story. The narrative suddenly turns to a description of the majestic interior, which suggests hidden mysteries and secrets hidden behind these walls and the grandeur of the estate. And after that, they continue the conversation. He asks, and he answers, "Well, that's it, sometimes it happens." After this, Locke continues to say that it is good that they resolved the issue with Milka and eliminated these thugs. Galan asks about Aron, reported to me about this because it was you who detained this scoundrel, Cabin, wasn't it? After this, Eric asks Cabin if he was still able to be apprehended by Gallum, raising his cup and says, "Yes, he ruled parts of the lower city and was involved in many dirty deeds. That is why it was a major headache in this city. However, now the city can sleep peacefully." After this, Galen proposed his toast, saying, "Besides, he strictly forbade us sausage." Eric thought for a moment, realizing that this man was truly terrible. Galen continued his story, claiming that there were rumors that he even sacrificed kidnapped children. It was an atrocity, even taking into account the city intrigues. Silence began between them, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. Lack tried to get Eric's attention by saying his name several times. Eric slowly came to his senses and nodded, expressing his bewilderment. Yes, it was hard to hear that such horrors were happening in his city, Eric said with a look of disgust and despair on his face. Eric continued to speak with importance in his voice, addressing Galen and Lack. "I want you to remember every word I say now. This is absolutely secret information and no one else should know about it," he said, making sure they both listened carefully to his every word. Galan and Lack were completely focused on what Eric was saying. Eric continued his story, going into detail. "Today seems to be an important day. The alchemists from the royal palace brought me a report. Apparently, the Archivampiads that recently fell on the palace had curses and tools capable of neutralizing sacred barriers," he said, revealing part of the secret to Galen and Lack, which has just become famous. Eric answered Galen's question with confidence. "Yes, such magic exists, and we encountered it directly." He continued to uncover secrets that could change the course of events in this world. Eric's memory brought back memories of how the divine protection of the gods of darkness affected Locke during the fight with the Supreme Lot. He realized that these actions had similar origins, and this became the key to unraveling the complex events that unfolded before them. Lack sat and thought deeply. It became clear to him that the curse and the tools that allowed the archives and even the lords to penetrate the Katal capital posed a serious threat. This was a very bad sign. Then he began to think, "Wait, so they can start their actions now?" Alarm flared in Luck's head, and he realized that time was against them. In the corner of a dark room stands a man with a determined and stern look. His eyes are filled with the heaviness of unspoken words, and his cheekbones are tense from internal tension. The bangs of his hair slightly cover one eye, adding mystery to his appearance. On the other side, a man with long hair looks down with slight displeasure. His facial features are soft, but his gaze hidden under half-closed eyelids carries a sadness. The next shot reveals a majestic building with round arches and high steps. A man in smart clothes talks about the issue of intrusion. His eyes are full of determination, and his hand tightly grips the railing of the balcony staircase. In the warm light of the room, a large dog looks with confidence at the person standing in front of her. "Sure. Do you have any ideas where to start?" We read in the dialogue bubble above it. The evening outside the window mysteriously flickers with the city lights. Serious support will be required to resolve such an extraordinary issue in the royal capital, the text reads, evoking the feeling of an upcoming adventure. 2 men and a dog stand in a large room. One of the men seems particularly commanding as he says, "There's a chance, so the nobles..." His voice is full of confidence. There is a lively atmosphere in the room as the man and the dog look at each other. It's impossible to miss the nobles by conditionally serving you. "So you mean dog?" The words carry promise and devotion. The next shot shows a conversation between 2 characters, where one talks about his true identity and desire to avoid a certain path, and the other asserts his role as Eretz heroic, implying the inevitability of the chosen path. In the final part, the man with long hair talks about his authority, and that it should be used only as a last resort and within the limits of authority, emphasizing responsibility and the weight of decisions. We then see the 3 characters in an informal setting, where one wonders if someone has hit on the other. There is a sense of tension and anticipation in the room about what's to come. A young guy in a school uniform looks at his interlocutor in amazement. His gaze reflects bewilderment, and he seems to be asking what is happening around him. One feels that he was expecting the conversation to continue, but was suddenly interrupted. The next moment finds 2 girls, one of whom in a fluffy dress and hairstyle looks inspired and ready for some important event. Her companion looks confused and a little scared, not expecting such a turn of events. The look of the confused girl is filled with tears and bewilderment. She doesn't understand what is happening around her. Her eyes are wet with tears, and an expression of deep frustration is frozen on her face. The young man, seeing her tears, bows his head in puzzlement, trying to understand the reason for her grief. His look is full of confusion and desire to help, but he doesn't know where to start. The girl's eyes again show her fear and confusion. She seems small and defenseless in her misfortune, and the tears on her cheeks reflect the struggle with her inner feelings. Suddenly, a spark of determination appears in her eyes. She finally finds the strength to express her feelings and is ready to say what she has been hiding inside herself for a long time. Now she becomes the center of attention, expressing her emotions with her entire appearance. Her words seem like an anthem to her own decision to face adversity and remain true to herself. The next shot reveals her willpower and steadfastness in the face of the challenges ahead. Her words emphasize her firmness and unwillingness to succumb to circumstances, and she decided to just go change clothes in order to look more attractive and not embarrass anyone at such an important event. The final moment shows a young guy and 2 girls in the corridor. There is a feeling of anticipation and some uncertainty in the air. The characters' views are filled with questions and anticipation of new challenges to be overcome. The guy enthusiastically makes the "everything is fine" gesture, with a thumbs up, his face filled with fun and confidence. He is clearly pleased with the way things are going, and his look suggests that he considers his interlocutor exceptional. The girl falls into a stupor from surprise. Her eyes are widened, and her mouth is half open in amazement. It is as if she cannot believe what is happening around her, and her reaction expresses complete bewilderment. A man with wide-open eyes and an expression of surprise on his face admires what is happening. He turns to the guy, noting that this is exactly the girl he was talking about recently. Another character appears in the room. A man with a confident smile on his face introduces himself and warmly greets the girl, pointing to her escort. The atmosphere is filled with warmth and anticipation of new acquaintances. The girl turns to her escort, as if confirming his place in her life. Her look speaks of gratitude and respect for his personality. The man responds by closing his eyes and folding his arms across his chest, expressing gratitude for the trust and recognition of his role in her life. His facial expressions reflect calmness and nobility. She starts asking, And it turns out that the reason she met Locke is all because of Eric. The girl in return expresses sincere gratitude to her mentor. Her face is illuminated with joy, and her eyes sparkle with happiness. She appreciates his help and support. The mentor, listening to her, smiles slightly. His gaze is softened, and he looks satisfied with how he was able to influence the girl's life. But at the same moment he notices that he was called grandfather. After all, he was constantly happy that he looked too young and beautiful, and then they called him some kind of grandfather, like an old man who just sat and begged. The guy remained standing thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the retreating back of his mentor. There is silence in the room, filled with unspeakable words of gratitude and respect. Meanwhile, the girl beams with happiness in an embrace with a huge man who looks at her with fatherly tenderness and care. His eyes speak of deep affection and pride for her. The guy watches this picture with a perplexed expression on his face, as if unable to understand how the situation and the roles of people in his life are changing so quickly. The man and the girl pay attention to the guy. Their faces express surprise and at the same time warm recognition of his role in their lives. Their looks are filled with questions and anticipation. Suddenly a new character bursts into the room, majestic and full of determination. His appearance and demeanor make him stand out from the crowd, and he seems familiar to everyone present. The tower stands majestically and quietly under the moonlight, as if guarding what is happening inside. The darkness of the night only emphasizes its power and mystery. And suddenly a bright light scorches the skies, lightning pierces the air, and all sounds fade away before the power of this natural phenomenon, which seems to be created in order to shake the soul and make you think about the greatness of nature and all things. Dishes are neatly laid out on the kitchen table. A basket of bread, a plate of cookies, clean plates await guests, and glasses are filled with drinks, creating a cozy atmosphere where every detail is carefully thought out to welcome guests and create a warm environment. The attention of everyone present is attracted by a dog intently eating from a bowl, and the bird also seems to be busy with its food. Unexpected guests add coziness to the home environment, creating an atmosphere of warmth and cordiality. The guy expresses his readiness to help and support the girl. His face glows with determination and kindness. He is willing to do anything to ease her burden, and his confidence is felt in every gesture, creating an atmosphere of care and understanding. In the midst of a discussion, a guy with a serious expression on his face draws attention to the girl's bewilderment and reluctance to join in their plans, despite her strong desire to help. His gaze expresses concern and a desire to understand what is preventing her from taking part in solving the problem. A girl with cat ears, radiating energy and determination, suggests going on an exploration. Her enthusiasm and perseverance shine on her face, calling for action. Her burning desire to contribute to the solution of the problem shines in her eyes, as if she is ready to go to the end to help. In another corner of the room, a girl clutching the bow on her dress insistently asks to take part in the upcoming adventure. Her look is full of determination and willpower, as if she is ready to do whatever it takes to be useful and support the team. After which, she began to eat and listen to what Locke would do herself. However, he said that he and Lucilla would restore the secret passage. The group decides to use their powers to restore the secret passage, which they hope to use for their own purposes. They come to an agreement. Everyone is ready to contribute to the common cause. Every minute the overall plan becomes clearer, their resolve grows, and the atmosphere is filled with the energy of readiness for action. They approach a mysterious door, and the guy notices that this time the path through it is more difficult than expected. Excitement and tension are felt in the air, and the gravity of the situation makes every step they take more important and decisive. They approach a mysterious door, and the guy notices that this time the path through it is more difficult than expected. Excitement and tension are felt in the air, and the gravity of the situation makes every step they take more important and decisive. The majestic old man confidently says that in case of danger, His family will be able to find refuge using this secret passage. His gaze is serious and determined, and his words sound like a promise and a prayer of protection for his family. This wise old man is ready to help and ensure the safety of his loved ones, if necessary. The man, smiling, talks about the possibility of creating a new secret passage, which adds lightness and playfulness to the atmosphere, tense with anticipation of upcoming events. His words sound like an idea that could add a touch of adventure and fun to the serious moments ahead. The guy is working to open the heavy door, his face contorted with effort. Meanwhile, his companion examines the situation, trying to assess all the possible risks and consequences of their actions. At this point, they are focused on their tasks, demonstrating determination and responsibility. The girl, with a smile and a flirtatious look, raises her index finger up, as if talking about some kind of cheerful plan. A slight blush is noticeable on her face, giving her the appearance of an innocent mischief maker. Around it are two large bubbles with text. One of them says, "Everything is okay." In another, Levi was the first to suggest it, immerses us in a dark interior, perhaps a library, where the shelves are piled high with books. The text in the bubble reflects the thoughts of one of the characters. It looks like she thought of the idea last night when Luck was visiting her. These words create the feeling of some kind of conspiracy or secret plan. Shows us only part of the character's face, framed by dark hair, and a large bubble with the text, "By the way, Lack." Well, if that's the case, then okay. The character's gaze is full of thought, as if at the last moment he is doubting his decision. This moment fills the scene with additional intrigue and mystery, reveals two characters to us, one of them with closed eyes and a smile, as if enjoying the moment. The second looks at him with surprise and excitement, which is expressed in his widened eye. The bubble says, "Did you see?" Draws our attention to a character with wide eyes and a look of horror on his face. A small bubble with the text, "Huh," emphasizes his bewilderment and shock from what he saw. We see a girl with flowing hair, dancing or running. Her silhouette is full of grace and freedom. The bubble says, "How would you say she is without a tower?" Musical notes next to the inscription, "Visualization," add lightness and airiness to what is happening. This is an expression of alarm and apology on the face of a man addressed to a frightened girl. A huge text bubble says, "This situation is inevitable, and I wouldn't like to blame you." Takes us to a more intimate moment between two characters. One of them leans towards the other, seemingly to whisper a secret. Seriousness is reflected on his face, and in the bubble we see, "That's why I'm wandering. Have you seen?" Passions continue to escalate. The character is in shock, his eyes are wide, his mouth is open, and he is clearly shocked by what is in front of his eyes. In the bubble we see his thoughts. This and this. No. Lucky shows us a small cute character with wings who seems to be asking for help or an explanation. A man stands nearby, turning away. His face is not visible, but his action speaks of bewilderment. The bubble says, King Eric, let me tell you." In a spacious room with shelves lined with books, a young man with despair in his eyes exclaims, assuring himself of his honesty. He turns to the invisible gods, imploring them that he is not lying. There is a loud tearing sound nearby, as if something important was torn into pieces. The dialogue cloud mentions the queen, wearing something entirely. Two figures stand in front of a huge bookshelf, one of whom is holding a scroll. An adult man, gray-haired and serious, bent over a young guy who, apparently, was experiencing trepidation and anxiety. Their silhouettes stand out clearly against the background of bookshelves, creating an atmosphere of concentration and tension. A man in luxurious clothes smiles, uttering words full of satisfaction and happiness. His eyes are closed, and the corners of his lips are raised in a satisfied smile. There are dialogue clouds next to him, emphasizing his joy and ease of perception of the situation, as if he had learned something encouraging. A young guy with a frightened look apologizes for his suspicions. Opposite him stands a creature that looks like a plush monster, reflecting his condition. The text mentions Herbert Sama, and that even if he says something like that, it means it's true. In a luxurious room, a man in an elegant outfit bows his head to the young man, while the words he speaks are filled with consolation and understanding. He touches the guy's shoulder, as if trying to convey to him his calm and confidence. An older man with a mustache and a piercing gaze speaks respectfully of Laku. His words express the statement that Locke always acts with equanimity, especially when it comes to money. Under his words you can feel the weight and experience with which he expresses his opinion. The castle rises above the surrounding area, its towers pointing towards the sky. This majestic building, as if straight out of medieval legends, stands isolated and mysterious. Its dark outlines contrast with the bright sky. A gloved hand reaches for something invisible, perhaps a magical source. Lights sparkle from the fingers, symbolizing the power and authority that this gesture can cause or control. A young man communicates with the girls, explaining to them a certain plan. He talks about creating a magical lock that recognizes whether a person is the owner or not. His words sound mysterious and full of determination. He continues, asking everyone to take turns placing their hands on something, perhaps a magical mechanism. Explains that after this, the entrance will be inaccessible to others, which adds a sense of urgency and importance to their next actions. In a room filled with light and surprise, the girls look with delight and tenderness at the princess, who, putting her palms together and smiling broadly, expresses her admiration. Her eyes sparkle, and the air vibrates with joy, and a miracle that seems to have just happened. A young man with a smile and a girl next to him discuss events, suggesting that everything that happens is like magic. Their conversation seems light and playful, as if they are on the verge of an incredible discovery. In a spacious room, a young man looks towards where a noble woman stands, addressing a girl named Maria. Her tone of voice and gaze are filled with tenderness and caring, and she calls for action, as if preparing them for the next step in their adventure. The guy is talking seriously about a magical lock that recognizes its owners and has 8 layers. He seems confident in his words, and his interlocutor, holding a plush monster, expresses surprise and bewilderment at what he heard. In a room surrounded by magical fog, a young man talks about the double-layered magical lock he placed, which makes the passage invisible to sorcerers. There is a sense of secrecy and magic in the air, and the words sound almost like a spell. The secret of the magical castle is revealed to them. It not only recognizes its owners, but it is almost impossible to open without special understanding, which is required even by high-level sorcerers. Their views are full of respect and surprise before this mysterious force. The young man explains that he connected a magical lock to the exit lock on his side, allowing Eric's family to pass freely. This creates a sense of unity and connection, and also emphasizes the importance of their role in the matter. An elderly man in luxurious clothes, with greatness in his constant gaze, recognizes the merits of the actions of the young man. His words sound like long-awaited approval. He stands like a guardian of history, assessing the consequences of their adventures. The princess happily reports that now Lack will also be able to come to the palace whenever he wants. Her voice sounds like music, opening up new possibilities and inviting them to new chapters of their story. Silence fills the room as the young man meets the princess's gaze. The question mark hangs in the air, and the unsaidness between them creates the feeling of an unresolved moment, a waiting that must be resolved. A plush monster with a crown covering one eye seems to grin at an invisible spectator. His expression is motionless, but it seems that he penetrates the essence of what is happening, testifying with a silent koko about his presence in this story. With the tall towers and flags rising into the sky, the building stands as a symbol of power and might. The inscription Galfia Iskamali is proudly placed on its wall, as if declaring its significance and the history that has been preserved within its walls for centuries. A young girl with fox ears and a surprised expression addresses two figures. She looks cheerful and ready for action. Her gaze is full of expectation, and her words seem ringing in the silence of the spacious room. A wide corridor stretches out before them, strewn with scraps of notes, like pages from a diary left behind in a hurry or in a struggle. The text seems to suggest secrets and conspiracies, leaving the reader in the dark about the author's true intentions. The young man greets others with a warm and friendly greeting. His gestures convey openness and helpfulness, and the airy atmosphere around him suggests that he is the center of their society. Together they are ready to accept the offer, expressing their gratitude and willingness to help. Their words reflect a warm sense of community and mutual assistance, creating an atmosphere of friendship and unity. After this moment, the girl who was in the company of this person expressed her willingness to help further, saying, "If you need any additional help, please do not hesitate to let us know. We will definitely provide you with support." The girl with the ears expressed gratitude for the offer and emphasized that at the moment they really needed more help. The young man, with confidence in his voice, declares his intentions to fight the demonic creatures, their gaze filled with determination. This is the moment when the adventure begins, and each of them is ready to take on the role of protector. The entire group is engaged in daily work that is important for maintaining order in the city. Their actions, although seemingly mundane, carry significance and necessity for society, showing that every contribution is valuable. At the final moment, their gazes meet, full of understanding and support. It's a moment of peace and quiet before they step into the next chapter of their story together. Two travelers discuss the identity of the mysterious Loka-san while standing in front of a statue of a majestic warrior. The statue points into the distance as if calling them to follow it, while the city around them lives its quiet life, oblivious to the secrets that Loka-san hides. Loka-san's companions, a girl with fox ears and her serious companion, are having a conversation about his real essence. Among the jokes and guesses, there is a feeling in the air that the truth about him may turn out to be much more surprising and mysterious than one can imagine. The conversation continues, and they discuss what Loka-san might be hiding under the guise of buffoonery. Thoughts that he could be a skilled hunter or scout are in the air, adding intrigue to their solution. However, the conversation continued, and the girl began to assume that this young man could be an Afrong warrior. Despite this, he displayed incredible strength, as well as amazing intelligence and attentiveness. The guy also noticed that in the context of Frango, his abilities go beyond the ordinary. Walking through the picturesque city, their conversation continued, and the girl began to think that this young man could be a highly skilled hunter, or even a scout who deliberately hides his true identity. However, they never found out the true reasons for his concealment of his identity. Approaching the bridge, they stopped, looking at the water that went down into the drain. Together, they thought that perhaps this young man was hiding his identity not because of any other purpose, but simply because he was being pursued by dangerous people. And there could be many motives for this. However, in the end, they decided not to go into this long deliberation, and without looking back, they realized that they had come to the desired place. Together at the origins, they noticed a large number of CTS, and their arrival was aimed at getting rid of these rodents. However, these rats seemed to attack anything moving that came in their way. Fury sparkled in their eyes. After this, the rats began to attack the heroes. The sister shouted, "Ario, come on!" and he began to call upon his magic. At this moment, the rats were too close and were approaching them, and so at one moment of the fight, he began to cast a spell, using his staff, in order to destroy all these rats. In a moment of explosion, of enormous power and strength, the silence was torn apart like a well-composed melody, penetrating into the heart of dark lines and ink that carefully traced the sharp outline of magical symbols on the paper. These symbols illuminated the surrounding space like stars in the night sky, creating an impenetrable barrier between the brave souls and their invisible enemy. A lone warrior stands on the edge of an endless abyss, his clothes cut and tattered, as if they have survived many storms. Runes flash in the darkness, illuminating the path of his destiny. The look of this brave fighter is filled with determination, like a star looming in the endless night, and he realizes that an epic battle has just begun in front of him. A warrior girl, with a sword flashing in her hand, is preparing to defend herself. Her look is full of seriousness and determination. She looks ready to take on the challenge and fight with anyone who dares to stand in her way. An animal growl spreads through the air, filling it with its impressive sound, and the warrior feels the breath of the beast right behind her back. Fear and adrenaline intertwine in her heart, creating an indescribable mixture of emotions that spur her to action. The words "Artso, they are coming from behind," are knocked out of the girl's lips as a warning to her comrade, while the darkness thickens tightly around them, like a fight with an invisible force ready to surround them from different sides. "There's too much," exclaimed the fighter, surrounded by magical signs. His cry broke the terrible silence, and the air vibrated with the power of his powerful spells. A swarm of ominous creatures, with crimson eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth, rushes inexorably towards the warriors. Their bodies are extended in attack, like arrows flying from a drawn bow, and the roar of this terrifying mass fills the space, like a thunderclap heralding a storm. The hero's powerful foot crashes into the ground with such force that waves of dirt and dust rise, as if the natural elements obeyed his will. He stands there defending himself from the raging attack, while his eyes search for the path to his desired victory, like the light at the end of the tunnel. The warrior's last desperate look reflects the bitter realization that the battle is far from over. "Artso," he whispers, like a prayer, trying to find an answer in the eyes of his faithful comrade, like the last thread of hope in this gloomy battle. "These are not ordinary," the warrior admits, his voice sounding wary, looking into the sea of darkness from which the shadows of enemies inexorably emerge, ready for a new attack. In that momentary pause between contractions, he realizes that he is facing something more powerful and mysterious than he could have imagined. The sky above the village houses is spread out calmly. The clouds float lazily over the streets, where everyday life flows slowly and measuredly, without fuss and fuss. The wooden facades of the buildings, like guards from ancient times, watch what is happening around them with mute dignity, as witnesses of time and history. The picturesque market comes alive with conversation and bustle. People are actively trading, buying and wandering between the stalls, creating a noisy crowd. Among all this atmosphere, the girl in a white dress stands out with special sophistication. Her gaze is full of interest, and she enthusiastically examines the goods, immersing herself in the everyday life of this amazing place. Among the shady corners of the market, a warrior girl accidentally encounters a man, intertwined in this living panorama. He is in bandages, his gaze is full of seriousness and inflexibility, as if the eternal guardian of this place. His posture speaks of strength and rich experience, and the atmosphere of tension is felt around him, like lightning threatening to discharge at any moment. In front of them appears a statue of a hero of legends, with outstanding facial features and a special mark on his forehead, which seems to radiate the light of wisdom and strength. Its appearance is surrounded by an aura of grandeur and unknown magic, like a moment of meeting of two worlds united in this great work of art. The woman's voice sounds like an echo of distant times, and its sounds take us to the depths of history. She talks about difficult circumstances that seem like a heavy burden on her soul. Her words carry the weight of past and present, like a bridge connecting two different times and worlds, leaving an unforgettable impression on the listener. The offer to rest in the main hall sounded like an inviting invitation to escape from the storms and anxieties that had befallen them lately. The answer was brief, but it conveyed a sincere desire to enjoy a moment of peace and tranquility. The anxious faces of employees, their gestures, and intense glances indicate an unexpected, urgent situation that arose suddenly and requires an immediate response. At this point, the air is filled with tension, and their actions speak of the urgency of the task before them. Confusion and anxiety can be read in the eyes of the girl with ears. Her gaze seems to have just met the news, which shook her to the very depths of her soul. And now she is looking for support from her companion, as if in a storm she needs a reliable stronghold. A question thrown into space evokes anxiety and foreshadows new difficulties. The absence of two comrades brings confusion to the souls of those remaining, forcing them to prepare for unforeseen events, like a premonition of the impending storm that they will have to survive. Later, they learned that Ario and Jenny never returned, and the girls were extremely worried about such a deplorable turn of events. This sudden and disturbing disappearance of their comrades filled their hearts with worry and anxious thoughts. Concern enveloped the woman when she frankly admitted that she had sent her comrades on a dangerous mission. The time for their return has long passed, and she cannot hide her inner fears and worries. Worry and fear for their fate reflect in her eyes like a raging storm that she cannot calm. The young companion's reaction was immediate, her surprise and alarm making her aware of the seriousness of the situation. The words she speaks heighten the sense of urgency and spur everyone into action, like an alarm clock that brings with it an urgent demand. After hearing the information, the girls decided to separate. The girl with the ears headed into the canals, trying to help her comrades as quickly as possible. The second girl went to call the local to also join the efforts to save their friends. At this moment, their determination and solidarity were at their highest, and they were willing to do whatever it took to bring back their comrades. The questioning look of the man, visibly confused by the events taking place, makes the atmosphere even more tense. His eyes reflect bewilderment, and he strives to find an explanation for this sudden turmoil that has gripped them, like a mystery that he is ready to focus his mental efforts on solving. The titled Grand Master made it clear that the situation required attention and participation at the highest level. The woman's gaze is full of doubts, and she is clearly worried about the sudden chaos. Her inner thoughts and indecisiveness add tension to the already existing situation. The gaze is raised upward to the building, where their adventure may have begun. The clouds are gathering, as is the mystery that these unusual heroes have to unravel. At this moment, the sky seems to be a symbol of all the mysteries that they have to solve. The words Shia cut the air, as the girl with the ears, armed and determined, bursts into the unknown to find out what happened to her friends. Her step into the unknown is filled with determination and courage, like the key to solving the mystery and saving her comrades. The question, "What happened?" flies after her, like an echo of determination, while the second girl hurriedly follows her determined friend. She is also ready for action and does not intend to remain on the sidelines, like close support who is always there in difficult moments. Discussing a plan of action already on the way shows that they have a strategy. The girls know that luck is their ally, and the magical search is their powerful tool in finding missing friends. At this point, their unity and trust in each other becomes their real strength, ready to cope with any difficulties that may come their way. The darkness of the tunnel does not promise anything good, but the words confirm that they are not the first to enter here. However, it is unknown how many more secret paths are hidden in its depths. Using magic to navigate, they move on, holding on to every thread of hope, that with their skills they can find their missing friends and unravel the mystery of their disappearance. In this dark labyrinth, their determination remains unshakable, like a light in the darkness. As they walk further and further, they notice more and more rats, which are almost completely decomposed. The bodies are ugly and fearful in their terrible degradation. This grim sight reminds them of the gravity of the situation and the unpredictable dangers that lurk in this place. But the girls do not lose their determination and continue on their way, despite the horror, in search of their friends. Fear grips the girl as she faces the consequences of the collision. Her face is distorted with horror. Her hands tremble in anticipation of the threat that could still lurk in the darkness. At this moment she realizes that danger can lurk at every turn, and she has to summon all her inner strength to continue moving forward. Light filters through the ruins, illuminating a figure standing in the distance. Her silhouette cuts off the rays of light, creating a contrast between the darkness of the past and the hope of salvation. At this point, the light becomes a symbol of hope that they can find answers and save their friends, even in this dark environment. After which, the girl noticed that they had come to a parting of the road, and asked herself the question which way they could go. This question was quite important, because if she chooses the wrong path, her comrades and friends could die. At that moment, a huge responsibility fell on her shoulders, and she understood that the choice of path could decide their fate. The young man's concentration is evident in his magical gesture. The power that flows through his fingers seeks answers hidden in the shadows. His tenacity and determination show that he is willing to solve mysteries and go to the end to find his friends and solve the puzzle that stands before them. There is a glimmer of magic in his eyes, a sign that the search continues. His gaze is full of determination and readiness to face what lies ahead. At this moment, his eyes become a lantern illuminating the path into the unknown, and symbolize his persistence in moving forward. The words he speaks carry the weight of uncertainty. They stand on the threshold of the unknown, where every step can change the outcome of their adventure. At this moment, the words become like a warning and a reminder that before them lies a world full of mysteries and dangers, and they will have to make decisions that will determine their fate. The tunnel opens its path before them, inviting them to enter. They boldly step forward, not knowing what awaits them next, but ready to take on the challenge. At this point, they demonstrate their determination and courage, ready to explore the darkness and uncover the secrets that may lie in the depths of this place. After which, they boldly walk through the tunnel, where there are many holes in the wall, completely unaware of the danger that they could be attacked at any moment. Their determination and naivety combine to some extent, and they continue to move forward, hoping that the magic and power of their navigation will help them avoid any threats that may await in this mysterious place. Quite quickly, they walk through the rough terrain of these tunnels, because these places were abandoned and corrupted by monsters a long time ago. But despite the difficulties of the path, the girls continue to move forward. Their determination does not weaken, and they are ready to overcome any obstacles to find their friends and unravel the secrets of this dangerous place. After which, the girl with ears, approaching the wastewater, notices something strange. At this moment, something unusual and arousing interest attracts her attention. She notices some even and mysterious silhouettes there that could be dangerous. At this point, her alertness and caution increase, as she realizes that there may be something unusual and potentially threatening in front of her. Turning around, she saw animals approaching her from the darkness. Their eyes glow with bloodlust, and their mouths open in a silent scream, ready to pounce on their prey. At this moment, she realizes that she is faced with a threat that she cannot ignore, and that she will have to fight these beasts to protect herself and her friends. She then screams to warn her comrades that they are being attacked from behind right out of the water. Her scream breaks the silence and serves as a signal to her friends that the threat is behind them and they need to react immediately. Bayless, whom she tried to warn about, does not yet suspect anything, and these several rats have already jumped out and are heading with their sharp fangs right at this sweet girl. The time to act is shortened, and she will have to react quickly to dodge the attack. With the determination of a warrior, she rises to the challenge, her sword cutting through the air, aimed at those who dare threaten her. Steel meets flesh, and the battle flares up again with renewed vigor. Her confident action and fighting skills become weapons in this fight, where every blow can be decisive. For a moment, the battle freezes, and in her eyes there is a reflection of victory, but also an awareness of the gravity of what she has done. The fight continues, but now with a shadow of doubt in her heart. At this moment, she feels the moment of victory, but also understands that the price of this victory may be high, and she carefully continues to fight, doubting the outcome of this fight. What seemed like a simple ordeal has now turned into a nightmare. Beasts that were once simple creatures now possess terrifying strength and cruelty. The situation becomes increasingly grim, and the girl is forced to face a horror that she could not foresee. She realizes that these creatures have become something more than ordinary monsters. Their new strength and fury force her to rethink her tactics and prepare for the worst. Her resolve grows, but she also realizes that she will have to make extra efforts to cope with this unexpected threat. As she once again comes face to face with her enemies, she realizes that every blow must be precise and decisive in order to survive this deadly dance of death. Her skills and focus become her greatest allies in this fight, where every move can decide her fate. Contrary to hopes for a quick victory, the opponents turned out to be much more persistent and dangerous. The warrior guy, standing resolutely in the face of danger, realizes that something has clearly gone wrong. He grips the hilt of his sword tighter, preparing for a decisive attack. He and the warrior girl face a wave of attacks from monsters who, in their rage and aggression, recognize no boundaries. The fight intensifies, and every momentary maneuver is decisive for the outcome of the fight. At this critical point in the battle, the girl performs a powerful blow, which should have ended the skirmish, but the powers of the animals do not dry out, and they continue their crazy attacks. Suddenly, the warrior boy gathers all his power into a single powerful blow that shakes the foundations of the corridor. His determination and striking power should have brought victory, but he faces an unknown obstacle. An unexpected obstacle calls into question the success of his attack, and he is forced to reconsider his tactics in search of a solution to this riddle. The whirlwind of battle flies up, creating a powerful tornado that captures all participants in the fight. The warrior guy realizes that their enemy is not just animals, it is something more powerful and dark. After which, his magic overtook all the rats that were in front of him, and they scattered into pieces. There was nothing left of them. Effective use of his magical abilities allowed him to quickly destroy these monsters, which would otherwise take a very long time using a regular sword. The affected area was massive, there was no trace of openness left, and the sewers were also damaged. The power of the explosion was so amazing that it destroyed everything in its path. This explosion left behind only destruction and ruins, terrifying everyone who was within its radius of action. The completion of such a stunning attack united them in a victorious stance, realizing that the battle was not yet completely over. Together, they are ready to continue the battle and move forward, despite the difficulties they will have to overcome. Afterwards, a dialogue began between them. Locke guessed that it must have been difficult for Ario to deal with so many rats, since he only knows one spell, Fireball. His companions agreed with this, and the girl with ears asked, "Doesn't a fireball burn all opponents at once, like it happened to you?" So, Locke explained that the fireball is emitting gas, and they are in channels where there is already little oxygen. If they tried to use fire magic in such a stuffy place that requires oxygen, they could suffocate. This was an important warning given their current situation. In the cozy atmosphere of the room, where a slight glare of light illuminates her face, a girl with long hair and large expressive eyes whispers, "That's what I want to say." Her lips are slightly parted, and her gaze is filled with anticipation. Words hang unsaid in the air, leaving the mystery behind the scenes. Another girl with ears resembling a wolf appears in front of us. Her sharp gaze and serious expression speak of determination and strength. The text next to it talks about the expansion of the arsenal and about a certain Ario who has just begun training in magic missile, highlighting the beginning of their path to mastery. Darkness envelops the next picture, where only the silhouette of a head and the gleam of a sword are visible in the ink of the night. The mysterious character says, "Indeed," as if confirming the truth or accepting the inevitable that is hidden in the darkness. Under the ground, in a tunnel that seems to lead to infinity, a voice asks, and the echo responds, "Let's go. I feel the answer is ahead." These are words full of determination and hope that a solution awaits them ahead. Suddenly, the girl looks around in fear. The word curse is floating in the darkness, and pieces of cards with hieroglyphs are flying around her. This is a moment of awareness, a moment when the heroine's inner world is shaken by events that she cannot explain. She stands before a gigantic, mysterious creature emerging from a dark passage. "This isn't Ario," she whispers, trying to figure out who or what she's running into. This discovery changes the course of their story, introducing a new mystery. After that, they saw that a huge rat was standing in front of them, and it became noticeable to them that this rat was devouring its fellows. This was a strange and eerie discovery, adding mystery and danger to their adventure. The team is faced with a dilemma. One figure turns to another, with a question full of doubts and fear of the unknown. "We can't leave everything like this. What should we do?" Tension rises, and they realize that they are on the verge of an important decision. The heroine suddenly shouts, "I played Jenny's voice." This statement shocks her companion, who cannot hide his surprise. This revelation changes their interactions and the way they think about what is happening. At the last moment, the girl turns to the creature with a plea. Wait." Her voice is filled with worry and uncertainty as she faces the unknown that lurks in the shadows. She pleaded, looking up, her eyes filled with fear and urgency. The words, "Wait, please," were in the air, as if trying to stop the inexorable. In a dark passage, where every rustle sounds like thunder, a huge creature with soft fur and sly eyes appeared in front of her. Her small figure seemed so fragile next to him. She looked at him with bated breath, and only a quiet sigh, "Ah," escaped her lips. In the next frame, the world seemed upside down. All the lines were rushing down into the abyss, where someone's figure was balancing on the edge of the visible and invisible, lost in this struggle with gravity. The next frame was full of dynamics. A foot in a boot, raising water dust on its way. A movement full of determination and haste, leading through the destroyed terrain to an unknown goal. It stood in ruins, against the background of dilapidated walls and fragments of the past. With her wolf ears and eyes full of determination, she was the image of resilience and courage, ready to face what lay ahead. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the mixed feelings she felt as she faced the unknown. The look, full of questions and thirst for answers, left no doubt about her intentions. He rushed down the corridor, sword in hand and hair flying in the wind of his movement. With every step, he felt confidence in the near goal and the upcoming battle. Desperation and determination burned in his eyes. They expressed their willingness to do whatever was necessary to protect their loved ones and their beliefs. He stood on the threshold of the struggle, ready to face all the challenges that might lie ahead. Their gaze reflected mutual support and brotherhood as they looked at each other. They were ready to face any challenges that they had to overcome together. With surprise and bewilderment, he realized that the situation was out of control. His words, "Please forgive me," were an admission of error, and at the same time a request for help. In the labyrinth of abandoned corridors, they discovered that their clothes were a little tattered from their recent adventures. But concerns about their appearance gave way to relief at knowing they were all safe and sound. He received the news of their well-being with relief. Despite his tattered clothes and the weariness on his face, he was no longer concerned about the state of their equipment, but about the well-being of the team. In the darkness, under the fear of an impending threat, they were able to find shelter. Hiding from dark forces and dangers, they found temporary refuge, although they understood that this was only a short respite in their dangerous journey. The confrontation continued, and now they had to go through a walled passage. At this moment they faced a new challenge that made them forget all their previous troubles. Mixed feelings arose again in the friendly team. In one heart reigned the joy of gaining confidence, in the other, fear of the new unpleasant discovery that awaited them ahead. The girl, finding herself in front of a huge rat, suddenly felt an unbearable need for salvation. Her cry, "Help, save!" cut the silence like the last chord in a symphony of fear. Lek, while in the tunnels, suddenly discovered a colossal monster in front of him. This unexpected moment forced him to immediately prepare for the fight. His soul was filled with surprise and determination. Black ordered Ario to release his powerful spell, a fireball. However, Ario expressed his concern, pointing out the closed space and lack of oxygen in the tunnels. Ario began to explain that using a fire spell in such a confined space could deprive them of oxygen and cause them to suffocate. However, Luck suggested directing all the fire upward to provide them with the necessary amount of oxygen and save the situation. Suddenly, a gigantic creature appeared in front of them. Their companion, possessing magical powers, was ready for the challenge, gathering all his magical energy. His gaze was full of concentration as he prepared to throw his magic. He realized that their fate depended on his actions, and fear had no right to stop him. The courage and despair of the girl's gaze indicated that she did not want to give up, despite the terrible situation. Her words were full of determination. She was ready to fight and prevent defeat, despite the size and strength of the enemy. Hanging upside down, she faced her enemy, ready to use her abilities to overcome obstacles. Her body was streamlined and graceful, like a leaf floating in the air, and her gaze was full of determination. The silhouette of the girl stood out against the background of the darkness of the dungeon. She cast a spell whose power could move mountains. Her magical staff was aimed directly at the monster, like a weapon that could change the course of the battle. Rising into the air, she met the monster's gaze. Her eyes showed not only determination, but also hope that her actions would save her friends and show the monster that they were not giving up without a fight. The creature, huge and powerful, resisted, but the girl's magic was stronger. She pushed him away with the force of her spell, trying to stop his advance and give her companions a chance to move forward. After this, the magician began to cast spells, causing fireballs that flew towards the giant creature. The magic was powerful and impressive, as if the power of nature was embodied in his spells. He continued to throw fireballs, as if not wanting to leave any chance for his opponent to be safe. His magical attacks were merciless, and he sought to finish off the giant creature that threatened them. The cries of the suffering rat echoed through the dark catacombs, filling the space with despair and pain. The roar and bright flashes of fire created a gloomy and eerie picture in this underground world. With heavy shame in its eyes, the rat began to thrash around, and the girl who was on its head swayed and began to fall. Holding on to her sword with all her strength, she shouted, "Why stop? Wait, I'm here!" This spell reached its climax and exploded with a powerful pulse of force. Even the magician himself, who cast the spell, felt his own magic begin to spin out of control and come back against him. After this, the magician was shocked by the consequences of the spell, but Lack noticed something unusual. Lack, who began to use spells, tried to protect himself and his comrades from the destructive power of the fireballs. He resorted to magical spells, in particular the Great Wall, to create an impenetrable barrier and ensure his safety. After this, Lack took over the protection of the magician, who released a fireball. The flame burned so brightly and uncontrollably that even powerful defenses could barely cope with its power. The rest of the participants were shocked by what they saw. The next moment, they simply ran, overwhelmed by shock. It was not clear to them what to do next, because even the most powerful spells had no effect on their irreconcilable enemy. Meanwhile, we are transported to one of the buildings, where an ordinary worker calmly goes about his business, driving a horse. There was a loud explosion inside the building, and the horse suddenly reared up. While operating it, the worker realized that he needed to get away from the explosion site as quickly as possible. The best man decided to take a chance and see what happened. He saw a building into which fragments from the explosion were flying. At this moment, he even lost the ability to pronounce words from surprise and fear. His words sounded as follows: "God, this is the estate of the Marquis Mostofon. What will happen next if even such a respected person could not ensure the protection of his building?" The girl's gaze, open wide with horror and amazement, seems to absorb the chaos of destruction. Her hair is tossed up in a whirlwind, and her eyes reflect fear and misunderstanding of what is happening. The young man, reaching his hand to his head, looks confused. His partner with cat ears and big eyes looks at him, waiting for an explanation. The ruins and debris surrounding them give the impression of a recent disaster. Below the character's feet, there is a widening view of a destroyed city, shrouded in smoke and ash. The text in the word cloud seems to echo the shock of what he saw. Assumptions about the causes of the disaster are mixed with the echoes of the explosion. The silhouette of a warrior, turning to his companion, is filled with the determination to take responsibility. The dialogue emphasizes the seriousness of the moment and the difficult choice facing the characters. The seriousness of the young man's gaze emphasizes his intention to take the blame. His words carry weight and a willingness to face the consequences. The girl's face is distorted with tears and despair. She blames her companion for what happened. There is pain and bewilderment in her eyes. The words destroyed and chance. What's wrong with you? As if casting a shadow of the disaster that happened to her. The girl, filled with anger, screams, reproaching her comrade for omissions about the scale of the explosion. Her accusations are accompanied by tears and questions filled with resentment and fear. The smile of the girl with cat ears flashes through the general horror of the situation, bringing a note of optimism to the dialogue. Her words about ending well for Tsen's Dono are light and encouraging. A young man hugging a girl expresses his feelings without using words. His expressive face and posture speak of the support and empathy he seeks to convey to her. Thebux tries a stranga. The powerful figure standing before the young warrior brings back memories of battles of the past. The dialogue emphasizes the depth of experience and connection with the past. The girl's face glows with hope and delight. Her gaze is filled with liveliness and surprise, as if she had just seen something unusual and wonderful. Around her, like a rain of thin lines, there seems to be a whisper of wind or invisible forces, emphasizing her excitement. The young man, as if caught by surprise, seems embarrassed and a little confused, while the girl with cat ears stands in front of him with an offended and demanding expression on her face. Her posture suggests that she is waiting for an explanation or action. The guy, turning away, seems worried and confused, while the girl, closing her eyes and covering her ears with her hands, looks genuinely distressed, almost like a child who cannot believe what is happening around her. Before them rises a huge, dark, and awe-inspiring monster, as if bursting out of the depths of the earth. The young man asks about the origin of the creature. His posture is full of bewilderment and anxiety. The girl, inhaling the air, makes a disgusted and disappointed face. It seems that the smell she smelled was far from pleasant aromas, and this causes her obvious disgust. The guy, finding a small but expressive object in his hands, looks puzzled, raising it in front of his face, looking for answers in its mysterious contours. The discovered item resembles a relic or a magical instrument, replete with details and patterns, as if containing ancient secrets and long-forgotten power. The cat-eared girl, apparently overcome with panic and confusion, requests a pause, perhaps to digest all the fast-paced events or gather her thoughts in the face of the unknown. Finally, the heroes come across a statue, causing the girl to convulsively "I knew it," which seems to be an echo of her previous fears or assumptions. The guy and girl look at the statue together, and recognition is in the air. This is an image of a deity, ancient and covered with traces of time, but still inspiring respect and fear. Standing at the gate, Lack shouted his apologies and a request for forgiveness for his visit at such a late hour. His figure seemed tiny against the background of this majestic architectural building with a fence. Taking hold of the bars of this corner, he began to restlessly view all the events unfolding inside him. Seeing the site of the explosion, he pointed there and said, "Over there." Indeed, we overestimated the power of our spells, admitting that their magical efforts were more destructive than expected. Having met him, the girl began to say hello, and Lack was amazed. After all, despite such an extreme situation, she still maintained inner calm. Coming outside, she greeted him warmly, and standing directly in front of him, asked the young man, "Do you have any business to do with our house?" Lack announced that there had recently been a huge explosion in the canals, and he suspected that part of the estate might have been damaged. The girl immediately ordered Lack to leave and not interfere in their lives. Lack stood with misunderstanding, because he came with the intention of helping, and the girl's decision to leave the place of his participation caused him bewilderment. The girl, vehemently asserting that the house was not damaged at all, despite Lack's indication of the destroyed areas. Shalom said, "But what about this part of?" And it was clearly visible on his face that he perceived the situation with doubt. However, the girl, with a clear expression of anger on her face, insisted, "Be kind, leave." And in her words there were notes of threat directed towards Lack. Lack, looking at the terrible woman, said, "Okay, I'll leave. Please don't touch me." Tall wrought iron gates and a fence surround the mysterious mansion. Dark trees and shaded corners of the yard create a sense of privacy and quiet. Against the background of the gate, a girl is visible conducting a dialogue with a mysterious figure dressed in a Victorian costume, standing in the background with his back turned to her. A man with sharp features and elven ears is dressed in an elegant suit. He stands by the window, casting shadows on the floor, his gaze cold and penetrating. The mystery of his image is enhanced by understatement, and a feeling of hidden power is in the air. After what had been said, the man expressed concern, pointing out the undoubted activity in catching our trail. He called for increased caution and concealment of our actions. The vampire, who dominates his devoted servant, entrusted her with the task of unearthing the secrets of Lack and unraveling the mystery of his inexplicable interest in their estate. However, Lack, listening inside, did not suspect that before him were ordinary mortals and not vampires. The vampire cabal leading them quietly whispered that Lack might have family or friends through whom he could exert influence and take control. A thick, impenetrable night fell. The stars sparkled on the celestial plain, spreading their light. The clouds moved slowly, as if carried by a current into the endless space of the night. Lack returned on the day he called Adventurer's Day. These familiar faces gathered around, completing their adventures and upcoming tasks. Upon his return, everyone joyfully greeted Lack, making sure that he was safe. They have already begun to celebrate their victory and the successful completion of their tasks. Seeing Lack in a state of complete exhaustion, they asked apprehensively how his affairs had gone. Laxian, unable to even answer, looked at them silently. The girl, interested in other questions, wondered whether they needed to pay for everything that happened. But Lack, upon entering, didn't say a word. He later announced, "The lady who was here claimed that there was no damage to the estate. However, I clearly saw the destruction, which took away half the house." The girl talked about salaries, but I told them that this couldn't happen. It is simply impossible. We ourselves saw a friend whose path led straight to heaven. Two young people are discussing a certain Marquis of Masteron, a prominent nobleman, famous in the country. The characters suspect that he may be causing damage in secret. The boy, squinting skeptically, admits this possibility. A woman in uniform asks a young man a question, but her words leave him perplexed. Her face expresses slight concern, and she holds several documents in her hands. The warm scene shows the girl hugging two boys, comforting them. One of them looks puzzled and a little embarrassed, while the other seems depressed and tired. The young woman looks to the side in surprise, her eyes wide open in surprise. She opens her mouth slightly, and her gaze is full of bewilderment. After this, one of the guild members asked, "Have you already tried to complete the task of searching for missing people today?" The girl with cat ears replied, "Well, yes, we took on this task." The group actively discusses recent events related to the search for missing people. They highlight the role of the Marquis Masteron and note his significant contribution to the investigation. Beneath the building's impressive facade, the next piece of history unfolds. Comments about a certain task being withdrawn the next day make you think about its importance and urgency. The wide-eyed boy repeats the name Marquis Masteron, as if that explains everything. His interlocutor, a girl with ears, looks worried and puzzled. Against the backdrop of an ancient building, emotions flare up. The heroes are either happy or surprised, and some even thank a certain Loxan. Each of them expresses their feelings clearly and openly. Under a dark sky, the group returned home, turning to someone with gratitude and relief. There is a feeling of completion in the air after long adventures and trials. The girl enthusiastically announces that dinner is ready. She smiles widely, showing a victory sign. Standing next to her is another armored girl holding a small chicken, and her expression suggests she doesn't share the same enthusiasm. The instant reaction of one of the girls is captured on her face. Her eyes are widened, her mouth is slightly open. She is suddenly dazed or shocked. Something has clearly gone wrong. The younger girl with the animal ears looks upset and tired, and says she wants to take a bath. Her older friend in a white apron expresses surprise and concern, raising her hand with a towel threateningly. A silhouette standing against the backdrop of a majestic mansion watches the heroes. He looks mysterious and perhaps even menacing, standing in the shadows while the floodlights reveal a joyful group in the foreground. The group gets together. The young man touches the forehead of the faithful animal, and the girl, with the animal's ears, although somewhat reluctantly, encourages them to go together. The mysterious character in the background looks askance, his gaze secretive and impenetrable. This creates an atmosphere of uncertainty and possible danger. The dialogue mentions a note about the main one, which seems to have given permission to cancel the task. This adds an element of intrigue to the story and hints at deeper plot solutions. One of the heroines, worried, concludes that if the task is withdrawn, it is not necessarily connected with the disappearances of people. But this does not make the circumstances any less mysterious. The younger girl, wearing ears, looks away, seemingly contemplating the consequences of withdrawing the mission, which could indicate more complex events going on behind the scenes of their adventure. After that, the second girl named Sally asked, did the Free Guild allow them to withdraw this request? A concerned girl with ears criticizes the head for his carelessness. Her excitement and the seriousness of the situation are emphasized by her fearful expression and exclamation clouds. The discussion moves to the head, who can no longer take part in events. Meanwhile, the fact that the search order was withdrawn casts a shadow of suspicion and shows that the situation is becoming more and more confusing. A young girl, moved to tears, takes a bath. She takes a deep breath, lost in her thoughts and worries about the inevitable variables that await them all. The heroes discover that the enemy knew about the search request and forced the customer to withdraw it. This discovery leads to the conclusion that none other than their true enemy is behind this. Surprise grips the group at the thought that only vampires are capable of such actions. They begin to realize that they are in the shadow of a darker and more dangerous confrontation. The kinfolk hint suggests that vampires may have been involved in the events, which is a key point in the development of the story and indicates a hidden threat. Master Unmanner's overarching connection to vampires is causing concern among our heroes. They realize that their enemies are much closer than they thought. Gathered inside the castle, the heroes contemplate their next steps, realizing that the estate may have fallen into the hands of vampires, adding to the danger of their situation. The young man's courageous expression reflects determination and perhaps a willingness to face the challenges ahead that these new discoveries entail. The woman's unwavering and determined gaze expresses her strength, which will be essential for everyone to face the darkness that has shrouded the estate. Eric turned to the varnish with a question. Are you sure of what you are saying? Lek, with his characteristic concentration, looked at Eric, completely confident in his words. Eric then began to reveal that the Marquis of Mastafon was a prominent figure who had lured away several important officials in the government. He began his career as finance minister and only last month resigned from his official post, citing health problems. However, there were other less obvious reasons. The box, Eric said. Unfortunately, we no longer have. However, we also have physical evidence that all this was not just like that. Looking at Lek's remains, Eric said, "Thank you for this." And he added that this happened because of the demonic creatures that lived in the ditches, which reached gigantic proportions. Then Gallant took his share of this demonic story. An indeed surprisingly terrible appearance. A girl came up from behind and asked, What is this, after all? The girl with the cat ears announced that it was something much more complex, part of a figurine that was worshipped by the gods of darkness in ancient times. Both heroes, upon hearing this news, were shocked that such a dangerous artifact was still in their world. After this, they remembered that the gods of darkness are those who existed in the past, and Lak, who stood in front of the house, coped with the divine protection of these particular gods. They were the most powerful beings to ever exist on this earth. They announced that they had found this part of the figurine right under the estate of Marquis Mustafan, and that they all thought that the bloody vampire was planning something inside the estate. The estate obviously did not belong to ordinary people. After this, one of the subordinates began to look for the second one to convey important news from this place to them. Close-up shows hands carefully folding paper. They belong to a man who seems to have strong feelings, judging by the tender touch of the letter. The letter says, "Well done. Take this letter to the king. Now no one can save Fiali but you." Hands already hold a rolled scroll close to the ground, where a small, waiting paw is visible in the grass. In the replica cloud above it is written, "Please, Tama." The baton is passed on. A dog with a serious and attentive look holds a scroll in its teeth. She stands by a wooden fence, behind which the wall of a house can be seen. The animal looks determined and ready for action. Opens up a view of the forest thicket, where a dog with a scroll in its teeth rushes through the darkness between the trees. Her figure is illuminated by rays of light filtering through the foliage, creating a sense of urgency and importance of her mission. The action moves to a room where young women, in identical outfits, stand in a row, bowing their heads as a sign of respect or worship. They surround something central, important, that is out of sight. Shows two characters in extravagant outfits looking at each other. One of them seems to dominate the other, possessively holding his chin. Their looks are full of tension and inflexibility. The focus is again on the women standing in a row. One of them stands out. She stands closer to us. Her gaze is unreadable, and her hand covers part of her face. The text says, "You are all special servants who have received the divine protection of the gods of darkness, as long as you obey me." Shows a man with devilish features. His gaze is sharp and piercing, as if he is hatching a plan or a curse. The words, "My hound," "forward for love," emphasize his authority and power. Reveals to us a vast hall, where women in dresses pray or bow before the central figure, whose back is to us, which gives the scene mystery and grandeur. The characters discuss their next actions while standing by a large window. The text emphasizes the seriousness of the situation. One way or another, our enemies are the family of the Marquis, but we cannot just burst in. In a room with bare walls, a man with a serious look and long hair decisively asks permission to write a letter. His dark eyes sparkle with determination, and the words he speaks seem important. The Marquis cannot ignore the king's call. The next image shows the same man, wearing a cloak, looking through a window into a dimly lit room where a group of people are about to leave. He says goodbye, and his words already carry the shade of tomorrow, plans for which have already been made. The atmosphere changes to a more comfortable one. In a room where the walls are decorated with an elegant chandelier, two people discuss their feelings and freedom of choice, and one of them, a man with horns, seems puzzled and a little sad, while the other, older and more cheerful, is confident in yourself and your right to personal space. On the next sheet, the world becomes more alive. Two people are cheerfully arguing about justice, and a girl with a cheerful expression on her face, possessing elf ears, happily points out her advantage in the conversation, while the man with horns just smiles silently. The room is filled with warmth and comfort when one of the guests, a man with a crown of thorns, brings dinner, but is surprised to find that the company is about to leave. A little girl with big eyes and a cheerful head ornament offers him her help, holding out a tray of food. After the guests leave, a man with long hair and a serious look says that he will take some time for himself. His face reflects calmness and thoughtfulness, and his gaze is directed into the distance, as if he is thinking about something important. At this time, Lak noticed something unusual. The windows in this building attracted his attention. However, the silence is broken by a sudden moment. The window glass is shattered, and the room is filled with noise and screams. The man in the cloak turns around to see the source of the commotion, and the girl with the tray freezes in horror at the destructive force that burst into the room. Milka, who was delivering food and helping everyone, watched as the fragments flew towards her. She had a tray in her hands, and she found herself completely defenseless in this situation. She stood there, undecided, not knowing what to do. Suddenly the world turns upside down, and a menacing woman with dark eyes and a scar on her face appears in the frame, her fists clenched and her gaze filled with rage. He appears as a giant compared to the little girl with the tray, her eyes wide with fear, and the air around them trembles with the tense atmosphere of conflict. A whirlwind of emotions and glass hit the girl, who instinctively covered her face with her hand. The tray with dinner fell, and the round eyes on the food looked in different directions from the impact. The girl seemed to feel the full weight of the sudden danger. A young man with dark hair and a determined look rushes forward, casting a shadow on the ground. His face expresses concentration and readiness for action, while his body is tense like a spring. Among the scattered tables and chairs, the girl screams in horror, falling to the floor. Sharp shards of glass surround her, as the horned man protecting her with his body tenses up to fight. Large shards of glass, seemingly frozen in the air, reflect the tension of the moment. They seem to have slowed down their fall, creating an atmosphere of frozen time when every second lasts an eternity. A man with a crown of thorns and a powerful statue rushes into battle. His fists are clenched, ready to fend off any threat, while his body seems to be filled with strength and determination. Huge steel letters, like meteorites, fall on the man with horns, who takes them with menacing determination, preparing for a brutal collision. A man with spikes on his head persistently warns of danger, while a girl, struck by fear, retreats, sensing the gravity of the situation. The young man's dark hair flutters as he looks into the distance. There is uncertainty and questions in his eyes that make him doubt and look for answers. The girl is momentarily shrouded in a cloud of dust and fragments. Her figure seems to turn into a silhouette, isolated from the world around, cut off from reality. Darkness thickens around the face, which is distorted by malice. The open mouth and whitish eyes are filled with madness and a wild desire for destruction. This horrific sight seems to be pulled out of the deepest hellish nightmares. After that, Gailan looked at the other maids and realized that these creatures were unusual and did not even look like people. A young warrior with dark hair looks forward warily. His eyes are sharp, and thinking about how easily the enemy penetrated their hideout forces him to remain on the defensive. The wind blows through the empty corridors, carrying away memories of past happiness. Shards of glass and wood fly through the air, like reminders of the recent battle. 3 figures stand in a hall, filled with tension and anticipation. One of them, a man in a cloak, seems lost. The other is a young warrior full of determination, and next to them is a girl with the ears of a beast and a faithful wolf. A group of enemies dressed in service uniforms smile mockingly, surrounding the heroes. They do not look like ordinary people. There is something inhuman in their features. The young man decisively announced his desire to talk to the owner of this crowd, although his face expressed bewilderment and lack of respect for them. A man in a mask covers his face with his hand and silently watches what is happening. His eyes express cunning and deceit, and there is an inherent danger in the air. After that, they noticed a bat looking at them from the window, as if aware of everything that was happening and watching how his servant would act. This image of a bat added mystery to the situation. Eric looked at the bat and said to Luck, "Don't use magic. We're being watched now, and we need to show that we're ordinary people, not heroes." Peering deeper into the bat, Eric continued to say, "Right now we cannot allow Reg to know our true identities. Therefore, we need to hide our true feelings and powers as much as possible." Confirming his intentions, the young man clenched his fist tightly, his eyes blazing with determination, and he nodded as if answering an unspoken question. His body was tense, ready for action. Against the backdrop of monumental architecture, the two men took up defensive positions. One of them, with a sword in his hand, was intently preparing for battle. The other, muscular with a determined look, seemed ready to rush into battle at any moment. The young girl with the ears of an animal looked at what was happening in confusion. Her gaze was full of worry and anxiety. Her posture and facial expression indicated her readiness to defend her comrades to the last. Figures in official attire burst into the room with panache and audacity, their movements quick and decisive and their eyes filled with ruthless self-confidence. One of the girl's dark locks fluttered in the air, giving the impression of a wild and untamed beginning. Her eyes and smile expressed steadfastness and gloating. The cloaked man with a dagger in his hand stood motionless, contemplating his next steps. His gaze was hidden, but the weight of his thoughts was felt in the air, like an invisible threat that could suddenly reveal itself. Hero Eric, with long hair and pointed ears, looked at what was happening warily. Her gaze was full of concentration and tension. She was ready for any development of events, ready to take decisive action if necessary. Figures in official attire suddenly ran out of the corridor, their faces filled with anger and cruelty, and their actions with unrestrained aggression and readiness to attack. Suddenly, one of the vampires hit her on the head, and she flew to the side. The vampire's body was left lying lifeless on the ground, and only the last breaths of this creature could be heard in the air. The situation became even more tense. The young warrior strongly expressed her disagreement. Her face expressed desperate courage and an unshakable will to resist. She was ready to fight to the end. Suddenly there was a lull. The warrior in the white cloak thoughtfully touched the mask that hid his face. Nearby, a young man watched him with an impenetrable gaze, waiting for developments. Everything around was tense, and they were ready for any turn of fate. With sad regret, the cloaked warrior admitted defeat to senseless violence. He considered the consequences of his actions, and his action was full of desperation and determination to change the current situation. The attack was so sudden and furious that even experienced warriors were taken by surprise. Their faces are distorted with fear and shock from the surprise and power of the enemy onslaught. The white-cloaked warrior's heart was torn by the pain of choosing between duty and compassion. In his hand, the sword, ready to deliver the decisive blow, sought its target in the darkness. The warrior's silhouette against the backdrop of dazzling light looked majestic and alarming at the same time. His stance reflected steadfastness and readiness for self-sacrifice. After this, Galen also began to deal with the rest of this vampire's minions, knocking out the last remnants of strength and willpower from them. She left no room for their evil deeds to continue. The giant, with lightning in his hand, suddenly felt a sharp blow. His eyes widened in surprise and pain, his face distorted by the invisible enemy that attacked him unpredictably. The situation became even more tense and mysterious. The young warrior's worried look was full of bewilderment and anxiety. He could not understand what had happened and what danger they were all exposed to. The little warrior with the ears of a beast hurriedly tried to calm her friend down, saying something comforting, but her words were drowned in the seething chaos of events that surrounded them. In this situation, comfort seemed almost unattainable. The silhouette of the warrior on the balcony seemed lonely and desperate. She hugged herself by the shoulders as if trying to keep warm in the cold that was approaching with despair, surrounding them with events. After which, one of the vampires did not want to let these little ladies leave. She transformed into her true vampire form and began attacking them with terrible aggression. The sudden attack put the little ladies in great danger. The girl with the horns noticed all this and realized that no matter how they hid, they would still have to show at least part of their strength to protect their comrades. In this situation, forceful intervention cannot be avoided. After that, she summoned a huge fiery monster with sharp fangs, which towered over the vampire. Terrifying energy and powerful light emanated from it, creating a feeling of irresistible force. The vampire looked at this in amazement. Her eyes were wide in surprise, and she spoke openly, asking how this monster could appear here. Her bewilderment was obvious. The monster took the vampire by the neck and began to strangle her. She was at a loss and did not expect such an unexpected turn of events in this fight. The situation became critical. This monster with horns, completely blazing, picked up the vampire and began to squeeze her. She began to burn and let out heartbreaking screams, and the monster continued to torture her with powers and flames. The scene was creepy and filled with terrible violence. She screamed, begging for help, and asked for it all to stop. However, the monster did not stop torturing her, not paying attention to her pleas. The scene was full of despair and ruthlessness. The girl with the horns said that this was her strongest illusion. But even so, she would not be able to completely defeat this vampire. The situation has become even more hopeless. Their strength seems insufficient. However, all her efforts were not useless. The vampire crumbled to dust from the power of this servant girl, and only his clothes remained. Victory was achieved, and the danger was gone. After that, the girl with the horns took her younger friend and began to leave, saying that even such a powerful illusion does not waver in front of such vile enemies. They moved away, leaving behind danger and a battle that ended in victory. At this time, Celis also noticed something was wrong and turned around to look at it. Her attention was drawn to something unusual or suspicious in the environment. She noticed another vampire who was dressed as a servant and dealt a crushing blow to him. Celis was ready for action and did not allow this enemy to escape her attention. The girl with the ears also did not stand aside. She picked up her sword and with decisive swings began to chop down all the vampires who attacked her. Together with Celis, they defended this place from the guardians of evil, fighting with determination and courage. At this moment, the bat, which was hanging outside the window, was very vigilantly watching all the actions of the heroes. Her presence remained unnoticed, and she watched the developments with hope on her side. The wolf also joined the hunt for these vampires. He literally tore all the vampires apart, no matter how hard they defended themselves, tearing their throats out to protect their comrades. The wolf turned out to be an unwavering supporter of the heroes in this battle. Galen defeated absolutely all enemies, leaving them no chance. Her strength and determination were unparalleled, and she dealt with her opponents with ease. Eric, who was fully masked to hide his identity, also showed off some of his talents. He bound his enemies in such a way that they could not even understand how it could happen. His abilities turned out to be mysterious and effective. He looked back to see what had caught his attention. After all, he felt someone else's energy in this room, and it did not leave him indifferent. Eric was alert and ready to explore this new mystery. After he noticed that there was one vampire standing behind him, with an evil smile, who was only grinning at the attempts of our heroes, Eric realized a new threat. This meeting was unexpected and even more dangerous than he could have imagined. The vampire noticed that these people were not treated the same as ordinary people, and it seemed that some of them had a high rank or hero status. The situation became even more complex, and the vampire may have begun to realize who he was dealing with. A pale man with piercing eyes and sharp features appears in front of them. There is bewilderment and hidden threat in his eyes. His hair is pulled back neatly, and the earrings on his ears sparkle, adding to his mystery. A new hero appears, standing on the ruins of what was once a magnificent building. He is hunched over, his clothes reminiscent of the distant north. Together with the masked woman, they look into the distance, their faces reflecting concern and the question, "Where is he?" The woman meets the gaze of something sinister, waiting outside the window. Her gaze is full of apprehension, and the words, "Wolf wrist, hello," carry a gloomy omen. The emotions on the man's face reach their climax. His mouth is open in a scream. His eyes are distorted with rage. His face conveys all the power of his anger and determination. A majestic creature, with the face of a wolf and sharp teeth full of rage, rushes to attack. His movements are full of energy and aggression, and his body shows signs of previous battles. A lone figure stands against a background of darkness, holding a sparkling symbol in his hands. His words are full of resentment and pain. He talks about betrayal, about being angry, and asks a rhetorical question about the audacity of the attack on his family. The hero soars into the air, preparing for decisive action. His movement is fast and purposeful, as if he is penetrating an invisible barrier separating himself and his opponent. Holding the symbol of his power in his hand, he looks straight ahead, his face filled with determination and strength. There is no fear in his eyes, only steadfastness and anticipation of an imminent confrontation. He is ready to fight to the end. Rushing across the threshold, he overcomes the boundary between his world and the external threat. His actions are decisive and quick, and he does not waste a second. The hero is ready for the decisive confrontation. His gaze is directed into the distance, as if he sees something invisible to others. His eyes reflect the depth of his thoughts and the storm of emotions that boils inside. At this moment, his inner world was filled with complex experiences and determination. After which, when the dog ran up, Lak asked Garb what happened. These events aroused interest and questions among the heroes. Some dog was just standing near the gate. Lak wondered what could have happened, and noticed that there was something in its mouth. Perhaps it was some kind of object or message that the dog brought. The great hero looked at this dog and was horrified. At this moment, two girls in the background were thinking that now the whole house is in the dust from these vampires. The girl with the ears said that it seemed like they would have to put a lot of effort into cleaning this place. The situation turned out to be difficult and required serious restoration. Afterwards, the hero asked Lake that you destroyed the observer. Lak replied, "Yes, there is no longer a trace of him left." The observer, who was a vampire, was completely destroyed. After that, Galan asked, "What kind of dog is that who came with you?" Lak replied that he was trying to get over the gate, and he caught him there, after which the dog followed him. This dog may have come with some information or a message for the heroes. After which, Galan said to Eric, "This is Tama, right?" Eric looked at the dog and agreed, "Yes, it's really him." Tama seems to have been recognized by some famous character among the heroes. After this, we watch as the girl slowly cleans up their estate, and we hear the conversation between these two heroes. Galan asks Eric, "Do you know her, this recognized and fluffy dog?" The characters discuss a dog that seems to have piqued their interest. After which, Galan declares that she is not a stray. This is an ordinary dog, and it turns out that it was the dog of the Marquis Mastafon, who was holding some kind of scroll in its mouth. This information adds mystery to the situation and may be important for the further development of the plot. The dog rushed to give this scroll to Eric, demonstrating his devotion and usefulness. This action of the dog emphasizes his role and importance in the current situation. Eric happily accepted the scroll. However, Galan still asked what it was and expressed concern about the Marquis Mastafon, saying that even after death he would not leave us. Perhaps the scroll contains some information or trace that is connected to the Marquis's past actions and may affect events in the future. The anxiety on the faces of the characters suggests that the situation is becoming increasingly tense. They encounter a surprise that forces them to remember something important that seemed lost in the chaos of events. One of the characters, holding a book in his hands, realizes the depth and complexity of the situation. His look is serious and he is determined, realizing that a difficult fight lies ahead. There comes a moment of realization when it becomes clear that the enemy is much more powerful and dangerous than they could have imagined. This discovery forces the heroes to gather strength for the upcoming test, and suddenly the world around begins to distort. Darkness and chaos take over the space, creating the feeling of an inevitable collision with something indescribably dark and powerful. A creature appears before the heroes, shrouded in darkness, with an impenetrable and mysterious face. His presence is filled with power and majesty, promising a test that will demand everything they can do. An epiphany permeates the consciousness of the heroes. They are faced with an old and powerful enemy, destined by fate. This is a creature whose name is forgotten by time, but whose power knows no bounds. A terrible picture unfolds before them. a huge, terrifying creature with many eyes, the embodiment of a nightmare that has now become reality. It is a challenge they must take on to protect what is dear to them. Suddenly, the situation changes, and the heroes find themselves in the air, soaring above a majestic building. This is a harbinger of a new stage in their journey, full of uncertainty and danger. The figure standing confidently on the wooden floor represents determination and readiness to fight. Her strength and determination will be aimed at overcoming the threat that threatens them. Thetis Grace, Amwia. The protagonist's shadow is cast across the cracked ground, emphasizing the growing tension and foreboding of an impending confrontation that will determine the outcome of their story. After which, Lak began to quickly catch up with Toma, as he wanted to show him something unprecedented. Perhaps Lak has some important information or discovery that he wants to share with Tuma. They do skindrikers Lak skindra, Isar. So the dog was fast. Its paws moved smoothly and clearly. It knew its way. Tama was apparently leading Lak to some specific goal or location. They, along with Eric, ran after the dog through the streets of this beautiful and boundless city. Their journey somewhere into the unknown continued, and they followed the dog with the hope of new discoveries and adventures. After which, Eric thought about it. He began to worry about whether everything would be okay with Locke and the others, because this journey seemed quite difficult and dangerous. The heroes couldn't help but worry about their comrades left behind. And at this moment Galen was watching the rest of their team. Milka was very afraid and held on to her skirt. The girl with the ears and the demon with the rooster tried to calm them down. Galen insistently asked, "Well, little one, are you afraid?" Galen seemed to be trying to understand what feelings and emotions their comrades were experiencing, after which Galen said that there were crowds of people there, like those who had been here recently. What bothered her was that only 2 people went against them, and yet these monsters were very dangerous. Galen drew attention to the unequal balance of power and the danger of the situation, which caused concern. Galena then replied that they were not going to fight a bunch of lords, as they had recently, and that everything would be fine. He convinced Milka to believe in them and rely on their abilities. I thought about it a little and accepted it as a reality, beginning to believe in the strength of my comrades. After which, the demon with the rooster said that now it is more important for them to hide Gerbet in the safest place. He suggested going through the underground passage and asking Levi for help. The decision to go underground was probably due to the desire to ensure maximum safety for Gerbet and the heroes themselves. However, Milka became very nervous and tears appeared in her eyes. She turned away from everyone, and the others began to worry about her, asking, "Milka, are you okay?" The concern of her comrades was understandable given her emotional state. After which, the target joined them, and Milka noticed her. They said hello. Tseli was encouraged that she had come to them. She said, "You know, Locke himself is very strong. He has already saved this side countless times during the day, so it won't be difficult for him to handle it one more time." This target remark may have calmed Milka and lifted her spirits, reassuring her that Laka could handle the situation. In a room with wooden walls and floors, illuminated by light coming through the window, a hand reaches out to the metal door handle. There are 2 portraits hanging on the wall, whose facial expressions are not visible. The tense atmosphere is emphasized by dark tones and shadow covering most of the space. A girl with fox ears and a sly smile addresses someone outside the frame. Her look is full of confidence and enthusiasm, and her pose expresses spontaneity and playfulness. Her hair is neatly styled and her clothing suggests a military style. In the next image, another girl, also with fox ears, laughs joyfully, covering her mouth with her hand. Her cheeks are crimson with laughter, and her eyes sparkle with merriment. She seems carefree and happy, despite the rain, which can be seen from the drops falling around her. A man stands in the shadow of the arch with a confident smile. His gaze is directed at the girl with fox ears, who looks at him with admiration. In the background, another girl looks confused and tense. In the following image, A man with a serious face addresses a group of unknown people, his words full of determination and confidence. His gaze is piercing and firm, which emphasizes the seriousness of the moment. The warm scene shows a group of characters, two girls with fox ears, the youngest of whom is hugging a large wolf, and another girl with a smile. They all look friendly and ready to support each other. A majestic mansion with columns can be seen in the background of the frame. In the foreground stands a figure with a sword, surrounded by dark clouds and lightning, which adds to the drama of the situation. A detailed view of the mansion shows it in all its glory, but the dark tones and huge lightning bolts framing the building create a sense of inevitable conflict. Two figures stand side by side, discussing an important issue. They appear serious and focused, their gaze filled with determination and intent to act. In front of the huge gates of the mansion, the figures discuss their plans. Their faces are not visible, but they seem determined and ready to act, despite the possible consequences. A young man with a determined look stands against the backdrop of a sparkling magical symbol. His black hair is disheveled, and his eyes sparkle with concentration. The look is filled with determination, and the body is tense in anticipation of action. There is a sense of impending struggle in the air. An explosion of magical energy tears apart space. The powerful impact rattles the window panes and sends the wood of the floor flying into the air. A whirlwind of power destroys everything around, leaving only the shadow of a figure in the center of chaos. Three girls with fox ears are stunned by the unexpected development of events. Their faces are distorted with fear and surprise. They try to shield themselves from an unknown threat with their hands, but they realize that they are helpless in front of the spectacle unfolding in front of them. The shot captures the moment when shards of wood and glass float in the air, creating weightlessness around. Everything around is absorbed in silence after the storm, and time seems to stand still, allowing everyone to catch their breath. The girl rushes forward with a fighting spirit, her hair and cape flying as she rushes. Determination and strength are visible in her movements, her eyes glow with perseverance. It's as if she's bursting out from the very center of the power vortex, ready for battle. A group of individuals dressed in military-like clothing rushes into battle. They move synchronously and decisively, as if each of them knows exactly his role in the upcoming confrontation. Their faces express tension and concentration. A young man with an unwavering gaze controls the situation. His hand touches the floor, where magical symbols glow. His face is illuminated with a soft light, and he is determined despite the chaos around him. The battle unfolded with full force. Magical energy surged around the heroes. Each of them is engrossed in battle. Their movements are fast and precise, and their faces reflect a wide range of emotions from rage to fear. Pointed figures of magical energy cut through the space, and the figure in the foreground, with a sword in his hands, stands like an unshakable guard. Everything around is strewn with fragments, reflecting the brutality of the battle. Suddenly everything calms down, and only darkness remains, with rare fragments of magic slowly falling down. There is silence after the storm, and a slight trembling of the last echoes of the battle is felt in the air. After which, the people who were sitting in this basement were happy when they heard the sound. The girl approached her man and asked, "Darling, did something happen?" They probably heard sounds and noises from the approach of the heroes, and this caused them to be worried and happy. However, he was happy while sitting in captivity, because the arrival of the heroes was much faster than he expected. This unexpected arrival brought hope of liberation and safety. And these assistants were Eric and Lack. At this moment Eric was dealing with the servants of the devil, vampires, in order to eliminate the threat they posed. After which, he said to his dog Tama, "You need to guide me, so that I can do everything that needs to be done." Tama was a faithful companion and helped him in completing the task. The dog led him along the path to the mansion, knowing the entire route. She was a faithful companion, despite her emaciated and weakened body. They ran forward along the corridors, and Lack noticed something strange behind them. He stopped to take a closer look. After which, he looked more closely at the windows and walls that were behind him. His gaze was fixed on the details of the surrounding environment, looking for any clues or threats. Noticing something strange, he decided to stop abruptly and not continue his journey further. His vigilance and caution helped him avoid possible danger. After which, looking around, he noticed a staircase along which he could continue his journey, among these nooks and crannies. He took a closer look. It's strange why there were straight corridors everywhere here, and suddenly such a branch appeared in this corridor. Perhaps this place hid some secret or danger. A guy in a raincoat rushes down the corridor of the estate, the impacts of his boots echoing in the silence. There is a knock on the door. Someone is there, around the corner. He doesn't stop, runs faster, knowing that every second is worth its weight in gold. In another part of the castle stands a man in a long cloak, looking over his shoulder. His companion, a large white dog, looks out the open window. The wind sways the curtains, and the feeling of an impending storm is in the air. The cloaked man's eyes narrow, focusing on something beyond the visible. The seriousness of the moment is read in every feature of his face. He is ready for what's to come, and his look is full of determination. The dog looks straight into the face of its owner, its eyes full of concern. A gentle gesture. A man's hand touches the animal's head. They are not just master and dog. They are comrades, connected by a common destiny. The man and the dog turn towards the light that comes through the window. They are silhouetted against the light, as if they are on the verge of great change. Something big is ahead of them, and they must be prepared. Huge heavy doors suddenly swing open. A loud crash is heard in the room, and light rushes into the room. A man in a raincoat looks around the space, looking for whoever disturbed the peace. The blade of the sword flashes in the light, reflecting its rays. The man in the raincoat is now in full combat readiness. His posture indicates readiness for action. There is concentration in his eyes and unshakable strength in his hands. The glass shatters into pieces from the blow of the sword. The speed and accuracy of movement are all at maximum. This blow can decide the outcome of the fight. It must be completed. However, Eric skillfully dodges all the shards of this glass without allowing himself to be hurt. A shadow falls on the walls as a harbinger of darkness. The cloaked man, still in a fighting stance, is ready to confront anyone who dares to stand in his way. There is no doubt in his movements, only determination and composure. After rising, a powerful creature appeared in the form of a vampire lord. He expected nothing less from someone who didn't even pay attention to his subordinates and talked about how he defeated all the other vampires without even blinking an eye. The vampire, looking intently at Eric, asked, "Who are you, human?" Eric, remaining silent, did not show any reaction to the vampire's words. The vampire, irritated, said, "Why are you so silent? I want to know the name of my future victim." Eric, although surprised by the vampire's quick movement, was still silent. The vampire, grinning, came even closer and said, "So, buddy, have you really decided to remain mute? I will give you one last chance. Tell me your name, and I may spare your life." Eric was fast and agile. He dodged the vampire's attack and prepared to retaliate. The hero was ready to prove his strength and skill in the fight against enemies. After removing Eric's mask, the vampire made an unpleasant discovery. The hero was no ordinary man, and his true nature became apparent. Eric prepared to retaliate, despite the fact that his mask was lost. Eric felt a growing threat from the vampire, who was preparing for a new attack. By removing his mask, his secret was revealed, and he was left alone with an enemy ready to strike him. The hero was in a difficult position, but he was ready to defend himself and fight to the end. Eric realized that he was surrounded by several vampires, and realized that one of them may have used a technique to create a double. The situation was becoming more dangerous, and he was ready to fight these enemies using his skills and strength. Eric found himself in a situation where several vampires stood in front of him, one of whom had a huge horn in his forehead and had knowledge of the same technique as him. He had to watch these enemies carefully and prepare for a battle that promised to be a clash of strong forces. The vampire, looking closely, realized that in front of him stood not an ordinary person, but a member of the elite of society. This discovery could change the course of events and create new opportunities for plot development. In a roughly outlined room stands a man in an elegant cloak, with a serious look and a slight grin. He wittily addresses an unknown interlocutor, calling him King Eric. His eyes are full of challenge, and his posture radiates confidence and readiness for action. The next shot zooms in on the man's eyes, whose expression has become more intense and aggressive. The eyes have a sparkle, and the whites are blackened, giving it a sinister appearance. The mouth is slightly open in a malicious grin, and the teeth appear sharp, which enhances the effect of the threat. Now the camera moves back, and you can see the man in full height. He stands with his arms outstretched and his eyes rolled up, seemingly in a fit of divine inspiration or prayer. He exclaims about divine protection and his power, as if challenging the whole world. The man's image changes. He now resembles a gloomy warrior, reflecting on the enemies of his younger sister. He seems determined and willing to protect her at any cost, even at the cost of his own life. The sharp shot shows the man charging with a loud scream. His movements are fast and decisive, and his face is distorted with anger. He seems to rush into battle, ready to face an unknown threat, demonstrating his unbending will and power. The man rushed to attack, and his blow tears apart the space around him. It seemed as if the air itself was vibrating from the force of its onslaught. The force of the blow is such that it seems to divide reality itself, creating the illusion of a split in space. The vampire's tentacles reached their target, and the situation became more tense. The next shot shows a giant creature with sharp paws, rising in front of a man. The monster looks invincible, and its size is terrifying. The man stands before him, small and lonely, but not broken. The man continues his fearless onslaught, and the monster meets him with a blow. The force of the collision makes it seem as if the whole world is falling apart at the seams. Their confrontation is filled with rage and desperate energy of struggle. In the last frame, we see a man whose gaze is filled with hope and determination. He does not retreat or show fear in the face of enormous danger, which makes his figure even more majestic and heroic. The vampire continued his attack on Eric, assessing his chances of victory. The fight became more and more intense. He approached the place where he had just fought with Eric, but saw only traces of the hero. Eric disappeared without a trace.
Eric was able to dodge all of the vampire's attacks and moved back, leaving a mark at the time of his powerful jump. The air was filled with energy, and Eric felt that he had the strength to continue to fight.
Eric, after his powerful dodge, looked at the excited vampire. The vampire expressed his admiration for Eric's speed and hoped that he would be a worthy opponent and provide the vampire with a good, entertaining battle. Eric understood that he faced a dangerous opponent, but his determination did not weaken. Eric, with anger in his eyes, broke the momentary mask of mystery and called the vampire Deadman, urging him to begin the battle. The tension in the air grew, and both heroes prepared for the inevitable clash. The vampire was excited by Edic's words, and his crazy eyes testified to the thirst for blood and battle. He claimed that he was also a human and was ready to fight a real hero and king despite his vampire nature. The vampire suddenly realized that something strange was happening, and realized that he had lost sight of Eric. Eric got behind the vampire and delivered a crushing blow that pierced the vampire's forehead, sending him crashing to the floor. The emotion on the vampire's face was one of fear and despair as he saw his comrade cut in half and knew that he would face the same fate unless he found a way to escape or fight back. The vampire looked at Eric in surprise and asked a question about how he managed to cut the vampire. Under the heavy gaze of the cross, which towers above everything, a gloomy beast with sharp fangs and a fierce gaze furiously calls out to the heavens. His eyes are full of rage and despair, and his powerful paws hopelessly rest on the ground, trying to find salvation or revenge. A robed figure looks down a rotating staircase, surrounded by strange symbols that appear to float in the air. It is unclear whether they are harbingers of something sinister or serve as protection. but her gaze is calm and focused. The restrained but decisive voice of the robed figure reverberates in the void. She talks about a blind attack, about her opponent losing track. Her words are a sentence that promises no mercy. The figure slowly turns, revealing only part of its profile to us. Her words, "That's all," are in the air, creating a feeling of finality and completion of some important stage. Suddenly a dog bursts into the frame, looking in amazement at the mysterious figure. "This room?" she asks, turning to the stranger, and in her voice one can hear bewilderment and curiosity. A magical castle opens before us, shrouded in mysterious symbols and seals. The words "How Gwen Magic Castle" are in the air, adding to the mystery of what is happening. Now in front of us is a long, gloomy corridor. Its walls seem cold and repulsive. A robed figure stands on the threshold, its shadow falling in a long and menacing line into the darkness ahead. The sword sparkling in the fog looks powerful and dangerous. Someone says, "Now that I think about it, where did he go?" And the words, "this guy," hang in the air, hinting at a recent fight or upcoming confrontation. A young man in a cloak and with a sword looks at his severed shadow. His gaze is serious and determined, and his body is tense in anticipation of the next step. Finally, the young warrior's face reflects calmness mixed with the severity of recent events. In his eyes, there is a reflection of fatigue, but also an unflagging determination to move forward. On the threshold of an ancient mansion stands a warrior in armor, his back to us. He looks inside, where a gloomy and mysterious atmosphere hovers. There are patterns on the walls and snow on the floor. The warrior reflects on the many obstacles that lie ahead. Another room opens before his eyes, in which the young man looks in surprise at the door with a magic lock. His look is full of determination and bewilderment. He understands that the castle hides something important behind it. Then we see a magical symbol, emitting light and energy, covering the door in a dim room. The air trembles with the magical force sealing the passage. A young warrior, with a focused gaze, stands in front of the spell. Confidence in his abilities is visible on his face. He is ready to take on a challenge and overcome an obstacle. Now the warrior, completely alone, looks at the throne room shrouded in darkness. His silhouette is silhouetted against the backdrop of a massive throne and a mirror that reflects only darkness. Suddenly the frame is filled with dynamics. The warrior destroys the lock on the door with a powerful movement. The determination and strength of his strike is palpable in every line of the image. The next moment freezes in time, showing a bright flash of magic that cuts through space. The spell's backlash seems inevitable. Two characters appear before us, a man and a little girl, gripped by horror. Something unexpected and terrible made them freeze on the threshold. The mysterious figure slowly moved forward, its appearance causing mixed feelings among those present. Everyone was captivated by her mystery and majestic appearance. Finally, the warrior opens the door and is confronted by the room's occupants. He announces the receipt of the letter with dignity, hinting at the importance of his mission. There is tension in the castle. The white-cloaked warrior stands before the grateful father and daughter, revealing that Tama, who found him and brought him to them, is to thank for his salvation. The girl, clearly happy, cannot hide her delight at the sight of Tama. Her joy lights up the room, and her father confirms that it was thanks to Tama that the message reached its recipient. Now the warrior turns his attention to his faithful, four-legged companion. The dog, left alone in an abandoned mansion, showed loyalty by remaining on guard despite hunger and loneliness. The father hugs his daughter, holding Tama close. His face expresses a mixture of tenderness and surprise, while the girl sheds tears, hugging her furry hero. The warrior stands on the threshold. His face reflects seriousness and hints at the depth of his thoughts. He asks about the fate of the mansion and Tama's fate. The excitement in his voice is palpable. We return to memories of the mansion's past. The man standing at the gate was a true master of his craft. His actions were impeccable, and he managed the housekeeping with impeccable precision. However, over time, changes in the character of this person appeared, becoming obvious almost imperceptibly. He was not what he seemed at first glance. Now as the warrior and family look upon the faithful servant, a stunning revelation occurs. The servant gains control over the maids, his gaze cold and calculating. The truth comes like a bolt from the blue. The servant turns out to be a vampire, masquerading as a faithful servant, hiding his dark essence. The man is shocked by this discovery. He cannot believe that a vampire, a creature of the night and darkness, could quietly manage affairs within the confines of the bright royal palace. The warrior looks at the man doubtfully, his gaze puzzled and anxious. He listens to the story of how vampires entered the capital, but his interlocutor has doubts about his words. The man looks with surprise and disbelief at the warrior, who unexpectedly admits loyalty to his words, revealing the fact of a recent battle with one of the vampires. The mansion's hallway looks empty and quiet. A lone man cautiously peeks around the corner, expecting the unknown that may lie in wait in such a place. The warrior expresses deep shock at what he heard, his face filled with determination and shock at the incredible news about the vampires that he did not expect to meet in the house of the hero king. An embrace of cold and emptiness envelops the man, as he realizes that Philly's death was not the only tragedy of the night, and that the vampire's grief may have haunted him for a long time. A mirror opens in front of the man, and he sees his reflection. His interlocutor asks a question, pointing out that vampires, according to legend, have no reflection. The varnish carefully touches the surface of the mirror, feeling wary and bewildered. Vampires are known to hate reflections in mirrors. The question of why there is a mirror here remained a mystery. Lack examines the back of the mirror and discovers a magic circle that appears mysterious and loaded with power. This adds even more mystery to the presence of the mirror in this place. Now in complete confusion, the man observes a mysterious magic circle, which may be some kind of portal or teleportation device. The man discovers that there is a chessboard hidden on the other side of the mirror, suggesting a new mystery and perhaps a new threat for him to unravel. The servant turns to Eric and asks for his help for his daughter Philly, saying, "Please, Your Highness, please save my daughter Philly. She needs your help very urgently." Eric could feel the confusion on behalf of the servant, but he could also understand that helping the servant's daughter was important. He could decide to follow the servant to try to help Philly, but also try to keep the secret about this place from Locke so as not to reveal it to the previous team. Eric showed compassion and promised to help the servant and his daughter. This decision speaks of his kindness and willingness to help in difficult times. Locke, realizing the danger, began to destroy the magic circle that kept him in place. After he understood how this mirror worked, he walked towards it with determination, ready to cross this magical portal. An object or entity began to appear from the mirror, and Locke remained closely watching this emerging thing, ready for any possible surprises. Locke carefully prepared himself for what was approaching him from the mirror, preparing for a possible threat or encounter with something unknown. Locke tensed, preparing for a possible attack. He looked at this strange phenomenon, ready to react to any danger. Locke was ready for battle, and quickly reacted to the appearance of enemies. A hand holding a blade with unusual claws was clearly a dangerous sign. Locke managed to dodge the quick strike, but the ends of his hair were still cut off. He was stunned and ready to fight. Locke was surrounded by several vampires who attacked him with both swords and magic. Dodging the first blow, he drew his sword, preparing to resist them. Light and shadow collided in battle, where two warriors, clad in armor of light and darkness, clashed in fierce combat. The warrior girl's hair flutters with the rhythm of battle as her masked opponent parries with impeccable grace. The next shot reveals a moment of tension between the two men, their eyes blazing with rage and determination. Their swords ring, sparks fly from the clash of steels, and the ground under their feet trembles from the tension of their stances. The third moment plunges us into the heart of the battle, where the warriors of darkness and light are once again intertwined in the struggle. The swings of their arms are filled with power and speed, and the dynamism of their movements makes the viewer feel every blow. Then the picture narrows to a portrait of one of the warriors, whose gaze is full of determination and concentration. His eyes full of fire, look through the darkness, exploring the depths of the battle that unfolded around him. Next we see a warrior, defeated and lying on the ground. His body is wounded, and his gaze is fixed on the emptiness of heaven. The cold and loneliness of this moment pierces to the bone, emphasizing the brutality of the battle. Hu's face expresses shock and horror at what he saw. He is an involuntary witness to cruelty, and his gaze is filled not only with fear, but also with understanding, beginning to awaken. It appears that the vampires have begun to retreat after Luck has killed several of them. Before us stands a group of warriors faced with something unimaginable. One of them, whose face is illuminated by soft light, exclaims about divine protection, which reflects their encounter with the mystical and unknown. In the final part, a warrior with a sword proclaims his decision to turn everyone into ashes. His words are full of threat and promise, and his hand raised in a gesture of challenge demonstrates his readiness to complete what he started. And finally, the climax of the plot is a massive symbol that bursts against a backdrop of speed and strength. The lines of the drawing are dynamic and sharp, like the battle itself, promising that the next move in this story will be fateful. The warrior's face reflects a moment of insight or understanding. His eyes are half closed, and his eyebrows are slightly raised. His hair flutters in the wind of battle, and the lines surrounding him, like vortexes of time, swirl around him, creating an effect of movement and chaos. The next moment freezes in space, where the figure of a warrior, with his back turned, stands in front of a powerful symbol. This is a sign, huge and unclear, as if carrying within itself the power of ancient and powerful spells ready to fall on the earth. The lines sharply divide the space, creating a feeling of a broken world. There is nothing here except movement and energy emanating from a magical symbol, which, as if alive, weaves into itself destinies and lives intertwined in battle. In the next image, a mysterious enemy emerges from the darkness, its outline distorted by magic. His body is surrounded by sparkling symbols, each of which pulsates with energy, foreshadowing an unknown power. The figure of a warrior stands in front of symbols that grow like living creatures. His face expresses determination and strength, a willingness to resist the waves of dark magic that seek to consume him. A man with a beard looks at the warrior in horror. His eyes are widened. His mouth is open in fear and amazement. He sees something that goes beyond his understanding. In a world where magic has become reality and fairy tales have become the brutal truth, the man's eyes are narrowed with fear and distrust. His hand is raised in silent question, and his face is contorted with skepticism and growing despair in the face of the unknown. The angle of the warrior's face shows a confident smile. His gaze is calm and full of confidence, as if he knows secret knowledge that can withstand even the darkest forces. Majestic symbols float in the air, surrounding the warrior with their light and power. Their sparkling lines are like chants of antiquity, and each of them carries ancient spells and protection. The warrior's face is now shown in close-up, and a symbol appears on his cheek. He looks into the distance. His gaze is concentrated on an invisible goal, and in this gaze one can read the steadfastness of the spirit. The vampire attacks fly towards Eric, who stands in defense of his subjects, preparing to repel the attacks. Eric quickly takes all possible actions to protect his subjects. He can use his skills and magical abilities to repel vampire attacks and keep his team safe. The vampires, watching Eric, begin to ask questions and doubt that he is really human. Their bewilderment and surprise grow as Eric demonstrates unusual skills and abilities that are not typical of ordinary people. Eric, showing his strength and courage, easily dealt with the vampire lord, piercing him right through with his sword. The vampire was stunned and powerless before the hero's power. His fate was already sealed, and he stood with a sword in his mouth, not understanding what had happened, and not foreseeing the consequences of his defeat. The vampire lord, disappearing, expressed his rage and surprise at being wounded and defeated. His pride and arrogance did not allow him to accept defeat, and he left, leaving behind threats and hatred towards the one who dared to attack him. Eric declared that he was protected by the divine protection of the goddess, and all the vampire's attacks did not harm him. He then expressed his respect for the powerful vampire and bid him farewell, acknowledging his fighting skills and strength. Eric made a decision and split the vampire in half, causing him to scream like never before. Despite the scream, Eric was confident that he had defeated another evil and made the world a safer place. With the vampire, their bodies were shattered, turning into dust, and the pendant fell to the ground. Eric looked at this incident, realizing that the danger had passed and the world was now safe. Eric lowered his sword, triumphantly realizing that the torment and battle with the vampire lord was over. He felt relieved and satisfied with his victory. He watched as all that was left of the vampires was a pile of ashes that fell near the entrance to this mysterious world. Victory was on their side, and now they had to unravel the mysteries of this place and save the servant's daughter, whose life was under threat. In a wooden room, where every plank of the wall is imbued with history, stands a man with a confident and cold look. His long blonde hair falls slightly over his face, and his smile is full of hidden meaning. He turns to the man standing in front of him as if conveying an unpleasant truth, and yet you are not immortal at all. In front of him is a man in a uniform, his gaze full of horror and distrust. Fear cut across his face. His eyes widened, his mouth opened in a silent scream. He cannot believe the words of his opponent. His body is seized with trembling. The blond man raises his hand like a wizard, ready to change reality with one gesture. His expression is serious, his eyes are narrowed and his lips are slightly parted. As you see, the words are in the air, foreshadowing something inevitable. The man in uniform looks scared, like a small child facing the unknown. His gaze is directed upward to the blond man, with a plaintive and frightened cry of "Whoosh!" as an echo of his inner horror. A young woman sits in a cozy room, surrounded by goodies and books. Her look is surprised and full of bewilderment. Is this really divine protection of the sorceress? She doubts the contents of the volume lying in front of her. Her spirit seeks confirmation. Now in front of us is another man, lying motionless, his face distorted with pain. The wet drops on his forehead indicate suffering. "Wah, what happened, Herbert-sama?" A prayer or question full of concern and fear. Again the woman, now lying on the sofa in the same richly decorated room. The group of people standing at her feet look worried. "This is Golan. What happened to you?" Their looks are full of anxiety, and they are clearly expecting an answer. The man who was lying down is now sitting, leaning on a luxurious chair. His eyes are closed, and he says, "Well, we just wanted you to forget about Herbert-sama for a while." His words float in the air like a delicate attempt at consolation. The woman looks forward with a smile, the innocence of her gaze filled with playful mystery. "Huh? Where's Eric? Isn't he with you?" She is looking for someone who, it would seem, should be nearby. The same man is sitting, but now his gaze is directed at the woman. His face expresses bewilderment and confusion. "Well?" he begins, but his words are cut off, leaving behind only indecision. The silhouette of another man appears in the doorway. His body is tense. He is in motion. "I'm glad he's not with us." His words carry relief and perhaps a shadow of hidden gratitude for the absence of a certain Eric. A group of people enter the room, where a blond man in a long coat looks determined. In front of him is a woman with a terrified expression on her face, followed by a dog and a man who appears to be asking a question in confusion. The situation is tense, as if a premonition of trouble is in the air. A man with a noble bearing stands with his back to us, examining magical symbols and complex alchemical devices. He talks about his daughter, who took up magic and developed her own theories about the ancient secrets of alchemy. But his words convey concern for family honor. His face is tense, and he looks over his shoulder, as if explaining the difficult situation that happened to his daughter. His eyes show concern, and his words refer to how his daughter never intended to do this. The blond man turns to the other, who looks devastated and is looking for answers. The latter's gaze is full of doubts and questions, as if he cannot understand what exactly happened and what was done. A grandiose spectacle opens up before us. A man walks through a cave called the Fool's Stone, leading a woman. The harsh nature of the place and the mystery of their path make one wonder about the purpose of their journey. We see a crystal, emitting energy, surrounded by darkness and light. The text speaks of the Fool's Stone as the antipode of the Sage's Stone desired by alchemists. It is endowed with the ability to accumulate and intensify curses. The blond man touches his chin in thoughtfulness, thinking about the alchemists of the royal court, who claim that the cursed vampire metals are made from the Fool's Stone. He doubts the healing properties of this stone. 3 people stand together, their looks full of regret and uncertainty. They are clearly involved in the events that led up to this moment and are searching for answers to unanswered questions while facing an unknown threat. The man in black reflects with particular sadness and seriousness on how important Philly's life is to them, and asks the question why the vampires tried to take her. Suddenly monsters appear in front of us, frightening in appearance. They are aggressive and merciless, as if they have just been freed from chains and are ready for destruction. They appear more determined and impatient than before, pursuing new, more dangerous tactics. During their desperate confrontation, a man and a woman find themselves faced with an unexpected threat. Their enemies, pursuing their dark goals, require the presence of a spiritualistic medium capable of connecting the worlds. There is a need for a channel that will build a bridge between the earthly and the otherworldly, in order to exclude the power of the Fool's Stone. The blond man stands amazed, his gaze filled with disbelief. The words that came out of his mouth indicate that what is happening seems unthinkable. His face showed a mixture of shock, fear, and refusal to believe that the situation was real. The 2 men exchanged glances full of worry and concern. They seek solace in each other as they face the unknown and perhaps the inexplicable. Their expressions speak of deep anxiety and helplessness in the face of uncertainty. A gate opens before a woman into another world, shrouded in darkness and uncertainty. She stands on the verge of 2 realities, contact with which can change everything around her. There is a sense of impending disaster in the air. Now she is in the center of a whirlwind of events, surrounded by many dark tentacles that seem to be trying to limit and subjugate her. Her face is filled with determination and focus, ready to face an unknown enemy and an unknown force. A huge, terrifying creature, bursting out of another dimension, stands in front of her. His presence symbolizes a challenge to fate itself, and in his eyes there is darkness and deep power. This creature is the embodiment of darkness, and his call could be the beginning of the end of all things. The dark silhouette of a woman stands alone in front of a majestic figure, emitting an ominous glow, as if she is the last bastion in the face of absolute evil, and the future of the worlds depends on her actions. The vampire symbol is clearly visible on her forehead. Perhaps she is the leader of all vampires who were in this world. She notices something strange that could change the course of events or shed light on the mysteries of this world. She clutches the innocent girl tighter and tighter with her tentacles, but suddenly a very loud explosion is heard from behind the girl. Events become more intense, and their outcome remains a mystery. With determination and courage in his heart, the man swings his weapon against the oppressive darkness. A storm rages around him. Whirlwinds of dust rise into the air, and he seems ready to fight chaos itself. The man's face is distorted with a painful grimace. His eyes are full of pain and rage. It's as if he is fighting an inner demon screaming from the depths of his soul. His gaze reflects a battle in which every blow carries the weight of fate. The leader of the vampires, licking her lips, looks at our hero, as if making it clear that this is not his war and that he cannot win here. Tensions rise and a clash between them seems inevitable. The girl looks up. Her face expresses confusion and anxiety. The surprise and tension of the situation is reflected in her wide eyes. It's as if she is trying to find answers in the void, seeking salvation from the impending threat. The man turns his gaze to the sky, his face permeated with melancholy and sadness. In his eyes there is a reflection of the past, filled with grievances and unfulfilled hopes. It's as if he's saying goodbye to the world he knew, preparing for the final and decisive confrontation. The girl looks at him with tears in her eyes, realizing that after all they came to save her, and they did not forget about her. Her hope is revived at this moment. The mistress of all vampires begins to speak with her terrifying and vile voice, completely immersed in darkness. She challenges the hero to try to stop her, challenging his strength and resolve. A gigantic creature looms before him, towering menacingly above all that is alive. Its multiple tentacles seem to be the embodiment of chaos, and its eyes are bottomless wells of madness. A man standing in front of this monster seems to be the last barrier to his destructive power. The man's gaze is firm and decisive. There is no hesitation in it. Despite the menacing shadow hanging over him, he remains calm. His posture speaks of his readiness to accept a challenge that may be the final test of his spirit. The girl looks into the distance. Her gaze is full of hope and expectation. The innocence of her face contrasts with the gloomy landscape around her, and in her eyes there is a glimmer of bright faith in a better future, despite the darkness that shrouds her world. A dark creature, similar to a demon from ancient myths, mocks its victim. His cunning and malicious gaze is full of power and self-confidence. It seems to be playing with the destinies of those who dare to resist it, enjoying their temporary triumph. Lag, seeing that the mistress of all vampires is threatening and holding the girl hostage, begins to attack this monster with a bunch of tentacles. He decisively heads towards her, ready to fight and save the girl from her power. Lag swings his sword with a determined look, ready to fight the Lord of the Vampires and defeat this monster to free the girl from her power. The vampire, not wanting to lose, quickly begins to wave his arms and cast spells, preparing to withstand the magical attacks of the mistress of the vampires. The vampire mistress conjured powerful protection for herself, which stopped the blow of Lak's sword. Lak realized that his strength might not be enough, and he would have to come up with new tactics to defeat this monster. Lak, despite the rage of the vampire mistress, found a way to destroy her defenses. His tenacity and determination allowed him to overcome the obstacle and continue his attack. Lak, with a sword in his hand, pierced this vile entity, inflicting a mortal wound on it. His determination and strength allowed him to defeat the mistress of the vampires and free the girl from her power. Despite her injury, the vampire lord continued to laugh, considering the man who came against her to be weak. But Luck was not going to stop and was ready to continue fighting until the end. After the last swing of Lak's sword, a dark shadow began to grow behind his sword. Something mysterious and powerful began to happen. His sword dissolved right down to its base, leaving Lak in disbelief. He clearly didn't expect that his top-notch weapon could disappear like this. The vampire looked at him and said, "You are one with the dungeon, and now the remnant of your sword exists in another dimension. You have no choice but to simply give up and beg for mercy." Character with a smile and a sinister look. His face is adorned with a mask with sharp angles and a pattern reminiscent of a spider's web, with a central element shaped like a spider's body. He touches his face as if he were playing out a cunning plan. In the background, slightly blurry, is something reminiscent of a dark forest or dungeon. The text next to his head reads, "Friends with glory. In this place, we cannot destroy anything." A young man with a serious expression and a determined look. His hair casually fell on his forehead, and his gaze was concentrated and full of determination. He is wearing some kind of uniform, perhaps a warrior or a guard. The same young man, but in a more relaxed state. He smiles and gestures as if performing a trick or magic trick. In front of him is a sheathed sword stuck in the ground. Flying pieces of stone or metal are visible next to the sword, and all this creates the impression of lightness and playfulness of the moment. The speech bubble says, "Aha," opens up to us in a wide shot of the same young man standing, leaning on a sword. It sits on a beach, covered in layers of water that reflect the sky. His gaze is directed into the distance, and he seems thoughtful and focused. Behind him is a sheathed sword stuck into the ground. Moment of sudden surprise. The same mysterious character with a mask expresses shock. His eyes are wide open, and his mouth is slightly open. Symbols float around his head, depicting his sudden confusion. There is a feeling that something did not go as he planned. We see a young man pushing away the sword, as if refusing it. His hand firmly pushes away the hilt of the sword, and in his remark he says, "But I don't need it." The next frame gives us the moment of climax. The young man shouts with unshakable confidence and readiness for battle, even without a sword. His fist is raised back, ready to strike, and his face is contorted with determination. The text next to it states, "I'm still strong even without the sword." We see an epic clash. A masked character with magical symbols around his arm and a dagger pointing forward. The collision is accompanied by a powerful energy flash, and their movements are filled with dynamics and strength. This is the moment of the decisive confrontation, after which Lak, with the help of his efforts, was able to break through the defense of this vampire and deliver a rather crushing blow to his jaw. The vampire clearly did not expect this. He spat out his teeth from such a massive blow, and his face was smashed into pieces. The masked character meets misfortune, his mask shattering under the blow, sending fragments flying through the air. "Too slow," shouts the enemy, whose silhouette darkens in the background, emphasizing the inevitability of a collision. A character with black hair, obviously the main character, looks up excitedly. "What?" He barely manages to say the word, reflecting his confusion and tension in the face of a sudden threat. The frame demonstrates the power and fury of the blow, which tears apart the space in front of the protagonist's face. Flashes and fragments frame his figure, showing the explosive power and dynamics of the moment. The expression of the main character, which is filled with determination and puzzlement. His eyes are narrowed, his eyebrows are furrowed, which expresses concentration and an attempt to understand what is happening. The hero makes a sharp sideways movement, while a deafening explosion tears apart the space where he had just stood. Shouting "Ah!" emphasizes the tension of the moment and his desire to avoid a blow. Then we see a masked enemy, who struggles to get up, leaning on his hand. "Don't," he says, and his voice seems weakened, reflecting his fatigue and perhaps reluctance to continue the fight. Draws attention to his mouth, which is distorted in a contemptuous grin. "Hurry!" He completes his sentence, showing disdain for his opponent and hinting that he still has strength and plans. The masked enemy then mockingly says "nonsense," with a look of rage and contempt on his face. He is not going to back down and is ready to continue the fight until the end. The main character is thinking intently, so he regenerates that fast. He thinks, "Ugh, that's why above the road." His thoughts are interrupted, indicating the search for a strategy to counter the incredible abilities of the enemy. This vampire, despite the damage received, again begins to cast his incomprehensible spells, using his hands. The wind rages around a young warrior, clad in armor. Standing in the middle of a whirlwind of darkness, his gaze is calm and focused, despite the chaos that is unfolding around him. A powerful blow from a sword wielding the power of the elements meets the rough appearance of a giant. A whirlpool of power swirls around, as if trying to consume existence itself. The villain's face and fragments of his mask fly in different directions, revealing his mockery and confidence in his own invincibility. The text, like an echo of his thoughts, speaks of contempt for the hero's attacks. The creature, with a monstrous smile, growls, as if challenging you to fight. Huge teeth and muscles emphasize his thirst for battle and desire for dominance. The Dark Lord, perhaps the source of evil, stands amid flashes of lightning, his body covered in runes. His tapping on the stone mask emphasizes the connection with ancient magic. The figure of a majestic, yet terrifying enemy, appears before the two warriors, their gazes crossing the space between them, full of tension and impending battle. A sad-eyed girl looks over her shoulder, her words expressing fear and despair. At the mention of the name Magzina, which may be associated with a powerful enemy, the mysterious character, hiding his face behind a mask, against the background of darkness, looks as if he is extracting an invisible thread from space, as if drawing ancient magic into reality. A sinister masked character mocks, calling to tear apart someone loved, hated or both, addressing his ally or himself. The huge monster's eye is full of despair and understanding of his fate, while his body seems destroyed and motionless, as if waiting for the inevitable. The young warrior stands motionless against the backdrop of destruction, his dark hair gently swaying in the wind. He is surrounded by the remnants of what seemed an invincible enemy, now only a shadow of his former power. His gaze is filled with confidence and a slight mocking tinge. He looks straight ahead, meeting the gaze of his enemies as if challenging them without words. The whirlwind of battle flares up with renewed vigor. The warrior easily maneuvers between attacks. His movements are filled with grace and precision, as if he is dancing a deadly dance among the shadows of his enemies. The face of one of the monsters is filled with fear and bewilderment, as if it cannot understand how its power was rendered useless in front of this young warrior who stands before them unwaveringly. The vampire lady began to think, perhaps this man is not as simple as she thought. Under the influence of Lak's incredible power, the monsters began to run away in fear. The traces of the monsters disappeared, and only the space around them was slightly distorted, returning to normal. The young warrior watches the aftermath of his victory, his body relaxed and his face expressing satisfaction. He knows that his opponents have fallen, and this gives him peace. The girl looks forward with huge eyes full of surprise and bewilderment. Her gaze is filled with questions to which she cannot find answers, standing alone in front of the destruction that the battle left behind. The warrior stands exhausted, his face filled with disappointment and fatigue. The words he speaks sound like regret that the battle ended too quickly and easily for him. The manga character with dark hair and piercing eyes holds the phone tightly in his hand, as if it is the key to a riddle. There is bewilderment and slight mockery on his face, as if he doubts what he sees or hears. The musical note next to his words adds an ironic edge to his words. I'm a little powdery, as if he's playing a role he doesn't take seriously. Clad in elegant yet menacing armor, the elven-eared creature reacts acutely to unseen threats. I don't know what kind of tricks you're using, but it won't work on me. What nonsense! His trust in his own strength and distrust of the situation is expressed through every feature of his aggressive appearance. Between the long, ominous corridors, illuminated only by flickering light, a whirlwind suddenly appears. A stunned creature with elven ears encounters an unexpected enemy, and his surprised cry echoes across the dark expanses. A one-eyed creature, full of determination and firmness, looks through the whirlwind. I already said, you. His words trail off, as if he were on the verge of a big discovery, or perhaps on the verge of mortal danger. A powerful wave of energy bursts into space, emanating from a creature with elven ears. The energy blast cuts through the air, creating a chaotic pattern of destruction. It is a show of force that leaves no room for doubt about its power. The force of the impact is so great that everything around begins to crack and fly apart. Elements of armor, pieces of earth, even the air seem fragmented. Everything around becomes chaos under the pressure of uncontrollable energy. A tornado, caused by a powerful explosion, engulfs everything around it, sweeping it into a whirlpool of destruction. The main character stands against his background. Mixed feelings are reflected on his face. Determination mixed with anxiety. The depressed, but at the same time determined creature now faces a formidable enemy. It is like a statue carved from the darkness, ready to face the coming struggle. Suddenly, only one word comes from the enemy's mouth: sing. This word seems to carry a deep meaning inaccessible to understanding, like a spell or code, a key to unraveling the upcoming battle. The manga character looks straight ahead, his gaze filled with confusion and sorrow. Your ex. He cannot finish the sentence. Unable to understand what is happening, his face reflects the storm of feelings that gripped him at this critical moment. A monster of enormous size appears before the heroes, resembling a dragon, in whose depths darkness splashes. Its teeth look like stone stalagmites, and its body is dotted with numerous snake-like processes. In the distance, against the backdrop of this monster, stands a pale girl with long hair. like a princess facing an ancient evil. The main character, clenching his fists, prepares for battle despite the obvious superiority of the enemy. A close-up of the dragon's eye captures its soulless depths, in which the whole world seems to be lost. The monster's cold, lifeless attention is focused on something unknown, as if it is looking through the heroes, through time itself. Thedox Iskarkubler. Or the trio stands in an ancient hall, shrouded in darkness, in front of a mystical circle emitting a faint glow. It is like a gateway to another dimension, surrounded by ancient symbols and ornaments. The air here vibrates with hidden magic, and every rustle seems to be the beginning of a new spell. There is tension in the room, and one of the heroes, a man with a luxurious cloak like a commander or guard, seems to be a bastion of calm and determination. His gaze is hidden, but the words he utters exude confidence and power. They discuss a mysterious mirror, which appears to be a portal and cannot be activated without the help of a sorcerer. This opens up new perspectives for travelers and perhaps gives hope for the successful completion of their mission. Doubt arises among them, wondering who this sorcerer could be, so powerful as to control such forces. Reflections are interrupted by the question of whether one of them is the key to the solution. They continued to ponder, realizing that this man, who possessed such incredible power, could be one of the royal blood and perhaps had a special place in the world of magic. The answer comes decisive and clear, without a shadow of doubt in the voice. This statement becomes the cornerstone in unraveling the current situation and choosing the group's future path. Suddenly, a new hero appears. His appearance and fighting spirit indicate that he is an old and reliable comrade. He has been known to the main character for many years and is obviously his closest ally. The stunned look of the bearded man, now filled with fear and bewilderment, reflects the sudden understanding of what is happening. His face is frozen in a mask of horror as he looks at something beyond the visible. A young man stands in front of a pale girl with long hair, her figure shrouded in light. His pose expresses confusion and awkwardness. He seems to be an involuntary witness to something extraordinary. He breaks the silence, innocently apologizing for his unexpected appearance, his words reeking of innocence and shyness. The dark-haired young man introduces himself, his confident gaze and smile revealing his self-confidence and courage. He proudly proclaims his name and rank, his eyes reflecting a thirst for adventure and unwavering determination. This is a name that sounds like a promise of future exploits. There is a moment of confusion again, when he turns to the girl, but his words are lost in the air. His attempt to start a dialogue is cut off mid-sentence, and again one feels his uncertainty and confusion as if he was faced with something beyond his understanding. The girl in the cloak, with despair in her voice, addresses her companions. She seems painfully torn between her desire to live and her understanding of her role in this drama. Her eyes are full of tears and pleas for help, and a desperate plea for salvation can be heard in her voice. The young man is again shown in close-up, his gaze serious and concentrated. There is determination in his eyes, and he seems ready to face the threat that haunts them. The girl admits that she accidentally used a spell that summons dark forces. Her frightened face and words express deep remorse and awareness of the gravity of the situation. She did not expect such consequences of her actions and now experiences a deep fear of the dark entity. This entity, a giant dragon, is the object of her terror. The girl stands in front of him, small and fragile. Her words are full of regrets about her sins. She does not believe that she can atone for them by using her power against this monster. By addressing the monster, she expresses her determination not to give in to it, despite her fear. Her voice trembles with emotion, but there is firmness in it when she asks him for mercy and help. The young man looks at the girl. His face expresses determination and willingness to do whatever is necessary to help her. His look suggests that he will not back down in the face of danger. Again, a close-up of his face, which shows determination and the will to act. He is ready to take on the challenge and face the unknown with any threat that comes his way. The girl, with a sad expression on her face and closed eyes, bowed her head, drowning in her experiences. Her long blonde hair lies in soft waves, and her arms hang limply along her body. She is deep in thought about her recent mistake. With her eyes open and an expression of fatigue on her face, the girl begins to talk about her activities. The words come out of her slowly, revealing the depth of her knowledge, and at the same time, her fear of the consequences of her own actions. She stands surrounded by stacks of ancient books and scrolls, indicating her fascination with ancient knowledge. Among the clutter of ancient texts, she looks like an explorer on the verge of great discoveries, seeking to uncover the secrets of the past. The young man exclaims in alarm as he discovers an unexpected connection between the ancient texts they are analyzing and the mysterious alchemical rituals. He stands, looking at the girl with wide eyes, understanding the seriousness of their situation. She continues her story, while in an office full of magical artifacts and forbidden books chained. Her voice is quiet, but there is a determination in it to continue research, despite the dangers it poses. The image expresses the insight that came to the girl at the moment of realizing her knowledge and the connection of ancient rituals with current events. She seems surprised and at the same time admired by the power and capabilities of the ancient alchemists. The young man staggers back, his face filled with horror, at the sudden realization of the scale of the true collision between the world of alchemy and reality. His reaction emphasizes internal conflict and fear of the unknown. They stand together in the library, surrounded by books, indicating their shared passion for research. Despite the girl's fears, the young man is ready to support her, demonstrating his determination to help and share the burden of responsibility. The moment of tension, when he clenches his fists and whispers that the temptation of alchemy is irresistible, reflects their shared desire for knowledge, even in the face of inevitable risks. They stand on the edge of a huge abyss, looking into the bottomless depths. A sense of inevitability and danger envelops them as they stand on the threshold of a possibly new but restless journey into the unknown. The young warrior stands, straining with all his strength to hold his weapon, a sword with a wide blade that seems familiar and dear to him. His gaze is focused and determined, but there is anxiety in the depths of his eyes. The warrior's hair flutters in a rush of battle, as if emphasizing the importance of the moment. A warrior with a sword in his hand stands in the wind, his clothes fluttering around his body, creating a feeling of movement and strength. He looks ready to fight, but his posture betrays some hesitancy. The gaze is directed into the distance, to where the unknown awaits. The warrior's sword bursts into flames. Engulfed in flames that appear alive and powerful, they not only illuminate the darkness, but also give the weapon and its owner the strength and energy necessary for the upcoming battle. The silhouette of a warrior in complete darkness, only his sword lights the way, creating an alarming sense of danger that they both must overcome. The weapon seems like a burden and salvation at the same time. Its light is the only guide in the impenetrable darkness. The warrior stops, looking over his shoulder, his gaze full of bewilderment and suspicion. It's as if he feels an invisible threat or call that beckons him to pay attention to something important, hidden from view. In the next shot, the warrior and the girl stand face to face against the backdrop of an endless desert. There is a tense connection between them, full of unresolved questions and secrets that they have to solve together. The warrior looks at the girl. His gaze is full of questions and doubts. He seems lost, unsure of his actions, as if he has just realized the full weight of the situation they both find themselves in. The warrior addresses a monster that resembles a dragon or other mythical creature. His steely gaze is full of determination and strength. He is ready to become a defender and intercessor, to stand between evil and the world that he is obliged to protect. The girl is shocked, her eyes widened with horror and disbelief. Something unexpected and terrible has burst into their reality, and she realizes that their common struggle is just beginning. Lightning explodes around the warrior's sword. His strength intensifies, as if the universe itself supports him in this fight. The signs of lightning in the air seem to want to tell their story, full of magic and ancient powers. A gloomy beast, as if emerging from nightmares, towers over the girl. His eye is a whirlwind that pierces the soul, and on his forehead is a symbol that carries a mysterious meaning. The girl looks up. Her gaze is full of horror in front of this powerful creature, which makes the whole world freeze in fear. Shock takes over the girl as she looks at the monster. Her eyes are widened, and they reflect the same vortex abyss that is in the creature's pupil. The tension of the moment is so acute that it seems as if even time has stopped, giving way to this skirmish. A powerful surge of energy illuminates the space around, when the girl, using unknown forces, repels the attack of the creature. A light that appears out of nowhere cuts through the darkness, promising a new turn in this confrontation. Lek, realizing the danger, began to cast a spell, creating a quadrangular barrier to provide protection for himself and the girl. After an explosion of powerful energy, everything around was drowned in white light, leaving only the silhouettes of the main characters. In this dazzling moment, the air is filled not only with light, but also with hope for victory. After Luck looked at this unprecedented force, he realized that he had somehow managed to escape the consequences of such a powerful blow. This stream of energy had incredible power, capable of piercing mountains and rushing straight into the sky. The sound and light emanating from it created realities where everything around became noticeable, even at a distance of 100,000 kilometers. Suddenly, everything calms down, and the girl finds herself alone, only the night sky and the quiet whisper of nature around. A shooting star cuts through the skies, making you think about the desires and dreams that may come true in this magical world. A figure in the form of an animal appears next to the girl, standing against the backdrop of a dark night and a starry sky. His gaze is serious, and in his constancy there is hidden a wise calmness that calms and inspires new achievements. The man in the form of an animal looks piercingly and thoughtfully. His eyes reflect the severity of the decisions made and the realization that many more trials lie ahead. There was an expression on his face full of determination and inner strength. In a gloomy room where heavy shadows mix with menace, a man with wolfish features and pointed ears stands in front, eclipsing everything around him with his anger. He announces the beginning of the journey to the capital of the kingdom, his voice full of determination. Behind his broad back, a girl watches what is happening with an expression of disagreement and skepticism, and a little girl looks up, full of hopes and fears. The night landscape reveals the dark beauty of nature. The sky is strewn with stars, and the contours of the mountains are hidden in the darkness. It seems like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something important to happen. The words in the air express the hope that the anxiety that shrouds the hearts of the heroes is only deceptive. A whirlwind of a storm engulfs the girl's figure. Her hair flutters as if trying to resist the indomitable elements. Her clothes are blown by the wind, giving the impression that she is about to take off. The surrounding chaos is filled with movement and energy. The girl's eyes are hidden under the shadow of long hair, but her gaze is full of determination and strength. She seems lost in her thoughts and feelings, perhaps doubting or making a difficult decision. Her gaze is filled with complex emotions that she tries to hide. Nature around the girl is raging. The ground is heaving and torn, giving the impression that the world is collapsing. Everything around is filled with movement and chaos. Trees and earth are thrown into the air, and in this chaos she seems to be the only calm center. Immediately after this, the terrible monster began to rapidly fix its gaze on our hero, full of hope to defeat him. The girl also began to closely examine what this monster was looking at, and suddenly looking closer, she saw her savior among all this happening. A huge shadow hangs over the girl, and her small figure seems so fragile in comparison. A monster with sharp teeth and a look full of malice looks at her, surrounding her with his many wicker arms, creating an atmosphere of imminent threat. A warrior dressed in black, holding a sword, is in mid-motion, focused and ready to attack. His body is tense, and he is determined to face whatever comes against him. In the face of a huge monster, the girl realizes that the sword she is holding is unusual. His blade radiates indescribable power, and his presence in this world seems incredible, giving her mixed feelings of surprise and excitement. The warrior in black, raising his eyes to the sky, gathers all his strength for a powerful blow. The energy of his movement explodes, cutting through the air around him. He doesn't just attack, he becomes the very embodiment of a storm that knows no barriers. Bravely standing in front of the formidable monster, the warrior accepts the challenge. His sword points upward as if pointing the way through an unknown darkness, while the space around him is torn apart, creating the illusion of a multi-dimensional battle. In a world where magic and spells determine fate, a warrior realizes that his ordinary skills are losing their power. Mysterious symbols popping up around him indicate a new level of magical warfare, in which he must find a new path to victory. With a steely gaze full of determination, the warrior rejects the idea of impossibility. His confidence knows no bounds, and he is ready to challenge the very laws of the world to achieve his goal. The girl retreats before the onslaught of a terrifying monster, whose ritual signs fill the space as if trying to devour her soul. She became numb, realizing that she was facing a force beyond all her imagination. Lak quickly approached and noticed some strange stumps that were falling away from the monster, which was still moving. He thought that these might be the eggs of this monster. He looks closely at these stumps, trying to see them in more detail. The warrior is faced with a series of towering, monolith-like claws of a monster that burst out of the ground. He stands motionless, weighing the situation, his gaze reflecting calm in the face of imminent battle. And at that moment, when the tension reaches its climax, the monster's huge eye looks at the warrior, as if penetrating into the very essence of his being. The warrior is enveloped in darkness, and he is immersed in a world where his every step could be his last. The young man looks with surprise and slight fear at the two giant creatures standing in front of him. They resemble ancient gods dressed in armor. Their size inspires fear. The sky behind them seems dark and lifeless, which adds to the tension of the moment. Two creatures with huge eyes on their chests and long curved horns stand side by side. They look like guardians from some forgotten era, their bodies radiating strength and terrifying power. Between them, debris floats in the air, creating the impression of chaos and destruction. Close-up of a young man's face. Determination and anger are visible in his eyes. He screams as if defying fate or an unknown threat. The words of his lines speak of the descendants of ancient gods, suggesting a mythical connection with the creatures in the previous drawings. Draws attention to the girl, whose eyes reflect concern and concentration. Her gaze is directed somewhere outside the frame, which may mean thinking about her current situation or about an upcoming test. The same young man makes a decisive leap toward one of the giants. His posture expresses an attack or an attempt to evade, and this is filled with dynamics and tension, emphasizing the danger of the moment. Shows a young man flying up with his hand outstretched towards a sword, which plunges into one of the creatures. His line of surprise and despair emphasizes the critical phase of the battle, and the words "male monster" add to the mystery. It's a close-up of the eye of one of the creatures, surrounded by dark, swirling patterns. The eye appears alive and aware, as if it contains deep wisdom or a secret waiting to be discovered. Then the evil god notices that Lak is enjoying the fight with him. Feeling pleasure, shows a young man lying on the ground, looking at the creature. His words about fighting evil gods hint at an epic saga in which he is the protagonist desperately fighting against overwhelming odds. Plunges into a white explosion of light that dispels the darkness, leaving the outcome of the fight unknown. This moment represents the culmination of previous events, the crown of the battle between man and mythical creatures. On a ruthless battlefield, the black and white world becomes the arena for the clash of two forces. The monster, as if pulled out of nightmares, stands on its hind legs, ready to strike with its sharp claw. Opposing him is a warrior with a sword clenched in a fist, as if a symbol of indomitable determination and courage. The wind plays with the strands of the heroine's hair, opening a view of her determined eyes. They radiate firmness and courage, despite the obvious threat that looms over her. Her gaze is filled with focus. She does not take her eyes off the enemy. The warrior is ready for battle, his armor scraped by stones and time, but he doesn't look scared. His gaze is focused, and his hand holds his sword firmly. He knows that his every move can decide the fate of the battle. Meanwhile, the girl notices that this dark god is preparing something unusual. A sudden change is reflected in the monster's face, which resembles a beast's skull. The expression of his eyes and mouth becomes less aggressive, as if he understands the inevitability of his defeat. This opens up a new dimension in their confrontation. Heroine shouting "Dark Light" evokes a powerful force that seems to burst from her very heart. Are these the words of an incantation or a cry of despair? She is focused and desperate, ready to use her entire arsenal of knowledge and strength. Suddenly, the space around the heroine is cut by sharp lines of force. They burst out of the sword, destroying the earth around. Magic or weapons are tools of her will that strike without mercy. A vortex of forces pulls the monster out of reality, spins it in the air above the ground, like a leaf in a whirlwind. He is powerless against the power of the spell that the warrior called upon him. The retreat of the monster is sealed in the vortex of the magical vortex. Its body falls uncontrollably into the space of another dimension or world. The only question that remains is whether this is the final end or just a break before a new round of the battle. The self-made warrior stands bowing in advance, because something incredibly peaceful has passed since the new year. He overcame, but it seems that this is why the difficulty, the price of victory, was high. A young man with dark hair and sharp features, covered in shadow, looks forward with bewilderment and anxiety. His eyes are wide open, looking towards an invisible threat, creating a feeling of tension and anticipation of something inevitable. Next, the source of his concern is revealed. A huge monster, with many tentacles and a menacing muzzle, is framed by ancient symbols that float in the air like a warning or a spell. Behind him stands a figure in long clothes, motionless like a statue, observing what is happening without visible emotion. A girl in traditional clothes treats a chicken with a petal. Her face expresses tenderness and care. Her eyes look with curiosity, and the inscription in the cloud says, "Levi, do you remember?" It's like a moment from everyday life, suddenly cut short and frozen in time. Takes us back in time, where a heavy-eyed man sits, reflecting on the ongoing hardening of his studies of ancient magic. The text surrounding his figure speaks of citing his works and comparing them with ancient manuscripts.